On July 24, 1991, in London's Grimmauld Place, an owl flew past a perfectly smooth black-painted door and ascended to the second floor of a mansion within. It tapped the window glass with its beak, and a delicate little hand opened the window, reaching out to take the envelope clutched in the owl's talons. Then a long strip of snack was thrown out from the window. Just as the owl caught it, it found the window slammed shut. Gazing at the snack on its talons, and then at the tightly closed window, it was momentarily uncertain whether to feel delighted or outraged. After finishing the snack on its talons, the owl decided that this delicious morsel was the best treat it had had in a long time. It opened its beak slightly, as if savoring the aftertaste. But then, with a frustrated flutter of its wings, it flew away into the distance. Inside the second-floor room of the mansion, an 11-year-old boy with black hair and black eyes sat upright in a chair dressed in resplendent attire. He possessed exquisite features, fair skin, and finely chiseled contours. His dark pupils, like black holes, irresistibly drew in anyone's gaze. This seemed to imbue him with an air of noble elegance, as if he were born to enjoy such luxury. He picked up the letter the owl had just delivered. The envelope was pale yellow, bearing a crest. The crest was shield-shaped, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake around the initial H of Hogwarts. Upon opening the envelope, 2 sheets of paper fell out. The first sheet was the letter of acceptance, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Grand Sorcerer. Dear Mr. Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The second sheet contained a list of required books and equipment for first-year students. Additionally, it prominently noted first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Arthur Black put down the letter, took a blank sheet from a drawer, and wrote a polite reply acknowledging the start date and requirements, expressing his eagerness for his studies at Hogwarts. He then placed the letter into an envelope and rang a small bell hung on a wooden stand on the desk. Dingling, dingling. The crisp sound stopped after 2 rings. The door slowly opened, and a small man in a suit entered. He bowed slightly. Master, may I be of service? Arthur, seated, pushed the finished letter to the edge of the desk. Send this to Hogwarts. Yes, master. The little man appeared quite pleased to have been given a task. Carrying the envelope, the little man went to a small table nearby. The table had numerous drawers. He opened one, took out a small spoon, and placed something into it. He stretched out his other hand and pointed. The contents of the spoon instantly transformed into black liquid. Then, holding the spoon, he circled it around the envelope. The liquid seemed controlled by an invisible force, forming a perfect circle on the envelope. Next, the little man took a seal from the drawer and gently pressed it onto the black liquid on the envelope. He withdrew it quickly. The raindrop-like black liquid had been compressed into a dark circular cake bearing an imprint. The seal's overall shape was a shield bearing 3 motifs, 2 5-point stars, a chevron, and a short dagger. On both sides of the shield stood 2 leaping greyhounds. Beneath the shield was a ribbon inscribed with the family motto in French, Toujours per. This was the crest of the Black family. The most ancient and noble house of Black was one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pure-blood wizarding families in Britain, one of the Sacred 28, with many British wizarding families connected by blood near or far. Arthur Black was the sole legitimate heir of the Black family currently. He put away the Hogwarts letter he had just received and walked to the top floor of the mansion, the 5th floor. Ascending from the 4th floor, the first thing he saw was a small garden on both sides of the stairway. Passing through the garden, one arrived at a very large bedroom, or rather a suite. Inside there were bedrooms, a bathroom, a gym, and other rooms occupying half of the 5th floor. The other half was the garden just traversed. Originally, the Black mansion had not been like this. Several years ago, Arthur himself ordered the mansion to be renovated, because the original mansion was terribly dilapidated, filled with a gloomy, dark atmosphere. After the renovation, only the original basement remained untouched, for it housed all the books collected by the Black family from its founding to the present. Arthur naturally would not allow anyone to touch such a family heirloom. Nevertheless, Arthur had the house elves redecorate the entire basement. The kitchen, originally in the basement, was moved to the 1st floor. Such a drastic renovation of the ancestral mansion naturally met with opposition from the house elves and Walburga Black. However, before Arthur Black, the sole legitimate heir of the Black family, the objections of that portrait and one house elf were invalid. Moreover, from then on, the house elf Kreacher betrayed Walburga Black and served Arthur Black completely. Because Arthur promised Kreacher that after his death his head would be mounted on a plaque like his mother's. Thus Arthur became the de facto master of the Black family, the sole heir who exercised the authority of the head of the family without the title. After the mansion renovation was completed, Arthur not only sealed Walburga Black's portrait in a small room converted from the original kitchen in the basement, but also had Kreacher install soundproof materials in that room. He simply could not bear hearing Walburga Black shout, "Every day, you foolish little thing. Do not defile my ancestral home with those things." Although due to Arthur's bloodline and status, Walburga Black would not curse at him, as in the original story, her constant loud clamoring annoyed him thoroughly. So he simply sealed her away. Additionally, Arthur relocated the iconic wall of mounted house elf heads inside the Black Mansion to the innermost room on the first floor corridor, Kreacher's room. He even personally named the wall writing Black Family Hall of Honor for house elves above it. Beneath, he added a line in gratitude to the house elves who made significant contributions to the Black family. After writing, Arthur promised Kreacher that after his death his head would be hung at the very top of the wall. This act nearly made Kreacher cry his eyes out. From then on he could sleep every night gazing at the wall of honor for house elves, dreaming that after his death his head would be suspended at the highest point of that wall. What a happy and honored thing that would be. At that moment he felt Arthur Black was the greatest person in the Black family, even greater than Regulus Black and Capricorn Black. Capricorn Black, the third son of Orion Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black, the twin brother of Regulus Black. This was the change brought to the world by Arthur Black. Arthur Black was a transmigrator. Before the transmigration, he was a Chinese man named Lei Yongxin. At the time he was playing a game based on Harry Potter. After simply completing the game, he was dissatisfied with the original characters. So he downloaded a mod called Lord of Thunder from a forum, allowing the character to cultivate lightning magic. This was a rarely involved magic in Harry Potter. But the attribute of lightning holds an extraordinary status in Chinese culture. Lei Yongxin, relying on the Lord of Thunder mod, successfully created a wizard who practices lightning magic. When he maxed out the character and soloed Voldemort, he shouted with thunder, "Shatter the darkness." Overexcited, he knocked over the cola on the table and electrocuted himself. He then transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter and acquired the template of that lightning-wielding wizard character he had played in the game. Lord of Thunder, age 11, height 150, 3 cm, weight 42. 3 kilograms, magic power 688, skill 46, spells discharge, 7 stun, 4 finite, 1 shield charm, 2 floating charm, 5 accio 6. Alchemy, ancient runes, 3 wood carving, 4. Transfiguration, morphology, 1 special occlumency, 3 some attributes on the panel were from the game before the transmigration. Magic power represents the amount of magical energy within a wizard. Although in this world wizards' magic power recovers quickly and generally doesn't run out, some large-scale spells still require vast magic power to support. The same spell with more magic power input naturally becomes more powerful provided one can control it. The maximum magic power in the game is 10000. This data is from Albus Dumbledore at his peak. A typical Auror has about 1000. Magic power does not equal combat ability. Spell power skill represents the wizard's control over magic power. The maximum is 100, a record also set by Albus Dumbledore, but in his later years. A typical Auror's data is 60. In the major categories of spells, alchemy and transfiguration, the number in parentheses after a specific spell indicates the wizard's proficiency with that spell. The maximum is 10. A typical Auror's proficiency in practical spells is 5. Special refers to magics outside the 3 major categories, as well as some special abilities such as occlumency, non-verbal casting, wandless casting. In addition to displaying the real-time data of Arthur Black, there is a talent panel that has never changed since his transmigration. Talent: Spirit 1, 80 Physique, 86 Lightning Element, 100 Spell, 82 Dark Arts, 36 Alchemy, 93 Transfiguration, 65 Potions, 63 Skill, 73 Quidditch, 18. Note 1 Maximum Talent 100. Note 2 Lightning Element, all lightning-related spells and skills. Note 3 Spell excludes spells belonging to dark arts. This talent panel has not changed since his transmigration, nor did it exist in the game in his previous life. Arthur felt that this panel might be determined by the magical abilities his previous game character had mastered. The maximum talent value is 100, and in his previous life the game character had fully mastered all the lightning magic added by the mod. So his current lightning element talent, a somewhat unconventional attribute, has a value of 100. For talents like spell and alchemy, when he played the character in his previous life, he found some tasks troublesome and skipped them, thus failing to learn some spells. So the spells in these areas are not full value on his talent panel, but because he also completed many tasks and earned many spells, the current talent data is still decent. For talents like Quidditch, because he rarely did related tasks in his previous life, the talent is very low. The only special one is the spirit talent. It exceeds the maximum value of 100, reaching 180. As for why, perhaps because of being a transmigrator. The reason Arthur thinks his current talent is linked to his previous game character's abilities is, first, this explanation is reasonable. Another reason is that his current life is modeled after his previous game character. After his transmigration, his parents named him Arthur Black, and his previous game character was also named Arthur Black. When creating a character in that game, one must first choose a faction and bloodline. Different factions and bloodlines have different ways to complete the game. There are 3 factions: Death Eater, Order of the Phoenix Freeman. Each faction provides different magic bonuses. Bonuses directly affect the success rate and power of spell casting with upper and lower limits of positive and negative 100. In addition to faction bonuses, some special magical items also provide certain bonuses. Death Eater Dark Arts 40 Alchemy 20 Special Bonus. Due to the corruption of dark magic on the wizard 15 chance of 20 spell power, 5 chance of 20 spell power. Order of the Phoenix spell 20 Transfiguration 20 Special Bonus. Due to restraint in learning dark magic, when casting the 3 unforgivable curses, less than 3 times within 10 minutes error rate reduced by 60, more than 3 times error rate increased by 80. Freeman spell 30 Dark Arts 30. Besides factions there are 3 bloodlines: Pure Blood, Half-Blood, Muggleborn. Bloodlines have no bonuses, but greatly influence the subsequent story of the game. Back then Lei Yongxin chose Freeman and Pure Blood. The 30 Dark Arts bonus from Freeman may be the origin of his current Dark Arts talent of 36. Because the lightning magic from the mod was extremely powerful, he didn't even learn the 3 unforgivable curses. The Freeman he chose in his previous life is reflected in his Dark Arts talent. The Pure Blood he chose is reflected in his current family. When he chose Pure Blood in his previous life, he was assigned to the Black family. He randomly picked the name Arthur when naming his character. After transmigrating, he didn't expect his name and family to be the same as the game character. However, transmigrating into this family gave him a very favorable start, at least in terms of money and magical book collections, a max level start. Arthur Black's father, Capricorn Black, was a character absent from the original story. He seemed to be a background figure brought into existence by the protagonist's transmigration into this world. Capricorn was Regulus Black's twin brother, born 2.5 minutes later than Regulus. As the youngest of the 3 Black brothers, Capricorn was always the object of everyone's affection. Later, when Regulus was 16, he joined the Death Eaters initially to uphold pure blood supremacy and pursue power. However, he gradually discovered that Voldemort had changed. He no longer promoted pure blood ideology, but instead ruled others with brutal methods. Whether they were purebloods, half-bloods, or Muggleborn wizards, he merely showed greater tolerance towards purebloods, granting them higher status under his command. This was not the pure blood doctrine that Regulus believed in, so he sought to bring about change. But failure inevitably invited Voldemort's frenzied retaliation, a consequence he could not bear. Moreover, Sirius, who had already been disowned by the family for opposing Voldemort, frequently fought the Death Eaters and risked his life at any moment. Fearing the extinction of the Black family line, Regulus sent Capricorn to Europe to form a marriage alliance with a somewhat declining pure-blood family there. Europe harbored many remnants of Gellert Grindelwald's influence, and Voldemort's reach could not extend that far. Capricorn might face some hardship there, but at least his life would be safe. Regulus concocted an excuse during a family gathering. By then Britain was under Voldemort's control, and he wanted to dispatch Capricorn to Europe first to lay the groundwork for a future assault on the continent. At the height of Voldemort's power, even Dumbledore could only remain within Hogwarts, and most Slytherins in the school were Voldemort's admirers. After deliberation, the Black family sent Capricorn to Europe, where he married into a pure-blood family. Spoiled since childhood, Capricorn was cheerful but flawed in ability and character. After a few cold reprimands from Regulus, he departed for Europe. Little did he know that would be the last time he ever saw Regulus. In Europe, he had a child with his arranged spouse, Arthur Black. After that, events unfolded as in the original story. Regulus resolutely chose to betray Voldemort and was dragged into the lake by Inferi, meeting his death. Voldemort at his peak was defeated by a newborn infant. Capricorn could not believe it when he learned of Regulus' death and Sirius' life imprisonment in Azkaban. Returning to Britain, he passed away from depression within a few years. Not long after Capricorn's death, Arthur's mother, who had always been frail, also succumbed to illness. Thus Arthur unsurprisingly became an orphan. Yet despite his orphanage, Arthur, who was not yet 10 years old 3 years ago, managed the Black family's enterprises far better than his father Capricorn ever had. In Britain, with the support of the Black family's accumulated wealth and the Malfoy family's assistance, although some assets were reluctantly sold at low prices, the 2 pillar industries of the Black family remained unaffected. Herbology and mining had always been the family's most crucial economic foundations. These advantages stemmed from the Black family's ancient and wealthy history. Antiquity alone signified pure blood, but not necessarily wealth. The key to the Black family's ancient prosperity lay in land. In fact, the Black family was the largest landowner in all of British magical society. With vast tracts of land, the Black family could cultivate herbs on the surface and extract mineral resources from beneath. Once Arthur gained control over the family's enterprises, he heavily increased investment in herb cultivation. He also collaborated with his mother's family to smuggle herbs into Europe. Both sides were delighted. Arthur's joy came not from the high profits of smuggling, but from the growing strength of his mother's family. After all, limited by his youth, he was easily underestimated by other wizards. Even with the Malfoy family's help, the Black family's businesses occasionally faced harassment. But after his mother's family grew stronger, Arthur entrusted the security of some family assets to them. a group of foreign wizards engaged in illicit trade serving as security during their spare time. This deterrence far surpassed that of the Malfoy family or the young Arthur himself. From then on, those who troubled the Black family became far fewer. Lucius Malfoy also began to value Arthur more and initiated collaborations with him. In the magical world, cooperation was not merely a verbal agreement. This world had magical contracts. Although ordinary partnerships did not employ vows like the unbreakable vow, which resulted in death upon breach. Any oath once violated would exact a heavy price. It was precisely because the Black family had established contracts with many other families in the past that Arthur, even as the sole legitimate heir, could hold onto the family's vast assets. Otherwise, he would most likely have lost his life. However, this was a world of magic. Through cooperation with the Malfoy family and his mother's family, Arthur's family wealth had already surpassed what it was before he took control. To that end, he purchased 2 house elves, one named Lucy, the other Baru, responsible for the Black family's businesses in Britain and Europe respectively. As for Kreacher, his talent lay in cooking. House elves differed among themselves, some excelled in combat, others in culinary arts. Kreacher's talent was focused on cooking. When Arthur gave him Chinese recipes, it took only a week for Kreacher to master most Chinese dishes. When Arthur bought Lucy and Baru, Kreacher was furious at himself. He believed his own inadequacy had driven Arthur to acquire 2 more house elves. Arthur was powerless to change the mindset of house elves. Getting Kreacher to clean himself daily and wear a neat butler's uniform was the extent of his efforts. Previously, whenever Arthur disagreed with Kreacher, the elf would bang his head against the wall, often until it was bloody. Arthur told him that such behavior damaged the household furniture. After that, Kreacher stopped. But to Arthur's surprise, Kreacher later found a perfectly shaped, sized, and hardness cobblestone outside. Whenever a problem arose, he would bang his head against that stone. From then on, Arthur gave up trying to change the house elf's mentality. Good intentions did not always yield good results. Instead, Arthur changed the punishment for house elves whenever Kreacher believed he had done something wrong and needed to atone. He was to go to the basement and break ore, but without using magic. Those ores were for Arthur's own alchemy practice, and it also gave Kreacher some exercise. The appearance of house elves did not suit Arthur's aesthetic. They were too thin, like skin stretched over bones. After 3 years of hard labor in the basement, Kreacher gained some flesh. Though still not pleasing to the eye, he looked far better than his former skeletal frame. At the same time, he amassed a large quantity of practice materials for Arthur, though those materials could have been prepared in a single day had Kreacher used magic. The following day, Arthur received another letter. It was from Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Black Malfoy was Arthur's aunt. Among pure-blood wizards, she was one of the few who valued family ties deeply, and her temperament was not malicious, though she did possess the common arrogance of the Black family. Yet before Arthur, the sole heir of the Black family, Narcissa showed not a trace of haughtiness. Instead, she showered him with care and affection. Even Draco Malfoy was envious of the fondness Narcissa bestowed upon Arthur. In her letter, Narcissa invited Arthur to accompany her to Diagon Alley on July 31st to purchase supplies. On July 31st, Arthur arrived at Diagon Alley at the appointed time. Narcissa was already there waiting for him. For this sole descendant of her most beloved younger brother, she already held a deep subconscious fondness. Coupled with the fact that Arthur's parents had passed away, making him an orphan, he not only managed his family's estate well, but also conducted himself admirably in social matters. Every New Year and holiday, he would send her blessings and gifts. Sometimes, even Lucius Malfoy would forget amidst his busy schedule, but Arthur never once missed an occasion. As for Draco, Narcissa believed that Arthur, due to the loss of his mother, regarded her, the elder woman he had the most contact with, as a maternal figure. This made Narcissa even more tender towards Arthur, to the point of doting on him. Had Arthur not refused, Narcissa would have wanted him to live at the Malfoy Manor. As for Narcissa, Arthur merely harbored a certain fondness for her. A feeling of "you treat me well, so I treat you well." At his core, Arthur's nature remained the same as before his transmigration. He enjoyed solitude. After all, he had lived 20 years in his previous life, and only 11 in this world. Following the death of his parents in this world, his life reverted to a pattern almost identical to his past existence, living alone, rarely leaving the house unless necessary, and occasionally chatting or enjoying leisure activities with friends. In his past life, he had somewhat relished this lifestyle, especially in the quiet of the night, finding true enjoyment in solitary play. In this world, though he lacked the games of his former life, the allure of magic fascinated Arthur even more. The Black family's library revealed many secrets of this magical world to him, and he yearned to explore the hidden mysteries that had faded along with the decline of ancient magic. Most importantly, however, was the thunder method, a cultivation art only he could practice. With power, he could then do as he wished. It was now 1991, computers already existed. In another decade, this world would be little different from his previous one. Entertainment like games, movies, and music would flourish and spread rapidly. That was the future he anticipated. At Diagon Alley, Narcissa stood still, her eyes fixed on the entrance. She was tall and slender, her elegant robes draping over her figure like a mannequin in a shop window, looking perfectly suited. Her fair-skinned blue eyes and golden hair made her appear elfin. However, her face often bore an arrogant expression which somewhat diminished her beauty. Whenever she was with those she deemed inferior, she looked as though she were smelling something foul. Yet at this moment Narcissa's face was filled with anticipation. Spotting Arthur followed by Kreacher, she immediately hurried over, embraced him, and ruffled his hair. Kreacher was completely ignored. Narcissa complained, "You child, you never like to go out, always studying magic at home." Turning to glance at the impatient Draco, she added, "But that's still better than Draco's constant mischief." Arthur smiled. "And I read those books because I love magic, just like Draco loves Quidditch. We just have different interests." Narcissa looked at Arthur with doting affection and touched his cheek. "Enough, don't make excuses for Draco. He's just a troublemaker." Every time she saw Arthur, she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he were her own son. Upon seeing Arthur, Draco complained, "You're finally here. I've been waiting so long I could fall asleep." Arthur first greeted Lucius, then put an arm around Draco's shoulders and whispered, "All right, I'm late. The Nimbus Racing Broom Company just sent me a Nimbus 2000. You can play with it as much as you want at my place." "Really?" Draco exclaimed excitedly. Quidditch was his greatest love, but Narcissa and Lucius, worried for his safety, rarely allowed him near a broomstick. Only on important occasions like his birthday, under the watchful eyes of the Malfoy family's house elf and his parents, could Draco ride a broom for a short while. Realizing his voice had risen, he quickly pulled Arthur aside, struggling to control his tone. "You'd better not be lying to me." "Why would I lie to you? I don't play Quidditch. I have no use for those brooms." Tears welled up in Draco's eyes. "Arthur, you truly are my best friend. I know you like that senior girl. Once we're at Hogwarts, I'll help you. All right, let's go shopping now." Arthur rolled his eyes. The matter of liking a senior girl had come up when Draco was visiting Arthur's home. Arthur was watching a film and mentioned he quite liked a female character with a senior archetype. He hadn't expected Draco to remember. Arthur liked senior girls. In truth, he simply preferred mature women, ideally those who wore black stockings and occasionally indulged in cosplay. That would be even better. Of course, younger ones were not out of the question either. The contrast of youth with black, or the purity brought by white, were both to Arthur's liking. The problem was that he was still too young, and he found the young girls at Hogwarts unappealing. He had a childhood sweetheart in Europe living near his mother's pureblood family. They had grown up together until Arthur was taken back to England. Although they were far apart, they exchanged letters nearly every month. Every year when Arthur visited his mother's family, he would go see his childhood sweetheart. Arthur came to Diagon Alley primarily to purchase his uniform and a wand. As for other items like books, cauldrons, telescopes, and brass scales, these were ready-made goods that Kreacher could procure on his behalf. Only the uniform and wand required the shopkeeper's assistance. Lucius looked at Arthur and asked, "Arthur, do you need to go to Gringotts to withdraw some galleons? Draco and I are heading there. If not, Narcissa can accompany you for a stroll around Diagon Alley." "No problem, I was just about to go to Gringotts as well." Gringotts stood prominently in Diagon Alley, a gleaming white tower rising above the surrounding shops. Beside its dazzling bronze doors stood a goblin clad in a scarlet-tan gold uniform. Goblins and house elves were not the same species. Though they bore some resemblance, goblins were more human-like, and could even interbreed with humans. Gringotts was controlled by goblins. The goblin at the entrance was not much taller than a house elf, with a swarthy face, a pointed beard, and particularly long hands and feet. When Arthur and the others entered, the goblin bowed to them. Perhaps recognizing them as wealthy wizards, the goblin's initially feigned smile took on a hint of genuine warmth. After passing through the first set of doors, they were confronted by a second gate. The entire gate was silver as if cast from the precious metal. Etched upon it were these words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." The inscription served as a warning to those who would rob the bank. But Arthur knew that for Voldemort this warning was utterly useless. Two goblins, upon seeing Arthur and Lucius, immediately bowed and ushered them into a vast marble hall. After verifying the vault keys they presented, the goblins led them to the underground vaults. Arthur had been there several times before, but the journey to the underground vaults was always hard to bear. They rode a small cart that seemed to belong to the last century, hurtling along labyrinthine winding passages. The frigid air howled past, and Lucius drew his wand to cast a barrier before them, shielding them from the biting wind. A few minutes later, the cart reached the deepest level of the vaults and stopped before a massive door, the Malfoy family vault. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco alighted. "Arthur will meet you in the main hall later." "All right." The cart continued until it reached another door. This one was ancient, specially crafted when the Black family vault was built. To open it required not only the key, but also a wizard of black blood. Arthur approached the door with Kreacher. Kreacher stood behind Arthur, his eyes fixed intently on the goblin who had escorted them. Seeing the barely concealed greed in the goblin's eyes, Kreacher unceremoniously positioned himself in front of the goblin, using his body to block its view. "Greedy goblin, stay away from the young master's vault." The goblin glared at Kreacher's clothes, which were of a similar cut, but obviously finer quality, and snarled, Stupid, wretched house elf, you are not worthy to wear garments like mine. Kreacher tossed his head and shook it. Humph, the young master personally rewarded these to me. Unlike you who relies on nothing but tricks to wear something like this. Oh no, how could the clothes the young master gave me ever compare to what a cheat like you wears? Kreacher truly is worthless. He must punish himself severely when he returns. He should at least smash 3 iron, or today. The goblin's face turned ashen at Kreacher's words. Animosity between goblins and house elves had existed since before the Great Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Goblins believed house elves were the most foolish creatures in the world, possessing powerful magic, yet willingly serving as wizard slaves. House elves in turn saw goblins as the greediest and most deceitful liars, always scheming to have others work, while they themselves reaped vast sums of gold. Arthur paid no heed to the squabble between Kreacher and the goblin. The two species were perpetually at odds. As long as it didn't come to blows, it was fine. He inserted the key into the door and gave it a gentle turn. With a series of soft clicks, a circular protrusion slowly emerged from the lower center of the door. Arthur placed his hand upon it, and the surrounding gems gradually began to glow, forming a complete circle. When all the gems were alight, the door swung slowly open. Beyond the entrance, a sight of countless mounds met his eyes, each one a hill of galleons. By rough estimate, there were at least 2 million galleons here. And this was merely the outermost layer of the Black Vault. Deeper within lay antiques, contracts, and magical artifacts, items of truly immeasurable value. The Black family had even commissioned a massive bookshelf filled to the brim with all manner of contracts. Those were the family's most precious assets. For now, however, Arthur was simply here to withdraw some galleons. Once he started school, he would have far less time to visit Gringotts. So he came now to take a sum which Kreacher would manage. If Lucy and Baru, the house elves overseeing the British and European estates, needed funds, they could go directly to Kreacher. Arthur would not trust any other wizard to manage the Black family's holdings. But house elves were different. Once Arthur became their master, they would never betray him. Elves like Dobby were a rarity, perhaps appearing only once in a century. Arthur produced a briefcase enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and had Kreacher pack it with 2,000 galleons, capital for the Black family's future enterprises. He himself took out a small purse and filled it with about 1,000 galleons. This princely sum of 1,000 galleons was more than enough to purchase the required school supplies and cover his expenses at Hogwarts, leaving a considerable surplus. After all, most wizards might not even spend 1,000 galleons during their entire 7 years at Hogwarts. Having retrieved the gold, Arthur closed the vault door and followed the goblin back to the Gringotts Hall. Throughout the journey, the goblin kept stealing glances at the briefcase Kreacher carried. Inside lay an unimaginable fortune. When Kreacher had entered, he had glimpsed the elf stuffing an entire mountain of galleons into the case. The goblin's mouth watered at the thought. If he could have defeated the wizard, he would have robbed him on the spot. Back in the hall, Kreacher swung the briefcase, shoving the goblin aside and cornering him against the wall. He motioned for Arthur to go ahead. After Arthur had left, Kreacher shot the goblin a venomous glare before exiting Gringotts and returning to Black Manor. Lucius and the other two who had returned to the hall first saw Arthur coming up as well, so they went together to Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. This was the finest clothing shop in Diagon Alley, where one could not only purchase Hogwarts school uniforms, but also place custom orders. Self-running, self-repairing, and extra-large sizes were the 3 key features. When Arthur and the others arrived at the shop, Madame Malkin looked at Arthur and Malfoy and said, "Are you here for Hogwarts school uniforms, dears?" Madame Malkin was a short plump witch dressed in purple robes with a very kind smile. "Yes, Madame Malkin." After Arthur nodded, Madame Malkin immediately produced a robe and used pins to adjust it to Arthur's height. She then measured Malfoy. Once Madame Malkin had finished measuring, Arthur asked, "Madame Malkin, can the robes here be custom made?" Looking at Arthur's splendid attire and his surname, Madame Malkin knew she had a big customer on her hands. She invited Arthur to a more luxurious room, where the fabrics on display were far more exquisite than those in the main shop. Some of the thicker fabrics in particular had varying lengths of fluff that looked extraordinary, likely sourced from magical creatures. Noticing Arthur's interest, Madame Malkin immediately introduced, "This is made from the feathers of a XX classified swift, as per the Ministry of Magic's classification. It's the best material in the shop for warmth and waterproofing." "Is this the best the shop has, eh?" Arthur touched it again. Seeing Arthur's interest, Madame Malkin continued, "Of course. 4 winter robes, not just in my shop, but across all of Britain. Swift feathers are the best legal material available. The front of this fabric is made from the swift's contour feathers and the reverse from its down feathers. It's the finest material for both waterproofing and warmth." Arthur tested other materials around him, though he lacked expertise in this area. Still, the swift feathers felt the best to the touch, especially the down feathers on the inner side of the robe. Moreover, this fabric was the most expensive in the shop. "All right, I'll use this fabric for the winter robes along with the self-ironing and self-repairing features." Madame Malkin smiled and nodded. "And what about the other garments?" Arthur, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of fabrics, simply said, "Don't worry about the price. Just choose whatever feels most comfortable to wear. Very well. Madame Malkin took a piece of paper scribbled on it quickly, and then placed several fabrics before Arthur. Would you like to feel these? After Arthur agreed to everything, Madame Malkin wrote swiftly on the paper and finally placed it before him. The last line, which read 534, had been crossed out and changed to 530. That comes to 530 galleons in total. Since it's a custom order, it will take some time. Could you pay a deposit of 200 galleons first? Once it's finished, well, deliver it to the address you leave. Additionally, well, include 10 free alteration sessions. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can send it back for us to improve. No problem. Arthur took 200 galleons from his purse. Watching him spend just over half of his 100 galleons, he couldn't help but marvel at how useful galleons were. Usually he had Kreacher do the shopping, so he had little understanding of the purchasing power of galleons for such luxuries. Madame Malkin collected the money and cheerfully saw Arthur out. Outside, Arthur noticed Draco chatting with a boy. However, it was mostly Draco doing the talking while the boy responded with some impatience. Madame Malkin, seeing another student, promptly called the boy over. Hearing her call, the boy eagerly ran over. As he passed Arthur, their eyes met. Turning his head, Arthur could vaguely make out a scar on the boy's forehead, partially hidden by his hair. Though he couldn't see it clearly, the scar, the small frame, the black hair, the glasses. These details combined made it easy for Arthur to recognize the boy as Harry Potter. Looking at Harry Potter's clear yet naive eyes, Arthur offered a polite smile. Harry was taken aback, and after a brief hesitation, he smiled back at Arthur. Then they passed each other. Watching the boy who had just walked by, Harry felt a pang of envy. That boy was a head taller than him and looked very strong. Most importantly, the couple he had seen earlier and the other boy who had been chatting with him were probably that boy's family. What would it be like to have real family? Harry turned his head again to glance at the boy who was now happily conversing with the couple. Longing filled Harry's eyes until he saw Hagrid approaching from a distance holding a large ice cream. His heart immediately brightened. On the other side, Draco, having left Madame Malkin's shop, kept looking back. He tugged at Arthur and pointed at Hagrid. Look, there's a giant over there. I wonder how big a broomstick would need to be to carry him. Arthur also took a close look at the massive Hagrid. Although he knew Hagrid had giant blood and was exceptionally tall, seeing him in person was still astonishing. After a brief thought, he wondered if Hagrid's mother was likely a giantess. Seeing Arthur's curiosity, Draco continued, "See, isn't he huge? I bet one of his fingers is as big as my head. Look at that ice cream in his hand. I think it's smaller than his front teeth. He'd finish it in one bite. That's probably for the other boy from the robe shop." "All right." Draco's face lit up with an expression Arthur had never seen before. "I tell you, I think that boy is no ordinary kid." When he walked, there was a constant jingling sound. I couldn't be mistaken. It was the sound of galleons clinking together. Arthur retorted, "Doesn't everyone have galleons? What makes him so special?" Arthur was also curious about why Draco was so fascinated with Harry. Draco pulled Arthur back a bit away from his parents and whispered, "His clothes were all ragged and too small, which means his family doesn't have much money. But he had a lot of galleons on him, and he's got a Hogwarts groundskeeper as a bodyguard. There's definitely a story there." Draco paused, blushing slightly. "Most importantly, he looks like an easy target. You're always picking on me, so I was thinking maybe I could find someone to pick on too. What about Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe? Haven't you been bullying them all along?" Draco shook his head immediately. "Those two are idiots. Bullying them is no fun. You're too tough. But a kid like that one, that's the kind that's fun to mess with." As he spoke, a malicious grin spread across his face, making him look quite lecherous. Arthur quickly caught up with Lucius and Narcissa ahead. He was a bit frightened by the Draco he saw now. After all, this was the famous gay Briton. He was now wondering if he should find an opportunity to persuade Lucius to have another child, who otherwise the Malfoy family might face the risk of extinction. Leaving Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Arthur and Draco arrived at the most important store for their purchases today, Ollivander's Wand Shop. This is a shop dedicated to selling wands. The faded golden sign at the entrance read Ollivander since 382 B.C., specializing in fine wands. Through the dusty window, Arthur could see a solitary wand resting on a faded purple cushion. It looked like a shop on the brink of bankruptcy, yet it was the best wand shop in all of Britain. The interior of the shop was small, featuring only a few benches and a table behind which the owner, Garrick Ollivander, sat perusing a hefty book. Surrounding the benches were thousands of narrow paper boxes containing wands stacked all the way to the ceiling in the little shop. Some boxes were covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Others bore fingerprints, likely from young wizards trying them out in recent days. Arthur pushed open the door and walked in with Draco and a few others. Upon seeing customers, Ollivander immediately closed his heavy book and exchanged a few words with Lucius and Narcissa, inquiring about their wands. Then he turned his attention to Arthur and Malfoy. Looking at Arthur, Ollivander recognized him after a brief moment of thought, saying, "Oh, I know you. You must be Arthur Black. You look just like your father did when he was young, both so noble and handsome. I still remember your father's wand, a willow wand with a dragon heartstring core 13 inches long, perfectly suited for casting spells." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." What a polite child, said Ollivander, pulling out a measuring tape with silver markings from his pocket. Which hand do you prefer to use for your wand? I'm used to my left hand, Arthur replied. He hesitated as his dominant hand was actually his right. However, he had a unique lightning spell, and since his gaming character in a past life had reached the highest level, his talent in this area was exceptionally high, making it much easier to practice lightning spells. More importantly, he could cast spells without a wand or incantation, but only for his lightning spells. Thus he decided to use his left hand to hold the wand. Nevertheless, Arthur felt that this detail wasn't very important. A wand was just a stick, and there was no classification for left-hand or right-handed wands during its making. Switching hands was not an issue. Now raise your left arm, Ollivander instructed while taking measurements. In the early days of my career, I saw my father attempt to make wands with cores that didn't quite meet the standards, but he failed. I was determined to find the best materials for wand cores. He continued, after countless studies and experiments, I concluded that only 3 materials meet the standards for wand cores that Ollivander produces: unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and the rarest phoenix feather. After skillfully delivering his introduction, Ollivander noted the measurements and quickly retrieved a box from a nearby shelf, wiping off the dust before extracting the wand inside. Here you go, Mr. Black. Try this wand made of willow and dragon heartstring, 10 inches long. Give it a wave, he said. Arthur waved the wand and magic flowed instantly from his fingers into the wand, but he felt a resistance. Ollivander quickly took back the wand and pulled out another, saying, "Oh, it seems you have more drive than your father. This one is made of you, with a phoenix feather 11 inches long, very courageous." Arthur tried again, but he still encountered strong resistance. "Oh no, not this one either. Try this one. Walnut dragon heartstring, 9 inches long." "Well, that's not it either." After trying 6 wands, Arthur felt similarly about all of them. None were suitable for him. Ollivander pondered for a moment, and then retrieved another wand, ebony with unicorn hair, 12 3/4 inches. This wand was straight, displaying a dark brown color with subtle black stripes. Its surface was very shiny, smooth to the touch, and semi-transparent, with the black stripes moving like shadows, subtle, yet not ostentatious. When Arthur held this wand, he felt a distinct difference. It was much more comfortable to use than the previous ones. To put it inappropriately, if the magic flowed within him at a loss of 1%, transferring magic to the previous wands resulted in a loss of 40 to 50%, almost half gone. This wand, however, had only about a 10% loss. Although it couldn't compare to his own body, it was much better than the previous wands. Ollivander noticed the faint glow emitted by the wand in Arthur's hand and smiled with satisfaction. However, he also looked puzzled. "Mr. Black, you are the first Black I have encountered using a wand with a unicorn hair core. What's wrong with unicorn hair?" Draco, who had been waiting on the side for a while, asked. Ollivander glanced at Lucius and smiled awkwardly. "Wands made with unicorn hair typically cast the most stable spells with the least chance of fluctuations or blockages. At the same time, they are the most loyal among wands, generally not yielding to the spells cast by their owners." At this point, Arthur interjected, "All right, Mr. Ollivander, I understand this wand will do. After so many tries, this one feels the best." Then Ollivander began selecting a wand for Draco. Lucius looked at Arthur with surprise. To him, the wand Arthur chose was truly unique among the Black family. Compared to other wand cores, unicorn hair was not suitable for casting dark magic, though this was not absolute. Wands with unicorn hair could still cast the 3 unforgivable curses. However, as Ollivander mentioned earlier, the Black family had always revered dark magic. Even Arthur's father was raised in such an environment. When choosing a wand, the wand also chooses its wielder. This means that the wand selected at the moment can reflect some aspects of its owner's situation and personality. By choosing unicorn hair, Arthur was also chosen by it, which in some way proved that he had not been exposed to dark magic. Although people can change due to environmental influences, Lucius knew that Arthur spent all his time in the Black family's basement. Among the books on spells in the Black family library, at least 8 out of 10 were about dark magic. If Arthur could avoid learning dark magic in such an environment, how could he possibly learn it once he arrived at Hogwarts? However, dark magic was indeed a fast way to gain power, and he could sometimes see Arthur's desire for strength in his actions. Unless Arthur had found spells in the Black family's collection that were more powerful than most dark magic, that would explain why he did not pursue dark magic. Soon Draco's wand was also chosen. Hawthorn with unicorn hair, 10 inches long. Draco was very excited to hold the wand as he finally had one that belonged to him. Lucius was not surprised that Draco's wand contained unicorn hair. Although Draco had been a bit arrogant under the affection of his parents, they had not taught him dark magic. At most, they had only taught him some tricks for mischief. After Arthur and the Malfoys left, Ollivander immediately opened the thick notebook he had been reading and picked up a pen from the table. He began to mutter as he wrote, "Black family, Arthur, black hair, black eyes, very beautiful, ebony with unicorn hair, 12 3/4 inches. Malfoy family." After finishing, Ollivander flipped through records from about 30 years ago, continually examining the information recorded. Before long, another young wizard entered. Ollivander closed the notebook, looked at the wizard's emerald green eyes, and immediately said, "Oh, your eyes are just like your mother's." After obtaining his own wand, Draco rushed out the door in excitement. He bought 2 ice creams for himself and Arthur, and they strolled leisurely through Diagon Alley. After having a meal at lunchtime, Lucius took Arthur and Draco to the Black Manor. At Draco's strong insistence, he wanted to stay with Arthur for a week. Lucius and Narcissa agreed to this. With the house elf looking after them, there was no real danger. As soon as they entered the house, Draco, seeing Lucius leave, grabbed Arthur's robes and asked excitedly, "Arthur, where is your broomstick? Bring it out quickly, let me see it, I can't wait." "Didn't you just get your wand?" Draco widened his eyes and said, "What fun is a wand compared to Quidditch? Anyway, we'll learn it at school eventually, and we'll get bored of lessons every day. Flying lessons are only once a week. If I don't play now, there won't be any chance to play at school." "Alright, I'll go get it for you." Arthur had Kreacher bring out a broomstick from the storeroom. The latest product from the Nimbus company, the Nimbus 2000. The broom stood taller than Draco. Its appearance was just like a broom, similar to the bamboo brooms Arthur had seen in his past life, only more refined. Draco held the Nimbus 2000 with far more excitement than he had his wand. He immediately dropped his wand and rushed outside with the Nimbus 2000. Arthur quickly told Kreacher to follow and catch Draco if he fell. Although Black Manor wasn't as large as Malfoy Manor after Arthur's renovations, the space behind the house had been extended, greatly expanding the original small garden. Now there was a larger garden and a swimming pool. It was enough for Draco to fly around for a while. Time quickly came to September 1st. That day was the start of the Hogwarts term. Arthur was taken by Kreacher to platform 9 3/4. When he arrived, Narcissa was waiting for him there. Seeing Arthur, Narcissa came over and gave him many instructions. Her gentle demeanor made Draco so jealous that he couldn't help asking, "Mother, who is your real son?" After boarding the train, Draco still felt a bit upset. He had come first, and he was the biological child. But Draco, being a child, was easy to appease. After Arthur promised to give him the broomstick, Draco's face lit up with joy. As the two entered a compartment, Draco's 2 cronies, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, also came in. The two, who had been somewhat cheerful, fell silent at the sight of Arthur. Years ago, they had provoked Arthur and been severely punished by him. Since then, they had been terrified of him, not daring to breathe heavily in his presence. Now, seeing Arthur, they naturally sat obediently across from him. Soon the train began to depart. Throughout the journey, Draco kept the atmosphere lively. Though Draco wasn't strong in magic, he was very good at lightening the mood. From the neighboring compartment, bursts of noise could be heard. Although Draco was curious, seeing Arthur unmoved, he didn't go out. However, even though Draco didn't seek trouble, trouble came to him. The door to their compartment was knocked on and then slid open. Outside stood 4 people. At the front was a girl with thick brown hair and large front teeth. As she opened the door, she announced loudly, "Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has lost his toad." Her tone was arrogant and condescending. Behind her followed 3 boys, a thin, bespectacled black-haired boy, a tall red-haired boy with freckles, and a timid-looking little boy at the back. Having read the original story, Arthur immediately recognized the group: Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville, who had lost his toad. But he had no desire to engage with them, as his first impression of Hermione was extremely poor. She was even more arrogant than Draco, who at least observed basic manners most of the time. Draco, sitting beside Arthur, also felt displeased, frowning at the 4 at the door. He had been enjoying Arthur's broomstick for so long, and now that school had started, he couldn't play with it anymore, which annoyed him. The compartment's atmosphere was already heavy, and he was trying hard to find topics to discuss. Suddenly, these people barged in, looking down on him with an arrogant tone, not even offering a greeting. Before meeting Arthur, he had always held his head high. Even though Arthur had changed him somewhat, he remained inherently proud, only restraining himself in Arthur's presence. He looked at Hermione and sneered. Who are you? Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" "You," Hermione began, but Harry pulled her back. "Hermione, let's go ask elsewhere." Harry felt that Hermione's approach was inappropriate. If the door was closed, they should respect others' privacy. If it were him in such a situation, he would also feel uncomfortable. Having grown up in his aunt's house, he was sensitive to such things. Sensing the hostility in the compartment, he immediately tried to pull Hermione away. But Hermione disagreed. "Harry, their compartment is right next to ours. Neville's toad is most likely here." As they argued, Draco clearly caught the name Harry. He had recognized the thin boy as the one he had met in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He hadn't expected that boy to be Harry Potter. "Are you Harry Potter?" Draco asked, his eyes shining. Harry nodded instinctively. He was used to the reactions people had upon learning he was Harry Potter. Earlier on the train, many people had come to see him, or rather to see the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Everyone looked amazed, just like the boy now asking if he was Harry Potter. The 2 burly bodyguard-like boys in the compartment also stared at him intently. Only the boy sitting in the innermost seat looked up, briefly glanced at him, and then returned to his book. Harry recognized him as the boy he had met in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, whom he had secretly envied at the Draco showed some interest upon seeing Harry, and thus let Hermione's earlier rudeness slide. "Oh, sitting opposite me are Crabbe and Goyle." Then he turned sideways. "He's Arthur, and in Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron let out a soft cough beside him, clenching his teeth to keep from smirking. Draco in Latin means dragon or serpent, and also refers to the constellation Draco. Malfoy in French Malfoy signifies evil or harmful, and its pronunciation resembles malform. So when Draco introduced himself, in Ron's eyes it was as if a haughty little boy lifted his chin and arrogantly declared, "Hello, I am the evil dragon." Or perhaps, "Hello, I am the malformed dragon." Draco noticed Ron suppressing a laugh. "You find my name ridiculous, do you? No need to ask, I already know who you are. My father told me that all Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford living in a tumble-down house." He then turned to Harry. "You'll soon realize, Potter, that there are great differences among wizarding families. Befriending such wizards will bring you nothing." "I think I can tell who is good and who is bad myself," Harry said coldly. A faint flush crept onto Draco's face, clearly stung by Harry's retort. "Oh, is that so? Then I hope that by associating with oddities like the Weasley family you'll end up becoming the good person you imagine rather than using the vault your parents left you to support them." Ron rushed forward, his face as red as his hair. He fixed his gaze on Draco, even drawing his wand and pointing it at him with a fierce growl. "Say that again." Draco recoiled slightly in fear. His back brushed against Arthur, and he immediately regained his confidence, standing up and tilting his head slightly to look at Ron. "Oh, you want to fight, do you? If I ever hear you say that again, I'll kill you," Ron replied, still red-faced. Draco exchanged a glance with Goyle, and the other then sat down with a cold sneer. "You know magic. What good is knowing magic? To get by in this world you need influence and backing. Do you have any?" Goyle and the other immediately understood and stood up like two mountains blocking Ron. Ron still gripped his wand. "Of course I do. I'm from the Weasley family, and I know magic at least better than you." "Oh really? What magic do you know? Let us see." Draco spread his hands, gesturing for Ron to perform. Hearing that Ron knew magic, Hermione and Harry looked at him with curiosity. Both had grown up in Muggle families and had never seen a peer use magic. They wondered what differences a child raised in a wizarding family might have. "All right, I'll show you." Ron cleared his throat. Draco immediately tensed up. Could this Weasley kid actually know magic? Behind him, Arthur also looked up, watching the scene with interest. Daisy's sweet cream and sunshine turned this silly fat lump into a pig. Ron waved his wand repeatedly, but nothing happened. Goyle, at whom Ron was pointing his wand, quickly touched his body after the incantation, relieved to find no change. Draco saw Ron's face turn as red as a chili pepper and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so this is magic. As expected of you, red-haired Weasley, your magic is indeed far more powerful than mine. Your magic is truly amazing. You must be the greatest wizard in all of Britain, even Dumbledore, and you know who are no match for you." As he spoke, Draco even gave Ron a thumbs up. This so enraged Ron that his face turned purple, but the spell he had cast had indeed accomplished nothing. On the verge of tears, he turned and fled back to his own compartment. "Ron, Ron," Hermione called after him as he ran back, but Ron didn't answer. He returned to his compartment and slammed the door shut. Since the two compartments were adjacent, faint sounds of Ron's crying could still be heard from there. Hermione looked at Draco. "You've gone too far. You shouldn't have treated Ron like that." "Oh." Draco spread his hands, putting on a puzzled expression. "Wasn't I just praising him? Such impressive magic. Perhaps he's the only one on the entire train who can do it. Isn't it only right for me to compliment him?" You're just making excuses. You were clearly laughing at him. You never stopped." Draco struggled to suppress the smirk tugging at his lips. "We're all from wizarding families raised with deep respect for magic. No matter how funny someone's magic performance might be, we never laugh. Unless we can't help it." With that, Draco could no longer contain his smirk. "Ha ha ha, cough cough." He covered his face with his hand. "I wasn't laughing just now. I was just thinking of something amusing." Though Draco stopped laughing, Arthur behind him could no longer hold back. He hadn't expected Draco's tongue to be so sharp after meeting him. Hee-hee-ha. With Arthur's laughter, Draco, Goyle, and the others also lost control, bursting into peals of laughter. Their joyous laughter completely drowned out Ron's sobs from the adjacent compartment. Seeing this, Hermione slammed the door shut and stormed off in a huff. Arthur was somewhat puzzled by Ron's behavior. Logically, Ron had grown up with his parents and brothers in a wizarding family. His parents should have demonstrated magic beyond simple household spells. Even if they hadn't, at least one of Ron's older brothers must have used magic. Since their parents were adult wizards, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't interfere when his brothers used magic at home during holidays. How could Ron have believed in such a spell? But it didn't matter much, even though his first meeting with the trio was bound to leave a poor impression. After all, he didn't depend on the trio for survival. Apart from Harry Potter, the destined hero fated to kill Voldemort, the others offered little to Arthur's future. Why play the sycophant? It was far more entertaining to watch the love-hate relationship between Draco and Harry unfold. Perhaps in the future, he could write a book about the untold story between the Chosen One and a Death Eater. Such a book would surely sell well. From then on, whenever people mentioned Harry the Savior, Draco would inevitably come in the compartment next to Arthur and the others. The group had abandoned their search for Neville's toad after the earlier incident. Hermione encountered a witch selling snacks and informed her about Neville's lost toad. The witch assured her she would notify the relevant staff who would find the toad when the luggage was inspected during the train stop. Returning to the compartment, they found Ron's sobbing had ceased, though his eyes remained red and appeared swollen. Hermione, looking at Ron, said with some irritation, "We've only just reached the age to enter magic school, and already we slack off at the first setback just because we couldn't cast a spell. How will we ever become good wizards like this?" Ron felt a pang of shame at Hermione's words, but having performed like a fool in front of everyone and failed miserably, his already fragile self-esteem suffered even more. The pride he once felt over being born into a wizarding family compared to Hermione and Harry was now gone, replaced by sheer humiliation. Harry seized the chance to change the subject and asked, "Ron, do you know those people? I saw them before in Diagon Alley." "Oh, them?" Ron thought for a moment. "I don't know the two fat ones, but Malfoy is the only child of the Malfoy family now. I've heard about his family. After the Dark Lord vanished, Malfoy's father was among the first to return to our side. He claimed he was under the Imperius curse, but my father doesn't believe it. He says if the Dark Lord rises again, Malfoy's father would switch to the dark side without any excuse." As for the person beside Malfoy, Ron furrowed his brow, thinking hard before continuing, "That might be Arthur Black, the last remaining member of the Black family." "Black?" Harry asked in surprise. "Isn't he with the Malfoys? I always thought he was part of the Malfoy family." "No, he should be Arthur Black. Malfoy only has one child. I've heard my parents mention him before, and since he shares the same name as my father, it stuck in my memory." Hermione then asked, "What do you mean by the last remaining member of the Black family? Is he the only one left in the entire Black family?" Ron nodded, then quickly shook his head. "Oh, I forgot. There's one more person in the Black family, but that one was a Death Eater. When he was arrested, he resisted killing many Muggles in an explosion, so he'll spend his life in Azkaban. Aside from that, Dark Wizard Arthur Black is the only one left. I heard that when the Dark Lord was in power, his parents fled to Europe. They returned after the Dark Lord was defeated, but soon died of illness. So Arthur Black has been an orphan for a long time. Does he have any other relatives to take care of him?" Harry asked. "I suppose so," Ron said uncertainly. "But the Black family is one of the richest in all of Britain. He has more money than he could ever spend." Remembering his own visit to the Potter family vault with Hagrid, Harry muttered softly, "So he's not so different from me." Ron leaned in. "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing," Harry waved dismissively. "Is Black being threatened by Malfoy?" Harry asked quietly. "He's all alone, and following Malfoy will only lead him down a bad path." Hermione nodded in agreement. "Black didn't do or say anything to us earlier. He just smiled at the end. He's much better than Malfoy." But Ron, still holding a grudge against Draco and his group from the earlier incident in the compartment, retorted, "Give it a rest. The Blacks are all dark wizards. He's no different from Malfoy. I've heard my parents say the Black family has been learning dark magic since childhood. When the Dark Lord appeared, the Blacks helped him plenty." "Oh, I see," Harry nodded, somewhat bewildered. Though he had only known Ron for a short time, he noticed from Ron's words that wizards seemed obsessed with bloodlines. It appeared that the impression of an entire family was determined by the actions of a single member. Though Harry sensed something was off, he was new to the magical world and dared not say much on the subject. After hearing Ron's words, Hermione asked in confusion, "Didn't you just say Black's parents fled to Europe?" "They only returned after Voldemort was defeated. That doesn't prove they were dark wizards either. Perhaps Black's parents disagreed with Voldemort and feared for their other family members, which is why they went to Europe." "You said the Dark Lord's name?" Ron recoiled. "How dare you?" Neville was trembling as well, already frightened by their talk of dark wizards. Hearing the name Voldemort terrified him even more. He remembered his grandmother telling him never to get involved with anything related to dark wizards. Hermione asked, puzzled, "What about Voldemort? Isn't the Dark Lord's name Voldemort? That's what it says in the books. Why can't I say it?" "He, the Dark Lord. His name must not be spoken or something bad will happen. That's what my mother always told me," Ron stammered. When pressed for a reason, Ron couldn't give one. The Dark Lord had already been defeated by Harry Potter. Hermione, intrigued, pressed further. "Really? Is there a curse? I've read about curses in some books, but they were barely mentioned." "So did Voldemort, the Dark Lord, use some kind of curse magic?" "I don't know. Stop asking me about the Dark Lord." "Fine," Hermione said with some regret. She was genuinely curious about this matter. How had a newborn Harry Potter defeated Voldemort? And why was the Dark Lord's name still taboo, even after his death? What trouble would speaking it bring? Since Ron wouldn't answer, she had no one else to ask. She resolved to search the school library once she entered Hogwarts. Much of what she knew about the magical world came from books, and she was confident she would find information about Voldemort there as well. Recovering from the topic of Voldemort, Ron recalled Hermione's earlier words and demanded, "Why were you defending Black earlier? His whole family are dark wizards. Just because someone in a family is a dark wizard, does that mean the entire family is a?" Hermione retorted, "There are countless criminals in the world. Does that mean their families are all criminals? I have a distant relative who is a criminal. Does that make me one too?" Hermione frowned, clearly challenging Ron's earlier statement. "It's different," Ron said, his face reddening. "Dark wizards are different. If one person is a dark wizard, the whole family is. Has there never been a dark wizard in your family?" "Not once." Hermione shot back. At this, Ron puffed up with pride. No, not a single one. My parents were both followers of Professor Dumbledore. Hermione was skeptical. After a moment's thought, she decided to trust her own judgment. How could anything in the world be so certain? Accidents happen all the time. Why couldn't a family of dark wizards produce an ordinary wizard? Seeing Hermione's disbelief, Ron snorted. Then go ahead and trust that Black who hangs around with Malfoy all day. Hermione's eyes widened. What does that have to do with him? I was talking about dark wizards and families. You're still defending him. Then keep believing in him. I told you I wasn't talking about him. Neither was willing to yield, and in the end they both fell silent, refusing to speak to each other. Night fell, and the forest was pitch black with only faint starlight twinkling in the sky. The Hogwarts Express chugged slowly along the tracks, the screech of wheels against steel echoing through the silent night air. Dim light glowed from within the train compartments where the young witches and wizards all appeared utterly exhausted. Arthur was no exception. Having been seated since morning, his bottom had grown sore from the long journey. The others in the compartment were similarly weary. Even the usually talkative Draco sat in silence, his head lolled against the backrest, drool trickling from his lips. Suddenly a voice rang out through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school for you. The announcement echoed 3 times. Draco jolted upright, straightening his posture as he looked at Arthur and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" He peered out the window. The sky had nearly darkened completely save for a faint glimmer of sunset on the distant horizon. In the compartment, Goyle and Crabbe, sitting opposite, were tightly embracing each other, utterly undisturbed by the noise around them. Goyle's drool dripped steadily onto Crabbe. Arthur picked up a bottle of fizzy drink from the table and handed it to Draco, saying, "Nothing's wrong. We're almost at Hogwarts. We need to get ready." Draco let out a long sigh after setting down the can. "This drink is great, but it'd be even better if it were cold." Arthur stood up to rouse Goyle and Crabbe, pulling on his robes as he said, "You could learn a bit of magic. With a flick of your wand you could chill it in an instant." "Forget it," Draco replied. "We have refrigerators now. Why bother learning magic?" The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed and finally came to a stop beside a small, unlit platform. Draco complained at the sight of the platform. "Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the best wizarding school? They can't even afford a proper platform. It's so shabby there isn't even a lamp." Stepping outside, the night wind crept through his sleeves, sending a shiver down his spine. "Oh, this wretched weather is always so detestable." Arthur chuckled beside him. "Your family are school governors. You could fund a new one yourself. Your family too, aren't they? How about we pool our resources and build one?" "Don't drag me into this," Arthur said. "I'm not of age yet, so I can't be a governor. I sold that position long ago." "What?" Draco's mouth fell open. Then he said with some disappointment, "I was hoping that if you were also a governor, when we grew up we could fire any teacher who treated us badly." Arthur patted Draco on the shoulder. "What are you thinking? Even if we were both governors we could only fire the headmaster. The teachers are under his authority." Draco shook his head quickly. "Forget it then. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the world. I wouldn't dare cross him." At that moment a gruff voice bellowed, "First years over here. Hey Harry, come this way. Mind your step." Hagrid, over 3 meters tall, stood beside the newcomers with a lantern, his imposing figure unmistakable. Every passing young wizard stared in awe at Hagrid. "Come on, first years, follow me. Watch your feet." Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder and led the way. The group wound through paths until they reached a dark lake. The black lake lay like a colossal mirror, moonlight spilling across its surface like a silver veil, gently covering it and reflecting scattered starlight. On the high slope across the shore stood a majestic castle, its towers rising tall, windows glimmering under the moon's glow. It seemed to greet the first years arriving at Hogwarts for the first time. Arthur, Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe shared a boat bobbing along with the fleet until they reached a damp, flat patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. After climbing a stone staircase, they arrived at a massive oak door. Hagrid raised a fist larger than any child's head and knocked 3 times. The door swung open instantly, revealing a stern-faced witch in emerald green robes. "These are the first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here." Professor McGonagall led the group inside and after a brief wait brought them into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The Great Hall was a magnificent sight. Students from the 4 houses gathered in distinct sections while a long table at the front held the teachers. All tables were set with gleaming golden plates, the floating candles above casting dazzling light upon them. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool on the red-carpeted dais in the center of the hall, then set a pointed wizard's hat upon it. The hat was patched and worn, looking as if it had been salvaged from a dump. After she left, the hat opened its eyes and mouth, dancing on the stool like a living thing and singing a peculiar song. The young wizards gazed at it with curiosity, never having seen a talking hat before. Arthur stared at the hat with equal fascination, pondering how Gryffindor or the 4 founders of Hogwarts had crafted such a creation, a hat with independent thought and creativity, almost as if it were alive. Professor McGonagall stood at the front holding a roll of parchment and began calling names. Each person who donned the sorting hat would have their house announced. "Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff," the hat shouted after a brief moment. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff." The hat called again. Susan hurried over to sit beside Hannah. Arthur Black. Professor McGonagall continued. Hearing his name, Arthur pushed through the crowd and approached the stool. It's him. Arthur Black, Harry said, watching Arthur. Ron smirked. I knew it. I hope he doesn't end up in Gryffindor. I wouldn't want to share a dorm with someone like him. Harry opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent. Arthur reached the stool and picked up the sorting hat. It didn't look dirty, but it was covered in dust like an antique long left untouched. He gave it a gentle shake, sending dust swirling into the air. Suppressing the urge to shake it further, Arthur sat slowly on the stool, used diplomacy to conceal his lightning techniques and identity as a time traveler, then placed the hat on his head. As he put it on, a voice suddenly spoke in his mind. I see a strong spirit of exploration. Oh my goodness, such overflowing talent. You are undoubtedly a rare genius. Oh, even your bloodline is so ancient, most intriguing. Where should I put you? Arthur asked silently from the stool. Where do you want to put me? Gryffindor, Slytherin, or perhaps Ravenclaw? No, Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Let me see. You do enjoy small animals, and your temperament is steady. That could work too. So do you want to go to Hufflepuff? Of course not, better go to Slytherin, Arthur murmured to himself. All right, no problem, are you sure? Once chosen, there's no turning back. I'm sure. For Arthur, any of the 4 houses would suffice as long as he didn't share a dormitory with Harry and Ron. Following those two would mean constantly being on the path to detention. In Slytherin, at least Draco was an acquaintance, making things more convenient when trouble arose. You others wouldn't serve as a shield. Then it's settled. The sorting hat bellowed, Slytherin. After setting down the hat, Arthur rose and noticed Dumbledore smiling at him. He responded with a polite smile toward the staff table, uncertain whether Dumbledore's smile was merely courteous or held deeper meaning. After all, this world harbored prophecies and seers. The only known seer was Grindelwald, Dumbledore's closest confidant. Noticing Arthur's gaze, Snape, seated beside Dumbledore, forced a stiff smile. Below, Ron heard the sorting hat call out, Slytherin, and said to Harry, see, I told you he was a Slytherin. After a long pause, Professor McGonagall called Draco Malfoy. Draco tugged at his robes, striding arrogantly to the sorting hat. The moment it touched his hair, it loudly declared, Slytherin. He set down the hat, glanced triumphantly at Arthur, and then took his seat among the Slytherins. Arthur, why did you take so long? With me it was instant, straight to Slytherin. Nothing much, just had a chat with the sorting hat. Merlin's floral underpants. Draco exclaimed in astonishment. That old hat can talk. I thought it only said the house names and sang. Of course it can, it's a relic of Gryffindor. Soon the evening's sorting ceremony reached its climax, Harry Potter's allegiance. As the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, Harry Potter was undoubtedly the most notable first year in decades. Every house hoped Harry Potter would join them, and even most young Slytherin wizards were no exception. Like Draco, who had actively approached Harry to befriend him after learning of his existence. Thus, when Harry stepped up, many students craned their necks like giraffes to watch him. Draco also stretched his neck, peering out like a tortoise. He asked the unmoved Arthur, aren't you curious which house he'll end up in? Maybe he'll come to Slytherin. If he befriends me, he'll realize what a mistake it is to associate with the Weasleys. Arthur looked at Draco, who was fixated on Harry, and said helplessly, you don't need to watch. The sorting hat respects a wizard's own choice. Given what happened on the train, he's definitely not coming to Slytherin. How do you know? The sorting hat already asked me earlier. Fine then. Draco's face fell with regret, and he sat down dejectedly, as if abandoned by a lover. This display startled Arthur into moving a bit away from him. If he hadn't chosen Slytherin and Draco reacted this way, it would be a disaster. After Harry wore the sorting hat for a long time, it finally shouted Gryffindor. This result prompted the loudest cheers of the night. The Weasley twins even jumped onto the table shouting, We've got Potter! We've got Potter! It took McGonagall's glowering face to quiet them down. After a while, the last young wizard, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the sorting hat and stool, and departed. Dumbledore then rose. Beaming at the students below, he said, Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. As he sat back down, nearly all the young wizards applauded and cheered, for the golden plates before them were now laden with all sorts of food: boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, fish, and chips, beef pies, fried eggs, sausages, grilled tomatoes, grilled mushrooms, and more. There were also roast beef, pork chopsteaks, and so on. Despite the variety, Arthur refrained from touching most of the dishes. After the main course came desserts. Compared to Arthur and Draco's relatively civilized eating, Goyle and Crabbe beside them were exceptionally boisterous. Draco even moved away from them, his face full of disgust. After the desserts, Dumbledore stood up again, and the hall gradually quieted. Now that everyone is full, the feast is coming to an end. Before we finish, I have 2 more things to say. First-year students must note that the forest on the school grounds is forbidden to all students. It contains many magical creatures you are not yet equipped to handle. Second, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. This is against school rules, and offenders will be given detention. Additionally, tryouts for the Quidditch teams will begin in the second week of term. Any student in second year or above wishing to try out for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you all, anyone who does not wish to meet a painful and untimely death should not enter the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. Draco perked up at the mention of Quidditch, but said regretfully, "Too bad first years can't join, they'll have to wait another year." "You could become headmaster of Hogwarts someday and change that rule." Draco's eyes lit up. "That's not a bad idea, Arthur. You'll have to help me then." Arthur casually agreed. "Sure, if you ever get the chance, I'll do my best to support you." After the sorting ceremony, the head boy of Slytherin led the newly sorted young wizards to the common room of Slytherin House. The leader was Marcus Flint, a 5th-year student. He was a pure-blood wizard, but his appearance was somewhat unattractive, and he was quite stocky, earning him the nickname the Troll among many. He guided everyone down to a somewhat dark and damp place. The Slytherin common room is located at the bottom of Hogwarts Castle, right next to the Black Lake. Entering the dungeon from the right side of the marble staircase on the 1st floor, one can reach it by passing through the labyrinthine dark corridors. The door here appears very ancient, resembling a stone portal adorned with 2 large serpents and many smaller ones winding around it. Flint shouted at the stone door, "Glory." The door slowly opened, revealing the Slytherin common room inside. Flint turned to the young wizards and said, "This is our Slytherin common room, and the dormitories are inside. The word glory I just mentioned is the password to enter. The password changes every 2 weeks and will be posted on the notice board for everyone to see. Additionally, the dormitories have already been assigned, and your names will be written on the doors, so just find your own when you go in." With that, Flint stepped inside. Arthur and Draco followed him inside. The Slytherin common room was relatively narrow and elongated, with massive glass panes along the sides that offered views of the Black Lake. However, due to the lake water, the glass had a faint green hue, and the green lighting hanging from the ceiling gave the entire room an atmosphere reminiscent of an evil wizard's dungeon. Hogwarts has 4 houses, each representing one of the 4 elements. For instance, Gryffindor represents fire, Hufflepuff represents earth, Ravenclaw represents wind, and Slytherin represents water. Therefore, the Slytherin common room is the only one of the 4 that is close to water. Most of the decorations in the common room also represented the color green of water. This somewhat dark environment made Arthur regret his choice of Slytherin. He simply could not understand why all wizards took the same classes and learned the same spells. It wasn't like the factions in the games of his previous life, where each attribute dictated the type of magic learned. Although Slytherin represented the water element, such a dark and damp environment offered no benefit to young wizards who did not study water-related magic. In fact, one might find that by the time these young wizards reached old age, they would be plagued by rheumatism. However, Arthur felt much better once he entered the dormitory. It seemed the dormitory had some extra magical enhancements, making the environment extremely comfortable, unlike the dark and damp common room. All beds at Hogwarts were the same traditional 4-poster beds, but the bedding colors varied by house, representing their respective colors. Slytherin's drapes were made of green silk, and the bedspread featured silver embroidery, with silver lanterns hanging down from the ceiling. These silver lanterns were much brighter than the green ones outside, and lacked any sense of evil. Inside the dormitory, one could also hear the sound of waves from the lake gently lapping against the window, a sound likely modified by magic to be soft and soothing like a lullaby. There were 4 people in this dormitory. As Arthur expected, the other 3 were Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Just like Harry would be with Ron, it seemed their every move on the train was observed by the professors. Draco, sharing a dormitory with Arthur, appeared quite excited, continuously talking about his future plans. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they had eaten well that night, and were already asleep, lulled by the gentle sounds of the waves coming through the window. Although these 2 were Draco's lackeys, Arthur had interacted with them quite a bit. They were both gluttons, but there were some differences between them. Crabbe was fatter and slightly smarter than Goyle, though he was still quite foolish, and even Draco clearly recognized their lack of intelligence. Moreover, compared to Goyle, Crabbe harbored a hint of brutality within. This was why he was able to learn the Fiendfire curse later on. Goyle, on the other hand, was truly dim-witted, utterly lacking in intelligence. He spent his time either eating or sleeping, following whatever Draco instructed him to do. From this perspective, Goyle could be somewhat useful as a subordinate, if managed properly and not tasked with anything too difficult. The day after school started, classes at Hogwarts began. On the first day, Slytherin's schedule was quite simple, featuring a history of magic class in the afternoon. However, the professor for this class was a bit different. Professor Binns, also known as Binns Caspian. Professor Binns was already quite old when Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was established. Due to his vast knowledge and quick thinking, he was invited to teach the history of magic at Hogwarts. Until one day he forgot to bring his own body to class, and thus died. However, he did not cease his teaching career, becoming the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. Yet perhaps because Professor Binns had transformed into a ghost, his previous sharpness had turned into mere rote recitation, as he could only read from the textbook. This led most young wizards to shake their heads in dismay during Professor Binns' class, with some even laying their heads down in defeat. Arthur was not interested in the content taught by Professor Binns. After arriving in this magical world and mastering English, he had read a large amount of magic-related knowledge in the basement of the Black family. As the oldest family in all of England, the Black family's collection contained information far more comprehensive and detailed than what was found in the publicly sold textbooks. Some records even completely contradicted those in the textbooks. These differing records were something Arthur merely viewed as stories. However, he was quite interested in Professor Binns himself. Arthur had learned about Professor Binns from the required textbook Hogwarts, a history that the school mandated students to purchase. If the information recorded about Professor Binns was true, then this ghost must possess extraordinary abilities. It is said that in Hogwarts, a history, it is recorded that Professor Binns forgot his body while his soul went to class, resulting in his death and his subsequent transformation into a ghost. What fascinated Arthur was not the dramatic nature of Professor Binns' death, but rather the ability to separate soul from body that Professor Binns must possess. Considering the era in which Professor Binns lived, he was contemporaneous with the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Thus it could be concluded that Professor Binns must have had extraordinary magic related to the soul. Any magic that involves the soul is undoubtedly complex. For instance, the magic required to create a Horcrux or the soul-rending curse and the soul-stealing curse. Therefore, in the upcoming History of Magic class, Arthur did not pay attention to the content being taught by Professor Binns, nor did he sleep, as the other young wizards did. Instead, he kept comparing the differences between Professor Binns and other ghosts. A ghost is merely a transformation of the soul. If a wizard dies and their soul refuses to depart, they will become a ghost. If Professor Binns truly possesses great expertise in soul magic, then his transformation into a ghost would surely be different from that of other ghosts. On his first day at Slytherin, the schedule was simple, just a single lesson in history of magic. After class, Arthur returned to the dormitory alone. As for Draco, he sauntered around the school with his 2 lackeys. Once back in his room, Arthur closed the door and prepared to cultivate his lightning art. In truth, he would have preferred to practice in a more secluded spot, like the Room of Requirement. However, that room was situated too close to Dumbledore's office. He feared that if the old bee discovered his activities, it might lead to unwelcome arrangements. Thus, he decided to cultivate in the dormitory. After all, his current lightning art was not powerful enough to damage the room. Arthur extended his hands, and instantly 2 clusters of lightning appeared in his palms, one white, the other black. So far, he had only mastered the most basic lightning spell from the lightning art Discharge. In the game he played in his past life, the mod he installed was created by a Chinese developer, so it naturally did not strictly adhere to the magical expressions found in Harry Potter. This Lightning Overlord mod incorporated lightning abilities from various Chinese films and television works. It featured 3 distinct types of lightning. The most fundamental were Yang Lightning and Yin Lightning. Yang Lightning was white, characterized by immense power, high speed, and explosive force. Yin Lightning was black, known for its prolonged duration, strong malleability, and certain control effects. The former focused on damage, while the latter emphasized control and defense. Moreover, when one's cultivation of the Lightning Overlord's art reached a certain level, Yang and Yin Lightning could merge into Heavenly Lightning. Heavenly Lightning not only combined the strengths of both Yang and Yin Lightning, but also inflicted damage upon the soul. This was the key reason why Arthur had not learned the 3 unforgivable curses in his past lives game. If he could master Heavenly Lightning in this world, every one of his spells would carry soul-damaging properties, making him a natural bane to the soul-damaged Voldemort. Thus, Arthur held no particular reverence for the great antagonist of the Harry Potter series. However, the path to mastering the lightning art was arduous. In his past life, playing the game required only completing quests and gaining experience to level up skills. Now that he had truly transmigrated into this magical world, despite acquiring a template, the process of cultivating the lightning art had become akin to any other magic in this world, relying solely on the wizard's own comprehension and diligent practice. Thus, although he had frequently practiced the lightning art since his transmigration, his physical limitations meant he had only grasped the most basic lightning spell Discharge. However, as he grew older, his cultivation speed steadily increased. Last year, his proficiency in Discharge was merely 4, but in just 1 year it had risen to 7. The maximum proficiency for a spell was 10. Based on data from his past lives game, an average Auror's combat spell proficiency was around 5. It could be said that if Arthur were to ambush an Auror now and land a spell, he could achieve a one-hit kill. But Aurors were not particularly formidable. Having watched the Fantastic Beasts series, Arthur had no doubt that Dumbledore and Grindelwald at their peaks could take on 100 Aurors single-handedly. In particular, Dumbledore and Fantastic Beasts 3 displayed terrifying power. The ability to apparate without limits was already formidable enough, and he also possessed a cheat-like magic that forcibly pulled enemies into an unknown dueling realm. Such overwhelming strength made Arthur feel that even if he fully mastered all the abilities of the Lightning Overlord from his past lives game, he might not be able to defeat a prime Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore was now old. Although his skill and experience surpassed his middle age, his stamina and reaction speed were far inferior, significantly diminishing his overall combat prowess. Especially in prolonged battles, where his prime self could fight for an entire day, his aged self might struggle after just half an hour. Arthur stood by the window releasing different types of lightning from each hand. Young lightning and Een lightning. After a brief moment of contemplation, he withdrew the Een lightning. As the two fundamental forms, the discharge spell was universal. However, subsequent spells would diverge, forcing him to focus on only one type. After deliberation, he chose Young lightning. One reason was that Young lightning was white, while Een lightning was black, making the latter easily mistaken for dark magic. With his current lack of power, Arthur had no desire to attract the old bee's attention. If the old bee discovered Een lightning despite having learned from Voldemort's lesson and not outright ostracizing him, he would inevitably set many tests. Arthur had no time for Dumbledore's personality assessment games. The second reason was that Young lightning boasted superior attack power and speed. Arthur released Young lightning from both hands simultaneously. The two white clusters of lightning slowly merged, forming a larger orb of thunder. Young lightning was composed of countless fine white arcs appearing pure, agile, bright, and righteous, evoking a sense of pristine justice. As a mod based on the Hogwarts game, this lightning overlord's lightning magic only resembled the thunder arts from a certain film and television work in appearance. In reality, this lightning magic did not involve the 5 elements. Instead, it was a fusion of magic and spiritual power. In the Past Lives game, this lightning magic consumed health and mana. A 7:3 ratio of health to mana produced Young lightning. A 3:7 ratio produced Een lightning. A 5:5 ratio produced heavenly lightning. But this was the real world where health bars did not exist. After some experimentation, Arthur discovered that the lightning art now only consumed magic power. With a mere thought, magic could directly manifest as Young or Een lightning, just like ordinary spells in this world. This shift in circumstances also brought many difficulties to Arthur's study of lightning magic. However, after years of exploration, he had grasped certain methods. He equated lightning magic with the world's conventional magic. Though there were differences, they were largely similar. Or based on the knowledge Arthur had gleaned from ancient magical texts discovered in the Black Family Library, this lightning magic bore a closer resemblance to ancient magic. It lacked standardized incantations, gestures, or the aid of a wand. It relied more on the wizard's own spiritual power or the soul's influence on the magic within the body, causing the magic to transform according to the soul's command and further controlling the magic with the soul. Arthur withdrew the Young lightning from his hands, then extended only his right hand, fingers slightly curled. He imagined his 5 fingers as a wand, channeling magic to gather in his palm, then transforming it into Young lightning. 5 white arcs of electricity crackled and hissed in Arthur's hand. Finally, they intertwined, converging into a dense orb of lightning in his palm. This orb appeared much heavier than the one he had previously formed by simply merging 2 clusters. Its center seemed to have solidified into a single mass, no longer riddled with countless gaps. Is this the palm thunder? Arthur gazed at the lightning orb in his hand and smiled. He had finally mastered his second lightning spell, and a highly aggressive one at that. Austria Nurmengard. This was the prison where Gellert Grindelwald was incarcerated. In reality, Grindelwald was defeated in a duel with Dumbledore in 1945 and subsequently imprisoned in this fortress. At that time, he was at the zenith of his power, both in terms of personal strength and the might of his followers. Thus, after his defeat and imprisonment in Nurmengard, although his organization, the Alliance of Wizards, faced some purges, a substantial portion of its strength remained. With their assistance, Grindelwald did not suffer inhumane treatment within the prison walls. Instead, he could read the daily newspapers and keep abreast of the outside world. One day, as usual, Grindelwald took the newspaper handed over by a guard. The first one he read was the Daily Prophet, the best-selling newspaper in Britain. On occasion, the Ministry of Magic would also use the Daily Prophet to disseminate information. It was Grindelwald's favorite newspaper, as it often featured people he wished to see. This particular issue did not contain anyone he sought, but one story caught his interest. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 31st continues. It is widely believed to be the work of unknown dark wizards. Gringotts goblins reiterated today that nothing had been stolen. The underground vault searched by the intruder had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. A Gringotts goblin spokesperson stated this afternoon, "What was stored in the vault is not for public disclosure. Please refrain from interfering in this matter." An attempted robbery of Gringotts was no ordinary occurrence. He closed his eyes, connecting in his mind the futures of those involved. Grindelwald was a seer gifted from birth with the ability to foresee the future through his inner eye. As he shut his eyes, countless images flashed through his mind, finally settling on one scene. This was the future of those connected to the Gringotts break-in. Within Grindelwald's mind appeared a noseless wizard clad in black robes. The wizard's ugly, arrogant demeanor repulsed Grindelwald. It was clearly a physical transformation wrought by dark magic. He knew this wizard well. A dark wizard often called the Dark Lord Voldemort. Voldemort's Death Eaters had once attempted to expand their influence in Europe, but the vast majority were repelled by Grindelwald's alliance of wizards. In his vision, Voldemort led a horde of dark wizards against Hogwarts Castle. Each raised their wand, unleashing spells of different colors from their magical cores. Yet all these attacks were blocked by a single wizard. He was a young wizard still in Hogwarts student robes, seemingly just of age, tall in stature, but with a trace of youthful innocence on his face. He rode a magical creature resembling a thunderbird hovering in midair opposite Voldemort. Voldemort's face was ashen as he glared at the young wizard. On his already pallid face, blue veins bulged one after another, making him even more repulsive to Grindelwald. The young wizard naturally noticed this, uttering taunts that made Voldemort's visage even more hideous. Finally, the young wizard raised both hands and golden lightning erupted all around. Voldemort lifted his wand in response. Green light clashed with golden lightning in midair, erupting into a blinding radiance. The vision in Grindelwald's mind ceased abruptly at this point. After witnessing the future, his expression darkened. He recognized the wand in Voldemort's hand, the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. This wand had once belonged to him. After Dumbledore defeated him, the Elder Wand passed to Dumbledore. The Elder Wand was the most unfeeling, cold, and ruthless wand. It held no loyalty to its master, only to their power. Once a master was defeated by another, the Elder Wand would unhesitatingly choose a new owner. In the vision he had just seen, the Elder Wand appeared in Voldemort's hands. This meant that before the time of that future scene, Dumbledore had already met with misfortune, and given Dumbledore's age, it was most likely death. Grindelwald felt a surge of anger at first, but then, considering their ages, he sighed and let it go. From his understanding of Dumbledore, even if Voldemort obtained the Elder Wand in the future, it would be a trap set by Dumbledore. The young wizard he saw opposite Voldemort was likely Dumbledore's chosen successor. Both he and Dumbledore were old. Though they knew at least a dozen ways to extend their lives by another century, they did not fear death. On the contrary, they almost looked forward to it. At least that was how he felt now. After death, he could once again embark on adventures with Dumbledore, just as they had in the beginning. Nonetheless, he was intrigued by Dumbledore's choice of successor. Before seeing the future, he had assumed Dumbledore would choose the legendary boy who lived as his heir. But that was not the case. Instead, it was a young wizard who appeared to be of pure blood. His handsome, noble bearing mirrored Grindelwald's own youth, utterly captivating. Thus, Grindelwald wrote a letter and had it delivered to Dumbledore. Simultaneously, he ordered his followers to gather information on all current Hogwarts students. Since Dumbledore's chosen successor was not the boy who lived, a savior he already knew to be mediocre in the future, but rather a young wizard capable of confronting Voldemort, hidden, and even gaining the upper hand, Grindelwald decided to leave his own mark on the future wizarding world. Inside Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's office, leisurely eating cockroach clusters. One by one, he mercilessly sent the crawling cockroaches into his mouth, then cruelly crushed them with his teeth, bursting them into juice. Suddenly, a massive but panting owl flew in through the window. It pulled a letter from its small pouch and collapsed onto the table. Dumbledore stroked the exhausted owl, placed a cockroach cluster in front of its beak, and began to read the letter. However, after pecking at the scattered cockroaches on the table, the owl disdainfully turned its head away and wiped the juice from its beak on the table repeatedly. Seeing this, Dumbledore had no choice but to take a piece of jerky from the drawer and break it into small pieces before the owl. It had been gifted to him by someone, but given his advanced age, such tough food was difficult for him to chew. To the owl that had flown for a day and a night, the jerky was far better than the cockroach clusters, and it devoured the pieces in a few bites. Satisfied that the owl was content, Dumbledore picked up the letter again. The sender's name made his pupil's contract, Gellert Grindelwald. The two had not been in touch for a long time. He adjusted his slightly askew spectacles. Though the letter was lengthy, most of it was trivial nonsense. Dumbledore merely skimmed through the words on the paper. Among the contents, the only significant points were warnings to be wary of Voldemort, and to be cautious about inadvertently nurturing another Voldemort. Dumbledore did not take Grindelwald's warnings to heart. He knew Grindelwald was a seer possessing the ability to foresee the future. However, this ability was not always a blessing. Grindelwald's visions of the future were but fragments, often failing to capture the full picture of a significant event. For instance, he might foresee Wizard A killing Wizard B. But Wizard A could have simply killed Wizard B, or it could be a ruse between two wizards to deceive others, or perhaps Wizard C disguised as Wizard A killed Wizard B. There were many possibilities. The vision was not always straightforward. It required interpretation based on the context, the story's background, and the characters involved. Yet he was not Grindelwald, and had no knowledge of the specific scene, its time, or location. He decided to ignore it altogether. As for Voldemort, he had already made arrangements. He had no intention of replying to Grindelwald's letter. In his view, this cryptic message seemed more like a mockery. In a classroom within the castle, Arthur was attending his first transfiguration lesson. His transfiguration talent was 65 out of 100. It was slightly better than an average Auror, but not by much comparable to those with some renown. The talent panel was absent in his previous lives game and was a new addition after his transmigration. Based on his deduction, average Aurors had around 50, while those with some fame capable of handling most situations independently were about 60. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration professor currently teaching him, likely had around 80. As for Dumbledore, he was probably close to 100, or exactly 100. Thus in Transfiguration class, Arthur was not mediocre, but merely passably excellent. Yet that was sufficient. With a talent of 65, his performance in Transfiguration was among the top of his year. Comparing the wizards from the Fantastic Beasts series and the Harry Potter series, Arthur felt each generation was weaker than the last. Except for Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Tom, who seemed to have cheats. Earlier generations boasted Grimson, Grindelwald's lieutenant, who could withstand an enraged Obscurus Aurelius Dumbledore, who controlled an Obscurus and was the longest-living Obscurial Minerva McGonagall, Filius Flitic Comma, who defeated nearly 10 members of the Alliance with a single wide-area spell, and Newt, with his Fantastic Beasts, he could easily outnumber opponents. In the subsequent generation, only Severus Snape struck Arthur as a true powerhouse. With ample preparation and full use of potions, few wizards could rival him. Besides Snape, that generation included his uncle Sirius Black and his aunt Bellatrix Lestrange, who had some prowess. Yet even these two, in his view, fell short of being true experts. They merely mastered the spells common among Aurors with slightly higher proficiency. As for Arthur's generation, the one of Harry in the original story, compared to previous generations, they seemed rather weak. However, the next generation produced Delphi Riddle Voldemort and Bellatrix's daughter. She could instantly defeat Harry, then head of the Auror office, and required the combined efforts of Ginny, Hermione, Draco, and Ron to be subdued. Thus Arthur, with his transfiguration talent of 65, fully adequate for an Auror head, appeared as a minor prodigy in his year. Although much of what Professor McGonagall taught was beyond him, only Hermione Granger kept pace with him among Gryffindor and Slytherin. During the first lesson, after explaining the principles of the basic transfiguration charm and demonstrating it several times, Professor McGonagall had the young witches and wizards practice turning a matchstick into a needle. By the end of class, Arthur had barely transformed the matchstick's appearance into a silver needle with a sharp tip, but the eye was rough and lacked smoothness. Hermione managed to turn the matchstick silver and sharpen its thinner end. As for Draco, sitting beside Arthur, he glanced at his matchstick. He could only manage to add a few silver stripes to its surface. But seeing Arthur's nearly complete silver needle being displayed by Professor McGonagall, he couldn't help raising his head at a 45-degree angle, taking a deep breath to keep envious tears from falling. He too longed to be the one praised by Professor McGonagall. Draco, what are you looking up at? Arthur nudged Draco, who remained motionless. The sudden jolt caused Draco's tears to fall onto his robes. He quickly widened his eyes. Nothing, Arthur, I was just contemplating life. Oh, I see, but your robes are wet, Arthur pointed out. Draco tugged at his robes, wiping them with his thumb and forefinger. Seeing the stain wouldn't come off, he forced a smile, insisting he hadn't been crying. Actually, it's just drool from dozing off during class. I didn't have a proper breakfast, so I wasn't paying full attention. Otherwise, I could have at least shaped a needle tip. Within just a few days of study, Arthur's reputation as a prodigy had spread among his cohort. The Slytherin students were the most exhilarated. The House Cup had been theirs for years. However, this year's newcomers included the Savior, who had joined their rival Gryffindor. This caused them some concern. Yet after several days of observation, they discovered that the legendary Savior was not particularly impressive, even appearing rather mediocre in many aspects. In contrast, Arthur was deemed the foremost among the young witches and wizards of this year. However, because Arthur disliked volunteering answers, and with Hermione constantly raising her hand in class, Gryffindor held a significant advantage in points among the first years. But this advantage vanished when they faced Professor Severus Snape's potions class. As the head of Slytherin, Snape showed the most pronounced disparity among the four heads of houses in his treatment of students. Previously, it was only a slight bias, but now, when confronting Harry Potter, Snape treated him as if he were a mortal enemy. For the first potions lesson of the term, Slytherin shared the class with Gryffindor. Once all the young witches and wizards had arrived, Snape swept into the room, his long cloak billowing behind him like a giant bat. Upon reaching the classroom, he picked up the register and recited the names without a trace of emotion. Until Harry Potter. Snape's already cold voice turned even more frigid, causing the young wizards in the front row to shiver involuntarily. Harry, seated below, raised his hand. Oh look, Snape said, a flicker of expression finally crossing his face. But unlike the delighted expressions of other professors when they saw Harry, Snape's face bore a mix of nostalgia, scorn, disdain, and cold indifference. Harry Potter. What a famous name. Since your birth, the entire wizarding world has known of this figure. This sarcastic tone unsettled Harry, but facing Professor Snape, he could only endure it, lowering his head, not daring to meet Snape's eyes. After taking attendance, Snape swept his gaze over the students in the room. His cold expression and his earlier mockery of Harry made all the Gryffindors afraid to meet his eyes, and even the Slytherins, knowing he was their head, felt a tremor of fear. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will truly appreciate the delicate beauty of the simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes and fragrant aromas, nor will you truly grasp the magical power that flows into the mind and enchants the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death, but you must not be the dullards I so often encounter. Having said this, Snape glanced at Harry. Suddenly he barked, "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry stood up looking bewildered. He had heard neither of the terms in Snape's question before. "I don't know, sir." Snape curled his lip in disdain. "It seems fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter?" Ignoring Hermione, who had her hand eagerly raised beside Harry, he continued, "Let me give you another chance, Potter. Where would you look for a bezoar?" "I don't know. TSK. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know either." Harry glanced at Hermione, who still had her hand up, and murmured, "I think Hermione knows the answers. Why don't you ask her?" With a thunderous bang, Snape slammed his hand on the table. Don't know, you know nothing. Potter, do you expect others to answer for you? Can you have someone take your exams for you as well?" After berating Harry, Snape turned to Arthur. "Mr. Black, answer the 3 questions I just asked." Arthur rose with a hint of reluctance. Powdered root of asphodel and wormwood can be combined to make the draught of living death. A bezoar can be found in a goat's stomach. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant commonly known as aconite. "Excellent. Please sit down, Mr. Black. 5 points to Slytherin." Then Snape looked at Harry. "Potter, for talking back to your teacher, Gryffindor loses 2 points. Failing all 3 questions shows your fame far exceeds your ability." Afterward, Snape paired the young wizards into groups of 2, instructing them to mix a simple potion to cure boils. Throughout the lesson, he showed great favor to the Slytherin students, especially Arthur and Draco's group. Facing Snape, Draco, perhaps because he had paid attention or had a natural aptitude, performed similarly in potions to Arthur, whose talent in the subject was above average. As for the Gryffindors, although Hermione and Harry performed well, Snape offered not a single word of praise. He even deducted another 2 points from Gryffindor because a Gryffindor behind Harry made a mistake in brewing, blaming Harry for not helping his classmate in time. Due to Snape's biased treatment, the Gryffindors hurried out of class after the lesson, some even running out in tears, too afraid to stay lest Snape's merciless tongue spew something else. After class, Snape kept Arthur behind. He discussed increasing the Black family's supply of herbs to Hogwarts. As the largest herb supplier in Britain, Hogwarts, besides being self-sufficient, purchased its needed herbs from the Black family's enterprises. Snape, a major consumer of herbs, was well aware of this, which explained his favorable attitude toward Arthur. Arthur readily agreed to Snape's request for additional purchases. Moreover, through Arthur's newly established smuggling routes in Europe, he could provide Snape with a large quantity of potion ingredients. As one of the world's foremost potions masters, Snape naturally delved into potion research. Many of the ingredients for top-tier potions were contraband. Upon learning of Arthur's access to such channels, Snape even managed a stiff smile. He promised Arthur that should he encounter any problems with potions or campus life in the future, he could always. When Arthur emerged from the classroom, he encountered Draco and Harry's group locked in a standoff outside. Just after class, as Arthur was detained by Snape, Draco had hurried out intent on catching up to Harry to flaunt his superiority. Walking ahead, Harry remained oblivious to the pursuit behind him, complaining to Ron about Snape's behavior in class. "Snape is utterly unreasonable. I didn't do anything wrong. Is it just because of my fame? Why aren't other professors like this? It must be because he's a Slytherin. Dark wizards all come from Slytherin. He's definitely bitter about you defeating the Dark Lord. Remember, in the past the Dark Lord was their master," Ron asserted, drawing on his understanding of Slytherin. Draco, who had heard this from behind, intercepted Harry and Ron with his 2 cronies. "If I thought it was someone important. It's just a Weasley. No wonder you dare to slander Slytherin. Isn't it the truth, Malfoy?" Draco sneered. "Truth? Do you really think Gryffindor has no dark wizards? I know quite a few, some even locked away in Azkaban." His curled lips infuriated Ron, who nearly threw a punch. Yet seeing Draco's certainty about dark wizards in Gryffindor, Ron hesitated, his tone softening. "So what? Slytherin has the most dark wizards. I'm certain of that." Draco smoothed his slicked-back blonde hair, still smirking. "Weasley, I'm curious how you can utter such nonsense. Don't you know Professor Snape was investigated by the Ministry of Magic and vouched for by Dumbledore? Compared to your brothers, you're incredibly dim. Are you sure you weren't adopted by the Weasley family just for your red hair?" If this were the Draco of old, he would have lunged forward. But after years by Arthur's side, Draco had learned to use words before fists. And if violence was necessary, he would first provoke his opponent's nerves with words. True to form, Ron lost control upon hearing Draco's taunts. The final remark struck a chord. Ron had often wondered in the dead of night why every one of his brothers excelled. Even the mischievous twins were outstanding in every subject. Yet he felt so unlike a true Weasley except for his red hair. Enraged, Ron charged at Draco, reaching out for a brawl, but Goyle and Crabbe blocked him instantly. Overwhelmed by their sheer size, Ron was easily pinned against the wall, unable to gain any advantage. Harry quickly drew his wand, pointing it at Draco with a trembling voice. Malfoy let Ron go now. No problem. But aiming your wand at me. Does that mean you're ready for a duel? How about tonight? What's wrong? Don't you know anything about wizard duels? Harry looked at Draco bewildered. Of course he does, Ron interjected, breaking free from Goyle's grip. In his second. Who's yours? Wizard duels aren't won by brute force. Draco glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, weighing his options. In terms of strength they outmatched Ron, but when it came to wands they were among the worst in the first year. Still, Crabbe was slightly better than Goyle. Just as Draco hesitated, Arthur stepped out of the classroom, puzzled by the confrontation. Draco exclaimed joyfully, Arthur, my second is Arthur. Midnight tonight in the trophy room. It's never locked. We'll meet you there. Harry looked confused, but Ron's face turned grim. Though they hadn't shared charms class with Slytherin, Ron had heard of Arthur's prowess. In the past week, every first year had taken 2 charms lessons. It was said that whatever Professor Flitwick taught, Arthur mastered instantly. Ravenclaw students claimed Flitwick had never praised any young witch or wizard as highly as he praised Arthur. In Flitwick's eyes, Arthur was a true genius destined to surpass him in charms. Facing Arthur, Ron had little hope of victory. But the challenge was set, and backing out was impossible. After Ron nodded, a bewildered Arthur was dragged away by Draco. What just happened? You chose me as your second for a duel? Arthur asked. Exactly, Draco said excitedly. With you on my side, well, teach Harry a harsh lesson. Arthur pondered. In the original story, Draco had tricked Harry by not showing up and instead tipping off Filch. Now Draco intended to honor the duel. You really want to go? Not just tip off Filch? Arthur asked. Of course. Didn't you say pure-blood wizards pursue honor and must keep their promises? Draco looked at Arthur, surprised by the unethical suggestion. Did I say that? Yes, when you scolded me for lying before. Fine, Arthur sighed, realizing he was now the schemer. But somehow he felt like he was becoming the villain. With Snape earlier and Draco now, both seemed to align him against Harry. If he defeated Harry tonight, Ron would likely paint him as a dark wizard in training. But as a transmigrator and the true protagonist, did that make Harry the antagonist? Arthur had no intention of coddling Harry. If they crossed wands, he'd finish it with one spell. To him, Harry was merely a tool to defeat Voldemort. Alive was enough. Draco, his friend, and Draco's mother, his supportive aunt, were his priority. He would side with Draco. As for drawing the old bee's attention, Arthur doubted it. His background ensured Dumbledore's interest, but not to the point of testing his character. Arthur had concealed much of his talent. His displayed abilities, though impressive, were not unprecedented. Previous students like Percy Weasley and Cedric Diggory had shown even greater versatility. Arthur merely excelled in charms. As long as he avoided dark magic, Dumbledore wouldn't be overly concerned. In the original story, even Draco's misdeeds didn't provoke Dumbledore's direct intervention. Moreover, Arthur held a trump card against Dumbledore, Voldemort's Horcrux. His house elf Kreacher possessed one. Wizard duels, a very ancient form of combat, were created to resolve conflicts between wizards. In the beginning, each dueling wizard would choose an assistant. If the dueling wizard perished, the assistant could continue the duel. However, in the past century, duels are no longer to the death. Sometimes wizards even hold dueling tournaments. For instance, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, participated in a dueling championship in his youth and emerged victorious. In school, young wizards usually duel until their opponent concedes. Such duels are rare but not unheard of, especially between Slytherin and Gryffindor. At midnight, Harry and Ron arrived early at the trophy room. Hermione came along with them. She had somehow heard about the duel and tried to stop them before they left, but failing that, she followed them. It must be said that Hermione truly belonged in Gryffindor. Had it been any other student like Hermione who constantly preached rules and regulations, they would likely have reported the matter to their head of house rather than attempting to resolve it alone. Unlike the original story, Draco had not tipped off Filch the caretaker, so Harry and his friends reached the 4th floor trophy room without trouble. The corridor lights were extinguished, but moonlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the crystal glass cases filled with countless trophies, medals, and other awards. Upon arriving, Harry and his friends were immediately drawn to the displays. Harry's eyes first fell on a golden medal, the school's Special Services Award, inscribed with the name of its recipient, Tom Riddle. After waiting for a while, Ron grew impatient and worriedly said, Malfoy isn't scared, is he? Too chicken to show. Hermione calmly analyzed, it's also possible he tricked us. Maybe a professor is coming to catch us any moment. No way didn't he choose Black as his assistant? Harry whispered. Ron brandished his wand, its core slightly exposed at the base. The white unicorn hair swayed like a playful spirit in the wind. What's so special about Black? He never agreed to it. Malfoy just said so himself. And Black isn't a good person either. Hermione glanced at Ron. Isn't Black decent? He's just in Slytherin. It's been a week of classes. Has he done anything wrong? He hangs out with that Malfoy. I think you're just biased against Slytherin and Black. Hermione then looked at Ron's wand. In her view, Ron was simply envious of everything Black had. As a pure-blood from the Black family, he excelled in appearance and talent. But Ron, also from a pure-blood family, was somewhat lacking in certain areas. Ron noticed Hermione's gaze, shoved his wand into his pocket, and said grumpily, I'm not biased against him. I just don't like Draco, and I don't like him by extension. Alright. If they show up, they'll be our enemies. Let's beat them first before arguing, Harry interjected, hoping to prevent a quarrel between Ron and Hermione. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoed from the other end of the corridor. Haha, what's this? An internal squabble. Why don't you three fight it out first, and the two winners can take me on? Draco approached with a delighted expression, amused by the trio's bickering. Arthur followed behind him. As Draco's assistant, Arthur was to step in only if Draco was defeated. If Draco could handle both opponents alone, Arthur wouldn't need to intervene. He would simply observe to ensure no outside interference affected the fair duel. Upon seeing the trio, Arthur offered a polite smile, but did not greet them. Technically, Ron was a distant relative of both him and Draco, though the connection was generations old. But Ron remained hostile toward them. Arthur had no interest in mending their relationship. Ron was no pivotal figure like Dumbledore. With or without him, Harry could still defeat Voldemort, as long as the prophecy remained unchanged. Judging by Dumbledore's attention to Harry, similar to the original story, the prophecy likely hadn't changed. After Draco and Arthur arrived, Ron spoke. First, I thought you weren't coming. Scared, were you? Draco retorted, you're the weakest of the Weasleys. Oh, what do I have to fear? I just overheard your argument and gave you time to settle it. Seeing the two about to trade insults, Harry stepped forward and faced Draco. Enough, Malfoy. No more talk. Filch could show up any minute. Let's duel now. Fine. He'll defeat you in no time. Despite Draco's bravado, the actual duel was a pitiful spectacle. Under Ron's earlier guidance, Harry bowed to Draco, and then they began a clumsy exchange of spells. Having only practiced for a week, their magic resembled colorful flashlights. Even when hitting their targets, the spells mostly just dazzled their eyes. Occasionally, a spell would cause a minor knockback effect. However, compared to Harry, who had just started learning magic, Draco, raised in a pure-blood family, was more adept at spellcasting. He occasionally hit Harry with mischievous jinxes, though due to his limited mastery, the effects were often trivial. Nevertheless, this gave Draco an edge. Had Harry not shown natural talent in unknown dueling, with his exceptional reflexes and decisiveness allowing him to dodge many of Draco's spells, he would have been defeated long ago. Ron and Hermione watched anxiously, fearing Harry might lose at any moment. Though Hermione had opposed the duel, now that it was inevitable, she could only hope Harry and Ron would emerge victorious. After all, she was a true Gryffindor at heart. Having earned the nickname Know-It-All within a week, she reminded Arthur of a Hogwarts version of Wang Yuyan. Rich in theoretical knowledge, but weak in practical combat. Seeing Harry at a disadvantage, she observed for a moment, and then shouted, Harry, the farther the distance, the easier it is to dodge his spells. Before she could finish, a red spell shot past her head, missing by mere centimeters. It cracked the wall behind her. Arthur stood at a distance, wand raised, glaring coldly at Hermione. The instant she saw the streak of red light, Hermione felt as if she were frozen in place, like a car hurtling toward her at full speed. She could only stand there dumbstruck. What are you doing, you despicable black? Ron drew his wand, and a flash of blue light shot from its tip, speeding toward Arthur. Facing Ron's spell, Arthur didn't hesitate. He countered with another curse. Expelliarmus. The red light crushed Ron's spell with overwhelming force, then struck him back the next second, sending his wand flying toward Arthur. Catching the wand midair, Arthur extended his right hand and seized it. Forced back by Arthur's curse, Ron stumbled several steps until he slumped against the wall like a heap of mud. Harry, who had been dueling Draco, rushed over to check on Ron. The terrified Hermione snapped out of her daze and followed close behind Harry. Seeing that Ron was merely unconscious and still breathing, they both sighed with relief. Then they glared at Arthur in fury. Harry, unable to contain his anger, demanded, Black, why did you attack Ron? Arthur sneered and tossed Ron's wand back. Whether due to distance or Arthur's intent, the wand rolled several times on the ground before stopping in front of Ron, Harry, and Hermione. Why did I attack him? Shouldn't you be asking why he attacked me? Harry picked up Ron's wand and looked at Hermione. He had been locked in a heated duel with Draco and had only glimpsed Arthur waving his wand twice out of the corner of his eye. He had been curious to see Arthur using his left hand. Distracted, he had been hit by Draco's spell, but suffered no real harm. At Arthur's question, Hermione trembled with rage and pointed at him, shouting, You attacked me first. That wasn't an attack, it was a reminder. You broke the rules first. By the rules, I could have killed you and Weasley without consequence. Arthur's tone was icy. In his view, once both parties agreed to a duel, they must abide by the established rules. Hermione and Ron had clearly violated those rules. Seeing the confusion on Harry and Hermione's faces, Arthur continued. When a duel is underway, the seconds are not only substitutes. If the duelist fails, their more important duty is to ensure fair play. And you, Arthur said, turning to Hermione, his pitch-black pupils making her shrink back. You warned Potter. That's a violation. So disciplining you is perfectly justified. The fact that the curse didn't hit you shows my mercy. As for that Weasley on the floor, he should know the rules of wizard duels thoroughly. Yet he attacked me directly, and I retaliated. Again, no problem. Moreover, as Potter's second, attacking me Draco's second is a serious breach of conduct. This duel, Potter, you've lost. Impossible, Harry stammered in shock. He couldn't find any counterargument, Everything he knew about wizard duels came from Ron. And Black's cold demeanor along with Draco's mocking expression convinced Harry that Black was telling the truth. There was no reason for Black to lie about rules that most wizards knew and were documented in detail. Hermione was stunned as well. She had only learned that evening about Harry's duel with Draco. There was no time to look up the rules of wizard duels. Now realizing she had broken the rules first, she couldn't find any words to refute Arthur. Draco swaggered over to Harry. How ironic, Potter. You didn't lose the duel yourself, you lost because of your second. I thought I might actually be beaten by you. Who knew Weasley would hand me the win? But that's fine. From now on, when you see us, remember to keep your distance, got it, Harry Potter. Draco danced and sang as he headed for the exit, having defeated Harry. Potter Potty, I beat Harry Potter. Potter Potty, I beat Harry Potter. Potter Pot, Merlin's beard. Arthur. Just as he reached the door, Draco let out a shriek and scurried back to Arthur. What's wrong? Even Harry and the others stared at Draco in confusion. Aside from Arthur, wasn't he singing just fine? Was it Filch the caretaker outside? Or a professor? Harry, still fuming at Draco's song, quickly helped the unconscious Ron up, and he and Hermione watched the doorway nervously. They were the only two from Muggle families, and they feared expulsion the most. Outside of school, they had no access to magic. Moreover, Harry dreaded his aunt's home. If he couldn't live at Hogwarts, he would have to stay with her, a fate worse than death. Draco stood before Arthur, trembling and speechless. The source of his terror had already entered. It was a massive dog with 3 heads, each seemingly possessing its own consciousness, scanning Arthur and the others. Spotting its prey, the 3 heads opened their gaping jaws, drool cascading like a small waterfall pooling at its feet. That's it, Draco whispered, clutching Arthur's robes, staring at the 3-headed dog, whose heads nearly touched the ceiling. Arthur was taken aback by the 3-headed dog. He remembered that in the original story this creature was supposed to be chained up. How had it gotten loose? Harry and Hermione, pressed against the wall, were equally stunned, never having seen such a colossal beast right before them. Hermione immediately pinched Ron's waist, twisting hard. Ron woke from his stupor under Hermione's assault, and Harry quickly covered his mouth. They dared not provoke the enormous 3-headed dog before them. Since the beast hadn't attacked them, yet it was best not to draw its attention by making a sound. Unlike the terrified Harry and his companions, Arthur, though not entirely certain he could slay this 3-headed dog, was confident he could retreat unscathed. His mind raced. Who had unleashed this beast? Was it Hagrid, careless enough to leave the lock unfastened? Oldby Dumbledore? Or perhaps Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort? Among all possibilities, Professor Quirrell seemed the most likely. Yet it had only been a week since term started, with only 2 defense against the dark arts lessons. Could Professor Quirrell have released the 3-headed dog on such grounds? Was he not afraid of being killed? Or perhaps Quirrell's target was not him at all, but Harry? Did he intend to kill Harry outright? Or was he trying to divert Dumbledore's attention to Harry, while he himself investigated what the 3-headed dog was guarding? Arthur's mind churned, but before he could reach any conclusion, the 3-headed dog began to close in on them. Its massive frame caused the floor to tremble with each step, like the tolling of death's bell, making Draco, Harry, and the others' hearts pound in sync with its advance. Then the middle head of the 3-headed dog, after scanning the group, fixed its gaze directly on Harry and immediately charged toward him. But the other 2 heads seemed bewildered, barking frantically as they were dragged along by the central one. Perhaps due to the other 2 heads, the creature's overall movement was awkward and uncoordinated. It stumbled every few steps. Run, keep close to the wall, slowly, Draco, Arthur whispered without turning back. Harry would surely not come to harm, but Draco was another matter. If Dumbledore were preoccupied or lured away, he would undoubtedly leave a contingency like Fawkes to protect Harry. Others might not be so fortunate. The safeguards left behind might not guarantee their safety entirely. Draco swallowed hard, stiffly sidled to the wall, and cautiously began to make his way out. Arthur chose to stay. Since he possessed the strength to potentially defeat the 3-headed dog, he had to try rather than flee outright. Otherwise, in Dumbledore's eyes, he might become the next Voldemort. He had no wish to be the imagined adversary in Dumbledore's plans, to have a wizard groomed to defeat him, or to have someone sacrifice their life to save him. Watching the 3-headed dog lurch toward Harry and the others with gaping jaws, Arthur immediately raised his wand. Levi Corpus. Harry and the others were instantly inverted, dangling upside down from the ceiling. The 3-headed dog's lunge at the ground missed, and it crashed into the floor, yelping as it clutched its nose in pain. Shaking its head, the 3-headed dog spotted the 3 young wizards on the ceiling and lunged upward. Perhaps the middle head had ignited the ferocity of the other 2, for now all 3 heads snapped upward simultaneously. Liber Corpus. Seizing the moment, Arthur waved his wand and Harry and the others plummeted back down. The 3-headed dog saw them fall, but its jaws, already thrust forward, could not stop and smashed straight into the ceiling. The nose, a fragile part with no protection, took a direct blow. The pain was enough to make even a magical creature like the 3-headed dog whimper, especially the middle head, which had now suffered 2 impacts to its nose. A woo! All 3 heads howled in agony, rolling on the ground and kicking their hind legs. Seeing the creature temporarily incapacitated, Arthur gestured for Harry and the others to leave. Harry's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Arthur to stay and help when the three-headed dog attacked him. He immediately pulled Hermione and Ron toward the exit, but when they reached the door, they found the trophy room's entrance sealed shut. No matter what they tried, the door wouldn't budge. "Let me try," Hermione said, pointing her wand at the keyhole. Alohomora. Light struck the door, but it remained unresponsive. Seeing the three-headed dog stagger to its feet, Harry called anxiously, "Black, the door's locked. We can't open it." Arthur had noticed them lingering by the door, so it was locked. Who had done this? Professor Quirrell. What was the purpose of this tampering? Could it truly be to kill Harry? But if something happened to Harry, given the current situation, why hadn't Dumbledore intervened yet? Ron muttered, "Could it be Malfoy? He was the only one who left. He locked it from outside." "I'm still here, you brainless Weasley," Arthur said, staring at Ron, as if he were an idiot. Ron wanted to retort, but Arthur's icy gaze silenced him. "Perhaps Malfoy wanted to kill you too, Arthur." But Ron could only think this in his mind, for among the four of them, Arthur was the strongest. He might speak without thinking, but he still had basic judgment. Their best hope of survival rested on Arthur. If they could hold out for a while, perhaps the professors would arrive to rescue them. At this thought, Ron suddenly hoped that Draco hadn't locked the door, so he could go fetch a professor. Seeing the door wouldn't open, Harry decisively moved to Arthur's side and asked, "Black, what do we do now?" Arthur gave Harry an approving look. "We wait. Draco has gone to find a professor. We just need to hold out until they get here." Then Arthur doused their hopes. But it won't be quick. Tonight's events were clearly premeditated. The three-headed dog's target is obviously you, Mr. Savior. If I were the one trying to kill you, I'd find a way to delay the professors. Harry looked embarrassed and apologetic. "I've dragged you all into this. If the professors can't come, maybe after I die, the three-headed dog will leave you alone. It's not that simple. A beast is a beast. Even if it was tamed, once it tastes blood, it won't easily give up. Instead, it will only awaken its primal instincts." Arthur glanced at the trophies in the nearby cabinet and pulled them all down. Arthur's plan was simple: use these medals and similar items enchanted with transfiguration to restrain the three-headed dog. As for his lightning magic, he would avoid using it unless absolutely necessary, but he wouldn't hold back when the time came. He was never one to admit defeat easily. His current reluctance to reveal his full capabilities was due to Voldemort. He intended to conceal his true self until he had gained sufficient strength, at least enough to have a say in matters. At this moment, being too much of a prodigy was not a good thing. But in this situation, facing a three-headed dog with extremely high magic resistance, he would most likely have to resort to his lightning magic unless the professors or Dumbledore's support arrived soon. If the professor's aid was delayed and Dumbledore didn't show up, he couldn't gamble his life on the possibility that Dumbledore was watching from the sidelines. Arthur took out the medals, laid them side by side, and transfigured each into a large disc. Then he casually tapped on the medals with his wand. He knew the three-headed dog's weakness was music, but he wasn't sure if this method would work. There was a vast difference between different types of music. In the original story, a harp and a flute were used. The reason might be that the three-headed dog was naturally lulled to sleep by the sound of a harp, which aligns with the legend of Cerberus. Alternatively, it could be due to the dog's training from a young age. But the large discs Arthur could conjure might not produce the same effect. The sound they made was entirely different from that of a flute or harp. If any kind of music could put the three-headed dog to sleep, it would have already fallen asleep from the drum-like thumping of its own footsteps on the floor. Furthermore, Arthur's greatest concern was that this three-headed dog was different. The middle head was clearly fixated on Harry, obviously under some sort of spell. In this case, music might not work, but it was worth a try. Arthur tapped the large iron discs incessantly with his wand. Each metal was made of a different material, so they produced different sounds. Arthur tried them one by one. Harry watched him curiously and asked, "Black, what are you doing? What's the use of that?" The three-headed dog comes from the Greek myth of Cerberus, offspring of Echidna, and Typhon, the hellhound of Greek mythology. Orpheus, son of the sun god Apollo, was skilled at playing the lyre, and his music could move plants, animals, and even stones. To rescue his wife Eurydice from the underworld, Orpheus played his lyre to lull Cerberus to sleep. These are all legends, but they are also records of history passed down by people of old. They have certainly been altered many times over the centuries, but it's still worth a try. As Arthur continued to strike the iron discs, they emitted various sounds which, though not melodious, could still be considered music. Upon hearing the sound, two of the three-headed dog's heads visibly drooped, its eyes unable to stay open. However, the middle head remained in an agitated state, struggling incessantly, dragging the two useless heads along as it stood up. The three-headed dog had a unique anatomy with 3 heads in total. A single neck couldn't support 3 large heads, so the dog had 3 necks. Now that 2 heads were limp, the necks they controlled also hung down. This severely restricted the three-headed dog's movement. Its 2 front legs were also hindered by the 2 large heads blocking the front, making it difficult to move. Seeing this, Arthur called Hermione over to continue tapping the iron discs. It seems the legend wasn't wrong after all. "Granger, you keep tapping these discs." The method worked, but its effect was limited. The middle head had clearly been influenced by another wizard and was no longer susceptible to music. Arthur stood up with his wand and took out more metals, transfiguring the protrusions on them into sharp spikes. He placed them in front of the three-headed dog to impede its charging force. Arthur didn't think he could withstand the impact of such a massive creature with his current strength. He was a very traditional wizard, high attack power but low defense with an extremely low margin for error. Arthur went over to Harry and said, "When the time comes, aim for the eye of its middle head. Blinding it would be best, or at least make it unable to see." "No problem," Harry nodded. After Arthur's earlier attempt, the three-headed dog had already lost 2 heads, and Harry now fully trusted him. By the time Arthur and the others were ready, the three-headed dog had finally regained control of its body. It fixed its gaze on Harry and charged without hesitation, but the metals Arthur had laid on the ground mercilessly pierced the dog's body. With every step came a jolt of pain. The intense agony brought the three-headed dog to a halt. Seeing it stop, Harry began to attack its eye relentlessly. Being big had its drawbacks. Being too large was actually a disadvantage. The three-headed dog's massive body was equipped with 2 enormous eyes. Each eye alone was larger than Harry's entire head. Under Harry's continuous assault, the dog could only use its paws to shield its eyes. Meanwhile, Arthur had already begun using his lightning magic as soon as the dog stopped. However, he didn't use palm thunder. Instead, he employed the most basic electric discharge. He transformed his magical power into white young lightning, continuously gathering it in his hand until it formed a massive sphere. The energy fluctuations it emitted shook the surrounding air, sending chills down one's spine. Hermione and Ron watched in terror from behind. They saw that Arthur hadn't even used his wand. He simply extended his right hand, and suddenly a lightning orb radiating white light appeared in his palm, constantly crackling with arcs of electricity and emitting a sizzling sound. Feeling that he could barely contain the power, Arthur, seeing that Harry had successfully restrained the three-headed dog, immediately hurled the lightning orb forward. The orb shot through the air, trailing a dazzling white light, and struck the three-headed dog with tremendous force. Arthur's previous metals were not only used to restrict the three-headed dog's movements, but also because his magical attack power was currently insufficient. The three-headed dog's fur possesses a strong resistance to spells. Otherwise, it would not have caused so many wizards a headache. In the current wizarding world, there are 2 mainstream attack methods. One is the most common type of offensive spell. The other is transfiguration. The types of damage caused by these 2 attack methods are different. Spells use magical power to transform it into a direct means of attack. This method is convenient and the most direct, but it also has a fatal weakness. When facing targets with high magical resistance, such as the three-headed dog before Arthur, or dragons, most spells have little effect. However, transfiguration is different. Transfiguration attacks combine with objects that already exist, where magical power primarily functions to alter and strengthen those objects. Although it is somewhat imprecise to directly classify these 2 attack methods as magical and physical attacks, ordinary offensive spells and transfiguration spells are generally like this. At Arthur's current level, only his palm thunder could breach the three-headed dog's defenses, but its effect was minimal. Therefore, he directly used a transfiguration spell to alter some hard metals to penetrate the three-headed dog's defenses, and then used lightning magic to attack it. These metals not only helped him break through the three-headed dog's defenses, but the metal within them also conducted the lightning into the three-headed dog's body, acting directly on its interior. Accompanied by the crackling sound of the lightning sphere, countless electric arcs surged wildly along the metals into the three-headed dog's body. The intense pain awakened the other 2 heads that had already fallen asleep. The 3 dog heads continuously roared, and its body uncontrollably rolled on the ground. However, there were already many metals on the ground that had not yet pierced into the three-headed dog's body, and now most of the metals stabbed into it. Some were also crushed flat. Seeing this, Arthur pressed his advantage, releasing a lightning sphere, and then continuing to output lightning. White electric arcs leaped between the metals on the three-headed dog's body and Arthur's hands. The sound of crackling filled the room. A few metals had even begun to melt. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione was utterly stunned. Especially Harry and Hermione, who had previously lived in the Muggle world and clearly knew the power of lightning. At this moment, under the continuous attack of Arthur's young lightning, the wounds even emitted a certain fragrance. The trio smelled the fragrance, and although they were curious about Arthur's magic, they also breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Arthur, whose eyes were indifferent and even had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, a deep, irrepressible fear arose in their hearts. A few minutes later, Arthur stopped his magic. Then, panting, he checked his current status panel. Magic power 2,58705. After a week of learning magic, his magic reserve had increased from 688 to 705. After the continuous attack, he had consumed most of his magic power. Consuming so much magic in a short period indeed made him feel somewhat fatigued. Harry looked at the fallen three-headed dog, then at Arthur, and asked cautiously, "Is it dead?" Arthur glanced at him. "Can't you see its nose is still moving? How could such a magical creature die so easily?" Harry gave an awkward laugh. How would he know? In his view, the white lightning as thick as a wand that Arthur produced from his hand would have killed even an elephant from the Muggle world if it were continuously attacked for several minutes. He had smelled an enticing fragrance from several meters away. Having been in a state of high tension, now that he had relaxed, he did feel a bit hungry. Hermione and Ron beside Harry were hiding from Arthur, not daring to speak. Especially Ron. After seeing the lightning Arthur released, he was very afraid that Arthur might give him a dose of it as well. He had just provoked Arthur. If Arthur killed them all and blamed it on the three-headed dog, it wouldn't be impossible. Seeing that the trio did not speak first, Arthur leaned against the wall, resting while waiting for the professor to arrive. However, just as everyone was relaxing, the three-headed dog stood up again. After Arthur's series of attacks, the three-headed dog seemed to have recovered, and the middle head was no different from the other two. It no longer stared fixedly at Harry, but all three dog heads looked at Arthur, the young wizard who had been tormenting them. Arthur was also somewhat surprised to see the three-headed dog get up. He had thought it had been electrocuted and couldn't stand anymore. It seemed this was experience gained only through battle. He had been careless just now. If he encountered an enemy again, he would need to finish them off even if they seemed cooked. Although the three-headed dog had stood up, its body was clearly affected by Arthur's previous attack. It walked like a robot, being controlled, swaying side to side. Arthur gathered young lightning in his hand again and slowly walked towards the three-headed dog. This time the young lightning spell he used was not the discharge he had used before, but the palm thunder he had just learned. Compared to discharge, palm thunder has much greater power, but it also consumes a large amount of magic power and has a limited attack range. Magic power 400705. Arthur glanced at the panel. His magic had already recovered to 400 quite quickly because the wizards in this world were somewhat peculiar. Most wizards do not have a large amount of magic power within them, but almost all wizards recover their magic power very quickly. This recovery speed varies from person to person, but it slows down with age. Arthur was particularly outstanding in his magic recovery speed. A long time ago, he had observed Draco's magic recovery speed. His own recovery speed was at least 3 times that of Draco. As long as he didn't cast spells that consumed too much magic, he could cast spells all day long. Palm thunder slowly took shape in Arthur's hand like a dazzling ball of light, surrounded by white electric arcs. After seeing that lightning sphere, Harry could not even look directly at it, but he still felt the destructive power it contained. Under his gaze, Arthur slowly raised his hand, aiming at the three-headed dog's head. A few seconds later, the moment the middle head opened its mouth, the lightning sphere in Arthur's hand vanished in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the advancing body of the three-headed dog suddenly stiffened, then collapsed. After it fell, blood began to gush from its 3 mouths. The entire room was filled with the smell of blood. Seeing that the three-headed dog was truly dead, Arthur crouched down and kept poking the large dog's body with his wand. Occasionally, he would cast spells at the body, but none had any effect. This fur, with such powerful defensive capabilities, was almost comparable to dragon hide. Although it had a bit of an odor and needed to be treated before it could be used to make garments like robes, Arthur knew alchemy. Using it directly for practice was just right. Harry and the other two pursed their lips, not daring to speak. Watching Arthur's almost necromantic behavior towards the dead, three-headed dog, they gripped each other's hands tightly. When Arthur turned around after testing the defensive power of the three-headed dog's fur, he only saw 3 lipless Englishmen. After resting for a while, Arthur attempted to destroy the door lock with his palm thunder. The lock was indeed broken, but the door still wouldn't open. The entire door seam seemed glued shut. He had to use palm thunder to destroy every single seam of the door. With the room now devoid of danger, and time stretching on the professors were likely nearing, Arthur ceased his efforts to break down the door. Subsequently, the 4 of them waited in silence until the professors finally arrived. The door swung open slowly, and Dumbledore entered with the Elder Wand in hand. Behind him came Professors McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and others along with Draco. Seeing Arthur unharmed, Draco waved from the back. After leaving, he hadn't gone far when he heard the door slam shut. Unable to open it or hear any sounds from within, he sensed something amiss and immediately sought Snape, only to find him absent. He then searched for McGonagall, Flitwick, and other professors, all to no avail. Finally, he approached Professor Quirrell. Though Quirrell's teaching performance was lackluster, he was at least an adult wizard in a defense against the dark arts professor. Upon reaching the door, Professor Quirrell tried various methods, but failed to open it. Eventually, he explained that due to a major riot in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had gone there, instructing Draco to find a professor from the forest. Quirrell himself remained to see if there was any other solution. Then came the scene Arthur, Harry, and the others witnessed. Dumbledore returning with several professors. At the sight of the three-headed dog's corpse, all professors were stunned. A three-headed dog was far more formidable than a troll. Yet in this room were only 4 first-year wizards who had somehow managed to defeat such a magical creature. Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic room, waved his wand, and restored the broken cabinets and trophies to their places. The trophies Arthur had transfigured also reverted to their original state. "Professor Dumbledore, there's another trophy here." "Tom Riddles," Harry said softly, holding up a medal. Dumbledore paused, struck by the serendipitous connection between Harry and Tom. "Oh, my dear boy, hand it to me." With another wave of his wand, Tom Riddle's trophy returned to its place. Observing Dumbledore's composed demeanor, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her face stern as she addressed the four. "Harry, what happened here? I believe I require an explanation." Professor McGonagall's tone was flat, but Harry sensed the anger beneath. "Well, hear 'em. ABA. Ababa." Trembling Harry recounted the events that had transpired. Halfway through, McGonagall's fury was barely contained. By the time Harry finished, she roared, "Mr. Potter, do you have any idea what you've done tonight? Mass curfew breaking, private dueling. Are the rules of Hogwarts mere decorations to you?" Despite her anger, McGonagall sensed from Harry's account that this was no simple matter. The state of the door alone suggested someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. She turned to Dumbledore, knowing he had certain plans for Harry. Nevertheless, she imposed her penalty for breaking school rules: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Arthur Black, Draco Malfoy. 20 points each from your houses and a week's detention. Dumbledore nodded at McGonagall. Then, smiling at the group, he said, "While they have broken rules, I believe there are aspects worthy of commendation. Mr. Draco Malfoy, for seeking help from professors despite the danger and venturing into the Forbidden Forest. For your unwavering loyalty to friends and the courage to risk yourself for them, I award you 20 points. Miss Hermione Granger, for your bravery in standing up when your friends were in peril, I award you 20 points. Dumbledore then touched the three-headed dog's corpse and continued, "Mr. Arthur Black, mutual aid among friends is indeed precious. Yet after a wizard's duel, to willingly risk danger to help an opponent is rarer and more moving. For this I award you 40 points. Whoa, woo. Before anyone could react, Draco cheered. Though he had been deducted points, he had also gained some. Each had lost 20 points, but Draco gained 20 and Arthur 40, meaning Slytherin had actually gained 20 points overall. Gryffindor had lost 60 points and gained only 20, a net loss of 40. In a single night, the gap between Slytherin and Gryffindor had widened by 60 points. And he had won the duel. But Draco's laughter soon ceased as Snape fixed him with a cold stare and uttered even icier words. Your victory came not from skill, but from your opponent's violation. Do you think you'll always encounter such favorable opponents? What's there to laugh about? Add another week of detention. Though Snape's punishment was aimed at Draco McGonagall, Harry and the others found his words unsettling. Harry in particular had known nothing of wizarding duels until Ron agreed on his behalf. Ultimately, it was Ron, who knew the rules, whose violation led to their defeat. What followed was an unforgettable battle. Without Arthur, Harry might have died. And after the professors arrived, they were all penalized. At that moment, Harry felt a tinge of resentment toward Ron. If Ron hadn't accepted Draco's challenge, none of this might have happened. Still, he was relieved not to have been expelled. While waiting for the professors, he had envisioned a bleak future if he were cast out. Hermione, beside Harry, broke down in tears. She had yet to earn even 20 points, and had directly lost 20 instead. Had Professor Dumbledore not just added 20 points to her score, she would have no idea how to face others tomorrow. Ron too appeared utterly despondent. He felt that all of this was his fault, as if he were a clown whose red nose had fallen off in the middle of a failed performance at a circus. He clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to hold back his tears. Dumbledore, witnessing the distress of Harry's trio, felt helpless. He had racked his brains just moments ago to concoct a reason for adding points to Hermione's score. Though he wished to assist Harry and his friends, he could not blatantly violate the rules in front of everyone. He decided to let this incident serve as a lesson for them. Arthur, however, was not disheartened. He had gained 20 points with the only penalty being a week's detention. But with Snape around since Draco had been given a week's detention, Arthur figured he could simply subtract a week from his own. Still, Dumbledore had inspected the three-headed dog's condition and must have roughly deduced Arthur's magic. Yet Arthur, though cautious due to his current strength, did not court trouble, but was not afraid of it either. Facing Dumbledore, an old bee who adhered to certain rules and refrained from casual killing, he felt some fear, but not much. Seeing the matter resolved, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the three-headed dog's corpse vanished instantly. Arthur reached out his hand. That was his trophy. Snape was also displeased, as the three-headed dog's body contained many materials needed for advanced potions. Dumbledore smiled at Arthur and explained proactively, this was Hagrid's pet which I borrowed to guard something. It seems someone controlled it, and I want to take it back for investigation. As compensation, I have a friend in Greece who raises three-headed dogs. I can get you a corpse, but it will take a few days to deliver. I see. There's no need for such trouble. I only require the three-headed dog's hide and teeth. Teeth? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. What do you need them for? To practice my alchemy. Arthur's words surprised the others. Alchemy had declined in modern times. Centuries ago, Hogwarts upper years had alchemy courses, but they were eventually discontinued. The reason was simple: a scarcity of alchemical materials. A millennium ago, alchemy in the magical world stood on par with spells, even overshadowing them in status. In terms of prestige, alchemists ranked above spell masters, who in turn outranked potion masters. However, alchemy's rise led to massive consumption of raw materials, driving many magical creatures to extinction and many ores to become scarce. This caused the cost of learning alchemy to soar. Where once 10,000 galleons might have sufficed to train an alchemist, now it required over 500,000. Moreover, due to current environmental factors, most alchemists were inferior to their predecessors. Even Dumbledore only achieved proficiency in alchemy after meeting Nicholas Flamel. Thus, almost no one studied alchemy anymore. But considering Arthur's identity as the heir of the Black family, they refrained from further comment. After all, the wealthy could indulge their whims. Knowing Arthur intended to practice alchemy, Dumbledore generously offered, "I have quite a bit of dragon hide lying around that I have no use for. How about I compensate you with that instead?" Arthur, never one to pass up a bargain, especially at the old bee's expense, agreed readily. Seeing that the three-headed dog was not for him, Snape turned and left. He noticed Quirrell standing by the door with a self-reproachful, cowardly expression. With a disdainful sweep of his robe, Snape pushed Quirrell aside. "Humph, I've always said the defense against the dark arts post isn't for just anyone, especially those with no skill and a stench like a troll." Quirrell's hat nearly fell off from the impact. He quickly steadied it, offering no rebuttal to Snape's words. Even Professor McGonagall looked slightly displeased at Quirrell's demeanor, frowning as she recalled that when she had taught him, he had not been like this. On the contrary, Quirrell had been quite an outstanding student at Hogwarts. Dumbledore simply smiled, saying nothing but cast a glance at Harry. On the way back, Draco was exceedingly excited. It was his first time stealing the spotlight, and he had done so by overshadowing Harry Potter, the boy who lived. "Arthur, it's a good thing I made you my assistant. If it had been Goyle or the others, I definitely wouldn't have won tonight. From now on, I'm going to ride roughshod over Potter." Draco rambled on until Arthur suddenly asked Draco what happened in the Forbidden Forest tonight. "Oh, the Forbidden Forest," Draco said, still seeming not fully recovered from his earlier excitement. "Something about a magical creature riot. It was quite big. When I ran over, the professors were all taking action. Later, Flitwick and a few others stayed behind. Oh, and I heard vampires and werewolves appeared in the forest. I was only there for 2 minutes, and someone said it. There were people all around, even some Aurors. Magical creature riot, vampires, werewolves." Arthur couldn't connect these elements. He recalled that in the original story there were no vampires, and werewolves were only mentioned later with the arrival of a werewolf professor. Though Arthur did not know the truth of what happened, he was certain it was Quirrell's doing. Or rather Voldemort's, who lurked behind Quirrell's head. Only after mentioning the Forbidden Forest did Draco snap out of his excitement. He looked at Arthur with some apology. "Arthur, that three-headed dog. Were you hurt?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. I only stayed because I could protect myself." After returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore reclined in his chair, his eyes closed as he endlessly replayed the day's events. First and foremost was the sudden outbreak of the Forbidden Forest riot. The magical creature's uprising had been instigated by vampires and werewolves. The Aurors had tracked the vampires to the Forbidden Forest. In truth, werewolves had once served under Voldemort. Even now, though he could not command their full obedience, he could still orchestrate minor schemes. Dumbledore suspected that today's incident in the Forbidden Forest was Voldemort's doing, a diversion to draw his attention. And indeed, Voldemort had achieved his goal. Had it not been for Arthur, Harry might have faced grave danger today. Upon departing, Dumbledore had only left Fawkes and a few Hogwarts house elves to watch over Harry. They possessed considerable power against ordinary wizards, but against a three-headed dog with high magical resistance, their offensive capabilities proved woefully inadequate. With the limited intellect of house eels, they could never conceive of an attack method like Arthur's. They would only hurl their own magic directly at the beast. In that case, their only option would be to flee with Harry. This was not the outcome Dumbledore desired. He wanted a savior with independent agency, not one sheltered under his wing. Though he knew Harry had contributed little to the fight against the three-headed dog, his presence or absence made no difference. Yet Arthur was also Harry's peer, and Dumbledore hoped this might spark some competitive spirit in the boy. He rubbed his nose in mild distress. In truth, even in his old age, he could still defeat Voldemort. But killing him was another matter entirely. He sought to eradicate Voldemort at the root, not to repeatedly hunt him down and slay him only for the Dark Lord to return. But errors were ever present, and the unforeseen could always occur. What if in one such confrontation a minor mistake allowed Voldemort to resurrect once more? Who would then stand against him? Thus he could only place his faith in the prophecy. He believed that Harry Potter, the chosen one marked by Voldemort, would ultimately vanquish the Dark Lord and end the threat forever. Unable to sleep, he opened a drawer, craving a snack. As he pulled out a bag of lemon sherbet, his eyes fell upon a letter buried beneath the sweets, one written to him by Grindelwald. It warned him not to nurture another Dark Lord. Dumbledore retrieved it and read it once more. The first time he had seen it, he assumed Grindelwald was cautioning him against molding Harry Potter into a Dark Lord. That was of course impossible. Harry was inherently good-hearted. Mrs. Fig, whom Dumbledore had assigned to protect and watch over Harry, did far more than merely guard him. But after tonight's events, he felt that Grindelwald might have been referring to Arthur Black. Ancient bloodline, Slytherin, striking appearance, exceptional talent. The more Dumbledore pondered, the more uneasy he grew. This seemed all too reminiscent of Tom Riddle in his youth, and Arthur possessed even greater resources than Tom had. Another conundrum you've handed me. Dumbledore removed his glasses in weariness, reaching out to stroke Fawkes perched on a nearby stand. What he could confirm now was that Arthur Black's future would be extraordinary, otherwise Grindelwald would never have taken an interest in him. But whether Arthur Black's future held the path of a Dark Lord remained uncertain. He knew that Grindelwald harbored some guilt over his past deeds. If Arthur were truly destined to become the next Dark Lord, Grindelwald would not have sent merely an ambiguous letter. Yet if Arthur was not fated to become a Dark Lord, why would Grindelwald write at all? Dumbledore felt a throbbing headache coming on. When he had examined the three-headed dog's corpse earlier, though he could not identify the magic Arthur had used, he knew it was far from ordinary. Neither he, Grindelwald, nor Tom had possessed such power upon first entering school. Both he and Grindelwald had come from wizarding families and had been exposed to magic since childhood. Yet at the age of 11, even combined, they would have been no match for the Arthur of today. In fact, among all the people Dumbledore knew, not even those at 12 years old, in their second year, had possessed the strength to single-handedly slay a three-headed dog without a scratch as Arthur had. Hey, Albus in trouble again. Has Gryffindor produced another problem child? The speaker was a portrait hanging on the wall, Phineas Nigellus Black. A former headmaster from Slytherin, he was considered the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, yet his portrait now adorned the headmaster's office. He bore another identity, Arthur Black's great-great-grandfather. Dumbledore smiled at Phineas Black. Among all the portraits, Phineas Nigellus was one of those Dumbledore conversed with most frequently. Though the two had never worked together, Phineas' loquacity made up for it. Phineas, you've guessed wrong this time. I was thinking of a Slytherin student. Ah, a student from my house. Indeed, and your own descendant, Arthur Black. Arthur, that wretched little brat. Phineas nodded, unsurprised. Hearing his tone, Dumbledore grew curious. Has he done something? He knew that Phineas had portraits not only in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, but also within the Black family home, allowing him to travel between both. Phineas' tone carried a hint of exasperation and a touch of excitement. Oh, nothing much. He just locked his grandmother up. What? Dumbledore's eyes widened. Why so shocked? Phineas said dismissively. His grandmother's portrait was constantly cursing and complaining. I didn't even want to go there. Locking it away is fine by me. Should the living be constrained by the dead? Though I am a bit annoyed that he tore the house apart. I put a lot of effort into decorating many parts of it. Dumbledore sighed and sank back into his chair. Has Arthur done anything else? Huh. Albus trying to pry information out of me. He is a Black after all. But it's no harm telling you. Aside from rebuilding the house from scratch, he spends all his time reading, a total bookworm. If there were any other Blacks left, I wouldn't acknowledge him as the heir. Another portrait, a witch wielding a thick long wand, stirred. Rebuilding. Isn't that a good thing? What did he make of it? The Black family house you built was like a prison. Prison? That was a mansion. A series of cramped, gloomy, dark little rooms. Only lacking Dementors to match Azkaban. If that's not a prison, what is? The wand-wielding witch jabbed her wand at Phineas. Phineas raised his hands in surrender. Fine, it was a prison. Then tell us, what has it become? Well, it's like a garden now. I asked the house elf. Arthur lives on the top floor, half of it a room, the other half filled with flowers. Not at all like a child of the Black family. Hearing this, Dumbledore breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had feared Arthur might create something in the style of Azkaban, obsessing over dark magic. Nevertheless, he would need to keep a closer eye on Arthur from now on. Dumbledore popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth to ease the pressure. After all, he was over 100 years old, and his energy was no longer what it had been in his youth. On the morning after the midnight duel, young wizards flocked to the Great Hall for breakfast in high spirits. The first-year Gryffindors in particular felt a lingering unease after enduring Professor Snape's potions class the previous Friday. Today marked their first weekend at Hogwarts, and they were eager to explore the castle. Word had spread of an afternoon Quidditch practice match featuring older students, whose vivid tales of soaring freely through the sky on broomsticks had ignited their imaginations. Yet amid the playful chatter and clinking cutlery, a young lion's gaze fixed on the Gryffindor hourglass in the Great Hall. The House Cup, awarded annually to the house with the most points at year's end, was a prestigious honor. The hourglass tracked each house's score in real time. Whenever a professor announced additions or deductions, the hourglass responded instantly. Each house's hourglass was distinct, filled with different gems, each gem representing a single point. The 4 hourglasses stood as silent witnesses to the shifting fortunes of the houses. Slytherin's hourglass held emeralds, Gryffindor's rubies, Ravenclaw's sapphires, and Hufflepuff's diamonds. Today the rubies in Gryffindor's hourglass had dwindled, dramatically plunging by a full 40 points. Conversely, Slytherin's emeralds had surged by 20 points. Typically, house points were awarded or deducted in increments of 1 or 2 based on classroom performance. Additional points came from winning the Quidditch Cup, while rule-breaking could lead to deductions. On Friday evening, Gryffindor had boasted 48 points. Now only 8 remained, a hair's breadth from negative territory. Such a massive deduction outside of class hours could only mean one thing: multiple students had been caught roaming the castle after curfew the previous night. When one young lion noticed this, word spread swiftly among all the Gryffindors in the hall. Whispers erupted about who had incurred such a penalty. The discovery that Slytherin had gained 20 points only deepened their resentment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in silence, their chairs feeling like thrones of guilt. The lost points were their doing. Leaning close to Hermione, Harry whispered, "What do we do now? They'll find out eventually. Maybe we should confess early." Hermione's hand trembled as she gripped her spoon. She had never imagined such a scenario. Losing 40 points in one fell swoop felt akin to her first ever failing grade at her Muggle school, a descent from the pinnacle of academic perfection. Her eyes were red-rimmed and weary. "Tell them," she said, her voice hollow. "There's no escape." Harry nodded, but the sight of the crowded hall made his courage waver. "Let's wait until we're back in the common room. There are students from other houses here. Oh, Malfoy's here. Let's finish quickly and leave. No, Malfoy will spill everything. Then what? Are we doomed?" Harry's panic was palpable at the thought of being publicly humiliated, unable to sleep afterward. Yet this was his first mistake. He had yet to learn that repeated offenses would dull the sting. "Doomed? What have you done?" A tall, red-haired boy approached. It was George Weasley, one of Ron's elder brothers. He had noticed Ron's subdued demeanor during breakfast. Though the twins often teased their younger brother, they still kept a watchful eye on his troubles. Fred Weasley, George's identical twin, joined them, eyeing Ron's downcast expression. "What's this? Did you pull off something big last night? Those 40 lost points, you're doing." Seeing the trio's guilty silence, the twins knew the truth. Even they had never incurred such a massive penalty. A typical nighttime escapade usually cost them 10 points each. George pulled up a chair opposite Harry, curiosity gleaming. "What did you do?" "Piss off a professor. We had a wizard's duel with Malfoy last night," Harry admitted reluctantly. If he didn't speak, Malfoy surely would. "Whoa." The twins gasped, drawing nearby young lions closer. As the crowd swelled, Harry lowered his head, while Hermione buried her face in her arms on the table, trembling as if in tears. "And the outcome?" George pressed eagerly. "We lost." Fred noticed Harry's fidgeting hands like a nervous girl. "Don't worry, Malfoy's had more practice. You'll beat him next time." Harry fell silent, and Ron shrank further into himself. Other young lions pressed for details. What happened next? Which professor caught you? Why did Slytherin gain points? After that, a three-headed dog appeared. A three-headed dog, like a Cerberus, as big as a troll. I've never seen a troll, but this one's heads touched the ceiling. Each head was larger than my whole body. And then, as Harry recounted the night's events, the scene replayed vividly before them. Merlin's beard. Gasps rippled through the crowd, drawing even Hufflepuff students to listen. Meanwhile, Malfoy strutted through the Great Hall's entrance with an air of unearned pride. His hair was slicked back immaculately, and Goyle and Crabbe flanked him like bodyguards, a veritable little lord. Arthur was absent. He knew last night's events would stir a storm. Even if Harry stayed silent, Draco, that attention-seeker, would grandstand. Dealing with a swarm of energetic young wizards was a torment best left to Draco's love of the spotlight. For Arthur, being surrounded by dozens of chattering children was agony, but for Draco, it was the highest glory. Without even eating breakfast, he climbed onto the Slytherin table, commanding attention. Once enough eyes were on him, he launched into his performance. Remembering Arthur's advice, he didn't downplay Harry's role. In fact, he exaggerated it. If Harry were a weak wizard, their unresolved duel would taint Draco's own reputation. The stronger Harry seemed the greater Draco's triumph in defeating him. Though Draco embellished his and Harry's exploits, no one could overshadow Arthur's deeds from the previous night. By morning's end, Arthur's reputation was cemented. Arthur Black was hailed as the strongest first-year wizard. Much like Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff third-year Arthur had become a legend in his own right. Since the duel times swiftly passed into November, the weather suddenly turned cold, and the mountains around the school were shrouded in a pale white mist. Every morning the ground was covered with biting frost, chilling to the bone, and many young wizards were injured by it. In this season, nature seemed to grow silent and solemn, as if preparing for winter's arrival. But at Hogwarts, what everyone eagerly awaited was not winter, but the Quidditch match. Harry was preparing for it. He was the first-year student in history to participate in a Quidditch game. Harry was indeed fortunate to have a friend like Hermione. Without her, he had no idea how he would finish all his homework. His grades in many subjects were already poor, and now he needed to devote much time to Quidditch practice. Hermione had recently lent him a book called Quidditch Through the Ages, through which he could learn many Quidditch rules. The three of them, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, found a spot to rest in the courtyard outside. Hermione used a fire spell to keep them warm outdoors. Snape, seeing Harry in the Great Hall, approached with a sneer. "What's that in your hand, Potter?" Harry reluctantly showed the book to Snape. Library books are not allowed to be taken out of the school. 5 points from Gryffindor. He just made that rule up on the spot, Harry muttered indignantly. At that moment, Ron stared at Snape's retreating figure with suspicion. "Do you think Snape was the one who leaked the news about our duel with Malfoy last time?" Although the incident of the wizard duel had somewhat diminished Ron's standing in Harry and Hermione's eyes, creating some friction among the three, they had all become friends upon first arriving at Hogwarts, and did not fall out. However, since Harry helped Neville during the last flying lesson, he had been chatting with Neville more often. Ron knew this and secretly regretted his earlier actions, so he had been searching for the person who leaked the news of their duel. At that time we were just in Snape's potions class. He kept Black behind, and Black came out later, but we never saw Snape. Maybe he was hiding and eavesdropping on us. The more Harry spoke, the more convinced he became. He still remembered how the three-headed dog had tried to kill him, its ferocious gaze, as if it wanted to devour him. A sight he would never forget. Now nearly half the school year had passed, and among all the professors Snape was the one who treated them the worst. Before they could reach a conclusion, the Slytherin bat had left no longer fixated on Harry, but the young Slytherin Master Draco appeared again. He perfectly carried on Snape's mission centering on Potter. Draco, flanked by his two bodyguards, swaggered up to Harry. "Potter, I hear you're playing in tomorrow's Quidditch match. What's it to you?" Ron stood up, glaring at Draco. Although Draco had called the professor on the day of the wizard duel, Ron still harbored suspicions about him. After all, it was Draco who had proposed the duel, and the door had locked only after he left. With this in mind, Ron remained deeply hostile toward Draco. "That's none of your business either. I'm asking Potter. Potter, or do you go by Ron Potter?" Seeing it was Ron, Draco fired back. Over these months, he and Ron had exchanged countless insults. But Ron always came out worse. Under Arthur's influence, Draco had become extraordinary, at least in the art of verbal sparring. Harry also stood up. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "Nothing much. Although you are my defeated opponent, you are still the savior after all. Our Slytherin Quidditch team takes you quite seriously. Arthur and I generously donated 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Quidditch team. Brooms you could never afford." After saying this, Draco left cheerfully. Harry and the others looked grim. Having Harry play as a first year had already put immense pressure on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Now their opponent Slytherin had maxed out the most crucial equipment, the brooms. Harry's pressure only grew. Draco laughed merrily. These days he found joy in tormenting Harry. But after mocking Harry, his mood soured. He was now forced by Arthur to practice magic every day like homework, something he loathed but couldn't avoid since he couldn't beat Arthur. Arthur was elusive, as sometimes Draco woke up to find him not in the dormitory. This actually pleased him. He wished he could avoid Arthur every day. As for Arthur, he was now in the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Since the wizard duel, he had been practicing his lightning magic more diligently. The result was that the dormitory could no longer withstand the commotion of his lightning magic practice. Only the charms classroom, which had been reinforced, could handle it. But he couldn't go to that classroom every day. So he came to the room of requirement, a place that could fully withstand his training. At first he worried that Dumbledore might seek him out. But over a month had passed, and Dumbledore never came, which relieved him greatly. Perhaps because he had turned 11, his strength had increased much faster recently. With the same effort, his magical power, which once took a month to grow, now increased in a week. Seeing such results, Arthur devoted himself even more to magic practice. He was not a person of great perseverance. If he invested significant time and effort into something with no return, he would stop rather than continue, unless it was a matter of life and death. In his recent studies, Arthur had once again mastered a lightning-type magic, lightning whip. For the time being, he required a wand as an aid to cast this spell. Naturally, due to his unparalleled affinity for lightning, he could unleash it without a wand, but lacking the lightning whip's handle made it difficult to control. Lightning whip was no simple magic. It was a divine technique that integrated attack, defense, and control. Such a spell was a rarity in the entire magical world. More importantly, among the lightning spells he had mastered, lightning whip was a foundational skill much like discharge. With further development, he could create even more devastating spells like fivefold lightning whip based on lightning whip. The room of requirement was now entirely Arthur's domain. Dumbledore had never come here to use the restroom again. As a time traveler who had arrived in Hogwarts, how could he not make full use of this place? He had divided it into 3 sections, one for resting, one for practicing alchemy, and the last for honing his spells. The spell practicing area was the largest, occupying 4/5 of the entire room, as vast as a football field. After 2.5 hours of practice, Arthur returned to the lounge and lay down on a double bed. He had a peculiar quirk. He preferred double beds. Though he slept alone, single beds always felt uncomfortable to him. All dormitory beds in Hogwarts were singles, even in Slytherin, the wealthiest house. Rolling over on the spacious bed, Arthur opened the panel of his Thunder Emperor. After nearly 2 months, his stats had seen significant improvement. Thunder Emperor, age 11, height 151, 7 centimeters, weight 42, 9 kg, magic power 10/24, skill 48, spells discharge 8 palm thunder, 2 lightning whip, 1 stupefy, 4 finite incantum, 4 protego, 3 levitation charm, 5 accio, 6 alchemy, ancient runes, I3 wood carving, 4 dragon hide engraving, 1 transfiguration, form change, 2 special occlumency, 3. Among these, finite incantum had seen the most improvement. During his recent practice of lightning magic, problems often arose. His control over large-scale lightning spells was insufficient, causing electricity to scatter wildly. So he used his left-hand wand and grip to cast finite incantatem and prevent the stray lightning from affecting the lounge and alchemy lab in the room of requirement. Unexpectedly, this practice led him to discover methods for controlling lightning. Through continuous experimentation, he incorporated elements of finite incantatem into his lightning magic, gradually managing the edges of the electrical spells. This finally gave birth to the lightning whip spell. Lying in bed, Arthur realized he hadn't returned to the dormitory in a long time. He decided to visit Draco. Emotions required effort to cultivate, and Draco was quite suitable as a tool. Back in the Slytherin dormitory, Draco claimed he didn't want to see Arthur, yet his excitement was palpable. "Arthur, you're finally back. If you stayed away any longer, people might think you dropped out." "It's fine. I have you, don't I?" Feeling valued, Draco brightened further, though he still said, "You should interact with them more. We're all purebloods. Father said that after graduation, getting along with them makes everything easier." Arthur had no desire to mingle with the young wizards, especially some Slytherins. Deeply influenced by their parents, their worldviews were severely skewed. Without exaggeration, once they graduated, they could readily become Death Eaters. The Malfoy family was different. They were a house of loyalists, pioneers in resisting Voldemort. Lucius had sent a Horcrux to Dumbledore when the latter was uncertain, gifted Harry a free Dobby, and shattered the last backup prophecy orb. Draco had disarmed Dumbledore and covertly transferred the Elder Wand's allegiance to Harry, leaving the wand-wielding Voldemort oblivious. Narcissa had lied to Voldemort, and all the Death Eaters, claiming Harry was dead. In the final battle, the three did nothing, shaking the Death Eaters' morale and making a tremendous contribution to defeating Voldemort. The Malfoy family was indeed one of the rare pure-blood families that possessed love, even rarer among those leaning toward Voldemort. Such a family was the kind Arthur wished to engage with, especially since they were close relatives, and Narcissa had always been kind to him. Thus, facing Draco's advice, Arthur replied, without hesitation, "Draco, in my heart you are the most important. All the other Slytherin wizards combined cannot compare to you alone. Given our bond, if I ever need help, wouldn't you assist me? Wouldn't your help be more valuable than any other wizard's?" "Really, Arthur? I didn't know I was that important." "Rest assured, Arthur, you'll be King Arthur, and he'll be Merlin. He'll help you, and we'll conquer the magical world together." Arthur looked at Draco in surprise. He had never known Draco harbored such ambition, to unify the magical world. "Are you serious?" he asked. "Well," Draco laughed awkwardly, "I was just kidding. Let's just unify Slytherin." Arthur pondered. Having Draco unify Slytherin wasn't a bad idea. After Voldemort's defeat by Harry the Savior, not all of Slytherin belonged to the Dark Lord's faction. With the Dark Lord dead, whom would they pledge allegiance to? Thus the young wizards within Slytherin now each had their own political leanings. There was no wizard yet like Tom Riddle of old who had become the leader in the hearts of all Slytherin students. After the Midnight Duel incident, everyone held expectations for Arthur Black. For this reason, Draco had spoken as he did. "All right, no problem. Go ahead. He'll support you from behind." Arthur fell silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Upon hearing Arthur's agreement, Draco was overjoyed, feeling that he had finally found the purpose of his life. His father had always told him since childhood that to survive in this magical world and enjoy supreme power, if one lacked the strength oneself, one must seek out someone with such talent. To pledge allegiance, to draw close to support him, so that in the end one could share power with those who stood at the pinnacle of the magical world. After several years of interaction and Arthur's extraordinary performance at Hogwarts, Draco knew that Arthur was the one he was meant to follow. It was a pity he had no sisters or siblings, otherwise he would have introduced them to Arthur. His father had said that marriage alliances were a very effective means of binding interests. However, when it came to unifying Slytherin, Draco had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Compared to other pure-blood wizards in Slytherin, he only had greater wealth. In other aspects, he could not match them. "Want you step in? I'm afraid I can't handle it all alone." Arthur patted Draco on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, if any problems arise, I'll intervene." "Oh, very well then, rest assured I will accomplish it." Draco's tone was resolute. Now he finally understood that Arthur was a man of great ambition. With Dumbledore currently in power, the unification of Slytherin and the emergence of a figure like Voldemort was surely something Dumbledore and his followers did not wish to see. And Arthur, a prodigious wizard, would inevitably be subjected to intense surveillance by Dumbledore due to his identity. Thus Arthur wanted him to be the public face of Slytherin's leader while he remained hidden in the shadows, so that Arthur could have ample time to develop. What a brilliant strategy! If he weren't so clever, he might have missed Arthur's hidden implication. Draco praised himself inwardly, truly a genius. "I will absolutely achieve this, Arthur. Rest assured I will never betray you. Dumbledore will never discover us." Arthur was quite perplexed. What does this have to do with Dumbledore? This is a matter for us Slytherins alone. And even if he knows, he would likely approve. Draco paused, then a knowing smile spread across his face. "Yes, Arthur, you're right. Dumbledore wouldn't interfere, even if he knew." Having secured Arthur's consent, Draco was brimming with enthusiasm and immediately rushed out. Arthur, however, remained in the dormitory, contemplating the implications of this matter for himself. This affair would certainly not escape Dumbledore's notice, but Arthur believed it would not heighten Dumbledore's suspicion that he might become a Dark Lord. Dumbledore was not like ancient sovereigns plagued by suspicion and prone to killing at will. Rather, he was a man of strict principles. Even if he harbored suspicions, he would not act without evidence. Moreover, Dumbledore was skilled in legilimency and could easily discern the thoughts of young wizards. He generally refrained from using it, but on matters concerning the Dark Lord, Arthur doubted Dumbledore would abstain. Only if in the time to come he refrained from indoctrinating the young wizards who submitted to him with dark magic knowledge. From Dumbledore's perspective, this might even be a positive development. The madness of the Death Eaters was inevitably linked to dark magic. The more frequently one used dark magic, the greater the impact on a wizard's psyche, and some dark magic could even alter one's appearance. If the young wizards of Slytherin stopped excessively studying dark magic and were guided properly, perhaps the current atmosphere of Slytherin could be transformed. Dumbledore might even plan to send people to guide them in the future. That said, Arthur was not inclined to invest effort in this area, as it would only benefit the young Slytherin wizards after Voldemort's downfall. It would do little for others. This magical world ultimately valued strength above all. After the deaths of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Voldemort's power made him unmatched among all living wizards. Yet in the final battle, Harry still defeated Voldemort relying on his protagonist's luck. Arthur still couldn't comprehend it. Could Voldemort not perform wandless magic? Harry had stood before him and declared that the Elder Wand now belonged to him. Yet Voldemort continued to use the Elder Wand. A man who cherished his life and feared death, knowing he now had only one life, still wielded the Elder Wand to attack its true master. Even if Voldemort insisted on using the killing curse, and even if he couldn't perform it without a wand, couldn't he simply fly away and grab any Death Eater's wand? Moreover, given Harry's strength at the time, Voldemort could have defeated him using only flying spells. Furthermore, Voldemort had various transfiguration spells at his disposal. Hogwarts was littered with ruins, a perfect setting for such magic. Harry Potter's victory over Voldemort was nothing short of sheer luck. He didn't use the killing curse when tormenting Harry's corpse, and the person sent to check Harry's body happened to be Narcissa, one of the few Death Eaters who would falsify the report. Most importantly, Voldemort had lost his mind. His brains had probably drained out due to the absence of a nose. Arthur was not about to pin all hopes of defeating Voldemort on Harry. He was determined to make preparations. Even if he couldn't match Voldemort's power, he at least wanted the ability to escape from Voldemort when he returned. Even if these young Slytherin wizards pledged their full allegiance to him, they would be of little use against Voldemort. Moreover, Slytherins were inherently selfish, and not all of them would be loyal to him. He had agreed to Draco's plan to unify Slytherin mostly because he had nothing else to do lately. Aside from studying magic, he didn't know what else to occupy himself. At present, Arthur felt somewhat adrift. Since the last time Arthur agreed to Draco has been exceptionally diligent. Now it is December and Christmas is approaching. This is one of the larger holidays for Hogwarts students, akin to the National Day, yet what Arthur does not know is why wizards celebrate Christmas. Especially those pure-blood wizards. Nothing significant happened this month except for the Weasley twins, who were punished for enchanting a few snowballs to chase Quirrell around, ultimately hitting him on the back of the head, forcing him to flee in panic. As a result, Professor McGonagall deducted 20 points from each of them and publicly reprimanded them, making it known to all that the Weasley twins had hit Professor Quirrell on the back of his head. This incident thoroughly diminished the prestige of Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor. Although Professor McGonagall punished them, she did not show Quirrell any kindness afterward. As for the little wizards, they completely disregarded Quirrell, acting recklessly during class. Quirrell also appeared very weak. Even in such circumstances, he did not deduct points from the little wizards who teased him. This only emboldened them further. However, Arthur knew that Professor Quirrell was not truly like this. This was not because he was a time traveler, but because Professor Quirrell sought him out, and it was done privately. This caught Arthur off guard. He knew that Voldemort was parasitically residing within Quirrell, but he had expected Dumbledore to approach him first, not Voldemort. Logically speaking, Voldemort should have held a grudge against him for killing the three-headed dog last time, thwarting his plan to kill Harry. One night at the beginning of December, as night fell and snowflakes danced through the air, the castle gradually became blanketed in white snow, resembling a serene and beautiful fairy tale world. The cold wind howled, stirring the snowflakes on the ground, sending them swirling through the air and bringing a slight chill. Arthur received a note delivered by an unknown Slytherin student. Mr. Arthur Black, please come tonight to the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor's office on the 3rd floor of the castle. Looking forward to your arrival. Quirinus Quirrell. Upon seeing this note, Arthur knew it was Voldemort seeking him out. Perhaps he had taken an interest in his identity and talents. Was he to be recruited into the Death Eaters as an insider at Hogwarts? Regardless, he would find out by going. However, he needed to prepare a bit first. Arthur called Draco over, handed him a button, and said, "This is an alarm I made. There are 2 of them. This one is for you, the other is in my hand. If I press the alarm in my hand, yours will light up, and at that time, you must find Professor Dumbledore and tell him to go to Professor Quirrell's office. Do you understand?" Arthur hadn't assigned Draco a task in a long time, and upon hearing this Draco felt a bit worried. Arthur, what are you planning to do? Why do you need to find Dumbledore? Is there some danger? Don't worry, there's no danger, it's just that Professor Quirrell is looking for me. Alright then, I'll listen to you. After Arthur left, Draco couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. How could Quirrell, the most unpopular defense against the dark arts professor in history, make Arthur feel threatened? Draco believed he could defeat Quirrell. After months of classes, he had never seen Quirrell perform any magic in class. He was always just reading stories from the textbook. After preparing his backup plan, Arthur arrived at the 3rd floor of the castle at Quirrell's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Arthur pushed the door open, and at that moment Quirrell was sitting at his desk, seemingly writing something in a book. Upon seeing Arthur, Quirrell smiled slightly, and kindly said, Mr. Black, if you have no urgent matters, could you wait for a moment? Just 2 minutes. No problem. Arthur nodded, and sat down on a chair against the wall. Soon Quirrell completed his task. He stood up, and said to Arthur, Mr. Black, I have something to give you. You may not know this, but when I was studying at Hogwarts, your father, Capricorn Black, was my senior. He helped me with many things, and taught me a lot of magic. Now I am ready to pass those spells back to you, and I have also included my research on some incantations. While your family's library may contain some of these spells, the experience I offer is still invaluable. Saying this, Quirrell handed over the book he had just finished writing. Arthur accepted the book under Quirrell's expectant gaze, saying, All right, Professor Quirrell, I understand. Thank you for your help. Quirrell was very pleased at this moment, nodding with a smile. No problem. If you have nothing else, you can go back now. Remember to read this book thoroughly. It contains many things that cannot be learned from other books. Professor, I'll take my leave. After Arthur left, a voice suddenly emerged from the back of Quirrell's head, a voice that was very cold and hoarse. Quirrell, go follow him, and do not let him find Dumbledore. Understood, Master. Quirrell gently opened the office door and followed closely behind Arthur. The departing Arthur held the book Quirrell had just given him, which was a notebook wrapped in black leather. Arthur opened it and found that the spells recorded inside were all dark magic. There were 3 unforgivable curses, fiend fire, blasting curse, etc. All of them were curses of the dark magic level, with not a single benign spell. Glancing through a few, Arthur noticed that many areas were marked, indicating various techniques, learning methods, and precautions. Seeing these things, Arthur felt no interest at all. With his talents, studying these would enhance his strength far less than a fraction of learning lightning magic. What garbage! Did he not have any talent for studying dark magic? In comparison, for the spell Stupefy, which is the lowest level of dark magic, he spent a lot of time learning it, and his proficiency is only a 4, while for the simple spell Accio, he casually learned it, and his proficiency is already a 6. In this situation, he would be foolish to learn dark magic. Regardless of whether his father helped Quirrell, the rewards Quirrell offered were clearly not for his benefit. It was all orchestrated by Voldemort. As Arthur passed a large window, he pulled out his wand with his left hand and pointed it at the notebook. Instantly, flames erupted from the notebook. Arthur tossed the notebook out of the window and walked away without looking back. Just a few dark spells, not anything good, and they would only tarnish his appearance and pure heart. Quirrell, watching this scene from a distance, was stunned. He trembled as he said, Master, what shall we do now? Originally, Voldemort had further plans, but since Arthur was not learning anything from that notebook, what could he do? Go back, Voldemort said in a low voice. After returning to the office, Voldemort could no longer contain his rage and shouted angrily, Damn Black, what does he think he is? I was planning to cultivate him as my right-hand man, but now I just want to kill him. How dare he refuse my goodwill? Quirrell, include Black in the plan against Potter. Master, won't this be a problem? After all, Black's strength is not weak. He defeated the 3-headed dog by himself. Quirrell, are you going to defy me? I wouldn't dare, Master. Besides Quirrell and Voldemort, Dumbledore was also in the headmaster's office watching this scene from a distance. When he saw Arthur throw the notebook away, he was momentarily taken aback. He knew that Quirrell was controlled by Voldemort, and Quirrell was directly subservient to Voldemort. Thus what Quirrell offered was essentially from Voldemort. Dumbledore did not need to think much to realize that it must be a notebook filled with dark magic. However, Arthur did not hesitate to discard it, even cursing it as garbage if he did not misread his lips. He had been observing Arthur for several days. He was aware of Arthur frequently visiting the Room of Requirement, and he knew what he was doing there. The first time he visited the Room of Requirement, he knew this place was certainly unusual. If someone like Tom discovered it, it would have dire consequences. So he left behind magic that would record the thoughts of every wizard entering the Room of Requirement. Although Arthur had intentionally begun learning the mental occlusion spell without deliberate defense, and needing to carefully recall multiple times upon entering the Room of Requirement, his thoughts were easily revealed before the Master of Legilimency, Old B. Later, Dumbledore entered for a look and found no issues with Arthur. There were no traces of dark magic being used there. Instead, the extent of the destruction in the training ground piqued Dumbledore's curiosity. Thus, when Arthur discarded the notebook given by Voldemort, Dumbledore immediately deduced the reason for Arthur's rejection. It was the magic from the last time Arthur killed the 3-headed dog. Recalling the feeling when he touched the 3-headed dog's corpse last time, Dumbledore shuddered. To this day, Dumbledore had not returned the carcass of the three-headed dog to Hagrid, for he had sensed upon it the aura of ancient magic. Among magics associated with lightning there were many in the ancient arts, yet within modern sorcery, such spells had grown scarce. Moreover, their execution generally required favorable weather, and their potency fell far short of what Arthur had achieved, a direct strike capable of slaying a three-headed dog unless cast by a wizard of his caliber. Thus Dumbledore had stored the creature's remains away. In truth, modern magic was but a simplified version of its ancient counterpart. Should one master both to their utmost with ample magical power, their might would prove equal. For instance, the stunning spell, a modern charm, could be learned by young witches and wizards in but a short time, its effect being merely unconsciousness. Its precursor, the ancient spell from which it was simplified, demanded extensive study to master, imposing requirements on the learner's talent, magical reserves, and more. Yet once mastered, its effect was not mere unconsciousness, but the power to shatter a wizard into fragments. The threshold for casting ancient magic was far higher. Were all to study it, scarcely a handful of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts could wield it today. In ages past, many sorcerers spent a lifetime mastering merely a few spells, so when modern magic emerged, it naturally drew the attention of those with lesser talent. Coupled with the advent of wands, which enabled wizards to better channel the magic flowing from within, modern magic grew ever more favored, while ancient arts steadily declined. In the earliest days of the magical world, all studied ancient magic. Its formidable difficulty led prodigies to attract followers, thus founding families. These lineages would then pass down the ancient spells their founders had mastered. Thus, in ages long past, one family after another arose across the magical realm. Each relied on these ancient arts as the foundation of their legacy, and so they hoarded such knowledge, refusing to share it. Gradually, as successive generations failed to produce geniuses, these spells were lost to time. The rise of modern magic further hastened the decline of the ancient. By now, such arts had largely vanished from the magical world, with only a few surviving, like the Fidelius charm and the unbreakable vow. Their survival owed primarily to their nature, as oath-based magic from modern simplifications imposed fewer constraints on such pacts. Beyond these, only specialized branches like divination and alchemy endured, yet even within them much vital knowledge had been lost. Divination in particular had suffered. Today, scarcely a wizard could craft a true prophecy of great events. The best a skilled diviner could manage was forecasting the weather for the coming days, and even that was unreliable. Even at Hogwarts, perhaps the finest school of the age, Sybil Trelawney, the sole descendant of the famed Trelawney prophetic line, produced only false predictions. Only in rare, uncontrollable moments could she utter a genuine prophecy. By contrast, alchemy fared better thanks to Nicholas Flamel the alchemist, who created the Philosopher's Stone. Though the art had waned, overall much knowledge still survived. The worst losses were in spells. None remained save those of a contractual nature. Even Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of the age, commanded but few ancient spells. One reason was his own immense strength, enabling modern spells to rival ancient might. Another was the scarcity of avenues for learning. Considering Arthur's membership in the ancient Black family, the most venerable in Britain, Dumbledore speculated this might be the hidden heritage of old lineages, just as his own family had bonded with a phoenix in ages past. Yet Arthur's seemingly ancient magic intrigued him greatly. The primary cause of ancient magic's decline was its complexity. Some spells required the prior arrangement of intricate magical arrays and lengthy incantations, unlike modern magic, which could be cast with a mere word and wand wave in a second or two. The root of this difference lay in the fundamental distinction between ancient and modern magic, the use of ancient runes. Who discovered them remained unknown, yet their knowledge persisted. For they could commune with the magic inherent in nature. Though magic originated within a wizard, far greater reserves existed in the natural world. Ancient runes allowed a wizard to expend but a fraction of their own power to draw upon vast external forces. This was the ultimate reason for the difficulty of ancient magic. Modern magic, by contrast, directly channeled the wizard's internal reserves, simplifying the process. With the wand as a tool, casting time was drastically reduced. The disparity in initial potency also stemmed from this. A young witch or wizard's internal magic could never match the external forces ancient runes could harness, until one reached the caliber of Dumbledore, Voldemort, or Grindelwald, whose inner power even exceeded what the runes could borrow. Thus the gap in might between ancient and modern magic narrowed to near insignificance. Indeed, modern spells with their rapid casting held a distinct advantage. Dumbledore was of course well versed in such lore. What piqued his curiosity was that from what he had observed, Arthur's magical reserves, though far greater than his peers, were still not immense. Nor had there been any magical array on the scene to draw external power. How then had he unleashed a spell akin to ancient magic? After leaving Quirrell's office, Arthur safely returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Although Draco was relieved to see Arthur back unharmed, he grew curious about Quirrell. All of this was orchestrated by Draco, who believed that a professor deemed dangerous by Arthur could not possibly be the timid Quirrell he usually displayed. He intended to force Quirrell's true nature to the surface. Following Slytherin's initial attack, the Gryffindor students were not to be outdone. Whatever Slytherin did, Gryffindor would retaliate, not only matching them, but doing so faster, better, and more abundantly. From that point on, Quirrell faced the darkest period of his life, darker than when Voldemort resided within him. Because Voldemort demanded that he hide while Quirrell could not resist. Each night he endured tears and the taunts of Voldemort. It was also the first time Voldemort experienced such a fate. In the past he was surrounded by dozens, or even hundreds of wizards, always ready to heed his commands. Even the slightest furrow of his brow would make those wizards kneel and beg for mercy, revealing their innermost secrets, fearing that the one to incur his wrath would be themselves. But now, ever since that brat Harry Potter had rebounded the curse, he had been living a life worse than death. Previously he had survived by clinging to a rat. Now things were slightly better as he had taken refuge in the wizard Quirrell, yet the torment inflicted by those young wizards on Quirrell had intensified. Naturally, Voldemort, who was parasitic behind Quirrell's head, was also driven to furious anger by their antics. Last time 2 Gryffindor brats had thrown snowballs at his face. This time a young wizard directly hurled a dung bomb at the back of Quirrell's head, effectively hitting his face. The stench was suffocating, even more nauseating than when he had been parasitic on a rat. If only he had a throat to expel it, he would have done so. The prolonged torment had only deepened Voldemort's hatred for Harry Potter. If not for him, he would have long unified the British magical community and killed Dumbledore to then dominate the entire magical world. At that point he would have been the king of the world rather than being forced to parasitize a cowardly wizard. "Hey, Quirrell, take a shower, you smell terrible." Suddenly, as Quirrell was returning from class, a childish voice rang out from above. Quirrell instinctively looked up, only to have a bucket of ice-cold water poured over him. It was winter, and the frigid water sent him into uncontrollable shivers. The icy water also soaked his ridiculous hat, making Voldemort's face behind Quirrell's head intermittently visible. At that moment a young wizard walked right past Quirrell. He glanced at the bulge beneath Quirrell's hat, which resembled a face, and jumped back in shock. Ah! Hearing someone scream behind him, Quirrell turned to see the young wizard staring intently at his head. Suddenly Quirrell's head exploded with realization. He became acutely aware that his greatest secret had been exposed. He quickly covered his head and fled back to his office. The young wizard who saw Quirrell exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh look, Professor, Quirrell has 2 heads." "Really? What kind of heads?" "Human heads." "What kind of head isn't a human head? Is it a dog's head? Is it really 2 heads?" "Of course, I just saw it with my own eyes, don't you believe me? But I see that Professor Quirrell only has 1 head, he just has a hat on it. Did another head grow on top of his head, eh?" "Oh well, it should be a face, there's a face behind his head." The speaking young wizard felt a bit embarrassed, but remained firm. Upon returning to his office, Quirrell was immediately controlled by Voldemort. "You bastard. Damn it, Quirrell, do you know you almost ruined my grand plan?" Under Voldemort's control, Quirrell continually cursed himself. He grabbed his wet hat and forcefully threw it to the ground. "Damn it, Quirrell, I want you to kill that wizard who saw you immediately, or everyone will know, even Dumbledore will find out." No, killing the wizard will lead Dumbledore to investigate. You won't be able to escape his scrutiny. Damn, it's all your fault, Quirrell." At that moment Quirrell felt very wronged. He thought Voldemort had gone mad. He completely regretted listening to Voldemort's lies and allowing him to parasitize himself. However, the moment this thought emerged, Voldemort knew. Voldemort was the most powerful wizard in the magical world concerning the soul-sucking technique. Although his strength was now greatly diminished, being parasitic in Quirrell, sensing Quirrell's thoughts was effortless. Quirrell's body let out a cold sneer. "Hee, Quirrell, are you regretting it now? But don't forget, you have already committed these acts. Dumbledore will not forgive you. Your best outcome is to spend a lifetime in Azkaban. Now do you still regret it?" "Oh no, Master, I have no regrets. I will never regret it. I was just thinking nonsense a moment ago. I will do as you command. Please spare me, Master." Quirrell kept thinking to himself. "That's good to know. Next, just do as I say. Harry Potter and Arthur Black, those 2 little brats deserve to die." In the end, rational Voldemort still did not allow Quirrell to deal with the young wizard who saw him. That young wizard later boisterously spread the news of what he had seen. Although many did not believe him, from that point on Quirrell gained a new nickname, the Two-Faced Man. Meanwhile, while Quirrell was being pranked by the young wizards, his hat became the primary target of their attacks. What many young wizards did not realize was that this was the pinnacle of their lives. They had successfully attacked Voldemort, and Voldemort dared not retaliate, allowing them to unleash their assaults. Soon it would be Christmas. Hogwarts was preparing for the Christmas feast. Not only the young witches and wizards, but even the professors were actively decorating the school's great hall. With the professors' help, the hall's appearance was soon completely transformed. It became far more beautiful and magnificent than usual. The walls of the hall were draped with festoons of holly and mistletoe, which rustled pleasantly with the gentle breeze. In the corners stood 12 towering Christmas trees, tall and straight, like guardians of the hall. It was evident that Professor McGonagall took great delight in decorating these Christmas trees, spending most of her time on them. Some trees were adorned with glittering icicles that sparkled in the sunlight like strings of brilliant gems. Others bore hundreds of candles casting a warm and soft glow like stars in the night sky. Many young wizards, seeing the hall so beautifully decorated, were reluctant to leave. But they had already signed the consent forms, and there was no changing that now unless something extraordinary occurred. With one day left before the Christmas holiday, Draco, gazing at the splendid hall during dinner, asked Arthur, "Arthur, are you really not going home for Christmas? My mother said she would very much like you to come and spend it with us." "No, I think I'll stay at school. They'll visit your home next holiday." Draco was curious. It seemed that ever since Arthur had defeated the three-headed dog, he had become somewhat strange, acting less like a first year and more like a student about to graduate. "Are you staying to do something?" "Nothing much, just studying magic. The school has a dedicated training area where I can let loose more." "Oh, so that's where you've been going these days? You never even told me." Draco's eyes widened as if Arthur had betrayed him. "Then I'll take you with me next time." Draco cheered up instantly. "No problem, I knew you were my best friend. By the way, where is that place? Did no one find you?" "Next to the headmaster's office." Arthur, eating a chicken leg, glanced at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with his keen perception, immediately looked back at Arthur and smiled. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Draco felt his appetite vanish. Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard in the world. Draco thought that practicing magic next to Dumbledore's office was out of the question. "Dumbledore, then you go alone." Soon Christmas Day arrived. After the holiday began the previous day, all students except those staying had gone home. However, some professors remained at the school. Arthur was the only one from his dormitory staying. Early in the morning, a mountain of parcels filled the entire dormitory. Owls poured in one after another. The Slytherin dormitory, unlike those of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, was built underground. Its only windows faced the Black Lake, making it impossible for owls to fly in. So they waited at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. When the first Slytherin student opened the door that morning, countless owls surged inside. Half of those owls were delivering things to Arthur. Most were from business associates sending gifts like candies. Arthur had previously sent a letter to Kreacher instructing him to prepare polite Christmas gifts for others. Besides these business associates, there was a very large package, and two owls carrying parcels were much larger than usual. Arthur opened them one by one. The enormous package was a joint gift from the Malfoy family. Narcissa sent a hand-knit sweater, Draco sent a huge bag of candies, and Lucius sent an exquisite set of wand maintenance tools. The gifts Arthur had prepared for them were beauty potions, broomstick maintenance tools, and hair smoothing conditioner. Additionally, there were two giant owls. Arthur almost recognized these two owls. They delivered his parcels every Christmas. Arthur gave them plenty of snacks to let them rest, as they had flown from France crossing the English Channel. The two parcels were from Arthur's childhood friend and his uncle in France. His uncle was named Antoine Francois, the current head of the Francois family. The Francois family was a very ancient lineage in France. However, decades ago they had aggressively expanded and failed. This led to a gradual decline in the family's power, especially in their industries, which suffered a severe blow, leaving them in a financial state almost as dire as the Weasley family. But the Weasleys were poor because they had many children to support. The Francois family genuinely had no money. Their fortunes improved only after the Black family married into theirs, but unexpectedly both members of the union passed away soon after. Fortunately, Arthur later went into business with them. Thanks to the immense profits from the smuggling trade, the Francois family quickly revived, and the branches that had previously split off soon returned to the fold. With the recruitment of more wizards, Antoine Francois managed to develop a stable French wizard black market within a few years. With Arthur's strong support, this black market was among the largest in France, if not the largest. Antoine was very grateful to Arthur, and their relationship was excellent. After all, when Arthur was very young, Antoine had taken good care of him. To Arthur, Antoine Francois was far more important than Sirius Black, a man he had never met. Antoine gave Arthur a book, knowing how much he loved reading, especially ancient tomes. Such items were rare in the outside world, but occasionally surfaced in the black market, as some once noble families fell on hard times. However, Antoine never sent any books related to dark magic. This particular book was about alchemy. Along with Christmas greetings, Antoine attached a letter mentioning that recently many books on alchemy had appeared on the market, and they were not rare copies, but newly printed ones. He had an alchemist examine them, and the knowledge within surpassed standard alchemy textbooks containing secrets once held by ancient families. He planned to collect all available copies and send them to Arthur together. Besides Antoine Francois' gift, Arthur also received one from his childhood friend. She wasn't entirely a childhood friend, as Arthur had returned to Britain, but their correspondence had never ceased. Arthur's childhood friend was a character from the novels Fleur Delacour. She had inherited her grandmother's Vila blood, giving her 1/4 Vila heritage. She was exceptionally beautiful, with waist-length silvery hair and slightly shimmering silvery blue eyes. She also had a younger sister, Gabrielle, but Arthur was not very familiar with her as he had returned to Britain before Gabrielle grew up. Fleur Delacour, with her Vila blood, was far more beautiful than the cinematic character Arthur remembered from his past life. She was like an elf, resembling a model from Arthur's past life, Savannah Blade. The girl whose cosplay as an elf made people mistake her for CGI. Fleur's gift to Arthur was quite unique, mixed villa hair, her own hair. Arthur had requested it himself, planning to incorporate the strands into alchemical creations for an experiment. In return, Arthur gave Fleur a spellbook containing insights he had compiled from the Black family's library. This knowledge was absent from the Delacour family's collection and would greatly aid Fleur, helping her avoid many detours in learning spells. If the Triwizard Tournament were held, Fleur's strength would far surpass her original counterpart. Arthur's purpose was to enhance Fleur's abilities to prepare for potential dangers in France. Perhaps this world was different, or perhaps his past life view of Harry Potter was limited to Harry's perspective with little description of Europe. The current European magical world was more chaotic than Britain's, which benefited from the natural barrier of the English Channel. In Harry Potter, dark magical creatures were mostly mentioned in textbooks, along with Professor Lupin the werewolf, and during the final battle a unit of werewolves among Voldemort's forces. But in Europe, these magical beings were real and frequently appeared. Werewolves and vampires held the greatest power, with their influence steadily expanding in recent years. Vampires had even taken control of some Eastern European countries, while werewolves were primarily concentrated in Northern Europe. Of course, they also operated elsewhere in Europe, though on a smaller scale, due to wizard opposition. France, as a major magical nation, had previously kept vampires and werewolves at bay. However, due to Grindelwald's influence, European ministries of magic, including France's, had suffered damage. As wizards who had followed or opposed Grindelwald passed away over the years, their successors, raised in peacetime, were weaker than the previous generation, weakening the entire European magical authority. This gave werewolves and vampires room to operate, and they had converted many in recent years. Wizards, constrained by their own power and some curiosity about exploring supernatural forces in the Muggle world, turned a blind eye as long as no major destruction occurred. Besides these partners, and those close to him, Arthur was surprised to receive gifts from Harry Potter and Hermione Granger as well. Both had sent him a bag of candy. Perhaps it was because he had saved them from the three-headed dog last time. As a return gift, Arthur initially thought of giving Harry Potter's candy to Hermione Granger and Hermione Granger's to Harry Potter, but that seemed somewhat impolite. So Arthur took some candies from the large bag Draco had given him, found 2 packaging bags, and asked the 2 rested owls to deliver them on their way back. After sorting out the gifts he had received, Arthur returned to the room of requirement. The joyful scenes within the school had nothing to do with him. Perhaps due to the influence of his past life, or perhaps because his current life was destined to be this way, he still preferred to be alone. He found the fake warm faces born from his lineage somewhat repulsive. This was also a key reason he pushed Draco forward, letting Draco bear the burden, since Draco enjoyed that feeling anyway. During the Christmas feast, Harry and Ron sat at the Gryffindor table, enjoying their first Christmas at Hogwarts. Fewer young wizards were present at the feast this time, as most had gone home for the holiday. Ron was cheerfully devouring a large chicken leg when he noticed Harry glancing repeatedly at the Slytherin table. Curious, he asked, "Harry, what are you looking at?" "Malfoy." Harry was startled and quickly dropped his fork. "Oh no, Ron. Why would I look at that Malfoy bloke? I was looking at Black." "Black?" Ron looked around and shook his head. "Black stayed at school too. He's not in the Great Hall." "He did stay. Oh, I heard the girls say so," Ron said somewhat dejectedly. "Those girls, they've had a crush on Black since first year. It's really disheartening." "Come on, Ron. Black saved our lives. If it weren't for him, we might have been eaten by that three-headed dog last time. Besides, he's from a good family, handsome and strong. Isn't it only natural for those girls to like him?" Harry wasn't surprised that Arthur Black had many admirers. In the Muggle world, there were all sorts of celebrities and related industries far more advanced than the wizarding world. It's just that he always tags along with Malfoy. "I don't like that." Ron threw down his chicken bone, picked up his fork, and began poking at a steak repeatedly, looking somewhat sullen. Harry felt Ron wasn't telling the whole truth, but he didn't want to pry, so he dropped the topic of Black. The two of them chatted about the funny things that had happened during the day, and the atmosphere soon became lively again. The professors at the staff table were also laughing and chatting merrily, perhaps loosened up by the wine. Hagrid, his face flushed, planted a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. She didn't refuse, her cheeks also turning pink as she chuckled softly. However, Snape still wore his usual cold expression, and Quirrell beside him looked just as timid. One might have thought Snape was bullying Quirrell. Harry also spotted Dumbledore smiling warmly as he drank and chatted with Flitwick. Noticing Harry's gaze, Dumbledore smiled at him, then glanced at the Slytherin table before continuing his cheerful conversation with Flitwick. After returning to the dormitory, Harry brought out a bag of candy to share with Ron. "Oh my goodness, Harry, who gave you this?" "This is 3 Gallianabox candy, a special Christmas edition. I saw it in the Daily Prophet. You must have at least 3 boxes worth here." "Ah, is this candy really that expensive?" Harry was also quite surprised. Having been in the wizarding world for a while, he had a general understanding of the value of its currency. Hagrid had once taken him to the Potter family vault. Although it contained many galleons, the amount wasn't vast, just a pile roughly around 10,000 coins. And this amount was fixed. The Potter family's former business was a magical shampoo invented by Harry's grandfather, Fleamont Potter. However, upon retirement, Fremont Potter had sold the shampoo business outright, quadrupling the family's total assets. But ultimately, unlike other families with a steady stream of income, this money would dwindle with use. 3 boxes of candy cost 9 galleons, and the quantity was small. "Hey Harry, who gave this to you? I didn't see it this morning." Ron tore open the wrapper of a candy shaped like a Christmas tree and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, the sweet flavor spread across his tongue. The candy was soft and springy, a gentle bite revealed its delicate texture. As it gradually melted in his mouth, its sweetness became more intense, filling his entire mouth. The candy had a unique flavor. Its sweetness wasn't cloying, but perfectly stimulated the taste buds like the faint fragrance of osmanthus drifting from afar, bringing a sense of pleasure and satisfaction. Ron felt as if he had ascended. No wonder it's so expensive. After all, the Weasley family vault couldn't even yield a single gold galleon. Harry also took a candy and ate it. "It's from Black. He probably didn't know I was sending him a Christmas gift, so his owl only delivered this after you left. It's truly delicious. There must be some kind of potion in it to make it so expensive." Black. Hearing the name, Ron wanted to spit the candy out, but as his tongue brushed over it, the sweetness spread, and he couldn't bear to. It was just too delicious. After finishing the candy, Ron, tired from playing with the Weasley twins all day, soon fell asleep on his bed. Harry, however, lay awake for a long time. This was the best Christmas he had ever had. He could eat delicious food, sleep in a soft bed, and not have to lie in a cramped cupboard cautiously eating the things Dudley didn't like. After tossing and turning for a long time, Harry finally climbed out from under the covers. He dressed and put on a gift he had received that morning, the invisibility cloak. Wrapped in the cloak, Harry walked past a mirror and saw no reflection. Then he began to wander through the castle. Passing by a door, he suddenly heard voices inside. 2 people talking. But no light shone from the room, it was pitch black inside. Harry pulled his invisibility cloak tighter and crept slowly toward the large door. Reaching the door, he finally saw the scene inside, illuminated by moonlight. The 2 people speaking were familiar to him, Dumbledore and Black. They stood before a gigantic mirror. Arthur did not attend the Christmas party, choosing to remain alone in the room of requirement. However, he did not neglect himself. He went to the kitchen to ask the house elves to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The only drawback was the lack of a phone or any other means to pass the time. Arthur could only while away the hours with biographies and similar books. Though it was somewhat dull at first, he soon became engrossed when he stumbled upon an intriguing passage. He was reading Gilderoy Lockhart's Voyage with Vampires. He knew that Gilderoy Lockhart was a fraud, his stories stolen from other wizards' experiences, yet this particular book narrated a true tale. Even if the actual protagonist had written it, they could not have surpassed Lockhart, for his literary skill was exceptional. His stories always captivated the heart, making readers genuinely worry for the characters within. Voyage with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart was set in Eastern Europe. This tome contained a wealth of information about vampires. The vampires of this world bore a resemblance to those in Arthur's past lives tales, yet there were profound differences. First and foremost was the matter of vampire lifespans. Generally, even the longest-lived vampires only reached 100 or so years, with most having lifespans akin to ordinary humans. Next was the issue of magic. Vampires possessed their own form of magic, much like Vila. Vampires and Vila were the magical creatures most accepted by wizards within this magical world. A minority of wizards intermarried with these 2 species, producing offspring. However, unlike Vila, the descendants of vampires and wizards could not learn wizard magic. Though they still harbored magical power, they could only utilize the vampire-exclusive blood magic. Blood magic was the art of controlling blood. Vampires could manipulate blood into various shapes for attack or defense, much like wizards used transfiguration. Moreover, vampires far surpassed wizards in all aspects of physical prowess. Most importantly, vampires had their own organization, the Vampire Council. In this regard, vampires fared far better than their mortal enemies, the werewolves. Werewolves lacked a unified organization, resembling ancient tribes with a succession of chieftains. Only during large-scale conflicts with vampires did the werewolves unite. Yet, such hastily formed loose organizations were naturally no match for the vampires, which is why werewolves were driven to Northern Europe. In the eyes of various magical creatures, Northern Europe was a barren wasteland. Vampires scorned it, and wizards looked down upon it. A millennium ago, Northern Europe served as a place of exile for wizards who had erred but were too difficult to kill. For instance, if a wizard from a pure-blood noble family violated wizarding statutes and should have been imprisoned, yet the prison could not hold him, and he could escape, at any time some wizards devised a solution: exile such a wizard to Northern Europe. Other wizards could slay them on sight if they appeared outside of Northern Europe, claiming their property. Gradually, those wizards forced into exile established their own wizard villages. After continuous development, their descendants even founded the Durmstrang Institute. Because the founders' ancestors were mostly criminals, Durmstrang had a high tolerance for the dark arts, offering specialized courses in it, and did not admit Muggle-born students. This situation persisted until the 15th century, when prisons like Azkaban were built to restrict wizards from escaping, bringing about change. Arthur spent the entire night finishing Voyage with Vampires. Midnight arrived. He left the room of requirement, intending to return the empty plates to the kitchen. By then Hogwarts Castle was no longer bustling, only silence remained. Sparse candles flickered on the walls, casting faint light, making the entire castle seem unusually desolate. Ancient portraits hung on the corridor walls, but they brought neither warmth nor life. Instead, they represented the castle's vicissitudes. As Arthur walked slowly along, some figures in the portraits opened their eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again. For them, they had seen many students wandering at night. However, on Christmas night the young witches and wizards had played heartily during the day and were already exhausted by evening, so few had the energy to wander the halls. Knocking on the kitchen door, Arthur returned the dishes. He merely uttered a few words of blessing, and the house elves knocked their heads repeatedly, expressing endless gratitude. A sickly race, the result of millennia of conditioning by certain pure-blood families. Arthur had no intention of changing them. Altering even a fraction of Kreacher's mindset had cost him considerable effort. Leaving the kitchen, he walked through the deserted corridors. Having long since changed into a robe made of swift feather fabric, he felt no cold. Instead, he rather enjoyed the present atmosphere. The entire world seemed to fall silent save for the faint thud of his footsteps echoing through the corridor. Upon reaching a corner, he noticed an open door, as if left ajar, just for him. As his gaze swept over, moonlight reflected from a mirror into his eyes. The moonlight also revealed the scene within the room. An old man with long white hair, clad in a somewhat flamboyant purple robe, stood before a mirror taller than himself. Though Arthur only saw the old man's back, only Dumbledore's silhouette in all of Hogwarts matched this. It seemed Dumbledore had been waiting specifically for him. Or for Harry Potter. Or perhaps for both. As a transmigrator, one with a golden finger, Arthur had always harbored a peculiar arrogance deep within. This was the reason for his aloofness in this life, a trait he recognized, yet made no effort to change. In his innermost heart he believed he would inevitably gain the power to defeat Voldemort single-handedly, without anyone's aid. Arthur stood still, gazing at Dumbledore's figure for a long while, then pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside. Dumbledore turned at the sound as if he had been unaware of anyone outside. He revealed a genial smile, and even in the faint moonlight his eyes behind his glasses gleamed with bright light. "Mr. Black, wandering at night violates school rules." Arthur walked up to the mirror, and Dumbledore made way, standing beside it so Arthur could face it directly. He asked with slight jest, "Professor Dumbledore, are you going to deduct points from me even on Christmas night?" "Oh, of course not, my boy. As long as I don't speak of it, no other professor will deduct your points for being out after hours." "Then thank you, Professor Dumbledore." After saying this, Arthur examined the mirror before him. The frame was ornately decorated, and the mirror was enormous, its height nearly reaching the ceiling, easily accommodating 2 or 3 people. At the top of the mirror was engraved an inscription, "Eri stra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi." Read from left to right, it was a baffling string of words with no meaning, but from right to left it read, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Seeing this mirror, Arthur understood why Dumbledore was here. An old man over 100 years old, still awake at this late hour, and waiting here, specifically naturally intended to use this mirror, which reveals one's deepest desires, to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Arthur gazed into the center of the mirror, and soon images appeared, even though he was exerting his occlumency at a proficiency of 3. At that moment Dumbledore murmured, "This mirror was crafted by an ancient alchemist long ago, so far back that no records remain. I call it the Mirror of Erist. It shows those who look into it their heart's desires, and even occlumency cannot fully defend against it." Arthur did not pay close attention to Dumbledore's words, for he was intently watching the images in the mirror, the true desires of his heart. The scene showed an adult, tall and handsome, with features resembling his current self, perhaps how he would look when grown. The person was in a room reminiscent of the one from his past life, before transmigration, filled with various high-tech facilities. He sat in a chair, one hand tapping on a keyboard, the other holding a mouse. On the desk besides the keyboard was a monitor and a glass filled with icy, happy water. Yet as time passed, though the glass emitted visible cold air, not a single drop of condensation formed on its outer wall. Soon the scene shifted. A woman with a curvaceous figure and long silver-white hair embraced him from behind, and they spoke. Then he stood up and went with the white-haired woman to the dining table, which was laden with various steaming dishes. It was warm, cozy, and full of life. Arthur watched the images in the mirror, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clearly his mood was not as cold and calm as usual. "Mr. Black, you actually look quite pleasant when you smile. You should smile more often." Dumbledore placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and continued, "The Mirror of Erist shows us our deepest desires. Mr. Black, what did you see that could coax such a rare smile from you?" Arthur turned to look at Dumbledore. "Professor, are you so interested in the privacy of an 11-year-old child?" Dumbledore paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes with a smile. "I suppose one could call it a dream, couldn't they? As an exchange, how about I tell you what I see?" "Of course, no problem, Professor." Arthur turned back, gazing at the image reflected in the Mirror of Erist, and spoke slowly. "What I see is simple. It's me in the future as an adult alone in a room playing on a computer and drinking cola. Then an adult girl calls me over for dinner, and the table is already laden with steaming hot dishes. This time he did not use a clemency and truthfully recounted the vision he saw. After Arthur finished, Dumbledore remained silent for a long while standing still. Then Arthur continued, "Professor, do you know what a computer is? It's an electronic device created by the Muggle world. Although its entertainment uses are limited now, I believe that in 10 years it will bring immense joy to people." Oh, Dumbledore snapped back to reality and nodded. "I know about computers. I often keep an eye on Muggle inventions. I've shared my dream. What about yours, Professor?" Arthur looked up at Dumbledore. He was already among the tallest of his peers, but in front of Dumbledore, who stood over 180 centimeters, even past the age of 100. He still had to tilt his head to speak. "Mine." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "My dream is much like yours, except instead of being called to steaming hot food, someone gives me a thick, warm pair of woolen socks." As he spoke, his expression turned wistful. "I've never had a pair of woolen socks to wear. Though many Christmases have passed, I've never received a single pair. Perhaps people think I'm too learned and insist on gifting me books every Christmas." Arthur knew full well that Dumbledore didn't truly lack woolen socks. His dream could only be fulfilled after death, which might also be why he harbored no fear of it. After sharing their dreams, Arthur exchanged a few more words with Dumbledore and then left. Just as he stepped out the door, he felt as though something was in front of him. Invisible, but present. He reached out and grabbed at it, but caught nothing. At that moment it struck him that it might be Harry under the invisibility cloak, so he didn't probe further. Turning, he walked to the nearby staircase and returned to the room of requirement. On the way back, Arthur couldn't help but feel curious. The invisibility cloak Harry wore was no ordinary one. It was the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. In the original story, only Dumbledore and Mad-Eye Moody with his alchemical artifact, the magical eye, could see through it. But how had he sensed it? Dumbledore relied on his power Mad-Eye on his enchanted item, but Arthur had no such aid. Could his abilities truly rival Dumbledore's? That was of course impossible. Arthur speculated it was due to his spirit attribute, which had exceeded the template's data limits. The upper cap for spirit was only 100, even Dumbledore and Grindelwald likely hadn't reached it, yet his spirit was at 180. This statistic must have a unique effect on him, though his current strength was insufficient to reveal it. Regarding the attribute spirit, Arthur had long observed Professor Binns, who might have a direct connection to it. Yet from the start of the term he had attentively watched every lesson, searching for differences between Binns and other ghosts, only to find none. He was nearly ready to give up on gaining anything from the peculiar professor. Perhaps the legend was false, and not everything recorded in Hogwarts history was true. After all, wizards loved playing pranks. Perhaps it would be more fruitful to wait until his 3rd year and capture a couple of Dementors for study rather than obsessing over ghosts. What Arthur didn't know was that Dumbledore was far more astonished by his performance. In truth, even Dumbledore couldn't see through Harry under the invisibility cloak. He could only sense Harry's vague outline through keen perception. Moreover, since the cloak was originally a gift from Dumbledore to Harry, he knew who was beneath it. But this acute perception was achieved only through years of magical study and the integration of numerous sensory spells. Now Dumbledore grew increasingly curious about Arthur. Earlier, when Arthur described the scene in the mirror of Erased, Dumbledore had rarely employed legilimency. He could clearly sense that Arthur wasn't lying and hadn't used a clemency. This indicated that Arthur would never become a Death Eater. At worst, he would remain neutral. Having discerned Arthur's stance, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a phoenix engulfed in flames descended from above, grasping his arm before vanishing in a flash of fire. After Arthur and Dumbledore had left Harry hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, dared not even breathe. He held his breath until he felt he could endure no longer, then slowly resumed inhaling the cold air of the corridor. This was his first time out under the cloak, and he had nearly been exposed. The moment Arthur reached out, Harry was so startled he nearly fell to the floor. Fortunately, before his mind could even react, his body instinctively stepped back, dodging Arthur's grasp. He had heard Ron's tales about the invisibility cloak and thought only animals with keen senses might detect him. Now an 11-year-old wizard his own age had somehow sensed his presence. Even if Arthur was a prodigy, Harry figured he was likely on par with 4th or 5th year students. This meant the invisibility cloak wasn't all that useful. If it couldn't fool Arthur, it would be useless against professors. Nevertheless, Harry, still reckless, peered through the doorway Arthur had exited. He hadn't caught the conversation between Arthur and Dumbledore, so now that Arthur was gone, he was determined to see what they had been up to. Harry poked his head into the room only to find Dumbledore had vanished as well. The vast classroom now contained nothing but a towering mirror. Drawn irresistibly toward it, he approached, and as the mirror's surface shifted, he saw 2 figures appear behind him, their hands resting on his shoulders. A man and a woman, both adults. The man was tall and thin, with messy black hair like Harry's own. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with deep red hair and bright emerald green eyes that mirrored Harry's. Harry turned to look behind him, but saw no one. Yet the mirror showed more than just him. Figures multiplied. Besides the couple who first appeared, several white-haired elders gradually materialized. A realization dawned on Harry, and he whispered, "Mom, Dad." The figures in the mirror didn't reply, they simply waved at him. Soon the joyful holiday came to an end. The young witches and wizards returned to Hogwarts by train. Yet upon arrival it felt as though the day they had left was merely yesterday, a fleeting moment. This did not seem like a long Christmas break at all, but rather an ordinary weekend. Worse still, the many purchases they had made during the holiday had left their small wallets severely depleted, some even unable to make ends meet. Yet when they looked back they could not fathom why they had spent so much. It felt as though they had enjoyed nothing before the holiday ended, and their pocket money was gone. Upon arriving at school, Draco was overjoyed to see Arthur, whom he had not met in a long time. He had brought along his broomstick maintenance kit, even though he did not yet own a broom of his own. Yet he treated the broomstick maintenance tools with far greater care than his textbooks. After putting his things away, he said, "Arthur, my mother said she really liked the cosmetics you gave her. She asked me to thank you, and to inquire where you bought them." "Oh, no need to thank me. The cosmetics were bought in France, a new release from the largest beauty apothecary there. They haven't reached Britain yet. They'll have someone bring back a few bottles later." "Oh." Upon hearing the items were from France, Draco did not press further on how they were obtained. He had some understanding of what Arthur's family did. The Ministry of Magic was extremely strict about cross-border investigations, especially regarding the exchange of people and goods between different ministries. Speaking of France, he suddenly recalled something his father had mentioned. Arthur was born and raised in France, only returning to Britain in recent years. He still had a young girlfriend in France. If he hadn't returned to Britain, she might have become his fiancée. At this thought, Draco felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps if that girl came over in the future, he and Arthur might no longer be the best of friends. The next day, Arthur searched for books on alchemy in the Hogwarts library. He felt the library was the most precious resource for young wizards from non-pureblood families. It contained many books that not even the Black family possessed, let alone other families. Moreover, many pureblood families had already declined. The Potter family was still relatively fortunate. Though only one member remained, the family vault still held some gold, and the house was gone, but at least there was a legacy. Some pureblood families had now vanished entirely. The books in the Hogwarts library were the greatest help to most wizards. They could not only learn from the knowledge within, but also record it for their descendants, forming a vital foundation for future generations. However, perhaps because young wizards were born in times of peace, especially those in Arthur and Harry's year, most were not very diligent and spent their days playing. During this Christmas holiday, Arthur had read nearly all the books on alchemy in the non-restricted section. This was only possible during the break. On ordinary days, the library was quite crowded, though most students were only looking for books to complete their homework. After registering with the librarian, Arthur prepared to take his books back to the dormitory. On the way, he encountered Harry and his two friends. Seeing Arthur, Harry greeted him first. "Thank you, Black. The candy you gave me was delicious." "You too, the candy you gave me was also very good." Though Arthur had not eaten it, he had to say so. Hermione also expressed her gratitude. The candy Arthur had given her at Christmas was indeed the best she had ever tasted. Seeing the books in Arthur's hands, she hesitated. Among the young wizards of their year, she and Arthur were widely recognized as the two who loved reading most, even more avidly than the Ravenclaws. Hermione pondered the question she had been trying to solve at home. After the holiday, she was angry to find that Harry and Ron had done nothing but play and had not sought the answer to their question. Now, unlike the original story, Arthur had killed the three-headed dog. But perhaps due to Dumbledore's guidance, Harry and his friends still discovered a trapdoor in the room on the fourth-floor right corridor that Dumbledore had warned all students about at the start of term. However, since the three-headed dog was dead, it was now guarded by a troll that Quirrell had captured. Thanks to Hagrid's loose tongue, they learned, as in the original tale, that something related to Nicholas Flamel was being protected there. Out of kindness, they took it upon themselves to investigate, as Hagrid said the three-headed dog had originally guarded the place, but had somehow been released. Harry knew clearly that the three-headed dog had tried to kill him, so it must have been the work of one of Voldemort's former followers. They now had two suspects, Snape and Quirrell. Suspicion of Snape was natural. As for Quirrell, Hermione found his behavior highly unusual. According to Hagrid, Quirrell had captured the trolls single-handedly, yet his usual demeanor hardly suggested such capability. Moreover, rumors among the students suggested that some had seen a second face on the back of Quirrell's head, which he concealed with a turban-like cloth. Quirrell did not respond to these rumors, but kept explaining that he wore the turban due to a curse which required a cloth soaked in garlic water to prevent its effects. Though Quirrell's behavior was odd, they believed Snape, who often bullied Quirrell, was the most suspicious. For this reason, Hermione hesitated. If Arthur were from a different house, and not Slytherin, she would have asked him directly. Arthur had saved her, and her initial bad impressions of him had faded. After some hesitation, she finally asked, "Black, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Ron immediately tugged at Hermione's robes from behind. Harry also hesitated. Even if Arthur was not allied with Snape, if he told Snape, Snape would know what they were up to. Arthur looked at the uneasy Hermione. He neither liked nor disliked her, but her somewhat impolite and rash behavior during their first meeting still left a slight discomfort in his heart. She was a girl who was assertive, earnest, caring for the weak, proud, yet also somewhat insecure. By nature, he did not favor someone like Hermione. However, if she was determined to do something such as changing the mindset of house eels, he would not mock her. Everyone had their own choices. Observing the uneasy trio before him, Arthur decided to disclose what he knew. He hoped that Harry, Ron, and Hermione would soon focus their attention on Quirrell, thereby eliminating the threat of Voldemort lurking on the back of Quirrell's head. Lately, Arthur had felt as though Quirrell was watching him from the shadows, plotting some nefarious scheme. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist who, alongside Professor Dumbledore, has achieved remarkable success in the field of alchemy. Moreover, his most significant accomplishment is the Philosopher's Stone. He is the only wizard known to have successfully created it. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth. Glancing around to ensure no other young witches or wizards were nearby, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was not from a magical family, she had often encountered references to the Philosopher's Stone in books and understood its immense importance. The Philosopher's Stone represents the ultimate goal of alchemy, possessing extraordinary abilities that transcend the fundamental law of equivalent exchange. A wizard could use it to transmute any metal into pure gold and create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who drank it. Harry's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled where he had seen the name Nicholas Flamel before. It was on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. Armed with this information, Harry thanked Arthur and hurriedly left with Hermione and Ron, heading to the library to research everything they could about Nicholas Flamel. Arthur felt a sense of satisfaction at having nudged Harry toward the truth ahead of time. Quirrell, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, had been watching him, making him uneasy. As the saying goes, it's easier to guard against a thief for 1,000 days than to be caught off guard for one. But fear often brings about what one dreads. A few nights later, as Arthur climbed the stairs toward the room of requirement, he sensed something unusual about the castle. Perhaps it was due to his heightened spirit stat of 180, but the atmosphere felt different. Although the recent cold weather had chilled Hogwarts Castle tonight beyond the biting wind from the windows, Arthur felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. As he passed the stairwell landing, the suits of armor lining the walls seemed to warn him of impending danger. Recalling that Dumbledore had been absent all day, not once had Arthur seen him at meals in the Great Hall, he realized that Voldemort was likely behind this disturbance. Could it be that Arthur had become an obstacle? But Voldemort's hatred should have been directed at Harry. Killing Arthur would serve little purpose. However, Arthur had no time to hesitate. As he stepped from the staircase onto the fourth-floor corridor, a door suddenly swung open. Before he could see inside, a nauseating stench, reminiscent of rotten tomatoes mixed with excessive chili and fermented sugar, assaulted his senses, nearly making him vomit his dinner. He quickly cast a bubblehead charm, forming a protective bubble around his head. Though typically used for underwater breathing, the spell proved ideal for this situation. The bubble blocked the foul odor, allowing Arthur to breathe again. He knew immediately what lay within a troll. In the magical world, only trolls and similar creatures emitted such an unbearable stench. No other magical being could produce or endure such a foul odor for long. For most magical creatures, dealing with a troll's stench during combat is more challenging than defeating the troll itself. But if it was just a troll, Arthur thought Voldemort must be losing his mind. An ordinary troll was no match for a three-headed dog, and Arthur had already slain one of those. Why would he fear a troll? Voldemort must have a backup plan. Arthur pointed his wand at the open door, casting a transfiguration spell that sealed it shut, merging it seamlessly with the wall. This would temporarily contain the troll, but if Voldemort controlled it, the creature's brute strength could eventually break through. Arthur's transfiguration skills were still elementary, capable only of altering an object's appearance and shape, not its fundamental substance. As Arthur pressed against the wall, scanning his surroundings for the hidden Voldemort, or rather Quirrell, he suddenly sensed the presence of another being much like when he had perceived Harry under his invisibility cloak. He could see nothing, but he felt something nearby. Suddenly his heart seemed to stop as an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. He dove aside, landing awkwardly, but narrowly avoiding an attack. The next moment, a loud crash echoed from the corridor wall, leaving a shallow crater as if struck by a rhinoceros-like creature. Arthur realized instantly that this was a fight he could not win unscathed. Even if he defeated the invisible entity, he would likely suffer serious injury. Wizards were notoriously fragile. Once an enemy closed and they were either dead or severely wounded with little margin for error. This was why Arthur always exercised caution. He had not anticipated that the Voldemort he faced would be so different from the bumbling fool in the original story. If Voldemort had employed such tactics against Harry, the boy would have perished long ago. Prioritizing his safety, Arthur turned and fled downstairs, intending to summon a professor. But after only a few steps, he felt his wand being seized and pulled in the opposite direction. No matter how hard he tried, he could not retrieve it. After a moment's thought, Arthur decisively released his wand. Was a wand more important than his life? A wand was like a piece of clothing, replaceable. If he lost his head, unlike Voldemort, he could not resurrect. Abandoning his wand, Arthur continued his escape. This time he managed a few more steps before being restrained by an unknown force even more powerfully than before. He felt himself lifted, suspended in midair, dragged along by an unseen power. Before he could cast a lightning spell, he was confined in a cramped space. He heard chaotic, heavy footsteps followed by the shattering of glass. Arthur quickly used a palm thunder spell to break open the iron box trapping him, but it was too late. He could not return. He was now floating high above, far from Hogwarts Castle. The unknown creature carrying him moved with incredible speed, the castle shrinking before his eyes. The iron box was now at least 300 to 400 meters above the ground. Jumping would mean certain death, and even a levitation charm would only ensure he left a complete corpse. As Arthur was being taken away from Hogwarts Castle, the interior of the castle also stirred with commotion. The troll that Arthur had previously confined broke through its door and emerged. The nauseating stench, which could still evoke revulsion even a month later, began to spread incessantly within the castle. Young wizards who had not yet reached their bedtime, having finished their meal not long ago, rushed over upon hearing the tremendous noise from this direction. Especially after discovering a metal box crashing through the window glass and flying out, the young wizards grew even more intrigued by what had transpired. But when they approached the vicinity, they were assailed by an indescribable odor. The Hufflepuff wizards, whose bellies were once round and full, instantly felt them shrink, adding a pungent note to the already sickening stench. Harry, Ron, and Neville, drawn by the noise, joined the Hufflepuff group. Hermione, enduring the foul smell, quickly cast several soothing charms on them. This tragic day would later be recorded by the young wizards as Puking Day. The troll, stepping out of the room, gazed at the clusters of delicious flesh before it, opening its mouth wide and licking its teeth with excitement. A more intense wave of odor swept over, causing some wizards to succumb again, leaving them too weak to even stand. Seeing that some of the food remained motionless, the troll brandished its moss-covered club, intending to bludgeon them to death before feasting. As the troll swung its club, Cedric Diggory, a third-year wizard present, held his breath and raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The slimy club greatly reduced the friction against the troll's palm. Just as the troll swung it halfway into the air, the force of the levitation charm caused the club to slip from its grasp, spiral through the air, and land heavily on the troll's head. With a resounding bang, echoing like a wooden fish being struck, it proved that the troll was indeed a brainless magical creature. The troll staggered twice before collapsing in the corridor. Many belatedly aware wizards scrambled to their feet and fled toward the lower floors. Soon the professors arrived. Upon seeing the troll, Snape glared at Quirrell with palpable anger, his tone dripping with sarcasm, so sharp that even Goyle could detect the undisguised contempt. Quirrell, what a qualified defense against the dark arts, Professor! You are unable to even keep a troll secured within the castle. Could it be that because the stench emanating from your head rivals that of the troll, you mistook it for a kindred spirit and deemed it unworthy of even a single chain? Quirrell, perhaps accustomed to Snape's mockery, merely offered a stiff smile and stood by the wall without uttering a single word of defense. After learning the situation from the young wizards, Professor McGonagall looked approvingly at Cedric Diggory. Well done, Mr. Diggory. 20 points for Hufflepuff. With Dumbledore absent, McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, continued to give orders: summon all students to the Great Hall. We shall sleep there tonight. Furthermore, check if anyone is missing. Having heard the young wizards mention a black metal box flying out of the castle, coupled with the troll's appearance, McGonagall realized that someone was taking advantage of Dumbledore's absence to carry out mischief. Soon, all the young wizards and professors gathered in the Great Hall. McGonagall approached the group of prefects and inquired, "Are any students missing?" A Slytherin prefect replied, "Arthur Black is absent." I asked Malfoy, who said Arthur occasionally leaves the dormitory, but he doesn't know where Black has gone. McGonagall furrowed her brow. A conspiracy unfolding tonight, and Arthur Black's absence. Surely no mere coincidence. She pressed her wand against her throat and called out loudly, "Has anyone seen Mr. Arthur Black this evening?" Upon hearing that Arthur was missing, Snape's expression also grew grave. Some of his potion ingredients were nearly depleted, and he had intended to purchase more. But now with the boss gone, wouldn't the underlings be in an uproar? Harry, who had always suspected Snape, kept his eyes fixed on both Snape and Quirrell in the Great Hall alongside Hermione and the others. Seeing Snape's face darken noticeably at the mention of Arthur Black, a bold thought crossed his mind. He leaned close to Hermione's ear and whispered, "Hermione, what if Snape captured Black? A few days ago Black told us about Nicholas Flamel." Hermione shuddered and shot Harry a sharp glare. After glancing at Snape's expression, she edged away slightly and said with a frown, "If he knew Black told us about Flamel, why wouldn't he target us directly? Black doesn't know about the Philosopher's Stone hidden on the 4th floor. Harry hesitated, then said uncertainly, "Could it be that Black, prompted by our questions, guessed something and went alone to the 4th floor? He happened to run into Snape, who had no choice but to lock him up." Professor Snape was still dining in the Great Hall earlier. When we finished eating, he came with Professor Sprout. They must have been delayed by something. "He can't be in 2 places at once," Hermione said, looking at Harry as if he were an idiot. "Then who besides Snape?" "I think it might be Professor Quirrell. Didn't you hear Snape just now?" That troll was brought to Hogwarts by Quirrell, and I think Snape was right. The troll didn't have a single iron ring on it. If it had been chained, there should have been at least one ring on its hand or foot. At Hermione's words, Harry wavered. If Snape had an alibi, and Quirrell didn't, perhaps it really was Quirrell. Over in Slytherin, Draco was already panicking. Arthur was missing. What would he do now? Arthur was his only friend, his beloved, his brother in arms. When he went home, next time his mother would surely kill him. Moreover, thanks to Arthur's ambition, he had already rallied many Slytherin wizards. The wealth of the Malfoy family alone couldn't ensure their loyalty. They needed Arthur's formidable strength. Suspecting that Arthur Black might be inside the black box that flew out of Hogwarts Castle, Professor McGonagall dispatched Professor Snape and Flitwick to search for Arthur in the direction the box had vanished. Meanwhile, Arthur, whom everyone believed to be missing, was carried by the black box deep into the Forbidden Forest. The box came to a halt in a clearing surrounded by several large trees. Arthur cautiously extended his hand out of the box, waving it in the air as the powder in his right hand slowly scattered outward. He had ground this powder from fragments of the box shattered by his palm thunder while he was still inside. Under the control of the levitation charm, the powder hung, suspended in midair. Although Arthur was not yet proficient in wandless magic, he could manage simple spells to control lightweight objects like this powder. After pondering inside the box for a while, he had figured out what had attacked him earlier: Thestrals. These were skeletal dragon-head black-winged horses with enormous bat-like wings visible only to those who had witnessed death. Thestrals flew with incredible speed, rivaling even the swiftest broom-riding wizards. Ashamedly, as a transmigrant, Arthur had never witnessed a person's death until now. His parents in this life had passed away from incurable ailments at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. As expected, as the powder drifted gently forward, two winged horses materialized in front of the iron box. One of them stopped, lowered its head, and spat out a wand from its mouth. Arthur's wand, which the Thestral had snatched. When the wand fell to the ground, it was clearly visible that it had snapped in the middle, exposing the unicorn tail hair core. Having spotted the Thestrals through the powder, Arthur struck immediately. Whatever Voldemort's purpose in bringing him here, killing these Thestrals, his accomplices, was the best course of action for now. He raised both hands, and crackling arcs of electricity began to converge in his palms, quickly forming two massive orbs of lightning. A lightning whip would have been more effective in this situation, but Arthur lacked proficiency with it. Without his wand, he couldn't execute a viable lightning whip. Yet Palm Thunder was sufficient. As his focus shifted to using Palm Thunder, the levitation charm he had cast earlier dissipated, and a cloud of black powder fell from the air. Arthur fixed his gaze on the Thestral's shoulder blades and hurled the Palm Thunder orbs at the center of their wings. A flash of white lightning streaked by, and both orbs struck the Thestral's backs. One Thestral's wing was torn off. As the wing hit the ground, the black powder covering it stirred up a cloud of dark dust. At the same time, the two Thestrals let out agonized cries. Their shrill screams echoed through the Forbidden Forest, and gradually behind the trees encircling the clearing, one red eye after another began to appear. Arthur had no time to concern himself with the approaching forest creatures. After his attack, using the black powder still clinging to the Thestral, he saw the one whose wing remained intact spin around and charge toward him at full speed. Arthur quickly ducked behind the black iron box. Unable to stop, the Thestral slammed violently into the box, and even from the opposite side, Arthur felt the force of the brutal impact. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The Thestral must have been dazed as well. Arthur peeked out, a Palm Thunder orb already charging in one hand. Due to the intense collision and its breakneck speed, most of the black powder covering this Thestral had fallen off. Still, from the residual black powder on the pitted skin of its dragon-like head, Arthur could tell the Thestral was dizzy, wobbling as it stood. Seizing the moment, he hurled the lightning orb. This Palm Thunder had been charged far longer than the previous ones, forming a white orb as large as a basketball. Because of the close distance, the orb struck the Thestral's head in the next instant. The Thestral barely let out a cry before falling silent. Its head had been scorched, its skull cracked and split apart. Only those who have truly seen death can perceive Thestrals, but after death their forms become visible to all. Such was the Thestral now lying before Arthur. Its entire body was jet black, with a dragon's head and a horse's body and a pair of broad wings sprouting from its back. It might sound beautiful, but in reality it was utterly fleshless. Its black hide clung tightly to its skeleton, every bone starkly visible. No matter the creature, it needs ample flesh or thick fur to appear pleasing. The Thestral's gaunt skeletal form struck Arthur as hideous, much like the house elves he had seen before. In fact, the Thestral's emaciation was far more severe than that of a house elf. Perhaps catching the scent of blood from the Thestral, Arthur had killed the one with the broken wing, didn't even look back, but let out a piercing shriek. This time, not only did the trees surrounding the clearing tremble, but the distant trees also shook violently, drawing steadily closer to Arthur's location. A clear sign that some massive creature was approaching. Hearing the cry, Arthur wasted no time and hurled another Palm Thunder at the shrieking Thestral's back. Struck once more, the Thestral's spine snapped cleanly. Seconds later, Arthur saw its corpse, The other thestral had died, too, blood gushing from its body. Now staring at the dense clusters of blood-red eyes in the surrounding forest, Arthur dashed forward to retrieve his broken wand. After inserting the exposed unicorn tail hair back in, he tore off some hair from the thestral's head and wound it tightly around the broken section. This way his wand could serve temporarily enough to help him face the current predicament. As Arthur remained vigilant, anticipating an attack from the surrounding forest, the environment of the clearing where he stood suddenly began to transform. The ground beside the black iron box abruptly swelled, and a perfectly flat slab of earth flew out, followed by a unicorn drenched in blood emerging from beneath the soil. A unicorn is a horse with a pure white coat and a single long horn atop its head. Renowned for its unique and beautiful form, it symbolizes nobility, pride, and purity in the eyes of wizards. Yet the unicorn before Arthur appeared gravely weak, covered in blood, with its hind legs bent at an unnatural angle, as if they had been broken. Around its neck was an iron collar bristling with spikes on both the inside and outside. Arthur could clearly see that some spikes had already pierced the unicorn's neck, dripping with blood. After emerging from beneath the ground, the unicorn gazed at Arthur with eyes full of wariness. These injuries were inflicted by a wizard's attack. That wizard had imprisoned her, and only moments ago the magical restraints binding her were released, but the iron collar around her neck remained. The moment the unicorn appeared, the ring of towering trees surrounding the clearing burst into raging flames. The fire consumed those trees in an instant, and the animals hiding behind them let out a single shriek before falling silent. Within seconds the flames formed a circle, trapping Arthur and the unicorn inside, and the fire steadily closed in toward the center. Just then a compartment slid out from the bottom of the iron box, opened by itself, and a piece of parchment flew out. The parchment, suspended in midair, split open like a mouth. Then Quirrell's voice emerged from within. "Mr. Arthur Black, your family, your bloodline, and your talent are all rarities in the entire history of wizardry. I had intended to groom you as my successor, but regrettably you refused me most decisively last time. For this I am deeply disappointed. As the sole heir of the Black family, you ought to be my faithful disciple. However, being filled with kindness and mercy, I have decided to grant you one final chance. Now I am watching you from within Hogwarts, and you must make a choice. You are surrounded by flames. These are no ordinary flames, but fiend fire which consumes everything utterly. Last time I offered you the means to wield and control fiend fire, but sadly you declined. Thus you now face a decision. Your only way out is to kill the unicorn. The collar around its neck is a magical artifact. Upon death, a key will drop from it. The sole key to the door where I imprisoned the unicorn earlier. I have enchanted that door, and only that key can open it. If you wish to escape with the key, you must slay the unicorn. You must decide swiftly, for I am at Hogwarts and cannot control the fiend fire around you." As Quirrell's voice ceased, the parchment began to burn in midair, turning to ashes. Arthur fell silent, staring at the encircling fiend fire. He had never imagined that Voldemort would resort to such tactics against him, and that Voldemort was far more cunning than the version depicted in the original story. To be blunt, even if Voldemort sought to kill him, now he had no means to resist. He looked at the unicorn. His only option was to kill it. Suddenly, he noticed a mirror on the slab of earth that had flown up earlier, reflecting the image of Quirrell, who was watching him with a smile. A surge of inexplicable fury rose within Arthur. He brandished his wand, and a red beam shot forth, shattering the mirror. His anger stemmed not from Voldemort's trap forcing him to kill the unicorn, but from the fact that he had fallen into it. Due to Dumbledore and Voldemort, he had always strived to be a cautious young wizard, but lately, he had grown arrogant. Perhaps because he had entered the original storyline, he unconsciously adopted a god's perspective, believing that dealing with Voldemort would not be difficult. He had become somewhat inflated. For instance, when Quirrell gave him the dark magic notebook, he burned it immediately. Yet a truly cautious person lacking the strength to face both Dumbledore and Voldemort alone would never have destroyed the notebook right outside Quirrell's office, no matter what. The fiend fire crept closer, and Arthur could already feel the intense heat radiating from the flames. He glanced at the unicorn, then entered the hole from which it had emerged, attempting to open the door of the passage below with magic. But whether he used the unlocking charm or his lightning magic, the door remained immovable. The surrounding earth had also been reinforced, and his transfiguration spells could not alter the terrain. Even against Quirrell, a Hogwarts graduate, his transfiguration was no match. Helpless, Arthur returned to the unicorn's side. In his eyes, he was the cause of this unicorn's doom. In the next moment, he might have to kill it to save himself. By then the unicorn had collapsed from its severe injuries. Seeing Arthur approach, it struggled to lift its head and gaze at him. She knew that the young wizard before her was no dark wizard. Through scent she could even sense that he had barely touched dark magic and his soul was pure. In ordinary circumstances, if they met in the wild, even though Arthur was male, she would not have refused his approach. Unicorns are magical creatures, not ordinary beasts. They can understand human speech. She had clearly heard every word Quirrell spoke through the parchment. She knew that her life was over. Yet what troubled her noble and kind heart was that she would bring harm to this young wizard, one who did not wish to kill her, but but was forced to do so to survive. A wizard who kills a unicorn is cursed. Killing one to save one's own life incurs a far heavier curse. Drinking its blood to prolong life brings the most severe curse, almost invariably fatal. Since many creatures may kill them unknowingly, their curse has become a passive ability beyond their control. If Arthur killed her, he would inevitably be cursed. Though not as lethal as drinking its blood, the curse from killing a unicorn would still be unbearable for an 11-year-old wizard. To survive after slaying the unicorn, Arthur would have to learn and study dark magic to resist the curse. This was precisely Voldemort's goal, to force Arthur Black, the sole heir of Britain's oldest family, into embracing dark magic and being corrupted by it. Arthur slowly approached the unicorn. She did not harm him, only let out mournful cries, tears streaming from her eyes. Now she had only one way to help Arthur. Struggling to rise on her forelegs, her silvery white blood began to flow, gathering toward her single horn. As it moved, the silvery blood gradually turned red with black threads running through it. Soon her horn was stained a dark crimson. When it had fully darkened, she slammed its side violently against the ground. With a crisp crack, the horn snapped off at the base. Then, using her mouth, the unicorn placed the broken horn before Arthur and let out 2 soft calls. She knew he could not understand her speech or her actions, but she was aware that a powerful wizard at Hogwarts would comprehend. As long as the young wizard before her survived, that powerful wizard would aid him. Arthur looked at the unicorn's behavior, puzzled, but he knew she meant no harm. He gazed at the dark crimson horn and picked it up. Seeing Arthur take the horn, the unicorn nodded slightly. Even that small motion caused blood to gush from the broken stump. The sharp pain made her whimper softly. Enduring the agony, she turned her tail toward Arthur and shook it repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, her tail hairs had also turned dark crimson. Arthur looked at the broken horn in his hand, then at the unicorn's actions, and asked hesitantly, "Do you want me to take your tail hairs too?" The unicorn nodded. So Arthur stepped forward and used his wand to cut off the unicorn's tail hairs. After this was done, the unicorn laid down, turning the collar on her neck toward Arthur, and slowly closed her eyes. Arthur knelt before her. All he could do now was help her pass, without too much pain. Dark lightning began to gather, seeping into the unicorn's body to numb her senses. Then he raised his wand and struck near the collar. Blood flowed from the wound, and a minute later the key that could save Arthur's life dropped into the pool of blood. The unicorn was dead. An invisible wisp of black energy seeped from her body into his, causing him to shiver inexplicably. Then he felt the scorching heat of the fiend fire again. Knowing time was short, Arthur used the levitation charm to make the unicorn's corpse float behind him as he quickly fled the place through the underground passage. After traversing a tunnel that stretched over 100 meters, Arthur finally emerged from within. By then, the once dim sky outside had transformed entirely into a fiery crimson. The fiend fire, now beyond control, was not only consuming the clearing where Arthur had originally stood, but also spreading outward. It had nearly reached Arthur's current location. Hastily, he led the unicorn to a spot at least 1,000 meters away, finding a relatively picturesque area to bury it. The blood-stained horn and tail hairs of the unicorn were placed into the small bag he carried, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extinction charm. The fiend fire raging in the forbidden forest was starkly visible against the dark night. Professor Snape and Flitwick, dispatched by McGonagall to search for Arthur, spotted the massive blaze from a great distance. Alarmed, they rushed over with urgency. Upon witnessing the ever-spreading fiend fire, they abandoned the search for Arthur, knowing they must extinguish the inferno immediately. Snape and Flitwick exchanged a glance, simultaneously drawing their wands and driving the tips into the ground. Finite incantatum. With their synchronized cries, 2 streams of golden light surged from their wands into the earth. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the golden radiance traveled along the fissures toward the fiend fire. In a remarkably short time, the golden light enveloped the fiend fire, colliding relentlessly with the flames within the encirclement. Each clash diminished the fiend fire's size, yet the golden glow, sustained by the continuous magical output of Snape and Flitwick, both Hogwarts professors, showed no sign of weakening. After repeated collisions, the fiend fire was finally extinguished. This blaze was far smaller than the one in Paris, and upon withdrawing their wands, Snape and Flitwick merely caught their breath. Snape then immediately scanned the surroundings. The fire he had just quelled was no natural wildfire. It was fiend fire, a magic only a wizard could conjure. The sudden appearance of such a massive fiend fire in the usually peaceful forbidden forest could only mean the wizard who had brought Arthur here was responsible, so Arthur must be nearby. Yet he feared Arthur might have perished in the flames. Before the professors could search for long, Arthur himself found them. Voldemort would never return to extinguish his own fiend fire, so after burying the unicorn, Arthur had hurried toward the commotion. Upon seeing Snape and Flitwick, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick." Hearing Arthur's voice, the anxiety on the professors' faces eased considerably. As long as no student had died, they believed Dumbledore could handle the rest. Moreover, Hogwarts boasted the finest potions master, healing experts, and other professors capable of restoring young witches and wizards. Seeing Arthur alive and that the blood on him was not his own, Snape allowed a fleeting smile. barely a second, before reverting to his usual cold demeanor. He fixed his gaze on Arthur and asked, "Mr. Black, do you know which wizard brought you here?" "Of course. It was Professor Quirrell." "Quirrell? Why? What was his purpose in bringing you here?" Before Snape could inquire further, Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, exclaimed with agitation. Flitwick had served as Ravenclaw's head for decades, even when Quirrell was a student at Hogwarts. Quirrell had graduated with decent marks and a sharp mind, and Flitwick had held high hopes for him. When Quirrell later successfully applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Flitwick was overjoyed. But Quirrell's subsequent performance had disappointed him. Yet he could not fathom why Quirrell would kidnap a first-year student and unleash fiendfire, a lethal dark magic. Had he and Snape not arrived in time, the unchecked flames might have destroyed a tenth of the Forbidden Forest before anyone in Hogwarts Castle even noticed. Faced with Flitwick's questioning, Arthur could not reveal the true reason, that he had been forced by Voldemort to kill a unicorn. He intended to share that only with Dumbledore. If not for the blood-stained horn and tail hairs whose significance he did not fully understand, he would not have told even Dumbledore. But if the Black family library held no information on the matter, he would have no choice but to consult Dumbledore. Thus he fabricated an explanation, one that was in fact highly plausible. Professor Quirrell might have been trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone hidden on the 4th floor of the school. With Professor Dumbledore away today, he kidnapped me deep into the Forbidden Forest. By sending you to search for me, he could minimize Hogwarts' defenses. This scenario was entirely possible. Voldemort had only forced Arthur to bear the unicorn's curse. After this incident, he would not cover for Quirrell. Seizing this moment to steal the Philosopher's Stone and kill Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, would be ideal. Merlin's beard. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Flitwick exclaimed in disbelief. The day had brought him too many shocks, too intense. Even during the First Wizarding War, he had never encountered events so staggering one after another. On the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, Arthur unhesitatingly threw Harry under the bus. For Harry, who was about to officially begin his savior's journey, this was a trivial inconvenience. Earlier, when Mr. Harry Potter came to ask me questions, he accidentally let it slip. He Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley asked me about Mr. Nicholas Flamel, and I deduced the rest. At the mention of the Potter surname, Snape grew impatient. Mr. Potter is just like that, knowing a little something and wanting to broadcast it to the world, as if everyone must know how remarkable the savior is. A newborn baby defeating the Dark Lord. Mr. Potter is indeed remarkable for that. Enough, Severus. We must return to Hogwarts immediately. The Philosopher's Stone must not fall into Quirrell's hands. I know, but Potter must lose points. Very well, he did err in this matter. The news of the Philosopher's Stone should not have been leaked. As Arthur, Snape, and Flitwick began their return, chaos had already erupted within Hogwarts. Initially, Professor McGonagall had instructed all students to remain in the Great Hall before sending Snape and Flitwick to find Arthur. She then dispatched several professors to patrol the castle, inspecting for any other dangers lurking within. Quirrell, despite his usual incompetence as the defense against the dark arts professor, was naturally included in this patrol. After leaving the Great Hall, he returned to his office to remotely monitor Arthur's actions. Though he could no longer see what Arthur was doing after the mirror was shattered, his plan had already succeeded. Arthur Black, the sole heir of the Black family, had been led astray. Cultivating Arthur as his successor to the Dark Lord was no jest. He was genuinely intent on this course. The failure of the First Wizarding War had left a profound impact on him. During his rise to power, he had shifted from the pure blood supremacy he championed at Hogwarts to a doctrine of might makes right. Though he never explicitly stated it, the wizards of pure blood families were no fools. They sensed this shift and no longer aligned with Voldemort. Only his overwhelming power forced their submission. Yet when Harry Potter, an infant barely out of the cradle, vanquished Voldemort, regardless of how this child savior accomplished it, Voldemort's prestige suffered a devastating blow. Thus, upon his resurrection, securing the support of Arthur Black, the wizard with the most esteemed bloodline in the eyes of all pure blood families across Britain, was crucial to reigniting the war. Arthur Black could also provide vast financial resources. Combined with the Malfoy family's wealth, Voldemort would lack nothing in terms of funds once he regained his power. Moreover, naming Arthur Black as his heir could secure the loyalty of many pure blood wizards. After all, many wizards now knew of his half-blood status. Of course, this talk of an heir was merely a ruse. With his Horcruxes ensuring immortality, what could an heir truly inherit? Once the wizarding world was unified, he could simply dispose of them under some pretext. Seated in his office, Quirrell smiled as a lamp on his desk flickered to life. This lamp was linked to the passage he had set for Arthur. It only lit when the door opened. To corrupt Arthur into darkness, he had exhausted all the magical artifacts from the First Wizarding War that he could currently find. Gazing at the glowing lamp, Quirrell inquired curiously, "Master, how are you so certain Black will kill the unicorn rather than perish in the fiend fire?" The face on the back of Quirrell's head chuckled. The Sorting Hat never errs in assigning houses. Once a Slytherin, always a Slytherin. A Slytherin who knows to bide their time and protect themselves would never sacrifice their life for a unicorn. He's no foolish Gryffindor. The Master is truly brilliant. It seems Black is destined to become a Death Eater. Voldemort let out his signature laugh. Haha, rest assured Severus and Flitwick are already searching for Black. Dumbledore is absent, leaving only McGonagall as a capable force at the school. You may proceed with my plan to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. His laughter was unrestrained, shedding all pretense of concealment. Master wasn't Snape, once your servant. Why send him away? Severus. Ha, turncoat. He defected to Dumbledore the moment I fell from power. With my current weakness, he might betray us again. He is not to be trusted until I am truly resurrected. Understood, Master. I will commence the plan immediately. Quirrell hurried out and cast Fiendfire in the courtyard on the second floor. The raging flames drew McGonagall's attention, and before she could seek out the arsonist after extinguishing the fire, howls echoed from the Forbidden Forest as werewolves emerged one by one. Seemingly recognizing the Fiendfire in Hogwarts' courtyard as a signal, they charged toward the castle. McGonagall looked up to see a full moon in the sky. Under the moonlight, several werewolves had already breached the school grounds. Quirrell stood behind a second-floor window smiling at the scene. Everything was unfolding according to the plan of his great master Voldemort. He then turned and made his way to the fourth floor to the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone. In the Great Hall, a werewolf had already broken in. Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, who remained on guard, drew her wand to slay the creatures. Normally, she would merely wound them, but the safety of the students demanded she eliminate these threats with utmost efficiency. All lower year students stay behind. Upper year students stand forward and attack these werewolves with me. No one leaves the Great Hall until Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore returns. Led by a head of house, the older students began casting spells at the werewolves from a distance. Though their accuracy was low against the swift creatures, their sheer numbers compensated. Students like Harry, the younger ones, were shielded at the rear. Given the situation, even Hermione and Harry sensed something deeply amiss. So many events unfolding in a single night were far too unusual, as if orchestrated by someone. Recalling their earlier suspicions about Arthur's disappearance, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Someone's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione quickly added, what do we do now? Should we tell a professor? Harry looked around and shook his head. No. Only Professor Sprout is here, and protecting the students is more important. We're on our own. Hermione surveyed the hall and conceded, Professor Snape has gone after Black. It seems Quirrell is behind this. He's the only one with the time. Despite his fondness for Snape, Harry felt Quirrell was the culprit, but still muttered, maybe Snape slipped away while searching for Black and did all this. Before Hermione could argue, Harry pulled Ron aside and whispered their analysis and suspicions. Quirrell was after the Philosopher's Stone, and only they could stop him. All right, let's go now. Ron was visibly excited. He had remained silent during their encounter with the three-headed dog, and had since regretted it. Any other man in the Weasley family would not have acted as he did. Even his sister Ginny would have fought back. Now he sought to redeem himself. As the trio passed Neville, Harry hesitated. Having recently gotten to know Neville, he recognized the boy's bravery. He reluctantly shared their plan, but Neville opposed it. Harry, no. We're not strong enough. We must wait for the professors to return. If Flitwick and the others can't make it, at least wait for Professor McGonagall. But there's no time. He's not that powerful, we can defeat him. And if Quirrell succeeds, Voldemort will return. Hogwarts will be finished. At the mention of Voldemort's name, Neville shuddered involuntarily. It was the nightmare of his childhood. His grandmother often used tales of Voldemort to frighten him into obedience. Yet he stood firm. No, Harry. These are just your guesses. We must wait for the professors. Quirrell is still a professor. Professor Sprout said we can't leave. If you insist on going, he'll fight you. With that, Neville raised his fists and blocked their path. I'm sorry, Neville. You may not believe this, but he'll apologize later. Petrificus Totalis. Hermione had drawn her wand and cast the full bodybind curse on him. Their argument had already drawn the attention of some students. They had to deal with Neville quickly. Harry and Ron gently carried the immobilized Neville to the wall. After settling him, the three donned the invisibility cloak and slipped out of the Great Hall. By the time Arthur Snape and Professor Flitwick returned to Hogwarts, the werewolf army had yet to be vanquished. It was still night, and the werewolves, having transformed, possessed tremendous speed and magical resistance. Aside from the professors, most young witches and wizards could only rely on their numerical advantage, occasionally managing to strike a werewolf that failed to dodge a barrage of spells. Upon his return, Arthur's first encounter was with Professor McGonagall in the courtyard. As a master of transfiguration and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, McGonagall was far more formidable than any Auror. She wielded transfiguration with effortless mastery. Her wand, like a conductor's baton, traced elegant arcs through the air. Even the assault of dozens of werewolves could not bring her a single step closer. Yet this marked the limit of her capabilities. Unlike a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, McGonagall could only hold her ground against such a horde, unable to vanquish them swiftly, a task that remained just beyond her reach. The attacking werewolves, however, could make no headway toward the Great Hall either. Having lost most of their reason, they still could not set foot inside the hall by the time Arthur and the others returned. These dozens of werewolves were merely intimidating in appearance. For a witch of McGonagall's prowess, as long as she erected defensive measures before her and employed long-range curses against the werewolves, they were utterly helpless. It was precisely because with proper preparation, even a wizard barely matching an Auror's standard could single-handedly handle a werewolf that the numerous werewolves had been driven by wizards to the harsh remote regions of Northern Europe. After meeting Arthur and learning the gist of the night's events, McGonagall instructed Snape to remain and hold off the werewolves alongside her, while Flitwick was to escort Arthur to the 4th floor, the location of the Philosopher's Stone, to identify and stop Quirrell. Yet McGonagall was unaware that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already ventured through the obstacles set by the professors. In the challenges Dumbledore had arranged, seemingly tailored for the trio, Harry and his friends swiftly overcame them. Ron fell to McGonagall's giant wizard chess challenge, knocked unconscious. The potion challenge leading to the final chamber was Snape's design. Hermione, after deciphering the riddle, drank the potion that would return her to seek help, while Harry consumed the potion meant for one person alone and proceeded to the last room. After drinking the potion that led to the next chamber, Harry stepped through the flames between the obstacles and entered the final room. Upon entering, he found someone already inside. It was not Snape as Harry had hoped, but the professor he and Hermione had long suspected, Quirrell. Apart from Quirrell, the room contained a mirror, the mirror of Ariste. Quirrell's face lit up with surprise and delight as he saw Harry enter. "Oh, Potter, I thought perhaps a professor might come to stop me, but it's you. A first-year and 11-year-old little wizard just enrolled. It really is you, Quirrell. You have no chance now. I've sent Hermione back to seek help from the other professors, and Dumbledore will receive word by owl." Harry gripped his wand tightly, his expression tense. The arduous obstacles he had passed upon entering had made him realize that the defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell was far more powerful than he usually appeared. At Harry's words, Quirrell burst into laughter. "Professors, they're still outside fending off the werewolves. Even if they knew I was coming for the stone, they'd prioritize protecting those cowardly, useless little wizards. As for Dumbledore, he's a headache indeed. But by the time the owl delivers the message and he returns to Hogwarts, I'll have already succeeded and departed." For a moment, Harry was at a loss, utterly unsure what to do. Yet he spoke firmly. "I will stop you. Before you defeat me, the professors will have dealt with those werewolves you mentioned." With that, he darted behind a pillar, gripping his wand ready to disrupt Quirrell's actions. "Even now you dare oppose me, Harry Potter. I wonder if I should call you brave or brainless. It seems Gryffindor is the right place for you." As he spoke, Quirrell began to unwrap the purple turban from his head, and slowly his voice began to change. By the end of his sentence, Harry felt as though a sinister serpent were speaking to him. Quirrell's head was fully exposed, but Harry was astonished to see it looked remarkably small, at least disproportionately so compared to his body. Moreover, his head was completely bald. Then a pained expression twisted Quirrell's face. Though Harry couldn't see the back of his head, he could see veins bulging on his hairless scalp as a surge of blood rushed from the back toward the front. This reminded Harry of an old legend. Quirrell was two-faced with another visage on the back of his head. Quirrell gritted through the pain. "Oh no, Master, you've already expended much of your power, and it hasn't yet recovered." A cold, piercing voice replied, "No matter. It's worth spending some power to deal with Black. Soon we'll have the Philosopher's Stone. With it I can be reborn and leave your body. Isn't that what you wish?" "Of course not, Master. My body is yours to use as you please." Quirrell quickly defended himself. "Spare me your pledges of loyalty. Your clemency is no better than that child Black's. You cannot deceive me." Quirrell immediately fell to his knees. Though the pain made tears stream down his face, he begged his master, "Master, forgive me. I am truly loyal to you. Enough. I know what you've done for me this past year. After my resurrection, I will restore your body, make it stronger than before, and you may learn my magic." Then, to Harry's horror, a lumpy, pitted mass of flesh slowly moved from the back of Quirrell's head, creeping forward until it covered his face. Quirrell let out the most piercing, agonized scream Harry had ever heard. Seconds later, Quirrell rose. His face had completely transformed, hideous beyond measure, features squeezed together, skin as pale as chalk, eyes like red beads, and no nose. Only two narrow slits. At the same time, a faint black mist emanated from this grotesque visage. Harry felt it was more repulsive than any monster he'd seen in horror films. A single glance made his skin crawl. "Harry Potter, look what I've become, all because of you. Now it's time for you to repay me. Help me obtain the Philosopher's Stone so I can create a body of my own." Quirrell advanced stiffly toward Harry. Harry shuddered, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. He dashed behind another pillar, stammering in disbelief. You're Voldemort. You didn't die? And what did you do to Black? Did you kill him?" "Why, he was innocent." "Oh, indeed. The old Black is dead. The new Black will be far superior." As Voldemort spoke, he pointed his wand, and the fleeing Harry was instantly frozen, unable to move a muscle except for his eyes. Now, dear Harry Potter, come and see what magic this mirror conceals." With a flick of his wand toward the mirror of Ariste, Harry was levitated and moved before the mirror. "Well, what do you see? Is it the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort pressed his mouth close to Harry's ear, his breath like icy vapor, making Harry tremble uncontrollably. Unable to close his eyes, Harry could only stare at the mirror. In it he saw a figure identical to himself. The figure reached into its trouser pocket, pulled out a bright red stone, and then placed it back. As the figure completed this action, Harry felt a heavy object truly drop into his own pocket. He had obtained the Philosopher's Stone that Voldemort so desperately desired. Yet he clearly couldn't reveal this to Voldemort. Having seen the mirror before, he knew what wizards normally saw. He fabricated a vision. I saw Gryffindor defeat Slytherin to win the House Cup this year, and then Dumbledore shook my hand. You're lying. You cannot deceive me, don't you know that? Voldemort's cold, piercing voice rang out again. Fear welled up in Harry's heart. This was precisely what Voldemort wanted in legitimacy. The more unsettled a wizard's mind, the easier it was for the caster to read their thoughts. Oh, Potter, you lied to me, didn't you? Isn't the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket? The moment Voldemort finished speaking, Harry felt his body regain sensation. Abandoning the wand a wizard should use, he threw a punch straight at Voldemort's hideous face. Oh, damn it. With a cry of agony, Voldemort clutched his face. Though he had no protruding nose, the direct blow to the center of his face made tears stream uncontrollably. On the other side, as Hermione was returning, she happened to encounter Arthur and Professor Flitwick, who had rushed over. Seeing them was like seeing a savior, and she excitedly recounted the events concerning the checkpoint to Flitwick. Flitwick, hearing this, displayed even more excitement than Hermione, saying, I must hurry inside. Since it has been confirmed that someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, you should quickly inform Professor McGonagall about this matter. Having said that, Flitwick immediately dashed towards the checkpoint. Although he was a half-blood of wizards and elves, his speed was remarkably swift. It was no mere boast that he had won the dueling championship in his youth. After Flitwick left, Arthur uttered a sentence and quickly followed. Miss Granger, you go notify Professor McGonagall. It was impossible for him to call for help. The rage from nearly dying in his first crossing made him want to vent it all out, and that burden could only be borne by Voldemort himself. Standing there, Hermione angrily stomped her foot on the ground and then quickly ran outside. Seeing Flitwick come over with Arthur, he wanted to say something, but there was no time. Considering Arthur's strength far exceeded that of a first-year student, he accepted Arthur's presence without protest. As Flitwick waved his wand, the flames that had originally required potion to pass through vanished under his magical power. After passing through the gates where the flames had disappeared, the two arrived at the final room. Upon entering, they saw Harry fighting Quirrell. To be precise, Harry was hitting Quirrell's face, which looked noticeably different. After Harry struck Voldemort's face for the first time, he realized that in this situation fists were far more effective than wands. Thus he swung his somewhat feeble fists, pressing the advantage as he struck Voldemort's face time and again. With each blow, he noticed that Voldemort's skin reddened as if it were a piece of iron heated to a bright glow, transforming his once pale face into a bright crimson. Simultaneously, Voldemort's mouth emitted continuous cries of anguish, the intense pain even preventing him from raising his wand to cast spells. However, Harry's lightning-shaped scar throbbed with a pain akin to being pierced by a needle. Knowing he could not compete with Voldemort magically, Harry understood that he needed to let this pain affect both parties, preventing anyone from casting spells. This way he could buy time until the professors arrived and prevent Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Thus, when Arthur and Flitwick entered the room, they saw Harry attacking Quirrell. With a fierce expression on his face, Harry had his legs wrapped around Quirrell's waist, one hand pressing down on Quirrell's face, while the other formed a fist, repeatedly pummeling Quirrell's face. Upon hearing a sound and turning to see Professor Flitwick, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face, though it was oddly paired with his fierce demeanor, resembling a murderer in the midst of a crime. Professor Flitwick. Quickly, this isn't Quirrell, it's Voldemort who has possessed Quirrell. Although Flitwick was taken aback, he first restrained Quirrell's body. He summoned Quirrell's wand from beside him, cast a full body bind curse, and conjured ropes as thick as his arms to secure Quirrell. However, Harry's hand remained pressed against Voldemort's face, and Voldemort could only emit cries of despair, unable to move. Standing nearby, Arthur, who was unaware of the situation, might have thought that Hogwarts had been controlled by Voldemort, with a first-year wizard under the professor's guidance abusing a wizard rejected by everyone due to his ugly appearance. Seeing Flitwick had restrained Voldemort, Harry could no longer endure the pain from his forehead and left Quirrell's body. He immediately ran to Flitwick's side, leaning against a pillar and gasping for breath while observing Arthur Black beside Flitwick. He had previously heard Voldemort mention that the former Black was dead and that the current Black was an excellent one. In Voldemort's eyes, what constituted an excellent wizard? It could only be one who yearned for darkness and practiced dark magic. However, Voldemort's words made it difficult for Harry to attack Arthur, who had saved his life, yet he remained on guard against Arthur. The Voldemort parasitizing Quirrell felt immense rage as Harry Potter thwarted his plans. However, he knew that he was merely a remnant soul. Without Quirrell's body, he had no means to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell's body emitted anguished cries, and Voldemort's face writhed like a mass of goo, constantly shifting atop Quirrell's head. With each convulsion, Quirrell's body appeared as if drained by a vampire, transforming into a desiccated corpse, and then into ashes. Knowing that obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was hopeless, Voldemort drained Quirrell's life force and magical power. He detached from Quirrell's body, morphing into a black sphere that sped away from the scene. Before leaving, he circled around Harry, knocking him aside. As a master of spells, Flitwick had naturally studied soul-related magic. However, due to the predominantly malevolent nature of such magic, he had not delved deeply into it. At this moment, upon seeing Voldemort's soul, his wand emitted beams of light directed at Voldemort, while he chanted spell after spell. After being struck by those beams, Voldemort was clearly pushed back, though he did not suffer any severe injuries. Below Voldemort's soul, Arthur hesitated. His lightning magic was still ordinary yin and yang lightning, lacking the ability to attack souls. This was the setting in his previous life's game. He needed to fuse both forms into heavenly thunder to inflict damage on souls. Now in this real world, he was uncertain if ordinary lightning could possess any properties of heavenly thunder. If he couldn't kill Voldemort's soul, and instead alerted Voldemort to a special magic he possessed, would Voldemort target him afterward? Having suffered once, Arthur was hesitant. Just then a thought struck him: the bloodied unicorn horn left to him before the unicorn's death could harm Voldemort's soul. Seeing that Voldemort's soul was about to leave his vicinity, Arthur immediately took out the bloodied unicorn horn and thrust it towards Voldemort with great force. At the moment of contact, Voldemort emitted a cry of agony, one that made everyone present feel a sharp pain in their heads. Voldemort's soul visibly shrank significantly. The black sphere, which had been the size of a basketball, was reduced to the size of a ping-pong ball. Simultaneously, his soul became tinged with a hint of crimson. That crimson glow seemed to penetrate deep within Voldemort's soul, trailing him even as he fled rapidly through the air. Upon witnessing the black sphere shrink, Flitwick intensified his attacks. Perhaps due to its reduced size, the effects of Flitwick's spell on Voldemort's soul were significantly more pronounced. The small black sphere was repeatedly slammed against the walls, growing smaller with each hit. In a fit of impotent fury, Voldemort cast one last glance at the three individuals in the room before the remaining pea-sized black sphere slipped through the window's glass, disappearing from Arthur and the others' sight. After witnessing Arthur severely wound Voldemort, Harry no longer paid much attention to what Voldemort had said to him earlier, instead continuing to remain on guard against Arthur. Nor did he have the chance to dwell on it. Seeing that the Philosopher's Stone had not been taken by Voldemort in the end, Harry handed the red stone in his pocket to Flitwick before collapsing into unconsciousness. After Voldemort's escape, Flitwick was curious about the dark red unicorn horn Arthur had produced, but he refrained from questioning him. After all, the Black family to which Arthur belonged was one of the oldest in all of Britain, and it was not unusual for them to possess certain unique and powerful magical artifacts. Mr. Black, please return to the Great Hall and inform Professor McGonagall of the situation here. Be cautious of the werewolves. However, Professor Snape has already joined the battle, so the werewolf issue may have been resolved by now. I will take Mr. Potter to the hospital wing for treatment. Of course, Professor. With that, Flitwick departed with the unconscious Harry. Arthur slowly made his way downstairs. As he passed a window on the landing, he looked down and saw that many werewolves had already been bound and were lying motionless on the ground. The courtyard was no longer lit by the flashes of spells, suggesting the werewolves had been dealt with. As he reached the second floor, he encountered Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who were coming up with Hermione. McGonagall asked anxiously, Mr. Black, what is the situation upstairs? Did Quirrell succeed? No, Professor McGonagall. When Professor Flitwick and I arrived, Mr. Harry Potter was already fighting Quirrell. He managed to hold out until Professor Flitwick got there, so Quirrell did not succeed. The Philosopher's Stone is now with Professor Flitwick. However, Mr. Potter has fainted due to the struggle, and Professor Flitwick is taking him to the hospital wing. Arthur spoke, casually standing on the stairs. His robes, which had been stained with blood and dust, had been customized with self-pressing and self-repair functions, and now looked as clean as if they had just been laundered, appearing immaculate. His composed and refined demeanor made Professor McGonagall feel that her own emotions as an experienced professor and deputy headmistress had been overly flustered. McGonagall composed herself, her face stern again. Very well, let us go to the hospital wing to see Mr. Potter. There are matters that only he who was the first there would know. Snape cast an approving glance at Arthur. Although he was not a deputy headmistress like McGonagall, he knew more about certain matters than she did. In his view, Dumbledore, with his partiality, would surely award points to those brainless little wizards in Gryffindor to cultivate Harry Potter, the chosen one. Now that Arthur was involved in this incident, Slytherin might still have a chance to win the House Cup. Slytherin would once again claim glory, rewriting Hogwarts history by winning the House Cup for 8 consecutive years. Thus, to prevent Gryffindor from obstructing Slytherin's opportunity, Snape, as a highly responsible head of Slytherin. As soon as he entered the hospital wing and saw the awake Harry, he said in a cold voice, Mr. Potter, for revealing information about the Philosopher's Stone earlier, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Harry, who had just woken up in bed, stared at Snape with wide, incredulous eyes. Snape too averted his gaze slightly from those emerald green eyes. Snape, when did I ever reveal anything about the Philosopher's Stone? Having just faced life and death, waking up to a point deduction enraged Harry so much he nearly leaped from the bed to tear out Snape's greasy hair, leaving him with a hairstyle like Quirrell's. Perhaps then, if he recalled today's ordeal in his dreams, he could beat Snape senseless in his sleep. Didn't you ask about Nicholas Flamel? Any wizard who pays attention in class and reads their books knows that in this day and age the name Nicholas Flamel is synonymous with the Philosopher's Stone. What difference is there between uttering that name and directly mentioning the Philosopher's Stone? I didn't know before I asked. Which is precisely why I call you a reckless, brainless wizard. Harry hesitated and did not retort further. He knew Snape was simply finding an excuse to deduct points, and as a student he had no power to resist. Hermione, standing nearby, also hesitated. In truth, she had been the first to ask Arthur that question, but since Harry had already lost points, they would not be reinstated. If Hermione lost even more points, Gryffindor would be penalized twice for the same matter. Harry understood Hermione's concern and shook his head at her. He had already broken enough school rules in this incident, a few more points made little difference. McGonagall cast a slightly reproachful look at Snape, but did not stop the point deduction. In her view, losing a few points might teach Harry a lesson, preventing another major incident like today's. She did not connect this to the House Cup, having already given up all hope of Gryffindor winning it. Gryffindor's House Cup score was already the lowest, trailing the leading Slytherin by a full 127 points. Now, with another 20 points deducted, the gap had widened to 147 points. McGonagall believed Snape's deduction was merely overly strict with Harry. She had been teaching at Hogwarts when Snape was a student, so she was aware of the old grudges between Snape and Harry's father. Not long after, Dumbledore, who had been absent for some time, reappeared at the school. Even though the professors had captured all the werewolves, some students still felt frightened. But upon seeing Dumbledore, their anxious hearts immediately eased. Such was Dumbledore's prestige. As the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history, and the Dark Lord, many believed Dumbledore was the one who vanquished Voldemort. Dumbledore was undisputedly the foremost figure in the magical world. With his arrival, both students and professors found their pillar of strength. Only Arthur remained skeptical. He suspected that Dumbledore, though appearing to leave, had actually been lurking behind the scenes all along. However, Dumbledore was not, as Arthur had guessed, lurking behind the scenes. He had actually gone out. Voldemort was no fool. He had devised a plan to lure Dumbledore away, and would naturally confirm whether Dumbledore had truly left. Thus Dumbledore did indeed go abroad. Yet he did not travel to the place Voldemort had schemed for him. Instead, he went to bid a final farewell to two friends, Nicholas Flamel and his wife Perenelle Flamel. Both had survived for over 600 years by virtue of the Philosopher's Stone, but such longevity came with its drawbacks. Though the elixir brewed from the Philosopher's Stone was called the elixir of life, it did not truly grant eternal youth. Its actual effect was merely immortality. Now the bodies of Nicholas Flamel and his wife were so brittle that the slightest touch could cause them to fracture. Continued use of the elixir of life might not sustain their lives for much longer, at most 3 or 4 decades. So when Dumbledore came to request the Philosopher's Stone as bait for a trap against Voldemort, they decided to cease using it to brew the elixir of life. In the remaining months, or perhaps a year or two of their lives, they would retreat to a place where no one could find them and pass away in peace. Dumbledore's visit today was to see them for the last time, and also to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. The stone he kept at Hogwarts was naturally not the true Philosopher's Stone. It was merely a replica crafted from it. That replica, however, still possessed many uses, such as transmuting other metals into pure gold, but it could not be used to brew the elixir of life. After destroying the stone, Nicholas Flamel placed the fragments into a box and handed it to Dumbledore. Then he retrieved a book and said, "Albus, please give these 2 items to Mr. Arthur Black." As he lifted the heavy tome, the bones in his fingers emitted a cracking sound. Dumbledore quickly took the items, determined to fulfill the final request of Nicholas Flamel, a friend who had greatly aided him as both mentor and companion. Yet he also asked why. Did you choose him as your heir in alchemy, or have you seen something? Having lived for 665 years, Nicholas Flamel had achieved extraordinary mastery in various fields of magic. In divination, for instance, he could glimpse the future through a crystal ball. Nicholas Flamel smiled. "I have seen certain visions. He will need this in the future. As for your other point, after learning of him, I did entertain that thought. But alchemy has now declined. What becomes of it should be left to the younger generation to decide." By the time Dumbledore took leave of Nicholas Flamel and his wife and returned to Hogwarts, the matter had largely been resolved. What took him by surprise, however, was that Voldemort had summoned werewolves to attack Hogwarts. This was of course no great ordeal. Several professors dealt with it. The castle's stone guardians and house elves had not yet been deployed, all of which were contingencies he had left in place. When he was away from the school, McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, had the authority to use the charm to awaken the stone guardians within the castle. He also kept the phoenix by his side, enabling him to return in the shortest possible time. In fact, by the time he rushed back, Harry was pummeling Voldemort. Blow after blow reshaped his perception of Harry. He was grateful that Harry the prophesied savior had displayed such courage, ultimately preventing the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, even if it was only a replica. Yet what troubled him was that Arthur Black, whom he had previously held in high regard, bore a curse. Nevertheless, the crisis had passed, and the celebratory feast must go on. An abundance of delicious food would help the young witches and wizards recover their spirits more quickly. Though the werewolves had caused no physical harm, the experience was a severe blow to some of the more fragile young minds. For instance, the esteemed young Slytherin Lord Draco Malfoy. When he saw Arthur, he burst into tears. "Arthur, boo-hoo, you're alive. I thought you were dead. Thank goodness you're back. I hadn't figured out how to tell Mother about this." And those werewolves, they swaggered right into the school, and Dumbledore wasn't even here. "When I get home, I'm telling Father, and I'm going to file a complaint against him." Arthur sighed and comforted Draco. As the sole wizard of one of the most prominent pureblood families, and given his sorting into Slytherin, Draco was indeed lacking. This stemmed from the overly indulgent upbringing by his father Lucius Malfoy. Such an education had both advantages and drawbacks for Draco, but to Arthur, Draco, who valued emotional bonds, was far preferable to the more cold-blooded Slytherins. As the next day was a weekend, the feast continued late into the night. During this time, Snape appeared particularly elated. Perhaps due to Arthur's influence, Voldemort had not, as in the original timeline, placed great emphasis on education, waiting until the end of term after Harry had finished his exams to steal the stone. This time Voldemort launched his attack shortly after the Christmas holidays. It was still January, with nearly 5 months until the exams. With Quirrell the defense against the dark arts professor dead, a replacement was needed. Dumbledore had no good options, so when Snape volunteered, he acquiesced. Snape, who had always dreamed of teaching defense against the dark arts, was overjoyed, even if it meant sleeping late and waking early, rushing from potions to his new class. He reveled in it. The once cheerful Gryffindors, upon learning this the next day, had their weekend joy instantly shattered. What a dreadful omen. For the coming months, they would have to endure at least 4 days a week in the same classroom as Snape, that great bat, who delighted in finding fault with Gryffindor. The only silver lining was that due to scheduling conflicts, both potions and defense against the dark arts were now taught to all 4 houses together. Perhaps amidst the crowd, Snape's attention on Gryffindor might diminish slightly. After the feast, Arthur immediately wrote to the family house elf Kreacher, instructing him to search the Black family library for all texts concerning unicorns and blood. Arthur did not take the horn that had grievously wounded Voldemort's soul lightly. Setting aside Voldemort, the unicorn alone made him realize that this world was vastly different from the Harry Potter books or films he had read. He was no longer in a children's tale where the hero inevitably defeats the villain. He was in a real world where death could strike at any moment, and that death could very well include him. Regrettably, 2 days later, Kreacher brought news that the Black family records contained no mention of unicorns or their blood. During these 2 days, aside from scouring the Hogwarts library for books on unicorns, Arthur also discovered the profound influence the unicorn had exerted upon him. The unicorn's curse seemed to have penetrated deep into his soul and body, with the greatest impact on the magic he relied upon in this world, lightning magic. While the young Thunder remained unchanged, the Een Thunder was a different matter. Previously, to conceal himself, he had not spent much time cultivating the Een Thunder. But over the past 2 days, he felt increasingly uncomfortable while cultivating the young Thunder, so he attempted the Een Thunder. To his astonishment, what should have been a jet-black, watery Een Thunder now contained faint traces of red threads. Those red threads immediately reminded him of the unicorn. When the unicorn had died before his eyes, it had gathered its blood into its horn, and the blood spreading along the spiral grooves of that horn looked exactly like the red threads now mingling with his Een Thunder. This thoroughly alarmed Arthur. It was as if he knew he had contracted a disease but could find no cure. After learning he bore the unicorn's curse, Arthur had deliberately searched through vast tomes in the Hogwarts library, including those in the restricted section. Though he hadn't found the answers he sought, he did discover the consequences of being cursed by a unicorn. The unicorn's curse manifests in 3 forms. The first is accidentally killing a unicorn. This curse is the mildest, almost negligible. It merely causes the wizard who killed the unicorn to emit a peculiar scent detectable only by unicorns. Afterward, unicorns will avoid that wizard and will not come to his aid when he is in danger. The second type is Arthur's current curse, killing a unicorn deliberately to save one's own life. Such a curse also causes the wizard to emit a scent, but upon detecting it, unicorns will not flee. Instead, they will actively attack. Moreover, the wizard's soul becomes tainted, affecting his temperament, mental state, and other aspects. For instance, he may lose control when angered, suffer poor sleep at night, and experience disturbances while learning magic. The third and most severe type involves deliberately killing a unicorn and then drinking its blood. This curse gravely impacts the body, no different from consuming a deadly poison. Yet Arthur now realized that the curse upon him was far more severe than what was recorded in the books. The curse had even directly affected a portion of his lightning arts, and he feared that this influence would only worsen over time. Left with no recourse, Arthur sought out Dumbledore. After all, this was a matter not even recorded in the Black family library. In the entire wizarding world, perhaps only 4 people knew the truth about this unicorn curse: Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Tom, and Nicholas Flamel. However, with the Philosopher's Stone affair concluded, Nicholas Flamel might have already passed away. He could not approach Tom or Grindelwald, so consulting Dumbledore was his only option. Moreover, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore might know where to find ancient books not stored in the restricted section. On a dark, windy night, Arthur arrived at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore seemed to expect his visit. The stone guardian at the office door opened of its own accord when it saw Arthur. When Arthur entered, Dumbledore was reading letters, his brows furrowed, perhaps due to the contents of those letters, or possibly because his desk was piled high with correspondence like a small mountain. Seeing Arthur enter, Dumbledore looked up with a smile. With a flick of his finger, a chair and a small table were moved to the opposite side of his desk. He gestured and said, "Please have a seat, Mr. Black. It's quite late. Would you care for some dessert? Or perhaps something to drink?" "Thank you, Professor. A glass of iced lemonade with some fruit syrup, please." "Oh, a rather unique preference." Soon a glass of iced lemonade appeared on Arthur's table. After a sip, he found it palatable, though the lemon was a bit astringent. The variety could use improvement. Seeing Dumbledore still reading letters and writing replies, Arthur sat quietly savoring the complimentary lemonade from Hogwarts. Truly, the wizarding world was quite comfortable. Though the glass contained no ice, the drink remained refreshingly cold, and no condensation formed on the outside. When he had nearly finished his drink, Dumbledore finally set down his quill, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then with some vexation he said, "Though Quirrell's matter has been resolved these past 2 days, my own troubles remain. Due to the incidents involving the werewolf and Quirrell, the former defense against the dark arts professor, many parents have written to me, and the ministry has also sent letters of inquiry." Arthur took the last sip of the tangy sweet lemonade. "Professor Dumbledore, couldn't you simply ignore these letters? Just publish an account of what happened in the newspaper, and most wizards will believe you." "That would certainly work," Dumbledore agreed at first, then added, "When I was younger, I would have thought the same. But now that I'm older, I see things differently. Many wizards are indeed irrational. They may not offer us substantial help, but we cannot ignore their voices. We can use them to restrain our own desires." Dumbledore's teaching at every opportunity truly befitted the headmaster of Hogwarts. Arthur wished he could take another sip of lemonade, but his glass was empty. Holding up the empty cup, he changed the subject. "Professor Dumbledore, could I have another glass?" "Of course, and I'll try one myself." As Dumbledore spoke, Arthur's cup was refilled with lemonade, and an identical cup appeared on Dumbledore's own desk. After a small sip, he took a large gulp. He could never resist sweet treats. A light fragrance with a hint of tartness and a lingering sweetness on the aftertaste. Paired with chilled water, it's quite delightful. Though for an old man like me, over 100 years old, it's a bit unfriendly. After tasting the lemonade, Arthur no longer concealed his purpose. "Professor Dumbledore, I came to inquire about my situation." Dumbledore's expression grew slightly more serious. "Can you recount everything that happened to you?" Facing Dumbledore, Arthur disclosed almost everything without reservation except for his lightning magic. After listening to Arthur's account, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. The curse afflicting this mere 11-year-old wizard was far more complex than he had imagined. Upon his return, the moment he laid eyes on Arthur, he had sensed some kind of curse upon him. Initially, he suspected Voldemort, a wizard skilled in curses, but it turned out to be a curse incurred from killing a unicorn. After pondering for a long time, he finally recalled a book he had read before which documented a situation similar to Arthur's, complete with explicit instructions. He walked over to a cabinet and retrieved an ancient dust-covered book. Dumbledore gently wiped off the dust, then opened the book, searching as he spoke. This book was written by Merlin. In his era, the wizarding world was far more chaotic than it is now. As a result, many books and magical creatures have vanished. Arthur was curious upon hearing Merlin's name. "Merlin, is it true that the Slytherin welcome letter says Merlin graduated from Slytherin?" He had long wanted to know this. If it were true, Merlin had lived at least as long as Nicholas Flamel. Well, certainly not. I investigated this matter before. Initially, when Hogwarts was first founded, there was another wizard named Merlin who studied in Slytherin. He was indeed a powerful wizard. If it's a misunderstanding, why hasn't the Slytherin welcome letter been corrected, eh? Dumbledore thought for a moment and explained, "Well, wizards are fond of absurd and peculiar things. Just as Ravenclaw claims no outsider has ever solved the Eagle Ring in 1,000 years, and Hufflepuff boasts that no outsider has ever seen their common room in a millennium." "I see." Yet Arthur thought to himself, the other 3 houses have been mentioned, but not Gryffindor, the one you belong to. After flipping through the book for a while, Dumbledore suddenly spread it open. "As I recall, something similar to your encounter has happened before." A rare smile appeared on Arthur's face. With the reference of previous experience, he felt more confident in resolving his problem rather than floundering like a headless fly. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and asked, "What do you know about unicorns?" Arthur was slightly taken aback. Unicorns are magical creatures familiar to nearly every wizard, appearing not only in various legends and tales, but also in the books purchased by students. However, since Dumbledore asked this, it suggested that unicorns were not as depicted in those books and legends. Arthur pondered and recounted his impression of unicorns. Unicorns are considered gentle, pure, and flawless creatures. Though kind and friendly, they are very cautious and rarely allow humans near. It is said that only pure maidens can attract unicorns and make them approach willingly. Additionally, unicorns possess a special perception of evil forces and can drive evil out of their territory. They also have immense strength and speed, enabling them to protect themselves in battle. Legend has it that a unicorn's horn can purify water, heal diseases, and neutralize toxins. Dumbledore nodded after listening, and then the book in his hand slowly floated onto Arthur's table. You are quite right, but this is a romanticized version, or rather the depiction of modern unicorns. Long ago, unicorns were not as they are now. Though benevolent as magical creatures surviving in the wild, they naturally possessed a wild nature and their own unique magic. However, they lost in battles against wizards. Later, they became assistants to wizards, helping them. Coupled with their distinctive appearance and their disposition not to attack wizards proactively, they evolved into the unicorns we know today. After receiving the book, Arthur examined the recorded account. It was written by the Merlin of King Arthur's era, which could be considered a travelogue. One of the stories was about unicorns. Originally, unicorns roamed the plains, but many wizards clashed with them. After powerful wizards defeated or tamed them, they were forced into the forests. Because of the conflicts, some wizards developed magic to counter the unicorn's curse. However, since the principle was to fight poison, with poison the method of breaking it was classified as a forbidden curse. Some wizards used Voldemort's method to frame others. Upon encountering such incidents, Merlin ventured into the forest where unicorns gathered. As the most renowned wizard in history, bearing titles such as Spell Master and Prince of Wizards, Merlin resolved the issue at that time. Merlin was the most astonishing animagus in history, capable of transforming into various animals, including magical creatures. After communicating with the unicorn herd, he used his animagus ability to become a unicorn and improve the magic or curse possessed by unicorns. From then on, when a unicorn encountered a wizard using a unicorn to harm another wizard, the curse it employed was no longer the original one, but a new curse created by Merlin. By sacrificing its life and using its blood to defile its most important horn, it would unleash a stronger curse to curse the one who truly killed it. The wizard truly cursed by it would have a crimson light attached to their soul, much like Voldemort. This red light would gradually erode the wizard's soul, and only by cutting off the eroded part of the soul could it be removed. Upon reading this, Arthur sighed. He knew that Voldemort possessed a special magic, Horcruxes. This magic allowed Voldemort to split his soul without suffering severe damage like ordinary wizards. Instead, it greatly enhanced his dark magic. It seemed this curse had little effect on Voldemort other than potentially destroying one of his Horcruxes in the future. Arthur continued reading. Below was recorded the impact of Merlin's curse on the victim wizard. After defiling itself with its blood, the unicorn would die. The bloodstained horn would be given to the victim wizard. At the same time, the victim wizard bore an obligation to kill the wizard who had orchestrated the plot. During this process, the unicorn's remnant soul would attach itself to the victim wizard, serving as an aid. However, if the victim wizard failed to fulfill the unicorn's final wish, the victim's soul would also be eroded. The specific time frame was determined by the remnant soul on the wizard. In other words, the unicorn's soul did not perish, but became a ghost-like existence. After reading the contents of this book, Arthur looked at Dumbledore and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, is this book a unique copy?" Dumbledore, perceiving Arthur's thoughts, replied, "Of course. After all, this is one of the few books left by Merlin, and it was found by that Merlin of Slytherin with great effort. It has never been collected in the library, including the restricted section. It has always been kept in the headmaster's office. You don't have to worry about Voldemort finding out about this. He probably just thinks you're cursed by an ordinary unicorn." Perhaps because he knew Arthur's personality and background were completely different from Harry Potter's, Dumbledore did not become cryptic or evasive when facing many matters. He spoke directly about everything. This approach indeed made Arthur feel very comfortable, as he hated cryptic people the most. However, being cursed still troubled him greatly. From now on, would he have to confront that noseless Voldemort? Unless he learned magic that splits the soul like Horcruxes. Seeing Arthur's somewhat displeased expression, Dumbledore smiled. Through his observations of Arthur these past days, he had finally seen an expression befitting his age. An 11-year-old wizard, when encountering problems he couldn't solve, should not hide them away. Dumbledore was very pleased that Arthur came to him for help. Arthur's usual demeanor was likely influenced by his family background. After all, both his parents had died, and although he had some relatives help, it was no substitute for his own parents. In fact, Dumbledore himself had been like that when he was young. When he was 10, his sister Ariana, at the age of 6, accidentally performed magic in front of 3 Muggle boys who attacked her for being a freak. This caused her immense psychological trauma, turning her into an obscurial. Their father Percival, enraged by this, killed the 3 Muggle boys and was imprisoned forever in Azkaban. When Dumbledore was 17, his mother Kendra died accidentally in an outburst of Ariana's magic. Afterward, a chaotic battle erupted between him, his brother Aberforth, and his lover Grindelwald. In the melee, Ariana was caught in the crossfire, causing the Obscurus to spiral out of control and leading to her death. It could be said that Dumbledore's own youth was deeply unfortunate and tragic. But he still had a brother, even if their relationship wasn't good. More importantly, he had a lover. Arthur, on the other hand, had nothing. So Dumbledore hoped to be a guiding elder on Arthur's path, helping him avoid the mistakes that would cause him regret for the rest of his life. So he took a book from a drawer. Its cover read The Patronus Charm. After Arthur's stunned look, Dumbledore handed him the book. Then he said, "This is one of the most powerful and ancient defensive spells in the wizarding world, and the most famous defensive magic. I think it can help you, giving you more choices." Arthur took the book and asked doubtfully, "The Patronus Charm. Isn't it only used to repel Dementors?" "Of course not," Dumbledore replied with certainty. "The earliest records of Dementors appear in Azkaban, and the earliest records of Azkaban date back to the 15th century. Merlin, as the last inheritor of ancient magic and the pioneer of modern simplified magic, was active around the 5th century. The Patronus Charm, as a spell passed down from ancient times, although modified by some powerful wizards, first appeared even earlier than Merlin. How could its purpose be limited to repelling Dementors?" Arthur was astonished to hear this for the first time. Then why haven't modern wizards discovered other uses for this spell? Of course they have. Haven't I discovered that the Patronus conjured by the charm can be used to deliver messages? When Dumbledore said this, Arthur could even see pride in his expression. Knowing that the Patronus Charm was not simple, Arthur flipped through the book The Patronus Charm. However, he found nothing different from what he had previously known about the charm. It was just that Dumbledore had added his own method for using the Patronus to deliver messages at the end of the book. Arthur asked curiously, "Is there any hidden information here? I haven't found any further uses for the Patronus Charm." Ahem. Dumbledore coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, apart from discovering that the Patronus can deliver messages, I haven't found anything else either. But I know a piece of information about Andrus the Invincible. He was a great wizard born in ancient Greece. His Patronus was said to be as large as an ancient giant, earning him the title the Invincible. His Patronus Charm was different. Besides its defensive properties, it also possessed formidable offensive capabilities which allowed him to remain undefeated in various duels. I suspect his Patronus Charm was combined with the soul of an ancient giant. Perhaps it was because of this that the Patronus Charm was passed down, while the ancient giant species quickly became extinct afterward. But maybe it was also due to the extinction of the ancient giants that the Patronus Charm gradually evolved into its current form. So this is just a possible attempt. Indeed. My reason for this speculation is that the Dumbledore family has a contract with phoenixes. My Patronus is also a phoenix. I am certain this is not a coincidence. So, I have a feeling that the Patronus Charm can help you. This way your future won't be interfered with by the unicorn, and you can calmly choose the life you want." Arthur was silent for a moment. "I thought you would tell me to go help Mr. Potter defeat Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded. "Of course I hope you will do that, but it should be an active choice, not a passive one. I was not at the school when you were taken away by Voldemort. That was my mistake. I never thought Voldemort would be so reckless. So this book is my apology, and it's also the right thing to do. Afterwards I will also think about other methods. However, I promise that before you graduate, I will help you resolve this matter. I think the remnant soul of the unicorn inside you will agree with this approach, once it knows." With a solution to the curse in hand, Arthur prepared to take his leave. Today he had truly witnessed what it meant to be the greatest wizard of the modern age, the most exceptional headmaster in Hogwarts history. He knew he could never have accomplished such a feat himself. Just as Arthur was about to depart, Dumbledore stopped him and retrieved a book and a small box from a cabinet. He pushed both items across the desk and said, "Mr. Black, there are 2 things here that I must pass on to you. These are from my friend Nicholas Flamel, who asked me to give them to you." Arthur stepped forward. "Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the one who created the Philosopher's Stone?" "Indeed, the very same. He entrusted these to me before departing this world." "But why?" Arthur was deeply puzzled. Initially, he had been eager to study alchemy, given his talent in that field was an extraordinary 93. Among all his magical aptitudes, only lightning-related abilities surpassed it. Yet during his studies he realized that alchemy offered little in terms of rapidly enhancing his combat strength, which conflicted with his current goals. Thus he only devoted his spare time to it after practicing spells. Even so, his remarkable alchemical talent of 93 had yielded significant gains. He was now no less skilled than those who apprenticed at alchemy shops after graduation. Still, he had never crossed paths with Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore gestured to the book on the table and explained Nicholas was a great wizard. Beyond his mastery in alchemy, he was also formidable in divination, surpassing even natural-born seers in certain aspects. When he entrusted these items to me, he said he had glimpsed the future and that you would need them in time. With that, Dumbledore picked up the small box resting atop the book, opened it, and turned it toward Arthur. Gazing at the red gemstone fragments within the box, Arthur felt his heartbeat quicken. Just 2 days ago he had seen the Philosopher's Stone, and now this small box held the very same crimson stone shattered into numerous tiny pieces. Arthur's voice trembled with excitement. "This is for me. The Philosopher's Stone." "Of course," Dumbledore replied, spreading his hands in a welcoming gesture. "It is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, but it has been destroyed. It retains only the simple function of metal transmutation. The elixir of life can no longer be brewed from these fragments. Nicholas insisted I give this to you, believing you will find use for it in the future." Though the shattered stone could no longer produce the elixir of life, Arthur felt little disappointment. He was only 11. With ample magical power, he could easily live past 100 like Dumbledore, or at the very least reach 70 or 80. He harbored no desire for the immortality Nicholas Flamel had achieved through the stone. In the films, Flamel's body had withered, making such an existence meaningless. Yet Arthur held great faith in Flamel's prophecy. In the movies, Flamel could glimpse future events with nothing more than a crystal ball, a feat no contemporary seer could replicate. Even Grindelwald, a true prophet, required certain mediums to foresee the future. Thus it seemed Arthur was destined to face some crisis in the future, though the specifics remained unknown. He truly despised riddles. Speaking in half-truths was far worse than a written prophecy like the one concerning Harry Potter. Beyond the Philosopher's Stone, the other book delighted Arthur immensely. It was a personal compilation by Nicholas Flamel detailing every aspect of alchemy. A work by Flamel himself naturally surpassed any alchemical texts in the Black family library. Having secured both items, Arthur bid goodnight and departed. It was already late. Soon Filch, Hogwarts caretaker, would be prowling with his cat to catch students wandering after hours. Leaving Dumbledore's office, Arthur first returned to the room of requirement. The alchemy book would be safest there, as leaving it in the dormitory risked damage from Draco Goyle and others who had little respect for books. The Philosopher's Stone, of course, he kept on his person. Strictly speaking, Nicholas Flamel had given him not only the shattered original stone, but also a replica, the one used to deceive Voldemort. In truth, both served the same purpose, but the replica was a single intact piece, and far more aesthetically pleasing. Gazing at the whole stone, Arthur began to formulate an idea. His previous wand had been bitten in half during battle, and he had only managed a crude repair using ancestral hair. After the Philosopher's Stone incident, he had attempted to properly mend the broken wand. After investing time and materials, he discarded the ancestral hair at the break, and used a special adhesive to fuse the pieces back together. However, a visible scar of a different color remained at the seam. Moreover, the wand no longer felt as responsive as before, as if magical energy leaked through the crack. This gave him an idea to craft a new wand using the broken unicorn horn as the shaft and the blood-stained unicorn tail hair as the core. After his conversation with Dumbledore tonight, this idea burned even brighter. His earlier concern had been the unicorn itself. Wands possess their own consciousness, though it is more akin to a preordained program determined by the materials. For instance, phoenix feathers grant greater autonomy. Unicorn hair is incompatible with dark magic. Hawthorn wood suits witches and wizards with contradictory natures, or inner turmoil, excelling in healing magic, yet also adept at curses. He feared that if the unicorn harbored resentment at its death, using its tainted horn and tail hair might backfire. After tonight, Arthur no longer harbored such worries. The unicorn was on his side. Furthermore, he had now acquired the Philosopher's Stone. This reminded him of a legendary wand from ages past, the one crafted by Salazar Slytherin himself. Slytherin's wand had a shaft made of snake wood and a core of basilisk horn. It could enter a dormant state upon receiving specific commands delivered in Parseltongue. Compared to ordinary wands, Slytherin's creation was clearly more intelligent. Arthur speculated that the key reason lay in the core being made from basilisk horn, which could be commanded by a Parselmouth. Additionally, Slytherin might have employed unique crafting techniques during its creation. Yet Arthur was confident he could forge an even better wand than Salazar Slytherin's using the materials at hand. The unicorn within him, though not a complete soul, existed as an independent consciousness, much like a ghost. If that were the case, could he use the unicorn's remains to create a wand that would obey his commands? By embedding the Philosopher's Stone at the wand's base, it could supply magical energy, much like a wizard channeling power into their wand. Would such a wand, empowered by the unicorn's lingering spirit, be capable of casting spells autonomously? Arthur deemed it possible. And even if not the rare and precious materials, the tainted unicorn horn would surely yield a wand of exceptional quality. The days without Voldemort's mischief passed swiftly. Arthur hoped that in the years to come the defense against the dark arts professor would stir up trouble at the start of each term, leaving Harry Potter to handle it. That way life would be almost as peaceful as if Voldemort never existed. A month had now passed since the Philosopher's Stone incident. Though Arthur had conceived the idea of crafting his own wand, he encountered numerous difficulties when it came to actual execution. Fortunately, he had received a gift from Nicholas Flamel. That tome, which chronicled every facet of alchemy, naturally contained the methods for wand making. Thus, Arthur unhesitatingly abandoned his previously devised alchemy study plan. To master alchemy, one must follow in the footsteps of Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel was recorded as the greatest alchemist in the wizarding world without equal or qualifier. Even Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest wizard, was prefaced with the term contemporary. Without that prefix, the greatest wizard would be Merlin. Besides learning wand-making, Arthur did not give up on mastering the Patronus charm. Since Dumbledore, the most experienced living wizard, deemed it a viable solution, after deliberation, Arthur naturally sought to verify it. If it proved ineffective, he could then seek other methods. However, while he learned other spells swiftly, he encountered formidable obstacles with the Patronus charm. Besides a solid magical foundation, the most crucial element was conjuring happy thoughts during the incantation. Arthur possessed a firm magical foundation, but he had no joyful memories in this world, nor in his past life. His experiences were like fleeting laughter at amusing short videos, forgotten the moment they ended. Arthur found this problem utterly unsolvable, much like a math problem he couldn't grasp. He could only write the word solution before drawing a blank. The Patronus charm was the same. He could utter the incantation Expecto Patronum, but nothing emerged from his wand tip, not even a spark. Consequently, Arthur had been in low spirits recently, making the already difficult Patronus charm even more unattainable. Perhaps due to the curse from the unicorn's remnant soul, his temperament had been somewhat affected. Or maybe after the recent incident, he truly saw himself as part of this world, no longer viewing it through the lens of a game player. His disposition had brightened somewhat, no longer perpetually cold. Yet his control over his emotions had weakened. After another fruitless day of practice, Arthur returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Upon entering, Draco greeted him with delight. "Arthur, you're finally back." Arthur found Draco's words oddly suggestive, as if he were some heartbreaker. "Draco, has something happened?" "Of course. You have no idea how tough it's been. Some Slytherins are unhappy with you, and nearly came to blows with me." Arthur looked puzzled. "Who are they? If they have a problem with me, why come after you?" While not all Slytherins were purebloods, the leaders of most small factions were almost always from pureblood families. This was partly because pureblood wizards knew more about the magical world, and partly because most pureblood families, while not as wealthy as the Blacks or Malfoys, were at least moderately affluent. The Longbottom family, for instance, was comfortably well off, though currently managed frugally by Neville's grandmother. The Abbott family owned the profitable Leaky Cauldron. Of course, the Weasleys, with their many children, were an exception. 7 children, 6 boys and 1 girl, all close in age. Before one child graduated, the next was ready for school, a burden most families couldn't bear. Yet they were all purebloods. In Slytherin, pureblood families adhered to an unspoken code, each kept to themselves, ever mindful of self-preservation. In Arthur and Draco's case, though they were close friends, if Arthur offended someone, that person wouldn't target Draco unless Draco actively intervened when Arthur was confronted. There was one exception: conflicts could spread to others when a subordinate relationship existed, like Draco with Goyle and Crabbe. Generally, even if other Slytherins disliked Arthur, they wouldn't trouble Draco. Hearing Arthur's question, Draco looked somewhat embarrassed. The reason they targeted him was that he had largely rallied the first and second-year Slytherins. Some upper-year Slytherins were displeased by this. Draco Malfoy came from one of the most powerful pureblood families, arguably the most powerful. If Draco had merely sought adulation like in the original timeline, the upper-year Slytherins wouldn't have bothered him. But now Draco aimed to build his own influence among the younger students, encroaching on the interests of the upper-year Slytherins. The key difference between Slytherins and students from other houses was their tendency to form tight-knit cliques within the house. These groups could stem from parental connections, like Arthur and Draco, whose fathers knew each other, leading to a natural alliance at school. Others formed around outstanding individuals during their school years. For example, the young Tom Riddle, with his handsome appearance, exceptional talent, illustrious reputation, and the banner of pureblood glory, established the largest faction in Slytherin at the time. That group later became the nucleus of his Death Eaters after he became Voldemort. Such cliques were an enduring tradition among Slytherin students. Naturally, competition arose between different factions. As the saying goes, when two titans clash, it's the third party that suffers. In Slytherin, competition among upper-year groups often harmed the younger students. Gradually, an unspoken rule emerged: younger students had to endure oppression from their seniors for 2 or 3 years before being deemed worthy to join their factions. A more significant reason was that as older students graduated, the vacancies were filled tier by tier. Those who had once been oppressed, upon gaining power, transformed from slaves under the dragon's tyranny into dragons themselves, bullying the newly arrived first years. Draco's current actions were infringing upon the interests of the upper-year Slytherins. If he merely strutted around with a few followers flaunting his authority, the older Slytherins would not only refrain from interfering, but would even praise him, lauding this heir of a pureblood family as a witless wizard. However, by recruiting many lower-year students, he deprived them of servants to command, which irritated them. They had all been bullied by older students in their early years, though never to the point of outright tyranny, yet their self-perceived nobility made this intolerable. Previously, the older Slytherins had either graduated or were preparing for their N.E.W.T. exams akin to final examinations whose results served as credentials for most wizards seeking employment after graduation. Now they were poised to fill those vacancies and savor the taste of power, only to find that Draco, a mere first-year student, had audaciously defied them. Though Draco believed himself discreet, his petty maneuvers were apparent to all but reclusive types like Arthur or those with intellectual shortcomings like Goyle. Only Draco himself had been basking in self-satisfaction. Even Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was aware, yet he refrained from intervening, deeming it part of Slytherin's tradition and their preferred method of nurturing young wizards, plunging them into a miniature society to directly identify the gifted. Thus Snape, let it be, having endured similar trials himself. As a half-blood with a solitary disposition, he had faced considerable trouble. Compared to the era when physical confrontations were frequent, the current age was far more peaceful. Yet Draco lacked the strength to oppose the older Slytherins. Had his father Lucius not been so influential, he would have been beaten long ago. Draco recounted the situation to Arthur, omitting that he had invoked Arthur's name when facing wizards who initially dismissed him. Upon learning of Draco's actions, Arthur was somewhat speechless. Could it be that the power Arthur had displayed had inflated Draco's ego? In the original story, Draco was merely a petty thug leader spending his days harassing Harry Potter and playing Quidditch. Though Arthur had known of Draco's ambitions and agreed to help, he hadn't anticipated such swift action. He had assumed Draco would wait until at least his third year before making significant moves. Nevertheless, as Draco's sworn brother and dear friend, Arthur couldn't stand by and watch him be bullied. When securing the Black family assets without the Malfoy family's aid, certain tasks would have been difficult for a child. Before his uncle in France gained strength, the Malfoys had greatly assisted him. Arthur was not one to forget kindness, and he had promised Draco his help in unifying Slytherin. Patting Draco on the shoulder, Arthur said, "Don't worry, Draco. Arrange a meeting with the representatives of the older students, and he'll teach them how to be proper Slytherins." Hearing that Arthur would intervene, Draco's anxiety vanished. Ever since Arthur single-handedly defeated the three-headed dog, he had written to his father. From his father's reply, he learned that even an Auror would find it extremely difficult, possibly fatal, to face a three-headed dog alone in such confined space. Thus Draco had ample, even blind confidence in Arthur's abilities. His fighting spirit reignited, he declared, "Rest assured, Arthur. Once you defeat those older students, Slytherin will be yours." Arthur looked at Draco, who seemed brainwashed, and said with concern, "Draco, this is your faction. Treat me merely as an enforcer. I have no desire to deal with those turncoats. They are unreliable in crises. You should be cautious as well." He wondered if Dumbledore hadn't mistaken him for a second Voldemort, but was Draco doing so instead? Arthur had no wish to become Voldemort or command a force like his, especially one born from Slytherin House. Slytherin's principle of self-preservation was no mere saying. Almost all Slytherins could share prosperity, but not hardship. The Malfoy family, who would stand by kin in adversity, were among the more affectionate Slytherins. Yet they were quintessential Slytherins, fleeing faster than anyone in a crisis, and even securing a well-planned escape route. Bellatrix Lestrange, who unhesitatingly killed her cousin Sirius, epitomized the typical Slytherin of today. If one truly sought followers, the brave little lions of Gryffindor and the loyal badgers of Hufflepuff were the best choices. "Don't worry, Arthur. I will lead them well," Draco said with resolve. Seeing this, Arthur felt Draco had misunderstood him. Still, it was fine. In a couple of years, when Draco matured, he would realize the misunderstanding. Yet looking at Draco, Arthur sighed inwardly. Wizards truly are degenerating with each generation. Slytherins of the previous generation, like Lucius, were wicked but not foolish. The current generation was both wicked and foolish, even producing wizards like Goyle with inherent intellectual deficiencies. Inbreeding was indeed inadvisable. With Arthur's martial support, Draco soon resumed his swaggering demeanor. But as Arthur watched him, he mused that if Draco could master the Patronus charm, his Patronus would surely be a fox. Under Draco's golden slicked-back hair and sneering nostrils flared provocation, the older Slytherins could endure no more. They agreed to a wizard's duel that Saturday morning in the Slytherin common room. Even if it seemed like bullying the younger, their patience was exhausted. What difference was there between this and a stink bug constantly farting before them? Draco's attitude, "I may not defeat you, but you dare not strike me," disgusted them. Yet in a wizard's duel, even if they injured Draco, Lucius would have no grounds for complaint. Though pure-blood families had declined somewhat, fundamental decorum could not be breached. In a duel, loss was loss provided no insidious tactics were employed. Victory was victory. Soon Saturday morning arrived. Draco's commotion this time was so significant that even Snape became involved. As the head of Slytherin, while he could tacitly permit these traditions, he also had to ensure the young wizard's safety. In his view, Draco was utterly unqualified to duel with upper-year wizards. Among the lower years, only Arthur Black had a chance to defeat an upper-year wizard. But it was merely a chance, nothing more. He certainly knew Arthur had defeated the three-headed dog, but he hadn't witnessed the actual situation. Moreover, a wizard duel and a life-and-death battle were fundamentally different. Thus, in his assessment, Arthur's odds of victory were far from favorable. For the lower year faction to triumph, Arthur would have to single-handedly defeat all the upper year wizards participating, as the other young wizards were far inferior in skill and destined to lose. In Snape's eyes, this nearly hopeless duel was merely a trivial nuisance that disturbed his rest. He was now also teaching defense against the dark arts, and the prolonged pressure of handling two core subjects made him regret taking on the position he had once yearned for. So when he saw Arthur, handsome, talented, and of ancient lineage, he snorted, "Mr. Black, are you taking your first step as the heir of the Dark Lord?" Seeing Snape's disrespect toward him, his supplier Arthur retorted sarcastically, "Professor Snape, why not speak the Dark Lord's name directly? Voldemort, isn't it? He was defeated by Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Snape's already sallow face darkened further. He refrained from continuing the confrontation and strode directly into the Slytherin common room. Glancing back at Arthur's mocking gaze, he feared that if Arthur learned from Lucius Malfoy about his youthful indiscretions and brought them up now, he couldn't imagine how he would cope. After all, Arthur's Black family was his supplier, so he would let the heir of the Black family have his way this time. After breakfast, almost all Slytherins gathered in the common room. This unusual activity surprised even students from other houses, as Slytherins were not typically like this. Through the intelligence networks of each house, it was finally Hufflepuff, the most amiable among the four, that uncovered the reason. A young badger exclaimed in shock, "The Slytherin lower years are fighting the upper years." The students from other houses grew excited as well. Unfortunately, the Slytherin common room was underground, making it impossible to see anything. If it had been in the Ravenclaw common room, the little lions would have risked losing points to fly up on their broomsticks for a look. Quarrels among a few individual Slytherins were common, but outright conflict between upper and lower years was rare. Indeed, students from other houses had never witnessed such a large-scale confrontation since their enrollment. Though Slytherin had many flaws, it also had its merits. Typically, they united against external enemies, upholding the honor of Slytherin not merely in words. Of course, when no external threat existed, they were equally ruthless toward their own. After finishing breakfast, Arthur quickly arrived at the Slytherin common room with Draco and the others. Recently, Draco's entourage included not only his usual two followers, but also Pansy Parkinson, a girl who resembled a lion dog, sharp-tongued, overbearing, and domineering. Arthur naturally disliked her, and Draco felt the same. Yet Pansy insisted, and Draco, hindered by their father's friendship, could not refuse her. This was another unique aspect of Slytherin, distinct from other houses, as most of the Sacred 28 families were within Slytherin. The concept of the Sacred 28 pureblood families emerged in the 1930s, when several families united to select 28 families, proclaiming them as truly pure-blooded, devoid of Muggle lineage. In reality, every pureblood family had traces of Muggle blood, including the Black family, reputed as the oldest in Britain. This declaration was merely self-aggrandizement by those who adhered to pureblood ideology. Nevertheless, due to shared interests, most families on this list later coalesced, intermarrying extensively. Within Slytherin, it could be said that everyone was related. At this moment, Arthur faced the descendants of three of these 28 families: Wolfgang Roll, Raymond Selwyn, and Harold Foley. Among them, Wolfgang Roll and Raymond Selwyn were staunch pureblood supremacists, likely influenced by their parents. Harold Foley, perhaps because his parents were not Death Eaters, held a neutral stance, neither embracing pureblood supremacy. He wished to maintain the current advantages of purebloods, but did not despise Muggles. These three were the representatives chosen by the three largest upper-year factions in Slytherin. Their inclinations revealed that after Voldemort's fall, some pureblood families genuinely wished to cease their struggles. Combined with families that had never wished to stir trouble, even within Slytherin, voices opposing pureblood supremacy were far from negligible. Snape stood at the side. Seeing both sides assembled, he waved his wand, transforming several large sofas into a 20-meter-long dueling platform in the center of the common room. Then, with a cold expression, he stood beside the platform, scrutinizing the participants, eager to end the affair as quickly as possible. The duel agreement stipulated that each side would send 3 representatives corresponding to the 3 major upper-year factions. Representing the lower years, Draco proposed a condition: the victor could continue to face the next opponent. He believed Arthur could take on all 3. The upper years readily agreed, confident that Arthur Black could not possibly defeat them all single-handedly. Under everyone's gaze, Arthur stepped onto one side of the dueling platform first. The upper years sent Wolfgang Roll, a pure-blood supremacist with a somewhat unstable mind. Perhaps due to inbreeding and his upbringing, Wolfgang Roll's temper flared easily over trivial matters. Thus, upon Arthur's entry, he rushed to be the first among the 3 upper-year representatives to face him. Staring down at Arthur, who was a head shorter, Wolfgang Roll brandished his wand, making no effort to conceal his contempt. "Black, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, I fear the noble Black family line might end here." Faced with Wolfgang Roll's threats, Arthur found himself amused. He looked at him as if he were a fool, and said, dripping with sarcasm, "A fallen pure-blood family, Wolfgang Roll. Has your troll-like brain forgotten that the Roll family can no longer compare to many half-blood families you look down upon? I seriously doubt your family vault contains even 1,000 galleons." If your ancestors could crawl out of their graves, I have no doubt they would split open your skull to see what's inside. Something even more foolish than a troll's brain. When Arthur finished, the entire common room fell silent. Even Snape, the master of sarcasm, standing beside the platform, looked at Arthur in astonishment. He had never expected Arthur to have learned not only his potion brewing skills, but also his knack for biting sarcasm. Faced with Arthur's mockery, Wolfgang Roll erupted in fury. No one had ever spoken to him like that, not even his father. Ignoring the fact that they were on the dueling platform, he raised his wand. Arthur Black, you will pay for those words. Mr. Wolfgang Roll, please step to the center of the dueling platform to bow. Before Wolfgang could continue his outburst, Snape's icy voice echoed through the common room. Yielding to Snape, Wolfgang suppressed his rage and walked to the center of the platform. Arthur also ascended with his wand. Wolfgang, his face twisted with anger, snarled, "Last of the Blacks, your family will end by my hand. A mad dog like you. The Roll family will also end by mine." With that, Arthur bowed and turned away. Once both stood at opposite ends of the platform and turned back, the duel would officially begin. Wolfgang, desperate to kill Arthur, was impatient. He rushed to his side, turned, and the moment Arthur faced him, a beam of light shot from his wand. As a representative of one of Slytherin's 3 major factions and a 6th-year prefect, Wolfgang Roll possessed solid magical fundamentals. His spell flew straight toward Arthur with great speed. But Arthur was faster. With mental strength far beyond ordinary wizards, he possessed a perception akin to Dumbledore's when focused. By merely sidestepping, he evaded Wolfgang's spell. Dodging the attack, Arthur raised his wand in his left hand and gave a light downward flick. A pillar of lightning 10 centimeters in diameter descended from above Wolfgang's head, grazing his nose and striking the ground. The dueling platform was pierced through, leaving a large hole. Wolfgang, once fierce, froze in terror. Had he not been lean, his belly might have been cleaved open. Yet his robe was split down the middle with burn marks around the tear. The searing heat around the tear jolted him back to reality, and he howled in pain. "Indeed, a troll with no brains," Arthur said disdainfully, raising his wand to send a beam that blasted Wolfgang off the platform. The spell he used was not from his Thundermage template, but a new creation combining this world's magic with his lightning talent, Thunderfall. It conjured a bolt of lightning with magical energy striking from above the target's head. This spell existed in this world, but required environmental conditions such as a thunderstorm for a wizard to gather lightning. Arthur possessed a talent absent in other wizards, and after his modifications it no longer depended on the environment. This was his first time casting it on a living wizard, but he deliberately aimed away from the target's head. Killing a wizard in front of professors and so many at Hogwarts would have unfavorable consequences. Snape walked to the center, declaring Wolfgang Roll eliminated, and looked at Arthur with a more serious gaze. He knew the spell Arthur had cast from books. Its reliance on special conditions made it inefficient, so he had never studied it. Unexpectedly, this newly enrolled wizard had solved its greatest flaw, elevating the spell to rival the killing curse and blasting curse in lethality, even surpassing them in some aspects. Most wizards, when deflecting spells with transfiguration, focused on creating barriers ahead, often neglecting defense above. Wolfgang, lying on the ground, flushed crimson as realization struck, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Snape called 2 Slytherins to carry him to the infirmary. Whether he fainted from humiliation or feigned it to save face was unclear. Draco, however, was certain Wolfgang had been effortlessly defeated by Arthur. He looked down his nose at the older Slytherins. "Ha, is this the strength of a 6th-year prefect? So pathetic. If you asked me, I could represent you too. It'd make no difference, you'd all lose just as fast." "Draco, don't be so arrogant." Another older representative, Raymond Selwyn, stepped forward. A 5th-year Slytherin, but not a prefect. The male prefect for 5th year was Marcus Flint, who, though a pure-blood supremacist, focused more on Quidditch as the team captain. For this reason, he had a good relationship with Draco and didn't join the internal conflict. Raymond Selwyn believed himself slightly weaker than the older Wolfgang Roll, so facing Draco's bravado, he lacked confidence, his voice quieter than usual. Though Draco lacked real strength, he had learned some simple social cues from his father despite being spoiled without rigorous training. Seeing the other's fear, he smoothed his slicked-back blonde hair and said smugly, "So what if I'm arrogant? Does it break school rules? Did the Ministry of Magic pass a law against it? I'm arrogant. Hit me, you idiot." You. Raymond Selwyn pointed at Draco, trembling all over, but couldn't find a retort. Finally, Snape intervened. "Enough, Mr. Malfoy. Stop interfering with the duel." Seeing it was Snape, Draco immediately put on a smile. "Of course, Professor. I was just watching the fun. They'll leave now." After Draco left, Snape looked at the remaining representatives, Raymond Selwyn and Harold Foley, and asked calmly, "Who's next? Don't waste everyone's time." Previously, Snape thought Arthur had little chance of winning, but after that bout he knew Arthur was at least as powerful as an Auror, even a renowned Auror captain. Now, not just among Slytherins, but across all of Hogwarts, there might be no student capable of defeating him. Even the 2 older representatives combined might not win, let alone fighting one by one. Harold Foley cast a disdainful glance at Raymond Selwyn before stepping onto the dueling platform. As a neutral faction member of Slytherin, his stance was shaped not only by his family background, but also by the fact that none of the pure-blood wizards currently in Slytherin met his standards. These individuals only bullied the weak. When confronted by those stronger than themselves, they either fled or submitted, lacking any backbone. Although Slytherin advocated for self-preservation, it was not meant to be exercised at the first sign of difficulty. Harold Folly walked to the center of the dueling platform, raised his wand to his chest, and bowed to express his respect. A perfectly standard wizarding dueling etiquette softened Arthur's demeanor somewhat, preventing him from uttering any provocative words. Considering that the other was not of the same faction as the previous two, Arthur held back slightly. After several exchanges, he finally defeated Harold Folly with another strike of lightning. Not only that, but after the duel, Arthur said solemnly, "Mr. Harold Folly, I deem you the strongest sixth-year Slytherin." Before the duel, Draco had gathered intelligence on his opponent for Arthur's review. Harold Folly and Wolfgang Rohr, whom Arthur had previously defeated, were both sixth-year Slytherins. When the prefects were being selected, the two had clashed, ultimately deciding the matter through a wizard's duel. Regrettably, Wolfgang Rohr had narrowly won due to his increasingly frenzied fighting style. Consequently, Harold Folly lost the position of prefect. Even though he had worked diligently over the years and surpassed Wolfgang Rohr in strength, the prefect would not be reselected unless the original prefect encountered some unforeseen circumstance. At that moment, facing Arthur's obvious leniency, Harold Folly, though aware of Arthur's ulterior motives, still found it gratifying. Wolfgang Rohr, with whom he had always been at odds, had only endured a single spell, whereas he had withstood nearly 10. What did this signify? It meant that he, Harold Folly, was indeed stronger than Wolfgang Rohr, the prefect. As Harold Folly descended from the dueling platform, everyone's gaze turned to Raymond Selwyn. The older Slytherins also looked on. In truth, nearly half of Slytherin were half-bloods, and among the purebloods at least half of the wizarding families had declined. Having witnessed Arthur's prowess, they no longer underestimated Arthur Black, a young wizard who had been at Hogwarts for less than a year. After all, they were not the leaders, though working under anyone was the same. Moreover, the Black family's enterprises were gradually recovering to their former scale, and it was possible that after graduation they might end up working under Arthur. Surrendering to Arthur now would save them years of detours. The Slytherin tradition, assess the situation, preserve oneself, and prioritize victory, once again manifested. Finally, Raymond Selwyn, forced onto the platform, cowered and could not even hold his wand steady when facing Arthur. When he saw Arthur brandish his wand, his own wand slipped from his grasp and rolled off the dueling platform. Arthur could only smile and look to Snape, the head of house and referee. The older Slytherins were even more pathetic than he had imagined, resembling a crowd of oversized Draco Malfoys from the original story. Even with his current strength and lack of combat experience, they were utterly defenseless, like playing a child's game. No challenge at all. Snape took a rare deep breath. Aside from Harry Potter, few could provoke him to such an extent. He brandished his wand, directly driving Raymond Selwyn away, and said disdainfully, "Raymond Selwyn, starting today, 1 month of detention. And inform Wolfgang Rohr when he wakes up. He also gets 1 month of detention." Oof. A bunch of useless fools. In a duel before the opponent even made a move, your own wand rolled to the ground. Cowardly. Stupid. Is this the glory of Slytherin? Each generation is worse than the last. Having said that, Snape turned and stormed off angrily, his billowing robes mirroring his mood. On the verge, he now knew Arthur was exceptionally powerful, but the other Slytherins were nothing like those from his own era. Before a wizard of Arthur's talent appeared, they could still put on a facade. Now their true colors were exposed. Beneath the contemptuous stares of everyone, Raymond Selwyn's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. His followers quickly carried him away. Harold Folly, however, approached to thank Arthur. "Mr. Black, I appreciate your restraint earlier. If you ever need assistance, feel free to call upon me. Also, my mother is a French witch with some influence there. If you require help with business matters, I can put in a word." Hearing that the other party had connections in France, Arthur became somewhat interested. After all, for smuggling, having more pure-blood families involved was beneficial, especially one like Harold's, which was a local French family. The European continent boasted a far richer variety of materials than the small island of Britain. Moreover, the British Ministry of Magic seemed somewhat isolationist, imposing strict regulations in many areas beyond the mere movement of people. Were it not for Dumbledore, the greatest luminary in the magical world, the ministry's policies would have long led to Britain's decline. The current deterioration of British wizards was partly related to this. Of course, the primary cause was Voldemort's massacre. He and his Death Eaters had killed more people in Britain than Grindelwald and his followers had across all of Europe. The British magical community had nearly faced a generational gap, so it was natural that its strength and heritage had diminished. After most of the older Slytherins had left, the younger ones began to stir. They had won the glory of Slytherin belonged to them. Although they had contributed nothing, choosing the correct side was the most important thing in Slytherin. Among them, the most excited young wizard was naturally Draco, who loudly celebrated their victory. He even had the Hogwarts house elves prepare a feast in advance. With a snap of his fingers, the tables in the common room were laden with all kinds of delicacies. Seeing this, the other Slytherins cheered. Draco also stepped onto the dueling platform, standing beside Arthur, basking in the adoring gazes of the crowd. However, he failed to notice that the most adoring gaze came from Pansy, her eyes practically turning into hearts. After sharing a meal with Draco, Arthur left. At that moment, he truly realized that Slytherin was unbearable for him. The first-year students were fine, but the Slytherins above second year, upon learning that Arthur's childhood friend was in France, showed immense enthusiasm. They crowded around Arthur, professing their admiration, even pushing Draco aside. But Draco, knowing Arthur preferred an older girl, did not stop them. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, urging the other girls to go ahead. Helpless Arthur found an opportunity to slip away. A group of little girls could not compare to his Fleur. Though they had not met in years, the moving photographs in the wizarding world sufficed. Fleur, with her Quarter-Vila heritage, surpassed these Slytherin witches in every aspect. Upon entering Beauxbatons, she was immediately elected as the school's beauty queen. Not to mention, Arthur admired Fleur's brave and confident personality even more. Back in the room of requirement, Arthur thought of Fleur while practicing the Patronus charm, managing to produce a spark of light at the tip of his wand. However, it was far from sufficient. Later, while studying alchemy, he suddenly recalled a magical object, the Mirror of Ariste. Could that enchanted mirror assist him in some way? In the second week following the Slytherin Civil War, Arthur became utterly renowned throughout Hogwarts, his fame nearly rivaling that of Harry Potter, the Chosen One. Even many bookish Ravenclaws had come to know the name Arthur Black. As a first year, he had single-handedly defeated 3 representatives sent by the older Slytherin wizards, and not a single Slytherin could stand against him. Some wizards even confidently spread an inside story claiming that Snape had made Arthur Black sit down while he berated all the other standing Slytherins, calling them a bunch of useless failures who were unworthy of the Slytherin name. As the rumors spread further and grew more absurd, some wizards eventually declared that Arthur Black was the next Dark Lord, suggesting that the professors should kill him immediately to avert a catastrophe that would claim many lives, much like the previous Dark Lord. This led to Arthur being stared at by a crowd of strange looks during Monday breakfast. Most Slytherins gazed at him with admiration, while Gryffindors mostly looked on in fear, Neville being a prime example. Arthur rather liked Neville, the future Sword Saint of Gryffindor. As Arthur passed by, he merely glanced at Neville, who froze in place, not daring to move a muscle, his large chicken leg held aloft in a daze. Because of Voldemort, the current generation of children from non-Slytherin pureblood families had grown up hearing tales of the Dark Lord at bedtime. This instilled in them a deep-seated terror of anything reminiscent of the Dark Lord. In their childhood, even if they were wailing loudly, they would fall silent at the mere mention of his name. So as Arthur's rumors grew increasingly outlandish, few young wizards dared to meet his gaze. Draco was an exception. Since Arthur's victory in the Slytherin Civil War, more and more Slytherins had joined Draco's faction. It could be said that Draco's group was now the largest in Slytherin, without equal. Though it was with Arthur's help, Draco was still brimming with arrogance, strutting about as if he owned the place. Arthur felt like giving him a couple of smacks. But soon he had no time to observe Draco's antics, or even to search for the Mirror of Ariste. It was Monday, and the Slytherins had a relatively light schedule, with only one major class, History of Magic. Arthur had been curious about Professor Binns since the start of term, but he had discovered nothing. However, during today's lesson, something suddenly dawned on him. Professor Binns seemed somewhat dazed. Initially, Arthur had assumed, like most who had attended his classes, that Binns was a rigid, monotone ghost who merely recited the textbook. Thus, he hadn't paid much attention before. But today he noticed that Binns' mind seemed flawed. More precisely, as a ghost, Binns' soul had significant memory issues. He remembered his life before death with remarkable clarity. In fact, some wizards had even consulted him when writing books on magical history. However, his memories after death were hazy, as if he suffered from amnesia. Arthur hadn't realized this before, as no one had asked Binns questions. But today a young Ravenclaw wizard posed a question to Professor Binns. As a professor, Binns naturally had to address the student. Yet after the student introduced himself, Binns still forgot the surname and got it wrong later in the conversation. The questioning student didn't mind, nor did anyone else in the classroom. But Arthur, who had been observing Binns closely, saw it all clearly. If it were another ghost like the Slytherin resident ghost, the Bloody Baron. Once a Slytherin student introduced themselves, the Bloody Baron would remember them for at least a few years, let alone forget immediately after being told. So Arthur grew increasingly convinced that something was off with Professor Binns. After all, Binns was unique among ghosts. He had left his body only for his body to die and then become a ghost. Could it be that part of Binns' soul remained in his body, and when his soul realized this, the fragment within the body died along with it? This might explain why even as a ghost he differed from others. Previously, Arthur's curiosity about Binns was merely academic, a curiosity about souls and the magical world. But now his interest in souls had turned into a craving. Whether for enhancing his power, breaking the unicorn curse, or preparing for Voldemort's potential targeting of him, he needed a deep understanding of the soul. Moreover, as his strength grew, the lightning of the Thunderbolt King would manifest heavenly thunder capable of damaging souls. So Arthur decided to approach Professor Binns directly. After class, he shook Draco, who was dozing beside him, awake. Draco wiped the corner of his mouth and mumbled, "What is it, Arthur? Is class over?" "Yes, it's over. You can go back to eat and then sleep. I'm going to see Professor Binns, so I won't join you." Draco snapped awake. "Professor Binns? The ghost professor who just taught us. What do you want with him? I have some questions to ask him. Maybe he has what I need." "All right then. He'll go with Goyle and the others. Want me to bring you something?" "No need. I don't know how long this will take. They'll head straight to the kitchen later." With that, Arthur left. Professor Binns' office was near the History of Magic classroom at the end of the corridor beside it. When Arthur arrived, Binns had just entered, but the door was closed. Ghosts didn't need doors to pass through. Arthur knocked on the old wooden door. A drawling voice came from inside. "Is something the matter?" "Come in. It's unlocked." Arthur pushed open the door, and a cloud of dust billowed up as if it hadn't been cleaned in decades. Much of it fell on him, but fortunately his robes were custom-made at great expense. He merely pinched his collar and gave a light flick, and the dust vanished completely. He had intended to clean the dust from the entrance, but the room inside was even worse. A thick layer of dust covered the entire floor, cobwebs clung to the walls, and every piece of furniture was coated in grime, making the room seem exceptionally dim. The air was thick with a musty odor, making Arthur feel oppressed and stifled. Only the bookshelves and desk looked somewhat better, perhaps, because Binns occasionally perused them. Professor Binns spoke in his usual slow, languid tone. "You were a student in my class just now. Do you have a question you wish to ask me?" "Oh yes, Professor Binns. I am Arthur Black. I have a question to ask you, though it is not about the lecture we just had." As Arthur spoke, he stepped further into the room. With each footfall, dust rose from the floor in small clouds, leaving clear footprints behind. He had to cover his nose and mouth against the swirling particles. Seeing the dust flying through the air, Professor Binns' tone shifted from its usual monotone to something almost apologetic. "I am a ghost now, so I have not cleaned the room. I cannot use magic anymore. If you, Mr. Black, have learned the cleaning charm, I would be grateful if you could tidy up." Perhaps because Black was a simple and common surname, Professor Binns had no trouble remembering it. "No problem, Professor Binns," Arthur replied, promptly drawing his wand to clear the room of dust and cobwebs. Though he had not delved deeply into such spells, he could certainly manage to create an environment where a wizard could temporarily stay. After the initial cleaning, Professor Binns asked, "What is it you wish to ask me?" Perhaps because it had been a long time since a young wizard had come to his office seeking answers, the ghost seemed more proactive than he appeared in the classroom. Arthur closed the door, sat down on a clean chair, and looked gravely at Binns. "Professor Binns, I feel you are different from the other ghosts." As Arthur spoke, he noticed a flicker of light in the professor's translucent eyes. He was not mistaken. Hearing the question, Professor Binns drifted over, hovering before him, and asked with evident curiosity, "Is that so? What differences have you noticed? And have you considered why that might be?" After Arthur shared his speculation, he was surprised to see Professor Binns laugh, a rare occurrence. "Your powers of observation are truly keen. In truth, the cause of my death is genuine, and it was I who told the wizard who wrote Hogwarts a history." Arthur, seizing the moment, asked, "And why was that?" Professor Binns returned to the chair behind his desk and sat down. "Naturally, it was to find someone who could perceive my uniqueness. I needed a person who could learn the magic I created. But long ago I sought out many wizards, and none could master it. Eventually I stopped actively searching for students. Instead, I waited for students to come to me." At this point, Arthur understood. The reason a wizard becomes a ghost is that after death they cannot accept their demise, perhaps because of unfinished business, a desire for revenge, or simply a fear of death. What Professor Binns had just said indicated that his reason for becoming a ghost was to pass on the magic he had created. Arthur asked, puzzled, "Why not write your magic in a book and leave it in the Hogwarts library? Surely that way someone would eventually learn it." Professor Binns shook his head immediately. "My magic cannot be recorded in a book, or rather I lack the ability to do so. Even if written down, no one could understand it. What kind of magic is it? Is it magic related to the soul, eh?" "You truly have a gift," Professor Binns said with a smile, then continued, "My magic is indeed about the soul, but it places extremely high demands on the wizard's spiritual strength. I can teach you my magic provided you can learn it. You must also promise to pass it on, perhaps by participating in dueling competitions or similar events, so that my name will forever be recorded in the annals of magical history." "Why me?" "Because I came to ask you." Professor Binns replied with certainty, "Of course. My magic requires immense spiritual power. Only those with strong souls can learn it, and typically only sharp-eyed wizards possess such strength." Thinking of the requirement for spiritual power and the dusty state of the room, Arthur asked curiously, "In all these years, am I the first?" "Indeed. The last person to notice my uniqueness was decades ago. I have forgotten the time, but I remember his name. He is the only wizard from those years I still recall. His name is Albus Dumbledore, and he is still at the school. He was a gifted individual, but alas, he could not master it either." Hearing that even Dumbledore, the pinnacle of the wizarding world, had failed, Arthur felt a twinge of apprehension. "Professor Binns, what exactly is this magic?" Professor Binns pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It is a unique form of soul magic which I developed by drawing inspiration from the Killing Curse. I once studied it with Salazar Slytherin, but he later left Hogwarts. The magic's purpose is simple, much as you guessed, to allow one's soul to leave the body, but leaving a shell behind. A shell? A shell of the soul. Arthur felt he was touching upon magical knowledge no longer recorded in books, and he was filled with curiosity. Professor Binns nodded. Yes, exactly, a shell of the soul. I discovered long ago that there is a unique layer between the soul and the body which keeps the soul securely within. The Killing Curse attacks that shell, damaging the soul so that it leaves the body. Without the connection to the body, the soul lacks magical support and cannot transform into a ghost. Arthur quickly connected the Killing Curse to Professor Binns' magic. He ventured, so your magic opens a slit in that shell, allowing the soul to slip out. A smile immediately spread across Professor Binns' face. He floated over, circling Arthur repeatedly, and praised him. Exactly. Though it requires some complex runes that I can no longer fully explain. But you are a genius. If only you had been born in my era. Still, it is not too late. You are the most talented wizard I have ever encountered. I have a feeling you are the one I have been seeking. As he spoke, his translucent hand passed through Arthur's head, and he exclaimed in even greater astonishment, "Oh, Merlin's beard. Your talent is truly remarkable, greater than Slytherin's, even surpassing Ravenclaw's. I am utterly amazed." Although Arthur was curious how Professor Binns could perceive his talent, he immediately thought of the one attribute on his panel that exceeded the standard data. Spirit 180. Perhaps this was what Professor Binns meant by spiritual power. At the same time, Arthur considered this the one talent that seemed least helpful to his magical studies. This extraordinary spiritual power, far beyond the norm, only seemed to keep his mind clear after a sleepless night, improve his memory, and sharpen his thinking. Apart from that, it appeared to have no significant effect. Arthur had never expected that his spiritual talent would finally play a pivotal role in Professor Binns' class. More importantly, this unknown magic concerning the soul might even prove beneficial for the curse that currently afflicted him. At Arthur's inquiry, Professor Binns reseated himself and began to elaborate on his unique magic. As you guessed earlier, my magic is quite simple. It involves opening a slit in the outer shell of the soul, allowing the soul within to slip out. The process sounds simple in theory, but achieving it is exceedingly difficult. The outer shell ultimately protects us through directly opening a gap, and it still affects the wizard. One Christmas I conceived of using a weaving method to resolve this issue. After the soul departs, I would stitch the slit closed only to reopen it upon the soul's return. This way neither the wizard's body nor soul would suffer harm. I studied numerous herbs and magical creatures, eventually selecting a phoenix tail feather soaked in over a dozen healing herbs as the mending material. Later, with Salazar Slytherin's assistance, I conducted an experiment on myself using the method I described. Though the experiment succeeded, the direct stitching approach still had flaws. That is why I ultimately perished. Using external substances to mend the soul's shell was inherently flawed. My soul's outer shell began to decay gradually from that point onward. Even after I eventually devised a nearly perfect method, the prior damage meant the decaying shell could no longer contain my soul. As he spoke, a trace of melancholy crept into Professor Binns' voice, which gradually softened. Arthur could empathize. Putting himself in the professor's shoes, he understood. Professor Binns had originally created an immensely powerful magic, one that with further development might have rivaled the renowned four founders. But it was too late. Ultimately, he had no choice but to become a ghost waiting for a wizard to inherit his legacy, ensuring that history and the wizarding world would remember him. Yet as he looked at Arthur, Professor Binns' face broke into a joyful smile. In 1,000 years, Arthur was the young wizard who came closest to meeting his requirements. He continued, "The perfect solution I later devised involved using ancient runes, a script capable of channeling external magical energy. By employing it, I could effectively address the issue of the outer shell deteriorating with repeated entries and exits of the soul. Though still not flawless, the shell would gradually be affected. It was the best method I could conceive. If the soul were to depart once daily following my method, it would take at least 150 years before the wizard's power began to wane due to damage to the soul's shell. After 200 years, the shell would decay to the point of being unable to contain the soul. Given that a wizard's lifespan typically peaks around 120 years, this essentially solves the problem." After hearing this, Arthur was unfazed. Even with daily use, his power would only begin to decline after 150 years. By old age, a wizard's physical condition and reflexes naturally deteriorated anyway, leading to diminished strength. Moreover, he was only 11 now. Even if he mastered this magic today, it would be at least 160 years before it caused his power to wane. Whether he would even live to 160 was questionable. For a wizard, this was already a perfect solution. Thus Arthur gazed at Professor Binns with eager anticipation. He still didn't know whether the unicorn's remnant soul was attached to his soul's outer shell or nestled within the soul itself. If it were on the outer shell, Professor Binns' magic might directly help him resolve the curse. Perhaps he could even restore the unicorn's remnant soul somewhat, making it an ally or allowing it to accept death and move on rather than lingering like an aberrant ghost. That would be his way of repaying the unicorn for its willing sacrifice. Even if the remnant soul were within the soul itself, it wouldn't be a major problem. While severing the soul had never been particularly difficult, precise cutting was an extreme challenge. The primary reason was that a wizard couldn't see the entirety of their own soul, leaving the severing charm to act freely on its own. Under the charm's effect, the soul would inevitably be cut, but how much and in what manner remained unknown. With Professor Bin's magic, everything became far simpler. Professor Bin's, reading Arthur's expression, naturally understood the young wizard's thoughts. However, he shook his head and said, "As I mentioned earlier, this requires the aid of ancient runes, and it varies from person to person because every soul is unique. That's why I never committed it to writing. If you wish to learn my magic, you must first master ancient runes, not just recognize them, but also be able to inscribe them." Hearing this requirement, Arthur felt it was nearly the same as no requirement at all. He promptly replied, "Professor Binns, I've already learned ancient runes. I've been deeply interested in alchemy, and can independently craft simple magical artifacts." "Truly, that's wonderful. It saves us several years at least." After speaking, Professor Binns whirled joyfully in the air, several times releasing his pent-up excitement. This was the closest he had come in a millennium, since becoming a ghost, to fulfilling his pre-death aspiration. He floated to the topmost shelf and retrieved an ancient massive tome. Its cover was parchment, and every page within was made of the same material. That single book must have required the hides of dozens of sheep. Professor Binns handed it to Arthur. "This contains some fundamental theories I've compiled. You can peruse it, and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Being a ghost has its perks. I haven't slept in years, and it hardly affects me." Arthur took the book. On the cover, a string of ancient runes spelled out the title Soul Departure, a simple, clear description of the magic's basic function. The contents covered the fundamental theories of the magic and the specific ancient runes that might be required. The theory of magic was rather simple, essentially what Professor Binns had just explained. However, it was supplemented with a great deal of knowledge and specific procedures. For instance, the most crucial step involved carving numerous ancient runes onto the soul's outer shell. It was akin to drawing various patterns on a doll with watercolor pens. Yet there were certain requirements for the ink of those pens. It needed to incorporate the soul shells of other beings. Naturally, aside from human soul shells, those of magical creatures could also suffice. Even better were the soul shells of magical creatures with formidable spiritual power. In the book, Professor Binns recorded his journey to a dragon's graveyard where he used magic to collect the residual soul shells from recently deceased dragons. Thus, although this spell targeted the soul, the materials used were the discarded soul shells of magical creatures after death, setting it apart from typical soul-based dark magic. Additionally, the book contained preparatory spells required before using this magic and conjectures for subsequent magical development. For example, spells for collecting soul shells from corpses or for cutting one's own soul shell were among these prerequisites. There were also conjectures about using the soul after leaving the body to directly attack an opponent's soul or to drag the body through flight. However, the most crucial step, the specific method of carving ancient runes onto one's soul shell, was absent. It merely stated the necessity. After Arthur finished flipping through the last page, Professor Binns spoke. "Everyone's soul is unique, and the shell that envelopes it is naturally distinct as well. Therefore, I did not record the method for carving ancient runes in the book. Even a minor error could damage a wizard's own soul. The more powerful the soul, the larger and smoother its shell. Thus, each wizard who uses my spell will require a different number of runes, different carving speeds, and so on. I cannot experiment with hundreds of wizards, so I can only teach you personally once I see the true form of your soul shell." "All right, I'll trouble you then, Professor Binns." Professor Binns smiled and said, "No trouble at all. It is also my wish." Having grasped the general nature of the spell, Arthur left Professor Binns' office. According to the professor, he would first need to learn the prerequisite spells to prepare the necessary materials. Next, Arthur did not return to the dormitory or the room of requirement. Instead, he sought out Dumbledore once more. What Professor Binns had just said was only his side of the story. The spell was alluring, but it also likely carried dangers. Thus, Arthur sought out the wizard Professor Binns had mentioned as the previous learner of the soul projection spell, Dumbledore. Though many called Dumbledore an old bee, if one had to find a trustworthy wizard in this world, one who could be called good, it would only be Dumbledore. Even if he might scheme behind the scenes, it was often for the sake of those who had to confront Voldemort. For instance, Snape, who was bound to seek revenge for Lily's death, or Harry Potter, destined by prophecy to fight Voldemort to the death. As for other wizards, he adhered to the principle of voluntariness. When Arthur had previously sought Dumbledore's help due to the unicorn curse, Dumbledore could have claimed helplessness and directly pulled the promising wizard into opposition against Voldemort, but he did not. Instead, he gave Arthur the right to choose. Arriving again at the headmaster's office, this time the door was not open. Arthur did not know the password, so he could only knock on the stone statue on the door. The statue impatiently swatted Arthur's hand away, and shortly after, the door slowly opened. Dumbledore was still seated at the back of the office. He put down his pen, looked up at Arthur, and said kindly, "Mr. Black, have you encountered difficulties with the Patronus charm, or have you already found the answer? Arthur shook his head. No, Professor Dumbledore. I'm here about something else, concerning Professor Binns. Professor Binns? What do you mean? Dumbledore's voice grew louder, and his tone became complex, tinged with both shock and anticipation. Arthur recounted the matter of Professor Binns teaching him the spell. As the previous learner of this magic, Dumbledore naturally understood what Arthur was referring to. He chuckled. I didn't expect you to have a talent for this spell. In that case, perhaps you won't even need the Patronus charm to lift your curse. With Dumbledore's lack of opposition, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Professor Binns might be a deceiver, for some ghosts indeed exhibited behavior influenced by their former lives appearing abnormal by normal standards. For instance, the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, had been staring at the sky at a 45-degree angle for nearly 1,000 years, never ceasing. Then Dumbledore retrieved a densely written piece of paper from a cabinet and handed it to Arthur. He said, Professor Binns has been a ghost for over 1,000 years. His thinking has diverged somewhat from that of wizards. He is solely focused on finding talented wizards to learn his spell without considering the potential harm it might cause. After my soul projected, my spiritual strength at the time didn't meet the requirements. But because I had already used a spell to cut my soul shell, it caused irreversible damage. Later I developed the spell myself to mend the cracks. Arthur looked at the content on the paper. It was a method of directly using the soul shells of magical creatures to repair cracks in one's own soul shell. He was immensely grateful that he had come to Dumbledore. If he couldn't learn this spell, and ended up like Dumbledore before him, he would truly be bringing suffering upon himself. He certainly did not possess Dumbledore's formidable magical development abilities. Dumbledore seemed to sense Arthur's slight resentment towards Professor Binns. Mr. Black, you must understand that no wizard's life is smooth sailing. On the path of learning magic, one will always encounter problems. At that time I did harbor grievances against Professor Binns. However, the experience of my soul projection later became a crucial insight when I delved deeper into magic. When you face difficulties on the path of learning magic, you can transform what seems like hardship into nourishment for your growth through your own efforts. Of course, when truly unavoidable difficulties arise, you need the help of friends or elders. Arthur genuinely felt Dumbledore's selflessness and said respectfully, I understand, Professor Dumbledore. You may call me by my first name from now on. No problem, Arthur. After confirming the authenticity of Professor Binns' spell, Arthur left Dumbledore's office. However, before leaving, he also borrowed the Mirror of Erased. Although the soul projection spell suited his current needs, being more prepared was never wrong. The Mirror of Erased no longer had any effect on Dumbledore, so he readily told Arthur where it was stored. It was in the Room of Requirement's hiding place, which he had put there while Arthur was in class. Leaving Dumbledore's office, Arthur reflected on his experiences these past days. Things he had never imagined before. He had originally thought his journey would follow the pattern of the games from his past life, gradually increasing strength, defeating the boss, and then living carefree and unrestrained in this magical world. But perhaps because of his presence, this was no longer the fairy tale world he had seen before. From the moment he set foot in Hogwarts, his student life was destined to be far from ordinary unless he chose to live like Peter Pettigrew, scraping by in the gutters. Speaking of which, he indeed had many tasks to attend to, recently crafting his own wand, learning the Patronus charm, and mastering soul projection. Thinking of these daunting tasks, Arthur felt a sudden surge of irritation, an emotion he had rarely experienced since arriving in this world, like a first-year wizard facing a mountain of homework on a weekend. However, recalling Dumbledore's words, Arthur suppressed his irritation and smiled. This was what made him feel like a true wizard of this world. When unhappy, he could write more letters to Fleur or give Draco a good thrashing. Just now Draco was getting a bit arrogant. It's normal for people to get cocky after achieving what others can't, but they need someone to knock them down a peg. And Arthur was more than willing to be the one to knock Draco down. The next day after class, Arthur found Draco and brought him along to the Room of Requirement. Oh, Merlin's floral underpants. So this is the training ground you mentioned. It's absolutely splendid. Such a vast chamber, I dare say, even the professor's offices aren't as spacious. No wonder you refused to return to the dormitory. As soon as he stepped into the Room of Requirement, Draco exclaimed loudly. In his place, he too would be willing to stay here forever. At this moment, the Room of Requirement looked no different from before, yet it was Draco's first encounter with it. Near the entrance lay a grand living room with a resting area adjacent and a massive workbench in the distance, where Arthur practiced alchemy. The farthest and most expansive section was designated for Arthur's daily spell practice. This chamber not only boasted complete functionality, but also featured a colossal window through which sunlight streamed in. However, this was merely an illusion of sunlight. In truth, the Room of Requirement conjured it under Arthur's control, allowing him to dictate whether it was day or night outside. Draco dashed about the room, observing the most conspicuous items: the pockmarked training ground littered with fallen dummies, and the workbench cluttered with various materials. After his inspection, his admiration for Arthur deepened. Though he understood little of alchemical materials, he knew that alchemy was exceedingly rare in this era. Even his father lacked proficiency. After a tour, Draco turned to Arthur and asked, "Arthur, what did you call me here for?" Draco certainly didn't assume Arthur intended him to stay here permanently. Arthur hadn't revealed that the room could transform according to the wizards' will, so Draco noticed only a single bed, large as it was, and knew Arthur disliked sharing a bed with others, except for his beloved senior. Arthur observed the exuberant Draco, and though he saw little issue with an 11-year-old behaving thus, this was still a magical world, one that might erupt into war in a few years. To change the future, Draco must bolster his own strength at least enough to duel an average Death Eater alone, for Arthur couldn't remain by his side day and night. Thus, even if the Malfoy family were exposed, they could at least escape, unless Voldemort acted personally, sparing Draco from becoming a burden. If events unfolded as in the original tale, in a few years the Malfoy family would be forced back under Voldemort's command due to his resurgence, living in constant dread, because Voldemort would directly take up residence in Malfoy Manor. Voldemort might even father a daughter with Bellatrix in an attempt to fathom the love he never understood. Arthur found this notion hard to fathom. His earlier impressions of original characters were largely shaped by actors from his past lives' films. Yet in this world, many appearances had completely changed. For instance, Fleur was described in the original as having long silvery hair like a waterfall, but in the film she was depicted with blonde locks. Some resembled their cinematic counterparts like Draco, whose real-world complexion was merely paler. But Voldemort. Arthur, after their single encounter, found him even more hideous than the face on Quirrell's turban in the films, to the point of revulsion. He truly wondered how his Aunt Bellatrix could bear it. In any case, upon seeing Voldemort, Arthur only wished to plug a charger into his noseless face. However, enhancing Draco's strength couldn't be forced outright. Arthur had supervised Draco for a time, but later grew busy with other matters, leaving Draco to slack off. Thus Arthur devised a plan and said to Draco, "Draco, though no one in Slytherin dares provoke you now, what about other houses? As a Slytherin wizard, can you only strut about on your own turf?" Draco scratched his head. "Huh, is anyone still bold enough to mess with me now? Of course. Do you think Harry Potter fears you? He's the boy who lived. Oof, the boy who lived. He's no better than me. I don't believe he defeated the Dark Lord as a newborn. More likely his parents stalled the Dark Lord while Dumbledore swooped in and vanquished him. Honestly, if I weren't so busy lately, I'd have taken him down long ago." This notion mirrored many wizards' thoughts. Even in a magical world full of wonders, a baby vanquishing one of the most formidable wizards seemed too miraculous. Arthur deliberately provoked Draco. "But you can't beat him, can you?" As Draco prepared to retort, Arthur continued, "In that wizard's duel at the trophy room, you didn't defeat him either. And remember, he was new to the magical world. You had a significant advantage." Had anyone else said this, Draco would have fumed, but Arthur was his only friend, and more importantly, he couldn't beat Arthur. Besides, it was the truth. Arthur stoked the fire, further patting Draco's shoulder. "Draco, I'll tell you a secret. I need much time to learn magic to break my curse, leaving little to bring glory to Slytherin." Draco was startled. "Arthur, will you be all right? What curse is it? My father knows many people. He might have a solution." Seeing Draco's genuine concern, Arthur felt gratified. He shook his head. "It's fine. Professor Dumbledore has already handled the curse. I just need to learn some special spells." "Good. At least Dumbledore did something right." Draco sighed in relief, then frowned. "What now? I've no talent in spells. Without you, Slytherin is doomed. Gryffindor has Potter. Though he's overrated, he's still the boy who lived. And that Miss Know-It-All too." Arthur locked eyes with Draco. "Isn't that where you come in? Are you inferior to Harry Potter? Have you given up? Surely you don't want Slytherin's glory to slip through your fingers." At the mention of Harry Potter, Draco's blood boiled. "Impossible. How could I be worse than that brat? They'll show him the consequences of snubbing me for that poor Weasley." "Good. Draco, from now on train here. They'll set aside a separate area for you." "Huh. Will it be tough?" Draco's resolve wavered. "Of course not. Draco, don't you want to stand in the Great Hall one day, receiving praise from all houses? Do you want Harry Potter to be the one everyone cheers? Think about it, once you're truly powerful, the one you'll hold and dance with will be a beautiful junior, not Pansy." At the thought of holding Pansy, Draco shuddered. If Pansy had a good temperament, it might be bearable, but she was acerbic. Having witnessed his mother's gentleness, Draco had no liking for Pansy, at least not now. So he resigned. "Fine, Arthur. Glad you agreed." Arthur retrieved over a dozen thick tomes from a cabinet, stacking them taller than Draco. "Here, Draco. Read them one by one." Draco gazed at the pile with dismay. This isn't right. It feels a bit too much for me." "Oh, not at all. Draco, you must believe you're a genius." After Draco accepted his fate, Arthur led him out of the room of requirement, then conjured a new room in his mind. It was similar to the previous one, except a soundproof area had been added beside the training ground, designated as Draco's exclusive training field. Additionally, a lounge was added on the other side of the entrance. After pacing back and forth 3 times, Arthur brought Draco inside once more. As Draco entered, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, Merlin's beard. Arthur, how did you manage this?" Having merely passed through a doorway, Draco felt as though the magic he had encountered before was nothing more than a magician's sleight of hand. What Arthur dealt with was the true realm of magic. He dashed to the unfamiliar areas, touching them repeatedly, only releasing his grip after confirming everything was real. This is utterly incredible. I've never witnessed anything so wondrous. Arthur smiled and explained, "It's under my control. From now on, walk 3 times in the spot where I just entered thinking of Arthur's room, and you'll be able to come back here. But be careful not to think of anything else, or you might end up in a place even Dumbledore couldn't find." He didn't reveal the truth, of course, or young Draco might have conjured a Quidditch pitch on his own. Draco nodded hastily. "I understand, Arthur. Rest assured I won't tell anyone about this place." Perhaps awestruck by the magic of the Room of Requirement, for the first time Draco hurried to his training area, brandishing his wand and casting spells freely. The mannequins he struck down quickly recovered a training method Arthur had devised in his mind specifically for Draco. Some of those mannequins were moving targets bearing a resemblance to Harry Potter, which spurred Draco to strike them with spells immediately. Seeing this, Arthur continued studying the notes Professor Binns had given him, learning the magic contained within. When mealtime arrived, Draco emerged and called Arthur to join him downstairs. However, Arthur had no intention of going down and asked Draco, "What would you like to eat?" Can this room conjure food?" "Of course not, it's a simple device I made myself." "Oh, I see. You're truly remarkable, Arthur. I'd like a steak, 2 chicken legs, a small portion of chips, and a glass of orange juice." "All right." Arthur wrote down Draco's order on a piece of paper and his own on another. Then he approached the door and pressed a button. Upon opening it, a house elf appeared before him. After handing the elf the note, the elf soon returned with 2 plates. Arthur said, "Thank you," and took the 2 plates laden with food. The house elf's face immediately lit up with an expression of overwhelming honor, tears welling in its eyes. Perhaps due to its long stay at Hogwarts, it didn't bang its head against the wall, but fidgeted repeatedly, expressing gratitude to Arthur, nearly kneeling by the end. But Arthur stopped it and sent it back. Taking the food from Arthur, Draco asked curiously, "Does Hogwarts have house elves too? I thought it was all magic." "And Arthur, how did you make them appear before us?" "Of course they exist. They brought our luggage to the dormitories at the start of term. As for summoning them, I went to the kitchen earlier to arrange it. I crafted a simple alchemical device, one placed on this door, the other in the kitchen. Whenever I press this button here, the one in the kitchen receives the signal, and they appear before this door." Draco marveled once more. "Arthur, you're truly extraordinary." By now, Arthur had surpassed the typical abilities of a wizard his age. While others fretted over their studies, Arthur was already independently crafting alchemical artifacts. Time swiftly passed to the end of the school year, with only a week remaining until the final exams. Many young wizards crammed frantically, flipping through textbooks they had previously ignored after class. During this period, though Draco didn't visit Arthur daily for magic training, he came frequently. As a result, Draco was no longer as frail as before. He had gained some muscle, looking far more formidable. Of course, he didn't miss any chance to provoke Harry Potter, constantly goading Harry into another wizard's duel to prove who was stronger. However, Hermione and Ron kept preventing it, as the memory of their last wizard's duel was still too vivid. Arthur, meanwhile, had not been idle. He diligently studied Professor Binns' magic while using the Mirror of Eris to create a false future image, helping him learn the Patronus charm faster. Even the progress on crafting his own wand was slowed. He reasoned that if he could master Binns' magic and awaken the unicorn's residual soul, it would be better to let the soul rest within the bloodstained horn. Regardless of whether the unicorn stayed or left, it would benefit both the creature and the wand made from its horn. Although Arthur focused as much time as possible on learning the Patronus charm, he only managed to produce a massive orb of light from his wand tip. The Patronus itself never appeared. Eventually he gave up. He suspected the unicorn's residual soul was the cause. After carefully studying the principle of the Patronus charm, which channels positive thoughts through the soul to conjure the guardian, he concluded that his soul was being consciously influenced by the unicorn's remnant, preventing the Patronus from forming. However, Arthur mastered all of Professor Binns' prerequisite spells and the remedial magic Dumbledore had given him for failure. He also ventured into the Forbidden Forest, found the unicorn's corpse, and collected the fragmented soul shell within, which might prove useful in the future when the unicorn's residual soul was separated. As for the soul shell and other materials he needed, he enlisted the help of the Black family and his uncle in France to acquire them. To collect the soul shell, he specially requested leave from Dumbledore over the weekend and had several dead Thunderbird corpses shipped from America to a warehouse owned by the Black family. For the soul shell required to inscribe ancient runes, Arthur chose not to follow Professor Binns' example of using a dragon, but opted for the magical creature Thunderbird. He had 2 reasons. First, Thunderbirds possessed lightning attributes. Second, Thunderbirds were related to phoenixes, making them highly compatible with phoenix tail feathers, another crucial material for inscribing ancient runes. The phoenix tail feathers were naturally obtained from Dumbledore's pet fox. To ensure ample preparation, Fox's tail feathers were nearly plucked bare before its life cycle ended. After everything was ready, Arthur arrived at Professor Binns' office. Dumbledore kept a close watch on them, ready to respond to any emergencies. Taking a deep breath, Arthur stepped into Professor Binns' office. This time, however, the office had been meticulously cleaned, every speck of dust banished. Sunlight streamed through the window, lending the room a more habitable air. Professor Binns' face lit up with a joyful smile as he saw Arthur enter. "Mr. Black, I never imagined you would master all the magic I taught you in such a short time." Arthur smiled, then grew solemn. "I am ready, Professor Binns." "Very well then. Allow me to guide you through the final step." Professor Binns floated before Arthur, his gaze fixed upon him as he spoke slowly. "Release your soul." Arthur found a chair and sat down, concentrating his consciousness within his mind. Holding his wand in his left hand, he cast the soul projection spell upon his own mind. A flash of white light erupted, and Arthur guided it to find the shell of his soul. With a gentle motion, he used the light to carve a small opening upon that shell. Finally, the soul encased within that shell seeped out through the tiny aperture. This was the first time Professor Binns had gazed directly upon Arthur's soul. Previously, his probes had only sensed the immense power of Arthur's soul. Yet when Arthur's soul manifested before him, he was still astounded. For Arthur's soul was immense, a testament to its formidable strength. The soul of an ordinary wizard was the same size as their body. Even for a powerful wizard, it was scarcely larger. But Arthur's soul was nearly twice the size of his physical form. As Arthur aged, the power of his soul would only grow. In time, perhaps his soul would rival a small giant in stature. More importantly, in Professor Binns' eyes, Arthur's soul was uniquely different from any he had seen before. Strands of lightning, both white and black, were entwined around it. Arthur himself was experiencing his own soul for the first time. Even in this magical world, few wizards ever witnessed their own soul in life. Perhaps none at all. After his soul departed his body, he could distinctly feel that only his soul responded to his will. His body seemed disconnected from it. At the same time, Arthur perceived strange phenomena he had never sensed before. The entire world was suffused with a misty gas. Following that mist, he could almost perceive objects beyond the walls. It was like having X-ray vision, though limited to a range of about 10 meters. A further disappointment was that the world appeared in monochrome. Only Professor Binns standing before him was not in black and white, but rather a grayish-black, tinged with green. This wondrous perceptive ability was precisely what Dumbledore had spoken of earlier. Even without mastering the spell, the experience of soul projection would be a crucial lesson for future magical studies. The mist pervading the air was the natural magic of the world. As a soul, Arthur was exquisitely sensitive to it, feeling as at ease as a fish in water. He attempted to cast a spell, and though magic gathered toward him, forming a small vortex, the tangible energy merely passed through his spectral form. Professor Binns had remained silent, observing Arthur's soul. He recalled his own first soul projection. A wizard's soul and body perceived the world in entirely different ways. Curiosity was natural, much like a muggle suddenly introduced to the magical realm. Seeing that Arthur's soul could not perform magic, Professor Binns finally spoke. "Mr. Black, a wizard cannot use magic with only a soul. A vessel is required." Arthur nodded, already aware of this truth. It was the same predicament Voldemort had faced. After Quirrell's death, he could only flail helplessly, ramming his soul against Harry before fleeing in disgrace. Without a vessel like Quirrell, even Voldemort, one of the foremost experts on souls, could not wield magic. It was like a car. The soul communicates with nature, the gas station, to draw in fuel, magic. This fuel is stored within the wizard, the car, and then used by the vehicle to move, which is akin to casting spells. A soul alone in communion with magic could not directly perform spells. With his soul projected, Arthur had reached the final step of learning this magic. It was also the most crucial step, which Professor Binns had not taught him: how to inscribe ancient runes upon the soul's shell. Arthur slipped back into his body through the gap in his soul's shell. The sensation was peculiar. When he had emerged, it felt like breaking free from constraints, like finally shedding a tight suit. Returning was a different experience. He felt as though he was passing through an obstruction, his soul transitioning from a gas to a liquid, then being absorbed by the soul shell, like water, into a bottle. Arthur stood up, regaining control of his body, and moved stiffly for a moment. Soon he felt no different from before he had used the magic. He reached into his robe's pocket, pulled out a small pouch, and extracted the materials he needed. There was a white membrane like a fish bladder, but purer and flawless, the soul shell of a thunderbird. There was also a wooden bowl containing dozens of phoenix tail feathers soaked in a green liquid. Professor Binns nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the materials. Then his tone grew serious. "Mr. Black, this is our only chance. You must focus entirely." Arthur nodded gravely. As the beneficiary, he naturally hoped the magic would succeed. In truth, he had already succeeded. This opportunity could be used to resolve the remnant soul of the unicorn within him. But without Professor Binns' final instruction, he was merely mortgaging his future potential. The longer the gap in his soul shell remained, the greater the toll it would take. As for the unicorn's remnant soul, he could not eliminate it in a short time. He needed time to familiarize himself with the power of his soul. Only then could he confront the unicorn's remnant, otherwise any mistake would harm his own soul, further damaging the already flawed shell. Once the materials were prepared, Arthur, under Professor Binns' instruction, performed astral projection once more. Professor Binns began studying Arthur's soul shell. Arthur also observed from the side. Previously, he had focused more on external perception rather than examining his own body. However, he discovered to his amazement that his soul shell was a white unicorn with every strand of its mane distinct and clearly visible. The only imperfection was that upon the pure white unicorn's body were patches of blood red, mostly concentrated on its long horn. Perhaps that was the remnant soul of the unicorn. Seeing Arthur's astonished expression, Professor Binns explained, "This is normal. Almost everyone's soul shell takes the form of an animal. The Patronus conjured by the Patronus charm is essentially the manifestation of one's soul shell. But isn't the form of a Patronus influenced by the wizard themselves, thus capable of change? Of course it is, but in reality the soul shell changes first, and then the Patronus form alters. The Patronus is a projection of the soul shell. The soul shell is merely a bridge connecting the soul and the body. The most crucial element is the wizard's soul itself, the root of all transformation. This is a wonder unique to the soul. Unfortunately, many ancient magics and magical theories have been lost, and even I only understood a fraction before becoming a ghost." Gazing at his unicorn soul shell, Arthur continued, "Would it be better for me to use my unicorn soul shell to inscribe the ancient runes?" Professor Binns shook his head. "Generally speaking, like Patronuses, our wizard's soul shells are ordinary animals, and their soul shells are even incomplete. That's why I used a dragon's soul shell myself. I never expected yours to be a unicorn. In such a case, using a unicorn's soul shell would naturally be ideal. But there aren't enough naturally deceased unicorns now unless you kill them and accept the curse they would place upon you." Arthur coughed awkwardly. "Let's stick with the Thunderbirds then. Professor Binns, what's next?" "Reconstruct a version of yourself." "Reconstruct? A version of me?" Professor Binns pointed at Arthur's unicorn soul shell. "Yes, precisely. Because a person's personality and preferences may change in the future. When that happens, the ancient runes currently inscribed on the shell will naturally alter, as well potentially causing the soul shell to self-destruct halfway. Therefore, we need to isolate your current soul shell using it merely as a conduit, and construct another shell for your soul to inhabit, connecting it to the current one. This way, even if you undergo changes in the future, your transformed soul shell won't affect the original one. This step must be personally guided by another soul. Even a ghost won't suffice. It requires a ghost like me who has absorbed their own soul shell. This is why even if I wrote down the method in books, no wizard has ever been able to master it." Upon hearing Professor Binns' words, even Arthur in his soul form was utterly astonished. He had initially believed that Professor Binns' magic was akin to the dark magic Voldemort used against souls merely, without harming the lives and souls of living magical creatures. But he never expected that Professor Binns had ascended further, directly delving into the modification of the soul shell. To call this magic on par with dark arts like Horcruxes would not be an exaggeration. The only difference was that it did not directly target one's own soul or harm the lives of other beings. Had he not experienced the unique functions of the soul, Arthur would never have agreed to this procedure. Unlike wizards afflicted by curses, Arthur had a fallback plan. He possessed the thunderous method. Once he acquired heavenly thunder, he could naturally become Voldemort's bane, and then ally with Dumbledore or Harry, the prophesied savior, to eliminate Voldemort. If his life were truly threatened, he might even directly target the unicorn's remnant soul. However, after witnessing the immense power of the soul, Arthur wished to take a gamble. He desired the ability to control and command the soul. This would not only greatly aid his future magical studies, but also provide immense support for his thunderous method. What he lacked now was magical power. Limited by his body, there was no helping it. He couldn't always use the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone given to him by Nicholas Flamel whenever he faced a formidable opponent. According to the games he played in his past life, his character would challenge the final boss Voldemort at the age of 25, around the time a wizard reaches their peak strength. Even then, the process of defeating Voldemort would be arduous. After experiencing the trap Voldemort had set for him last time, Arthur had abandoned his underestimation of wizards in this world. In this reality, aside from basic setups like Harry Potter being the savior and Voldemort the great villain, anything could change. Nicholas Flamel, whom he had never met, had even directly given him a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. For a great seer like Flamel, who had lived over 600 years, if he had foreseen something, it would have to be a crisis threatening the entire wizarding world for him to care about the life of a young wizard like Arthur. This was clearly impossible. Therefore, Arthur believed he would inevitably face a severe crisis in the future, perhaps from Voldemort or perhaps from someone else. Hence, he wished to master Professor Binns' magic. He also had a faint intuition that this was the right choice. At the same time, due to Nicholas Flamel's prophecy, Arthur felt a strange sensation in his heart. It was like the movies he had seen in his past life. What would happen if someone knew their own future? For instance, if a person knew they would die naturally at the age of 80, would the worst consequence of any action beforehand be something like a vegetative state, but not death. So did Nicholas Flamel give him the Philosopher's Stone fragment, because he foresaw Arthur's failure this time, which would weaken his future strength, necessitating the fragment for the coming crisis? Or even if he succeeded this time and grew stronger, would he still need the fragment's aid in the future? Countless thoughts surged through Arthur's mind. He didn't know which was true. Nevertheless, he wanted to try. The path of learning magic could not be without risk. Perhaps because this was a real world, the template of the thunderous Law King he had obtained from the game in his past life might also be different. After all, there was no talent panel in the games of his past life. Moreover, Dumbledore had given him a spell to remedy the failure of this magic, meaning the worst outcome would be wasting a few months. Thus Arthur said to Professor Binns, "Professor Binns, let us begin." Having revealed the final step of his magic, Professor Binns felt a constant anxiety as he watched Arthur's hesitation. However, he breathed a sigh of relief after Arthur agreed. Then from within his own being, he extracted a translucent membrane-like substance. "This is Arthur asked, looking at the familiar object. "This is the soul shell of my original body. I need it to clearly perceive your soul shell." "Then that means—" Arthur did not finish his sentence. Professor Binns simply nodded, undisturbed by his own impending demise. "Indeed, this will truly cause my death. But death is not the end for a wizard, you should know this. I am also curious about the world that lies beyond death. I have lingered in this world for 1,000 years. That time has felt long enough for me. In truth, I also wish to move on as long as this magic can be learned by someone." Gazing at Professor Binns' sincere eyes, Arthur's earlier resentment over the concealed final step dissipated. Afterward, Professor Binns' translucent form began to solidify somewhat. Focusing on Arthur's body, he started guiding Arthur in reconstructing his own soul shell. They preserved the base structure of the original soul shell, cutting away most of it. Then they began to suture the excised pieces using the treated phoenix tail feathers encased within a thunderbird's soul shell. The phoenix tail feathers, soaked in a concoction of various herbs for a month, had become as soft as fine yarn. Wrapped in the thunderbird's soul shell, they were nearly invisible. After the meticulous stitching, the cutaway soul shell had formed a hollow spherical casing resembling an egg. This would be Arthur's new soul shell. Then, under Professor Binns' guidance, Arthur used the remaining phoenix tail feathers and the thunderbird's soul shell to patch up his original unicorn shell. It was an exceedingly delicate task, more akin to needlework enhanced by magic than a conventional spell. More often than not, it was Professor Binns' soul power that assisted Arthur. Otherwise, Arthur's own soul would have been insufficient for the task. Whenever his soul shell was damaged, he felt like a rootless duckweed, his very thoughts becoming sluggish. No wonder this required the aid of another soul. Subsequently, Arthur began trimming the edges of the two shells. Using the leftover fragments, he constructed a passageway between them. This channel was under Arthur's own control, allowing his soul to freely enter and leave his body with almost no damage. The final step was to inscribe ancient runes upon the seams of Arthur's two soul shells. This process was relatively simple. With the notebook provided by Professor Binns and the professor's personal instruction, Arthur quickly completed this stage. By this time, Professor Binns' ghostly form had become almost indistinguishable, as transparent as air. The soul power he had stored within his own soul shell was nearly depleted. He was now no different from an ordinary ghost. He could no longer provide any soul or magical power. Looking at Arthur, he said, "Now you can re-enter the soul shell you just reconstructed. As a soul shell, once it fully connects your soul and body, it will naturally morph into a form reflecting your soul. Based on my experience, this will take about a month. During this time, do not use your soul power." Watching Professor Binns' increasingly transparent form, Arthur bowed to him. He knew that in a few seconds Professor Binns might depart from this world. In his final moments, Professor Binns gave Arthur a final piece of advice. "Do not forget your promise. Make this world remember that I once lived and made outstanding contributions to the development of soul magic." Then he began to look around, as if trying to etch the castle he had inhabited for 1,000 years into his memory. This wizard, who had served as the history of magic professor since the founding of Hogwarts, was deeply saddened that most ancient magic had been lost to the world. He did not wish for the magic he had developed to suffer the same fate. Perhaps if Slytherin had not left back then, he might have succeeded long ago. Carrying some regrets, yet satisfied that his magic had found an heir, Professor Binns finally left this world. Upon returning to his body, Arthur felt a slight dissonance. He could still control his body freely, but there was a delay of less than a second. This sensation was extremely uncomfortable. His soul could clearly perceive the situation, yet he could do nothing to change it. After tidying up, Dumbledore appeared in the office. He naturally knew Arthur had succeeded, so his face bore a relaxed expression as he asked with a smile, "Arthur, how are you feeling now?" "I'm all right, Professor. Although there's some discomfort, Professor Binns said it should resolve in about a month." "That's good. However, the final exams are coming up. It's not good that the history of magic professor has left. I will have to take over the classes for this week." "I'm sorry for the trouble, Professor," Dumbledore said with relief. "It's no trouble. I can still do quite a lot before you all grow up." having been a wizard chosen by Professor Binns before he had experienced a soul separation and naturally understood the benefits this magic conferred upon a wizard. He had previously thought Harry the Chosen One was somewhat lacking in power, unable to achieve the near-invincible dominance in the magical world that he and Grindelwald once possessed. He was old now. Having a young wizard like Arthur, who could potentially reach the pinnacle of wizardry, was not a bad thing for the currently turbulent magical world. Moreover, in his view, Arthur's nature was not evil despite a touch of Grindelwald-like arrogance. After leaving the office, Arthur returned to the room of requirement. At that moment, a red orb of light appeared in his hand. This was the horn from his previous soul shell, the remnant soul of the unicorn. Because it was not an ordinary unicorn's curse, the curse upon him did not directly enter his soul, but first attached itself to his soul shell. While helping Arthur reconstruct his soul shell, Professor Binns had also separated this remnant soul, which still carried a fragment of Arthur's original soul shell. With the curse lifted, Arthur prepared to continue crafting his wand. The unicorn's remnant soul could slowly revive within the physical broken horn until it regained an independent consciousness. Soon the final exams arrived. Among all the first-year wizards, perhaps only Arthur did not take it to heart. The other young witches and wizards were all racking their brains to memorize the knowledge in their textbooks, and Draco was no exception. After Arthur had mentioned Harry earlier, Draco had sought out Harry to cause trouble a few times. However, in these past few days, he had ceased looking for Harry or anyone else to bother. Instead, like the other young wizards, he frequented the library. During this period, the library experienced its busiest time of the year. The final exams were in June, and the weather at Hogwarts had grown stuffy and hot, making the examination hall particularly unbearable. When Arthur entered the exam room, he yearned for air conditioning. Although wizards possessed all sorts of magical abilities, they still lacked an appreciation for comfort. Furthermore, due to the small population, the market was limited. This meant that even if magical items were developed, the high costs prevented them from reaching every wizarding household. The final exams were simple for Arthur, but the lingering effects of the delay impacted his performance in practical tests. For instance, the Charms exam and the Transfiguration exam. These spellcasting exams caused Arthur's performance to be somewhat unstable. Nevertheless, his abilities far surpassed those of his peers, and he ultimately achieved near-perfect scores. The last exam was History of Magic. The original Professor Binns had departed this world, so Dumbledore proctored the exam. When Dumbledore collected the parchment with the young wizards' answers, they erupted in cheers. Many ran up to Dumbledore to greet him. Then came a week-long break. A week later, the final grades were announced. Unsurprisingly, Arthur placed first among the first years, achieving near-perfect scores in almost every subject. This brought great honor to Snape and the other first-year Slytherins. Moreover, Slytherin's lead in the House Cup standings remained substantial. Slytherin, 490. Ravenclaw, 426. Hufflepuff, 352. Gryffindor, 300. This score almost guaranteed that Slytherin would win the House Cup again this year. However, during the final Endofire feast, this ranking was about to undergo a dramatic change. All students sat at their respective house tables, and the professors were seated at the staff table. The Great Hall was decorated in Slytherin's green and silver, as they had won the House Cup the previous year. Behind the staff table, a large banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall. Dumbledore stood at the central podium and announced cheerfully, "Another year has passed, and it has been a splendid one. As is our tradition, we must first hold the House Cup award ceremony. Now the specific scores for each house are as follows: in 4th place, Gryffindor with 300 points. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points, Ravenclaw with 426 points, and Slytherin with 490 points. After speaking, he looked at the young witches and wizards of the 4 houses. The other 3 houses remained silent, while only Slytherin erupted into thunderous cheers and chaotic stomping, as if they had transformed into Gryffindor. Draco even excitedly tugged at Arthur's robes, thumping the table vigorously. "All right, Draco, a House Cup isn't worth getting this worked up over," Arthur said, pulling his sleeve back from Draco's grasp, fearing that Draco might overturn the table in his excitement. "Oh, Arthur, this is the glory of Slytherin." Draco took a deep breath, his face brimming with excitement. Arthur, however, felt indifferent toward this highest collective honor at Hogwarts. In his view, this honor had become a contest primarily between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Snape was the first to break the rules. While Slytherin's consecutive House Cup victories were partly due to the students' efforts, they were more attributable to Snape, the Slytherin head, manipulating the point additions and deductions. Starting this year, Dumbledore, that old bee, began to openly favor Harry Potter's Gryffindor. Every time at the end of the term, he awarded points to Harry for his deeds. Thus, from now on, the House Cup would serve as a tool for the Chosen One's growth, helping Harry unite Gryffindor's hearts and boost his self-confidence. As expected, Dumbledore began his maneuvers. He glanced at Arthur, who was looking at him, and smiled slightly, before saying, "Yes, those are the current scores." However, some events occurred earlier, and after discussions with the Ministry of Magic, a verdict was reached a few days ago. It is now time to include those points in each house's total. Dumbledore then gave a rough account of Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, though he omitted certain details, merely mentioning Voldemort's involvement. This was a compromise between him and the Ministry. The Daily Prophet would also report on the matter later. However, most wizards still refused to believe that Voldemort would return, some even thinking Dumbledore had grown senile. The Great Hall fell into a profound silence. The smiles on the Slytherins' faces faded as Dumbledore's words at this moment boded no good news. I have a few more points to award. First to Mr. Ronald Weasley for the best game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. I award Gryffindor House 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor were even louder than Slytherin's earlier outburst, nearly lifting the enchanted ceiling. The stars above seemed to tremble from the noise. Second to Miss Hermione Granger. In the face of fire, she demonstrated cool logic and reasoning. I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Third to Mr. Neville Longbottom. There are many kinds of courage. Facing our enemies requires extraordinary daring, but standing firm with your friends also takes great bravery. Therefore, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Fourth to Mr. Harry Potter. He displayed fearless courage and exceptional bravery. For this, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The deafening uproar from Gryffindor echoed beyond Hogwarts Castle, startling the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, who fled in panic. The young lions calculating the scores knew that Gryffindor had gained a total of 210 points, raising their total from 300 to 510, surpassing Slytherin's 490. They had won the House Cup. The Slytherins' faces had darkened completely. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to them. Gryffindor had spent an entire year earning only 300 points, yet in just a minute or two, they had added 210 points and overtaken them. This infuriated the Slytherins, nearly making their blood boil. Snape, seated at the staff table, felt the same. He glared at the back of Harry's head, who was being hugged, and cheered, his eyes filled with disdain. Dumbledore raised both hands, and the hall gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at the headmaster, curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Gryffindor's points have been awarded, but one house's points have yet to be added. Dumbledore looked at Arthur, his eyes brimming with amusement. Observing Dumbledore's playful gaze, Arthur felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that the savior was none other than himself? Was the old bee about to award him points? After everyone pricked up their ears, Dumbledore continued, Fifth Mr. Arthur Black. What deserves praise is not only courage, but also the persistence and rationality in one's chosen path. There are always situations where you are powerless, yet some things you can persevere to the end. Mr. Arthur Black, facing Professor Quirrell's threats and traps, analyzed the situation rationally, and in the time that followed bravely and steadfastly chose his own future. For this, I award Slytherin 60 points. The previously disgruntled little snakes erupted into cheers once more, everyone dancing and celebrating their regained House Cup. Now they had won the Hogwarts House Cup for 8 consecutive years, once again making history. All the little snakes gathered around Arthur, as if he were the serpent's staff of Slytherin. Arthur's face flushed slightly at Dumbledore's words. The last time he faced Voldemort's trap, he had no way to counter it at all. Calling it rationality was more like a resigned acceptance of fate after being trapped due to past arrogance. Indeed, the charm of language was utterly captivating. Now dozens of mouths around Arthur were incessantly praising him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. In the end, he could only respond to each of the excited little snakes one by one. Although Slytherin ultimately won the House Cup, the atmosphere in Gryffindor was still not bad. They had been just one step away from claiming the cup. A small number of young wizards were indeed dissatisfied, but the vast majority were quite content. This was also the difference between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Compared to Slytherin's emphasis on glory, Gryffindor focused more on unwavering courage. In their eyes, Harry and the others had perfectly demonstrated the courage befitting Gryffindor. This was wholly worthy of their praise and admiration. With the lead of Slytherin and Gryffindor, the entire Hogwarts atmosphere became joyous. Even Snape's lips curled slightly upward. This history for Slytherin was created under his watch. The feast that evening lasted very late. Had there been alcohol, Arthur felt he might have been drunk. Even Dumbledore raised his glass to Arthur from the staff table. That night, he met nearly every Slytherin, and everyone wore smiles, including some descendants of Death Eaters who had previously resented Arthur. Because this was a glory belonging to all Slytherins. After conversing with most of the Slytherins, Arthur suddenly felt that some of their values were quite upright, at least within the wizarding world. Within Slytherin, apart from a few staunch pureblood wizards, a small number of purebloods and most half-bloods still harbored pride in their wizard identity and disdain for muggles and squibs, but this was normal. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor also had many such wizards, especially Ravenclaw. This was a common flaw among most wizards, especially those who had never been exposed to the muggle world. They considered wizards nobler than muggles as a matter of course, much like most muggles believed themselves superior to monkeys. However, this was also due to the near-total lack of communication between the two worlds. Some wizards had never even seen muggle electrical appliances. If the Daily Prophet published images of muggle nuclear explosions, most wizards might think muggles had developed the most powerful magic in history. At the very least, muggles would be placed on equal footing with humanoid magical beings like vampires. When the summer holidays officially began the next day, Arthur and Draco took the Hogwarts Express home. He did not go to Malfoy Manor, but returned to his own Black Mansion. Upon seeing Arthur, Kreacher wept tears of joy. He could finally cook for his great master again. What a magnificent honor. The Hogwarts summer break was longer than others, a full 2.5 months. This time Arthur did not go to France to visit his uncle Antoine Francois and his childhood friend Fleur. After returning home, Arthur spent almost all his time studying wand-making techniques and Professor Bin's Salautoff body magic. By the time the new term approached, he had finally finished crafting the unicorn wand. The wand was made almost entirely from materials given by the unicorn. The shaft was cut from the front section of the unicorn's bloodstained horn, and the core was a strand of its bloodstained tail hair. At the very base of the wand, a whole Philosopher's Stone was set. Though a replica, it still provided a vast amount of magical power. Moreover, the unicorn's horn was not smooth, but spiraled in rings with many indentations. Thus Arthur filled these indentations with Thunderbird tail feathers. He had purchased several Thunderbird carcasses last time, and even after selecting many feathers for this wand, plenty remained. Arthur planned to use the leftover feathers for making clothing later, but there was no time now. The completed unicorn wand measured 15 inches in length, the same as the Elder Wand. Its body was dark red, adorned with 3 golden lines made from Thunderbird tail feathers, and set with a gem of the same dark red hue at the tip. Inside that gem was the Philosopher's Stone hidden by Arthur. One reason was to protect the stone, and another was that the stone was too large. Attaching it directly would make the wand look like a giant nail. So Arthur found a dark red gem, matching the wand's color, cast an undetectable extension charm inside it, and placed the Philosopher's Stone within. Now 12-year-old Arthur, holding a 15-inch wand, seemed like a little horse pulling a big cart, somewhat mismatched. But when casting spells it worked effortlessly, because a remnant soul of the unicorn resided within the wand, having recuperated in the broken horn for nearly 3 months. Though it still couldn't communicate verbally with Arthur, simple interactions were possible. For instance, it could levitate the wand and follow Arthur on its own. It could also nod or shake its head in response to simple questions. This interaction was practically useless, but it looked very cool. Now, even if Dumbledore offered the Elder Wand in exchange, Arthur wouldn't trade. What suits you best is what's truly best. This wand, crafted by Arthur himself, was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Not only did spells flow effortlessly, but his lightning magic also received a boost from the Thunderbird tail feathers on the wand. During the study period, the summer vacation of the first grade passed swiftly. Arthur went out only once to the Malfoy residence. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, he ultimately compelled Lucius to hand over the diary entrusted to him by Voldemort. The Ministry of Magic had recently raided his home several times, seeking to confiscate dark artifacts. Lucius had no choice but to dispose of some illegal items. Among them, he sold a portion to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley, yet the diary, given to him by Voldemort, remained a source of persistent anxiety. As the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius naturally possessed knowledge of matters known only to the upper echelons of the Ministry. For instance, Dumbledore had claimed that Voldemort was involved in the turmoil at Hogwarts. While the outside press dismissed Dumbledore as senile, Lucius held a different view. Having occasionally interacted with Dumbledore, Lucius knew full well that the old wizard did not suffer from dementia. Moreover, unless one delved into dangerous dark magic, powerful wizards typically only experienced a decline in power with age, not mental deterioration. Thus Lucius grew uneasy. This diary had been personally entrusted to him by Voldemort. If the Dark Lord returned, and he could not produce it, the Malfoy family would be doomed. Yet the Ministry's raids on his home were intensifying. If he failed to dispose of the diary quickly, and it was discovered by Ministry officials, he would find himself in Azkaban. While he was fretting, Arthur approached him directly, demanding Voldemort's diary. Lucius still harbored some affection for Arthur. He spoke earnestly. "Arthur, I don't know where you heard this, but take my advice. Though you are a prodigy destined to become a powerful wizard, you are still too young. The depths of this matter are beyond your grasp." Since the diary was in Lucius' possession, Arthur could not simply seize it. However, if Lucius concealed the diary, with Ginny Weasley retrieving it later would be tricky and fraught with unforeseen risks. Without hesitation, Arthur invoked Dumbledore's name. "Lucius, you wouldn't want this to become widely known, would you? I am here on behalf of Professor Dumbledore. As you know, he wishes to preserve the peace of the wizarding world, so he sent me as an intermediary, hoping you would voluntarily surrender that diary." Bolstered by Dumbledore's prestige and information provided by Draco, Lucius had no reason to doubt Arthur's words. "I see. So that's how you knew. Why didn't you say it was Dumbledore earlier? They'll fetch it for you right away." With a sudden smile, Lucius promptly retrieved the diary and handed it over. In his view, Dumbledore had provided him with a perfect excuse. Even if Voldemort were to return, he could sincerely claim he had done his utmost to protect the diary. But Dumbledore was simply too powerful for him to resist. He remained loyal to Voldemort at heart. At worst, he could grovel on his knees for a while, ensuring at least the lives of the Malfoy family were spared. Arthur sought Voldemort's diary because it contained a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. As one of the most formidable wizards of the era, Voldemort's soul was immensely powerful, and even a fragment separated from it held great strength. Though the soul fragment within the diary was not exceptionally powerful, when the Horcrux was created it was unique. This fragment possessed its own independent consciousness, making it remarkably potent. Arthur needed this soul. While studying Professor Bin's magic, he had discovered intriguing applications concerning the soul. Soul magic was indeed the most perilous branch of all magic. The 3 unforgivable curses all affected the soul, inflicting varying degrees of damage. Soul injuries were the most difficult to heal in the world, as seen with Neville's parents who were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange's Cruciatus curse, leaving their souls damaged and confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. After 2.5 months of research, Arthur had developed several soul-attacking spells. Moreover, the cracks on his soul shell had been repaired, though faint fissures remained. As Professor Binns had concluded, these minor cracks would take at least 150 years to harm Arthur. If he employed the spell Dumbledore had given him to repair the soul shell, though not fully restored, the time could be extended by another century. Arthur was unconcerned by this. It was akin to being in debt of $1 billion in his past life, and someone offered him $10 billion with repayment due only after 150 years, and if he died the debt was forgiven. How could he refuse such a fortuitous offer? With the soul shell repaired, he successfully summoned his Patronus 3 weeks before the term began. To his astonishment, his soul shell had transformed into a humanoid form resembling a robust figure like the Hulk. Consequently, his projected Patronus also appeared as a small giant about 3 meters tall. This was reminiscent of the ancient wizard Andrus known as the Invincible, whose Patronus was a giant, though his was an extinct ancient giant far larger than Arthur's 3-meter guardian. Aside from the Patronus projected by his primary soul shell, Arthur possessed another Patronus unlike typical wizards, a unicorn. This one was projected from the unicorn soul shell he had previously retained. However, Arthur's unicorn Patronus differed from ordinary ones, sporting a pair of wings formed from the soul shell of a thunderbird. His original intention was simply to use the surplus thunderbird soul shell as material, attaching it to the unicorn shell for aesthetic appeal. Unexpectedly, both of his soul shells could project patron uses. After summoning the Patronus, Arthur had a sudden inspiration. He infused soul power into the Patronus while in an out-of-body state. To his surprise, the patronus form began to solidify, no longer appearing as a translucent ethereal figure composed of light. Instead, it took on a semi-transparent, ghostly appearance. To test whether this combination harmed the soul, Arthur purchased several artificially bred magical creatures for experimentation. With the enhancement of soul power, this new Patronus charm unsurprisingly gained the ability to directly attack the soul. Upon discovering this, Arthur became utterly absorbed, tirelessly seeking ways to refine the cumbersome casting process. Each use required casting the Patronus charm, then entering an out-of-body state, and finally infusing soul power. Throughout this process, he had to ensure the safety of his physical body. After a period of improvement, Arthur fundamentally altered the principle of the Patronus charm, creating a new spell, Soul Guardian. True to its name, it summoned a Soul Guardian. This Soul Guardian differed from a Patronus. It was not a projection of the soul shell, but a direct summoning of the soul shell to empower the Guardian, granting it the innate ability to attack the soul. Naturally, since it was summoned rather than projected. The summoned Soul Guardian was vulnerable to attacks from other wizards, such as the Killing Curse. Arthur dared not summon the giant soul shell containing his own soul, instead using the unicorn soul shell. The unicorn shell now served primarily as a conduit. As long as it was not completely destroyed, he could replenish its soul power through the giant shell and repair any damage using additional materials. Thus it functioned as a magical artifact, albeit in the realm of the soul. After developing this spell, Arthur's otherwise static status panel recorded this magic, which did not exist in the original story. Thunder Mage, age 12, height 156. 5 centimeters, weight 43. 2 kilograms, magic power 1472, skill 51, spells discharge, 9 Palm Thunder, 4 Lightning Whip, 3 Soul Guardian, 2 Patronus Charm, 4 out-of-body experience, 6 Stupefy, 4 Finite Incantum, 5 Pertego, 4 Levitation Charm, 5 Accio, 6 Alchemy Ancient Runes, 4 Wood Carving, 4 Dragon Hide Etching, 1 Wand Crafting, 5 Transfiguration, Shape-Shifting, 2 Special Acclemency, 4. Upon realizing that the Soul Guardian he had developed could summon guardians capable of soul attacks, Arthur retrieved the Slytherin locket hidden in his home. This was a relic of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, and also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Arthur had obtained this locket during the reconstruction of the Black family mansion. However, at that time he lacked the power to destroy such a Horcrux, and deemed it inappropriate to hand it directly to Dumbledore. Though the locket was a relic left by Slytherin, it possessed no significant magical functions. Among Slytherin's possessions, the truly important item was his wand. Like the sword left by Gryffindor, the wand was a magical artifact of great power. However, Slytherin's descendants had taken his wand to America, where they established a magical school. Hogwarts could not reclaim the wand as the descendants were the rightful heirs. Since the plot was still far from unfolding, Arthur kept the locket. Now that he possessed the strength to destroy this Horcrux, he naturally could not let it remain. Arthur raised his unicorn wand and summoned the Soul Guardian. A unicorn with enormous wings materialized in midair, hovering above the locket. With a flick of his wand, the translucent unicorn lowered its head and charged at the locket. The long horn like a spear pierced through the locket with ease. Though the locket's physical form remained unharmed, a piercing scream seemed to emanate from within. A thin wisp of black smoke rose from the locket and dissipated into the air within seconds. The unicorn that had passed through the locket grew even more translucent, and Arthur sensed that its soul power had diminished significantly. Yet Voldemort's Horcrux was destroyed. Arthur even left his body to thoroughly inspect his surroundings, finding no trace of residue. He could now declare himself the bane of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In truth, the Soul Guardian spell was only effective against Voldemort's Horcruxes or spectral magical creatures like ghosts. Ordinary wizards were protected by their soul shells, which Arthur's Soul Guardian could not yet penetrate. Nevertheless, this was a remarkable advancement. By enhancing his strength and unlocking the unique lightning known as Heavenly Thunder, he theorized that he could infuse it into the Soul Guardian to directly attack a wizard's soul. While spells imbued with Heavenly Thunder could achieve the same effect, the Soul Guardian only required a single wave of his wand to summon and could persist indefinitely. It was akin to having a battle pet that, given the opportunity, could annihilate a group of enemies in one strike. After destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Arthur's disembodied soul discovered a remnant of pure soul essence within the Slytherin locket. This essence was the purest he had ever seen, like flawless white crystal, starkly contrasting Voldemort's pitch-black soul that could block out sunlight. When his soul touched that small cluster of essence, he felt it enveloped by his own soul. The fine cracks in his soul shell healed completely, leaving only half of the essence remaining. Arthur's first thought was that Voldemort had placed a curse within the Horcrux to invade his soul. However, after carefully examining his own soul, he dismissed this idea. His soul remained unchanged, free of any impurities. All soul curses left traces much like the residual unicorn soul that had attached itself to his soul shell. Arthur even suspected that his original soul shell was not inherently unicorn-like, but had transformed due to the unicorn's influence. Now neither his soul nor his soul shell contained any impurities. Clearly this was not Voldemort's curse, but rather his gift. It was akin to apocalyptic novels where killing zombies yielded gems from their brains. Seeing that the remaining pure soul essence served no purpose, Arthur fed it to the residual unicorn soul within his wand. Since Voldemort's gift had benefited him, it should also aid the residual soul. As expected, the unicorn wand quickly absorbed the soul essence and began circling Arthur like an excited puppy. He could even sense a surge of joyful emotion emanating from the wand. It was this discovery that prompted Arthur to seek Voldemort's diary from Lucius. In the midst of conversation, the remnants of Voldemort's 2 Horcruxes were annihilated. After receiving Voldemort's second gift, the residual unicorn soul fully awakened, partly due to the portion of Arthur's original soul shell that had been severed. The 2 souls, though unable to communicate through language, found a way to converse directly. Through simple exchanges, Arthur learned the unicorn's name, Charlotte. She had once been a princess of a unicorn lineage and one of the future heirs of the unicorn clan in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns were relatively powerful among magical creatures, but they were no match for wizards at the top of the magical food chain. When Charlotte, still a juvenile, encountered Voldemort and Quirrell, she was captured without resistance. After a period of communication, Charlotte, having been a residual soul, roughly understood the events in Arthur's life. She decided to remain in this world until Arthur departed as a repayment for his role in her resurrection. After awakening Charlotte, some of Voldemort's gift remained. Until the start of the school term, Arthur, having completely resolved his curse, devoted his time to lightning magic and alchemy. While crafting an alchemical item, he discovered another significant function of Voldemort's gift. While crafting a magical artifact through alchemy, Arthur incorporated Voldemort's gift into a magical necklace. The necklace was simple in design, consisting of a cord woven from unicorn tail hair and an oval gemstone. Originally, this necklace was intended by Arthur as a defensive magical item, functioning similarly to a shield charm to ward off spells cast by enemies. Additionally, he imbued it with an automatic target-seeking ability so that whenever another wizard began channeling magical energy, the necklace would activate. The gemstone on the necklace would detach from the cord and automatically intercept any spell aimed at Arthur. This was an alchemical item recorded in a book given to Arthur by Nicholas Flamel. By following the steps, he quickly crafted it. However, such a magical defense necklace was not very intelligent and often made misjudgments. Wearing it constantly would likely cause trouble, but putting it on only during battle diminished its effectiveness, failing to achieve its primary purpose of preventing surprise attacks. Thus, Arthur initially used this magical defense necklace merely as a practice item. Yet after incorporating Voldemort's remnant soul into it, Arthur could clearly sense that the necklace had become far more intelligent. For instance, during previous tests, the necklace would automatically activate its protection whenever an object carrying magical fluctuations passed near Arthur. Sometimes, even if a spell was not aimed at him, but several meters away, the necklace would still trigger. But after adding Voldemort's gift, these issues were resolved, as if the necklace had undergone a direct upgrade. This discovery astonished Arthur. Later he killed some magical creatures, but found no similar remnants left by Voldemort within them. Arthur speculated this might be because Voldemort was a powerful wizard. Whether all wizards possessed such remnants remained uncertain. This was not something easily tested through experimentation. Only time would tell when encountering the death of another wizard. Arthur dared not kill a wizard without just cause. The rules of this world were peculiar, almost like a curse. If a wizard actively murdered another, their soul would suffer a schism. This was clearly documented in certain magical texts. Such soul schisms did not cause severe harm, mild schisms could gradually heal, and only those who frequently killed would face significant consequences. However, in severe cases where a wizard committed numerous murders, their personality and mental state would be gravely affected. Decades ago, a wizard who massacred many muggles drove himself insane. There were exceptions to whether killing caused soul schisms. For instance, if the other party struck first, harming or maiming a wizard's beloved, the wizard's retaliatory kill would not cause a schism. Similarly, killing a heinous wizard would not affect the slayer. This judgment was highly subjective, as if a creator had imposed a basic moral standard on wizards to prevent frequent internal conflicts. At least that was how Arthur perceived it upon learning of this curse-like phenomenon. Therefore, he had no intention of using wizards for experiments, even if it might yield many gifts like Voldemort's remnant soul. Moreover, he leaned towards the belief that such remnants only appeared in wizards with powerful souls. Such wizards were rare in the magical world, mostly venerable elders. Killing them would effectively mean opposing the entire magical community. Neither Grindelwald nor Voldemort had achieved such a feat. Yet Voldemort's soul remnants were numerous. Arthur had already destroyed two. As a transmigrator familiar with the original story, he knew that the Room of Requirement still held one, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Previously, he had ignored Horcruxes, and thus left them untouched. Now that they proved useful, he naturally sought them out. Other Horcruxes were either hard to find or dangerous, so he would retrieve them when needed, or if he discovered new uses. With Ravenclaw's diadem, his current alchemical skills would suffice for a long time. As Arthur happily continued modifying the magical defense necklace, Voldemort's soul languished in the forests of Albania. After the killing curse rebounded on Harry Potter last time, he had fled here. Now once again, due to Harry Potter, he had returned. With his body destroyed and his soul barely retaining any power, he could only parasitize a small, emaciated rat. So weak was he that he could not even command the snakes in the Albanian forest through Parseltongue. Instead, parasitizing a rataprey of snakes, he had to constantly evade their approach. This miserable existence had persisted for nearly a year. He survived daily on scraps left by larger animals. Moreover, a curse from a unicorn on his soul slowed its recovery, condemning him to this life for possibly years to come. This living hell nearly drove Voldemort mad. He considered suicide to revive through a Horcrux which would restore some soul power and remove the curse. Yet recalling his less than a dozen Horcruxes, he abandoned the idea. Horcruxes were not made arbitrarily. Before Voldemort, wizards typically created only one. Crafting multiple meant permanently severing a part of one's soul, a perilous magic. This was not mere soul schism, but permanent loss of soul essence. The cautious Voldemort relinquished the notion. Besides, what good would revival do now? Revival through a Horcrux would restore only the soul, still lacking a physical body, barely better than his current state. With Dumbledore still active, a mere soul stood no chance. However, if he endured another 2 years in this sparsely populated Albanian forest, he might parasitize a snake. Then life would improve. Dumbledore's strength would wane with time, increasing his odds of victory. At this thought, the miniature rat hosting Voldemort emitted a cheerful squeak. Suddenly, a small snake emerged from the underbrush and lunged at the rat. The once content Voldemort swiftly turned and scurried into a small tree hollow, escaping through internal crevices to another location. This was the fruit of months of effort. He had fully mastered the surrounding terrain and constructed several escape routes. Truly, no wizard understood the Albanian forest better than he did. Soon the day of school arrived. Arthur saw Harry Potter on the train as well, which meant that because Lucius had given him Voldemort's diary, the incident of the Malfoy family's house elf Dobby eavesdropping on Lucius' plot to harm Harry Potter had not occurred. Thus, the free Dobby did not come to stop Harry Potter from returning to school. All students arrived safely at Hogwarts. This was Arthur's second year at Hogwarts. Second-year students would no longer travel to the castle by boat, but by carriage. Carriages pulled by 2 thestrals. Unlike unicorns, killing a thestral does not bring a curse, so these creatures bore no hostility toward Arthur. On the contrary, since 2 thestrals had previously been controlled by Voldemort, Dumbledore had placed spells on them to prevent such occurrences. Having witnessed Quirrell's death and noted the remorse at his end, Arthur had come to understand part of the meaning of death. Only those who have witnessed death and comprehended it can see thestrals. Thus Arthur could now see the thestrals in front of the carriages. Admittedly, thestrals were far from beautiful, nowhere near as magnificent as unicorns. Their main flaw was their extreme thinness and lack of fluffy fur. Otherwise, Arthur thought many wizards might use thestrals as a means of travel. Draco, sharing the carriage with Arthur, watched the carriage move on its own. He reached out a hand and touched the tail hair of a thestral. Startled, he curled up, staying close to Arthur for reassurance. Draco looked at Arthur nervously and asked, "Arthur, what's in front of the carriage?" "I think I touched something." "Don't worry, it's a thestral, a flying horse. But only those who have seen death can see it." Draco shuddered. You've seen death?" "Of course." Arthur rolled his eyes. "The points I earned last term were because of Quirrell. He died right in front of me, completely gone, turned to ash in an instant. Skipped the cremation process." Draco slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot about that. Speaking of which, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is another new one, Gilderoy Lockhart, a big celebrity. My mother adores him. But this year he made every wizard buy 7 books. My father says he earns at least 3 galleons per book. I think he's just here to make money." Criticizing Lockhart, Draco glanced at Harry Potter and Ron Weasley in a nearby carriage. Seeing Ron's shabby clothes, he sneered. "Arthur, do you know who the current head of the Weasley family is?" "He's also named Arthur. I met them at Diagon Alley with my dad this summer. The Weasleys have several children, and Lockhart has really done a number on them. They had to buy second-hand books. No wonder people say the Weasley vault hasn't a single galleon." Hearing Draco's mockery, Arthur turned to look. In the carriage beside them sat Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Neville, who would later rise to prominence in the original story, was now often with Harry, turning the trio into a potential quartet. Arthur couldn't help but think of the famous Harry trio hug from the Harry Potter films in his past life. Now with 4, what hugging pose would they use? In a group of 3, there's always a third wheel. Noticing Draco's gaze, Harry and the others looked toward Arthur's carriage. Perhaps due to the long separation, Draco began hurling insults at Harry as a way to express his longing. Arthur deliberately gave Draco the seat closest to Harry's carriage. The thestrals were fast, so Arthur and the others arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall nearly half an hour before the first-year students. At the start of this term, Arthur, like Harry, was greeted by almost all the Slytherins. Arthur felt his face would freeze from smiling. After brief reunions, the new first years entered the hall for their sorting ceremony. After the sorting, Dumbledore gave his usual speech. He also introduced the new professors for the school year. Most faces on the staff table were familiar to Arthur except for 2. With just one glance, he knew which one was Lockhart. His utterly flamboyant demeanor made him stand out among them. With wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, and a standard smile revealing dazzlingly white teeth, Lockhart sat among the professors like a peacock amidst chickens. Even Arthur couldn't help but stare at him a few times. Admittedly, as one of the most famous celebrities in the wizarding world, Lockhart had his merits. His looks were among the best Arthur had ever seen among wizards. After Dumbledore introduced him, Lockhart eagerly stood up, his teeth gleaming, and announced in a loud voice, "Hello, I am Gilderoy Lockhart." As the most popular, internationally renowned author, holder of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. I don't flaunt these honors, for I didn't drive away vampires with my smile, but with my formidable power. Having me as your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the coming year, I believe you will learn knowledge beyond your imagination. Besides Gilderoy Lockhart, there was another new professor seated right beside him. When Lockhart mentioned driving away vampires, Arthur could clearly see that professor's face darken. Unlike Lockhart, this professor was very low-key, though his attire, while not as flashy, was evidently expensive, adorned with intricate patterns. After introducing himself, Lockhart smiled and gestured toward the new professor beside him. But the other professor ignored him, his face full of disdain. After glancing at Dumbledore, the new professor stood up and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Walter Bernhard, your future history of magic professor." Professor Bernhard's introduction was brief, but Arthur Sharpie noticed 4 sharp teeth when he spoke, much like a vampire. After learning that the newly arrived Professor Walter Bernhard was likely a vampire, Arthur cast a glance at Dumbledore, who sat among the professors. He couldn't help but remark that Dumbledore had a penchant for bringing all sorts of beings into Hogwarts and appointing them as professors. This year a vampire, next year a werewolf would join their ranks. The 2 most infamous dark magical creatures would both be present. As the most notorious dark beings, these 2 species were not only mortal enemies, but also shared a common trait, the ability to infect ordinary witches and wizards. A single bite was all it took. However, the infection process differed between vampires and werewolves. A werewolf could only infect someone by transferring its saliva into the victim's bloodstream during a full moon transformation. Merely being scratched by a werewolf wouldn't cause transformation, but it would leave permanent, unhealing scars. Moreover, if bitten outside of a full moon, even direct contact with werewolf saliva wouldn't trigger transformation. However, the victim might develop certain werewolf traits, such as a craving for raw bloody meat or howling at the sight of the moon. For a vampire to infect a wizard, an exchange of blood was required. The vampire would first drain a portion of the victim's blood, then replenish it with their own. Typically, at least 1/3 of the victim's blood had to be replaced, a process that severely weakened the vampire as well. Thus, vampires usually fed unilaterally, draining blood without exchanging it. In such cases, the victim wouldn't become a vampire. Similar to those bitten by a werewolf outside of a full moon, survivors of unilateral feeding might develop vampire traits such as craving fresh animal blood, aversion to sunlight, and a distaste for garlic. There was another scenario in vampire infection. If the blood exchange fell short of the 1/3 threshold, the victim wouldn't transform into a vampire either. However, they would still gain some vampire abilities, enhanced physique, extended lifespan, but also increased vulnerability to sunlight to the point of being burned upon exposure. This phenomenon led some informed muggles to willingly undergo partial infection, seeking to prolong their lives or cure terminal illnesses. In the magical world, an ordinary vampire's lifespan typically reached around 200 years, far exceeding that of most wizards. They also possessed unique blood magic. Yet compared to wizards, vampires had significant drawbacks. First, they loathed sunlight. While it couldn't kill them, it rendered them weak. Second, once a wizard was infected by a vampire, their soul and blood were tainted, a special curse, rendering them incapable of using wizard magic. Therefore, most wizards wouldn't willingly seek infection. Only muggles who desired magic without study would actively submit to vampiric infection. These pseudo-vampires held low status among vampires, essentially serving as laborers and resource providers. Yet they dignified themselves with the name Blood Clan. Many high-ranking officials in various nations, particularly in Eastern European microstates, belonged to this Blood Clan. This allowed vampires to become one of the most powerful factions beneath wizards in the magical world. Against their arch-rivals, the werewolves, they leveraged Muggle influence to maintain absolute dominance over centuries. Of course, vampires, unlike werewolves, didn't lose their reason during full moons. This lack of hostility from wizards was a key reason for their supremacy over werewolves. Consequently, Professor Walter Bernhard saw no need to conceal his identity. During his first lesson with Arthur, Bernhard chose an underground classroom. Halfway through the lecture, a young witch noticed his sharp fangs and questioned him. Bernhard candidly admitted, "Indeed, I am a vampire, exactly as depicted in your textbooks." He then looked down at the young witch who had identified him and asked, "Young witch, what is your name?" "I am Parvati Patil." Bernhard nodded, observing her red robes, and said, "Excellent, Miss Patil. For your keen observation, I award Gryffindor 5 points." After Bernhard's confession, the history of magic lesson transformed into something akin to a defense against the dark arts class, with young witches and wizards bombarding him with questions about vampires. Even the typically aloof Slytherins joined in. "Professor Bernhard, how old are you?" a Gryffindor student asked. "Well, around 150 years old, I suppose." Despite his youthful appearance resembling a man in his prime 30s, his age astounded the students. Gasps rippled through the classroom. Even their grandparents weren't as old as Bernhard, yet he looked like a contemporary of their parents. The questions continued unabated. What is vampire blood magic? Can sunlight kill vampires? Are vampires afraid of crosses? Do vampire hunters exist, and are they part of the church? Bernhard spent the entire second half of his first lesson answering these queries, essentially divulging his entire knowledge of vampire lore. Within half a day of class, all students knew that the new professor was a vampire. Moreover, he was a friend of Dumbledore, who had invited him to Hogwarts to escape the turmoil in Eastern Europe. Having lived for 150 years, Bernhard knew many historical events not recorded in textbooks, some of which he had personally witnessed. His lectures were far more vivid than those of the ghostly Professor Binns, quickly making history of magic one of the most popular subjects. This displeased another new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. He believed that he above all deserved to be the most beloved teacher. Consequently, he prepared meticulously in his office until the early hours, foregoing rest. His goal was to deliver an unforgettable defense against the dark arts lesson the next day. The following morning, a well-prepared Lockhart entered the Great Hall to enjoy Hogwarts' delicious breakfast. Perhaps inspired by Dumbledore's purple robes, Lockhart changed into a flamboyant lavender ensemble. He doused himself with at least half a bottle of lavender cologne, the scent reaching Arthur, seated over 10 meters away in the Slytherin section. Though faint at a distance, the fragrance was overwhelming for Professors Snape and Sprout, who sat nearby. Both accustomed to herbology, they found the cloying scent unbearable. Snape whipped his robes around and strode out of the Great Hall, abandoning breakfast. Sprout followed suit, heading to the kitchens. Lockhart, undeterred, spent time after breakfast signing autographs for his adoring fans outside the hall. A cluster of female students surrounded the lavishly scented Lockhart, expressing their admiration. Every gain came with a loss. In a single day, Lockhart won the hearts of most female students, but earned the disdain of most males. Young male wizards harboring crushes on their female peers grew resentful, seeing their beloveds flock to Lockhart. As class time approached, Lockhart put away his ornate peacock feather quill and flashed his trademark smile at the surrounding girls, saying warmly, "Oh my dears, I know you adore me, especially my charming smile. I have won the most charming smile award from Witch Weekly 5 times, but I never boast about it. I know my smile is only charming because of you. However, it's time for class. Many young witches and wizards await an unforgettable defense against the dark arts lesson." With that, Lockhart parted the crowd and strode toward the classroom. A female student he brushed past swooned, exclaiming, "Professor Lockhart touched my shoulder," before fainting. By the time Lockhart arrived, the second-year Slytherin and Gryffindor students were all present. Arthur, as usual, sat with Draco, but he gave Draco the aisle seat, allowing him to preen like a peacock and taunt Harry Potter. This academic year, Slytherin shared only 2 classes with Gryffindor, the new professor's history of magic and defense against the dark arts. As Lockhart entered the classroom, all the witches and wizards fixed their gazes upon him. He had grown accustomed to such adoring looks. In the public eye, he was not only an immensely powerful wizard, but also one blessed with one of the most handsome faces in the world. He raised his hand, gesturing for silence, and declared, "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I do not flaunt these honors, for even the greatest accolades are but hollow echoes. Only one's true strength guarantees all glory. And I am clearly such a wizard." Arthur nearly rose to slap Lockhart. He had heard this very introduction at the Startoftrum feast. Hearing it again felt like an assault on his ears. Lockhart continued, "Let us begin today with a little test to gauge your progress." He handed out the papers and returned to the podium. "You have 30 minutes. You may start now." Arthur stared at the questions on the paper, utterly speechless. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 30. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what is his most desired birthday gift? A full 3 pages, 30 questions in total, yet not a single one pertained to defense against the dark arts. Honestly, Arthur felt like skipping class. He was annoyed attending Lockhart's class was a complete waste of time, even polluting his mind. Considering Lockhart's identity, he left the paper untouched and simply let Lockhart collect it. Calling this a quiz would be an insult to the word. It was clearly a fan questionnaire for the great celebrity Lockhart. Besides Arthur, many other wizards also frowned, baffled by the questions. They felt Lockhart had turned defense against the dark arts into a fan meeting. Even Professor Quirrell was better. At least Quirrell used standard textbooks. Lockhart began flipping through the collected papers, muttering, "I remember my favorite color is purple. I mentioned it in Year with the Yeti. Oh, Miss Hermione Granger knows my ambition is to rid the world of evil. 100 points. Absolutely perfect. Where is Miss Hermione Granger?" Hermione raised her trembling hands, ecstatic. Ron beside her looked distinctly displeased. Harry watched Hermione's excitement without much expression. He was a staunch aesthete, unchanged. Lockhart smiled. "Excellent. 10 points for Gryffindor." He continued grading. Upon finding a blank paper, he grew furious. Seeing 2 more similarly empty, he held up the set and roared, "Whose paper is this?" Draco, sitting beside Arthur, was startled. Knowing Arthur had submitted a blank paper, he looked at him worriedly and whispered, "Arthur, will this be trouble?" Arthur patted Draco's shoulder and sighed. "Draco, remember who you are. The sole heir of the Malfoy family. When you're in the right, what is there to fear?" Then he added, "Well, except Voldemort." Draco paused, looking at Lockhart's furious face on the dais, and suddenly understood. Why should he fear a professor? The Malfoy family was the 3rd largest shareholder of Britain's largest publishing house, and the Black family was the largest. Not to mention his father Lucius Malfoy was a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. For a test like this, utterly useless to the defense curriculum, he could have his father rally other parents to have Lockhart punished. Whose paper is this, completely blank and unnamed? Lockhart demanded again. In his day and a half at Hogwarts, he had been the center of attention, showered with adulation. This blank paper felt like a slap, plunging him into rage. Arthur stood up after speaking with Draco. "That's my paper, great author, Mr. Lockhart." "Professor. You should call me Professor." "Damn it, what's your name?" "They'll take 50 points from Slytherin." Lockhart's handsome face twisted with fury. The young witches and wizards below watched, their opinion of him plummeting. Lockhart was the first professor they'd heard curse. Even the least popular Professor Snape at most called them troll-brained. Arthur looked at the enraged Lockhart and said calmly, "I think you're being irrational. My name is Arthur Black." Seeing Arthur's indifference, Lockhart shouted, "Arthur." But upon saying Black, he recalled something, his voice softening. He remembered gossip from recent banquets. The Black family's sole heir, Arthur Black, was attending Hogwarts. Before the Black family, one of the greatest powers in British magical capital, he was merely a glamorous employee. Due to Hogwarts, his books had saturated the market. Arthur could easily destroy his contract with Britain's largest publishing house. So Lockhart forced a stiff smile and stammered, "Mr. Black, indeed an honest wizard. I was indisposed earlier. For Mr. Black's honesty, I shall award Slytherin 50, no 100 points." After Lockhart's words, many young wizards sneered. Arthur sat down without a care. Unlike the other students, as a great prophet, he already knew what Lockhart truly was. A man who used memory charms to ambush real adventurers, steal their memories, and claim their stories as his own. This behavior utterly disgusted Arthur. It was outright theft of others' achievements, permanently robbing them of a bright future. Memory charms came in two types: mild and severe. Hermione's charm on her parents was mild, causing no harm. And when the victim encountered the forgotten thing, they could easily recall it. Severe memory charms were different. They permanently erased memories. The more memories lost, the greater the harm. Neville Longbottom, for instance, witnessed his parents' torture as a child, and his grandmother used a memory charm on him. This left him extremely forgetful for over a decade. When Barty Crouch Sr. discovered Bertha Jorkins, learning he had rescued his son from Azkaban, he cast a powerful memory charm on her, making her chronically forgetful and a burden wherever she worked. And that was just for a short-term event. Many of the adventures Lockhart wrote about spanned long periods, often over. This essentially turned some of Lockhart's victims into half-wits. Those who had journeyed with werewolves and vampires were adventurers at heart. Lockhart's actions were as good as killing them. Perhaps they lacked Lockhart's literary flair and could never produce works matching his masterpieces, but they wouldn't have to live such a wretched existence. Lockhart retrieved his little quiz without continuing to grade it, then flashed his signature smile once more. Using his 8 gleaming teeth, he addressed the young witches and wizards. That was just a little joke I shared with you all. Now let us formally begin the content of defense against the dark arts. He bent down and lifted a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium, placing it on the table. This cage had cost him a considerable number of galleons the previous night, purchased from a smuggler wizard in Hogsmeade Village. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most evil things known in the wizarding world. Soon you will be facing a terrifying entity in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, none of you will come to any harm. Saying this, Lockhart placed one hand on the cover and lifted it. Ta-ta-ta-ta. That's right, these are the Cornish pixies I just captured yesterday. Their danger level in the Ministry of Magic is XXX. The pixies were entirely iron blue, about 8 inches tall, with sharp little faces, and they emitted shrill, piercing sounds like a flock of squabbling budgerigars. As soon as the cover was removed, they began chattering, darting up and down in the cage, making all sorts of bizarre faces at the young witches and wizards. Many of them showed frightened expressions at the sight of the strange-looking pixies. Satisfied with their expressions, Lockhart felt he had regained control of the situation. He intensified his efforts, opening the cage with a flourish and loudly declaring, "Come now, today's lesson is to handle them. Believe in yourselves. I captured them all in just 10 minutes. Oh no, at most 2.5 minutes, and that was in the wild." However, most of the young witches and wizards were not paying attention to Lockhart's words. The Cornish pixies were highly intelligent. Upon release, they did not target Lockhart, the adult wizard, but instead focused directly on the students below the podium. Several shot straight out of the window, leaving a trail of shattered glass behind. The rest wreaked havoc in the classroom, with 2 grabbing Neville by the ears and hoisting him up to hang from the chandelier. Others tore books and papers to shreds and threw them out the broken window. The entire classroom descended into chaos. Who could still listen to Professor Lockhart? They had already grabbed whatever was handy to strike at the pixies. "Come on, recapture them. They're just pixies," Lockhart shouted when he saw no one acting. But this shout drew the attention of many pixies to him, and they charged at him directly. He hastily pulled out his wand, waving it, and bellowing, "Pesca Pixie Pesternemy." This was the incantation the seller had thrown in when he bought the Cornish pixies, claiming it could instantly calm the restless creatures. Unfortunately, either the seller had deceived Lockhart or Lockhart himself had failed to master it. The spell had no effect whatsoever. One pixie snatched his wand directly from his hand and tossed it out the window. Deprived of his wand, Lockhart was drenched in cold sweat from fear. He immediately dove under the podium, hoping the pixies would not find him. Once Lockhart, the only tall figure in the pixies' eyes, disappeared, they grew even bolder, charging straight at Arthur. Arthur merely raised his left hand, and his wand floated from his pocket into his grasp. He then gave a gentle flick toward the Cornish pixies. Without any incantation, just magic infused with lightning, he stunned them all, leaving them lying straight on the floor. The Cornish pixies were classified as XXX in the Ministry's magical creature hierarchy, indicating they were magical beings that a competent wizard could handle. This was only one level above XX, which denoted harmless or easily tameable creatures. In fact, in an unknown scenario, most of the young witches and wizards in this classroom could handle them after a period of stalemate. Soon after, a few white rays shot from Arthur's wand, all the pixies lay straight on the floor, peacefully drifting into slumber. He then waved his wand again, lowering Neville from the chandelier. "Arthur, you're amazing," Draco said admiringly. While Arthur had been channeling magic at the pixies, Draco had been waving his own wand nearby, but not a single one of his spells had hit the creatures. Arthur comforted him, "Just practice more. These pixies make great targets." As he looked at the fallen pixies, an idea struck him for a method to practice spell accuracy: set up a barrier that allowed entry, but not exit, place the pixies inside, and have the wizard attack from outside. But that seemed a bit cruel, and Cornish pixies were not lethal magical creatures. In the room of requirement, various imagined targets could be easily realized. Seeing the wand in Arthur's left hand, Draco exclaimed, "Wow, Arthur, is that a new wand? So long and thick with golden threads winding around it like veins. It's fantastic." Arthur nodded with mild exasperation. It seemed many wizards were not good at metaphors except for Draco standing before him. In the future, Ginny Weasley would describe Harry's eyes in a love letter as green, like a freshly pickled toad. Newt Scamander, too, compared someone's eyes to those of a salamander in a confession. Once the Cornish pixies had been dealt with, Lockhart reappeared on the podium. Seeing the subdued pixies in the classroom, he nodded with feigned satisfaction and praised Arthur. "Excellent, Mr. Black. I knew I was right. You are a genius. This is exactly what I wanted. Slytherin gains 30 points. Just then the bell rang for the end of class. He paid no attention to the chatting students, gave them a faint smile, and walked straight out of the classroom. His wand had been thrown outside and he needed to retrieve it quickly. With his wand, he could at least use it as a flashlight to dazzle others. Without it, he was utterly helpless. After Lockhart left, the students began to argue. Hermione, a loyal fan of Lockhart from Gryffindor, spoke. "First, the professor just wanted to give us some practical experience. You've all read his books. Think of the amazing things he's done. Even Aurors couldn't survive as many adventures as he has." Ron, also a loyal member of the anti-Lockhart alliance from Gryffindor, curled his lip and said with rationality, "He just says he did those things. If I wrote a book claiming I killed 100 dragons, would that make me the greatest dragon slayer?" Slytherin, unlike the quarreling Gryffindors, unanimously agreed that Lockhart was just another quarrel. As Slytherins, they were generally more rational than Gryffindors and better at discerning a wizard's true nature than the equally clever Ravenclaws. From Lockhart's performance earlier, even if the new professor wanted to test the second year's abilities, he would not remain indifferent while a student was dangling from the chandelier. Moreover, his own wand had been thrown out the window by a pixie. Some wizards would rather lose the hand that didn't hold their wand than part with it. More importantly, because Draco had taken the lead in cursing Lockhart, the other Slytherins joined in condemning his inaction. Later, Draco even went to the window and called out to Lockhart, who was searching for his wand on the grass below. "Professor, are you looking for the wand the pixies snatched from you and then tossed out the window right in front of you?" After a period of training the previous semester, Draco couldn't hit fast-moving pixies, but he could still target stationary objects. With sharp eyes, he spotted a small stick on the grass. So Draco extended his wand and shouted at the stick, "Accio wand." Under the influence of the summoning charm, Lockhart's wand flew straight into Draco's hand. Then he called out to the searching Lockhart, "Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, is this your wand? How was that summoning charm I just used? Pretty good, right?" Draco shouted like a child with a beloved toy. It was break time, and students were pouring out of their classrooms. Humans are naturally drawn to spectacles, and the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts excelled at it, especially the Gryffindors. Seeing more and more wizards taking notice, Lockhart could only smile and say, "Ah yes, Slytherin student, your summoning charm was excellent. Of course I use it quite well myself, but I happened to be without my wand just now. As you all know, I am very powerful, but not yet at Professor Dumbledore's level to perform wandless magic." With that, he hurried toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Arthur looked at Draco in surprise. "You really exceed my expectations. In the art of being annoying, I crown you the best. Really, even better than you," Arthur said with absolute certainty. "Of course, much better than me." Draco straightened his chest and declared firmly, "Then I will surpass all wizards in this regard. I want to be number one step by step to reach the top." When Lockhart returned to the classroom, Draco did not press him further. He casually tossed the wand back to him. But Lockhart failed to catch it. The wand tumbled in his hands and eventually fell to the floor. He awkwardly picked it up, coughed twice, and said, "Well, I just ran up from downstairs, so my hands are a bit shaky." From then on, most of the students in the classroom began to doubt Lockhart, suspecting that the books he wrote were either heard in taverns or entirely fabricated. After all, Lockhart's performance in the first lesson was far from impressive, and he had even awarded Slytherin 80 points in one class due to Arthur Black's identity. As he left, Draco kindly reminded him, "Powerful Professor Lockhart, those pixies haven't been put back in the cage yet. Be careful, they might wake up soon. But I suppose with your vampire fighting skills, handling these pixies should be no problem." A day quickly passed since the first class of Lockhart. After the embarrassing incident during his lesson with Arthur and the others, he refrained from causing any more trouble in the classroom, instead choosing to recount adventurous tales from his own storybooks, like his predecessor Professor Quirrell. Therefore, by the next day, nearly all the little wizards were aware that this newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was merely a facade. In contrast, the other new professor of magical history, Professor Walter Bernhard, had gained the affection of the students. Especially impressive was the magic he demonstrated in class that allowed him to control his own blood, which left many little wizards in awe. This led to rumors among the students that having Professor Bernhard teach Defense Against the Dark Arts would be a better choice. After all, Lockhart also enjoyed telling stories, and wasn't the magical history class all about storytelling? This seemed like a win-win solution. As a result, this so-called method spread widely among the little wizards, and even Lockhart himself became aware of the rumors. Fortunately for him, as the headmaster, Dumbledore did not impose any demands on him. However, Lockhart felt quite anxious inside. He was a big star, and if the outside world learned that he had been demoted from defense against the dark arts professor to magical history professor due to his lack of ability, it would truly ruin his reputation. Thus Lockhart began to ponder what methods could help erase the negative impression he had left in everyone's minds and regain his status as their favorite professor rather than being approached by only a handful of young witches seeking his autograph. As another professor mentioned in the rumors, Bernhard took the initiative to approach Arthur. Being a vampire, his classroom was located in the basement, and his office was also underground not far from the Slytherin dormitories. One day as Arthur returned to the Slytherin dormitory from the room of requirement, Bernhard stopped him and politely said, "Mr. Black, I wonder if you have a moment to chat with me." "Of course, Professor Bernhard, your magical history lessons must be remarkable. You are undoubtedly the best magical history professor Hogwarts has ever had." Bernhard smiled and led Arthur to his office. As Arthur followed, he discreetly took out a shard of the magical stone from his pocket. After the lesson he had learned last time, he was not going to enter the vampire professor's office unprepared. He had possessed the magical stone shard for some time, and had only mastered 2 methods of use. One was to install the stone at the end of his unicorn wand to provide magical energy. The other was to use the shard like a grenade, directly destroying the magical structure within it to create an explosion. This method was still quite dangerous since the explosion's range was beyond Arthur's control. He could only detonate those tiny shards which were about the size of a fingernail, yielding power comparable to 2 experienced aurors simultaneously casting an explosion spell. Upon entering Bernhard's office, the room was filled with an aura of mystery and eeriness. Thanks to the moonlight streaming through a small window on the wall, Arthur could clearly see the office's interior. The entire room was dominated by 2 colors, black and blood red. The layout of the office was not much different from those of other professors, though a faint smell of blood lingered in the air emanating from a wine glass placed on the desk. However, the red liquid in the glass was likely the blood of some creature. Additionally, there was a beautifully crafted sword resting on the edge of the desk, adorned with various gemstones on its sheath and hilt. Bernhard sat down behind the desk, appearing to be around 30 years old, and with his handsome features he resembled a noble prince from medieval Europe. However, his eyes were a deep crimson, exuding an aggressively wild essence. His overly pale skin made him appear anything but normal, though otherwise in terms of looks alone, he might even rival Lockhart. Bernhard gestured for Arthur to sit down and said, "Mr. Black, I brought you here to discuss some matters. Would you like something to drink?" "Just some iced lemonade would be fine with a bit of sugar." "Oh, iced. The temperature isn't very high right now," Bernhard remarked before pressing a button on the desk. Soon a house elf appeared in the room, one that Arthur recognized from last semester when it had brought him meals several times. The house elf waved its finger and quickly conjured a small table with iced lemonade in front of Arthur. After thanking it, he took a sip and looked at Bernhard, saying, "Professor Bernhard, what is it you wish to discuss?" "It's not a significant issue, merely a minor trouble I'm facing due to the upheaval in the Eastern European magical world, which has caused many vampires to encounter difficulties. My friends, and I need to find a safe way out." Arthur felt somewhat puzzled. Due to the geography of England and the policies of the Ministry of Magic, the British magical community was almost independent of the European magical community. Most of what he knew about the European magical world was from his correspondence with Fleur. Thus he was unaware of the current events in Eastern Europe. However, as the stronghold of vampires, any issues arising there surely were not trivial. But what did that have to do with him? So Arthur directly asked, "Professor Bernhard, is this escape route related to me?" Bernhard nodded. "Of course, I need an island to serve as a future home for myself and a few friends. As far as I know, there's an island near the Lipari Islands in the Tyrrhenian Sea belonging to the Black family, and I wish to purchase that island." As the sole heir of the Black family, Arthur naturally had the authority to sell the island, but there were too many islands owned by the family overseas scattered across the globe, and he had no recollection of this particular island. However, since Bernhard had mentioned it, he must have done his research. Yet due to the contentious reputation of every defense against the dark arts professor, Arthur felt a twinge of suspicion towards Bernhard, the new professor who had taken office alongside Lockhart. He replied somewhat ambiguously, "Professor Bernhard, I don't recall this island, and I need some time for my family's house elf to locate the land deed for it." Bernhard did not seem disheartened, his expression kind. "No problem, just let me know when you have time. The issues in Eastern Europe aren't pressing right now." After leaving Bernhard's office, Arthur immediately began to write a letter to Kreacher at home, asking him to search for the land deed of the island. Once found, he instructed Kreacher to personally visit the island to assess the situation there. He then wrote another letter to his uncle Antoine Francois, inquiring about the current state of the European magical community and the significant events occurring in Eastern Europe. 3 days later, Antoine Francois sent a letter back to Arthur. Based on the contents of the letter, he learned about the current situation in the European magical community. Approximately a year ago, a new organization called the Eye of Truth emerged in Europe. Initially, the various magical ministries in Europe did not pay much attention to this organization, as every year a few wizards would establish their own groups promoting odd ideas and even publishing newspapers to spread their opinions. Generally, as long as they didn't advocate for dark magic, the ministries would not interfere. Thus, all the European ministries disregarded this emerging organization until 6 months ago, when the Eye of Truth began to recruit members on a large scale. There were wizards, werewolves, and Vila, but predominantly there were vampires. Having gained considerable power, this organization no longer concealed its true ideology, the supremacy of the magical world, intending to seize the initiative before the Muggle world discovered the magical realm. Simultaneously, it demanded the repeal of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy signed in 1689 to prevent magical beings from living like rats in the sewers, no longer hiding their true selves, to restore the freedom that all magical beings had lost for centuries. Following the proclamation of such theories by the Eye of Truth, they were immediately attacked by aurors from various European ministries. This was because the ideology was alarmingly similar to that once advocated by Gellert Grindelwald, and indeed the Eye of Truth's claims went even further, directly uniting all magical beings. This led to an increase in aurors guarding Grindelwald. However, an emerging organization was naturally powerless to withstand the combined onslaught of the various magical ministries, and thus it quickly went underground. In the subsequent 6 months, the Eye of Truth attracted numerous magical beings, with its proclaimed ideology, and mysteriously sourced vast amounts of money and various resources. Among them, vampires were the most numerous. As beings with one of the longest lifespans in the magical world, vampires still adhered to the 1,000-year-old system known as the Vampire Council. Although it was called a council, in reality, under the strict hierarchy of vampires, lower-ranking ones were merely slaves to the higher-ranking ones. This somewhat outdated system had sparked dissatisfaction among many lower-ranking vampires and bloodlines. Thus, after the emergence of the Eye of Truth, the internal conflicts among vampires grew significantly, leading to frequent small-scale skirmishes. In a while, there might indeed be a large-scale civil war. After learning about the recent events in Europe and extensively researching the situation of vampires and werewolves in this world, Arthur realized that this world was not merely the simple Harry Potter magical universe. Perhaps this was also the reason for the discrepancies between his current experiences and those depicted in the original. The werewolves and vampires in this world were more akin to the settings in the Underworld series that Arthur had seen in his past life. The vampires had a vampire council and 3 elders, elements scarcely mentioned in the original Harry Potter novels. Moreover, the origin of vampires and werewolves could be traced back to a singular ordinary human, Alexander Corvinus. In the early 5th century, he contracted a plague, yet the virus did not claim his life, instead he gained an immortal body, becoming the first recorded undying being. He had 2 sons who inherited similar abilities, albeit weaker. One was bitten by a wolf, the other by a bat, and their bodies mutated, becoming the progenitors of modern werewolves and vampires respectively. Because their descendants possessed far greater infectious power than earlier werewolves and vampires, they supplanted Europe's original werewolves and vampires in less than a century. However, since this was the world of Harry Potter, Alexander Corvinus did not survive indefinitely. When he was over 300 years old, some dark wizards set their sights on him, seeking to obtain his abilities through magic and various experiments. Facing the formidable wizards, Corvinus had no power to resist and became a guinea pig for them. Regrettably, the research team, composed of many top-tier wizards at the time, made no progress. They only discovered that Corvinus' body was almost identical to a wizard's, containing magical power and in vast quantities, much like an obscurial. After all, he had been an ordinary man before. Some wizards attempted to teach him magic, and he mastered it after a period of study. The research team grew even more curious about him, yet they still found nothing. In the end, Corvinus did not escape the cruel experiments and departed from this world. After his death, the research team also studied his 2 descendants, the progenitors of vampires and werewolves, but again found nothing. They only discovered that the 2 had very little magical power within them, and unlike Corvinus, did not age. As Corvinus' descendants, their aging was merely slowed. Thus, aside from the werewolf progenitor being imprisoned for excessive slaughter, Corvinus' other descendants were regarded by wizards as a new magical creature born of nature and allowed to survive. As time passed, the numbers of werewolves and vampires grew, shaping the current situation in Europe, where apart from wizards, werewolves and vampires dominated. Magical creatures that were once abundant, such as Vila and hags, gradually declined. After learning about the current state of Europe, Arthur no longer harbored excessive suspicion toward Professor Bernhard, the vampire professor. A week later, Kreacher delivered a letter. He had traversed the entire island, but found nothing peculiar. He had also taken photographs of various parts of the island, yet Arthur still detected nothing unusual. Therefore, Arthur agreed to the transaction proposed by Professor Bernhard, accepting a symbolic payment of 1,000 galleons. An uninhabited island was something Arthur had no shortage of. Exchanging it for the friendship of a seemingly high-ranking vampire was an exceptionally good deal. At present, his only source of intelligence in Europe was his uncle Antoine Francois. The Francois family was merely an up-and-coming house in France, and the information they obtained was mostly secondhand. Bernhard, on the other hand, was different. As a long-lived vampire, if a major event, like the first magical creature world war, were to erupt in Eastern Europe, Arthur could learn of it through him. Then he could inform Fleur and the others to take refuge in Britain. After agreeing to Bernhard's transaction, the vampire professor became noticeably more amiable toward Arthur. They would greet each other when they met, and their relationship grew closer. While Bernhard was busy seeking a retreat for himself, another new Professor Lockhart was also not idle. When Arthur went to the room of requirement, he saw Lockhart entering and leaving the headmaster's office several times alone. Finally, a month after the term began, Lockhart, who had been silent for so long, once again played the clown. On Friday morning, as the young wizards were having breakfast in the Great Hall, Lockhart appeared in a dazzling violet robe, radiant and striking. By his side stood another Professor Snape. Snape was still wearing his usual black robes that trailed to the floor. This never-changing attire made him look like an ugly duckling beside Lockhart the Swan. Lockhart clapped his hands loudly to draw the young wizard's attention and shouted, "Gather around, gather around. Can everyone hear me? Well, Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to start a dueling club to train you all thoroughly, just in case you ever need to defend yourselves in the manner I have used countless times to protect myself. As for the specific methods, you can read my published works. They are clearly written there." The young wizards, eating their breakfast, kept booing. By now, a month into the term, everyone knew that Lockhart, the new defense against the dark arts professor, was the least skilled among all the professors in that subject. The seemingly neurotic divination professor Sybil Trelawney could at least wave her wand a couple of times. Not like Lockhart, who could only use his wand as an intermittent flashbulb. Yet Arthur still admired Lockhart's thick skin. Faced with the boos and curses from the young wizards, his expression showed only a hint of discomfort. Overall, he remained smiling. "Let me introduce my assistant for this occasion, Professor Snape. Professor Dumbledore tells me he knows a thing or two about dueling and is an excellent opponent. After I approached him, he generously agreed to assist me in a small demonstration when the dueling club starts this weekend. The specific time is Sunday at 9 a.m. right here in the Great Hall. Of course, I won't let you little ones worry. After I finish demonstrating with him, I'll return your potions, Professor, to you in one piece, so don't be afraid." Lockhart beamed on the stage, once again the center of attention. Upon hearing about the wizarding duel, Draco was extremely excited. In his last duel with Harry, he had emerged victorious. He turned to Arthur and asked Arthur, "Are you going to participate?" Arthur thought for a moment and agreed. He had been studying magic recently, and finding some entertainment this weekend would be a nice break. On Sunday, Draco came to the room of requirement early to find Arthur. Unlike Arthur, who wanted to see Lockhart's clownish performance, Draco aimed to duel Harry Potter again and humiliate him thoroughly. He hadn't been practicing for nothing. He was confident that with his current strength, he could defeat 10 of his former self. By that logic, he could defeat, at most, 10 Harrys. On a Sunday morning, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was already packed with students. Young witches and wizards had all gathered here, and even Quidditch, the most beloved sport among them, had adjusted its weekend training schedule to accommodate the dueling club. Arthur arrived at the Great Hall alongside Draco. Along the way, they exchanged greetings and made their way to the front row seats reserved for them by the Slytherins. The hall had been rearranged for the dueling club event. In the center of the hall, where there was usually open space, a long, elevated platform had been erected, draped with a red carpet. It resembled the stage used for the sorting ceremony during the welcome feast, but was much wider. Dueling wizards could sidestep left or right on it to dodge incoming spells. Arthur spotted Lockhart on the staff dais, waving and chatting with the young witches and wizards around him. He couldn't help but wonder what was going through Lockhart's mind. Had he written so many novels that he actually believed he was a powerful wizard? Add to that the flattery from the surrounding wizards, and perhaps Lockhart genuinely thought himself a formidable wizard. Whenever something went wrong, he would find an excuse to comfort himself. Feeling unwell, not having his wand, mispronouncing a spell, and so on. That was why he stood so confidently on the staff dais, basking in the admiration of the young witches and wizards. But it had to be admitted, his idea of hosting a dueling club was quite effective. Over this weekend, many students had come to believe the excuses he gave after his earlier blunders. At exactly 9 o'clock, Lockhart, keeping an eye on the time, nudged Snape beside him and stepped onto the center of the dueling platform. A line marked the middle of the platform. Once Snape stood opposite him, Lockhart announced loudly, "Good afternoon, everyone. Your powerful defense against the dark arts professor has fully recovered from the injuries sustained in his last adventure. Now let me show you what I can do." They faced each other and bowed. Lockhart's bow was impeccably executed, nearly at a 90-degree angle, and he twirled his wand with elaborate flourishes. Snape, however, merely dipped his head impatiently, his gesture utterly perfunctory. Clearly, over the past month, he too had concluded that Lockhart was all show and no substance. Then they raised their wands vertically before their chests as if holding swords. Lockhart began. "As you can see, in a formal wizarding duel, we typically grip our wands in this prescribed stance. When we count to 3, we will cast our first spells. Of course, I have no intention of taking the life of your beloved Professor Snape, and I trust he feels the same." The young witches and wizards below did not share that sentiment. Gryffindor students hoped both professors would injure each other so they could replace both teachers. Students from other houses wanted Snape to cripple Lockhart and bring in a new defense against the dark arts professor. After a month of listening to Lockhart's stories in class, they were thoroughly bored. 1, 2, 3. As Lockhart's voice fell, both raised their wands and swung them sharply. Snape shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A dazzling red light shot forth. Just as it seemed about to strike Lockhart, he gave a gentle flick of his wand, and a red orb appeared at its tip. The orb struck Snape's red beam, deflecting the disarming charm. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. This was completely at odds with the Lockhart everyone remembered. Arthur saw a look of shock on Snape's face for the first time. Lockhart made no move to attack Snape, but stood there savoring the awe-filled gazes of the students below. A young witch exclaimed, "See, I told you. Professor Lockhart was just injured before. This is his true strength. He's far better than Professor Quirrell. I doubt Professor Snape can match him." Arthur, watching the smug Lockhart from below, was deeply puzzled. This didn't align with the Lockhart from the original. Could it be that this Lockhart was truly different? Had his books actually chronicled his own experiences? If so, his power would rank among the top wizards. And because of his years of adventuring in actual combat, he might not fall short of a Hogwarts head like Snape. He might at least be on par with Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. But Arthur had personally witnessed Lockhart's cringeworthy performances over the past month. If he were in Lockhart's shoes, he would have already dug a basement larger than Hogwarts Castle out of sheer embarrassment. Those clownish displays couldn't be faked. Before Arthur could ponder further, Snape, having regained his composure, cast another spell. Expelliarmus. It was the same disarming charm, but this time Snape was clearly more serious. The red beam was noticeably thicker. Lockhart's eyes widened, and he shouted back, "Expelliarmus." The familiar red light of the disarming charm shot from his wand. The two beams collided in midair, and the magical clash sent sparks flying like a red firework explosion between them. After a brief stalemate, Lockhart ceased channeling magic into his wand. Without sustained power, Snape's disarming charm quickly broke through his and flew toward him. But Lockhart had already sidestepped to the right, safely dodging Snape's spell. He then held his wand horizontally before his chest palm, facing himself, and bowed. A gesture in wizarding duels signifying a draw. Since this was merely a demonstration duel between Professor Snape, despite wanting to test Lockhart's true abilities, could only mirror the gesture and end the match. This abruptly concluded duel completely changed the students' impression of Lockhart. Nearly all believed his earlier poor performance was due to his injuries. Even Arthur, who had read the original story, was now wavering. During the latter part of the duel, he had kept his eyes on Lockhart. Lockhart showed no sign of strain. Instead, the cheers of the students revived the treatment he had received on the first day of school, his face flushed with excitement. Arthur could only think of two possibilities. The simplest was that this Lockhart was different from the one in the original story. The second was that Lockhart had a puppeteer behind him, using him for some purpose. But who could that puppeteer be? Voldemort was practically dead. His main soul was now a mere remnant. Even when he had power, his enhancement of Quirrell was limited. Now, even if he channeled all his strength into Lockhart, it wouldn't reach Lockhart's current level. Moreover, Voldemort's remnant soul bore the curse of the unicorn. If he appeared at Hogwarts, the awakened Charlotte would sense him. Who else could it be? After long deliberation, Arthur could only think of one other person, the vampire professor, who arrived with Lockhart, Bernhard. But Arthur dismissed Bernhard because he was a vampire. Unlike half-breeds like Velas, even a half-vampire, half-wizard hybrid couldn't use wizard magic. They could only use the blood-manipulating magic unique to half-vampires. And that magic couldn't be applied to wizards. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Arthur couldn't determine the situation. But as the saying goes, nothing is impossible if you give up. Since this had nothing to do with him, he simply let it go. After all, the defense against the dark arts professorship at Hogwarts was the most peculiar of all, with a one-year term. After a year, Lockhart would leave due to Voldemort's curse, regardless of his true nature, unless he could surpass Voldemort in countering curses. After the professor's exhibition match, it was naturally the young wizard's turn, which was exactly why they had been anticipating this club. Who wouldn't want to stand before the entire school and showcase a moment of bravery? Such an act might even lead to finding love. Except for those wizard families adhering to ancient traditions of unknown mentorship, the vast majority of young wizards were sent to Hogwarts for unified education. This meant that for young wizards studying at Hogwarts, their future life partners would essentially be fellow students from the same school. The first professor to select his contender was Lockhart. Craving public acclaim, he unhesitatingly chose Harry Potter. After all, throughout Hogwarts, aside from Dumbledore, no other wizard was more widely known than Harry. Lockhart picked Gryffindor, so Snape, as head of Slytherin, naturally prepared to select a Slytherin. His gaze first fell upon Arthur. He was well aware of Arthur's capabilities. Facing an opponent like Harry, he did not choose Arthur, but instead selected Draco, who stood beside Arthur. Arthur's strength was known not only to him, but since the last Slytherin civil war, to the entire school. If the match were Arthur Black versus Harry Potter in the eyes of all second-year and older wizards, the outcome would be beyond doubt. Arthur would undoubtedly triumph. Thus he chose Draco, whose power was not far from Harry's. As head of Slytherin, he naturally received intelligence from many Slytherin students. He knew that Draco had been diligently practicing spells with Arthur recently, and had surely improved considerably. Defeating Harry with Draco would undoubtedly bring him greater satisfaction, preferably using the Levi Corpus charm. After both professors had selected their young wizard, Snape whispered a few words into Draco's ear before sending him onto the dueling platform. Once on stage, the arrogant Draco initiated a verbal assault. "Potter, you're no match for me. I've been training with Arthur for half a year. With just a flick of my wand, you'll be lying on the ground." Though somewhat flustered, Harry retorted without backing down, "Dream on, Malfoy. You'll never defeat me." Before their quarrel could continue, Lockhart voluntarily assumed the role of referee. "Face each other, raise your wands, and bow, just as I did earlier." Due to Lockhart's earlier performance, both reluctantly bowed their heads, though their eyes remained fixed on each other, wary of any dishonorable sneak attacks. After their bows, Lockhart announced loudly, "When I count to 3, you may begin casting spells. The aim is to disarm your opponent. Merely remove the wand. We want no accidents. 1, 2, 3. The moment the words fell, both acted almost simultaneously. From the sidelines, Arthur observed clearly that Harry's reaction speed far exceeded Draco's. Almost as soon as Draco pointed his wand at Harry, Harry had already begun reciting an incantation. But Draco's half-year of training had not been in vain. Realizing he was a step behind Harry, he forwent any spell and simply channeled his raw magical power through his wand. Such an attack was nearly ineffective against adult wizards, but for a young wizard like Draco, it was just right. The direct magical assault lacked power. Harry merely staggered upon being hit, but it interrupted his incantation. Seizing the opportunity, Draco pressed his advantage, recalling Snape's words, and shouted, "Levi Corpus." A flash of white light struck Harry. Simultaneously steadying himself, Harry cried out, "Tarantaligra." Both spells hit their marks. Draco involuntarily began to dance, showcasing his talent on the dueling platform. Harry, meanwhile, was instantly suspended upside down from the ceiling, his clothes draping over his face, the heavy robes, making even lifting his arms a struggle. While dancing, Draco seized a moment during a flailing movement to point his wand at Harry and cast the same spell Harry had used, hitting him. This success was largely due to Draco's half-year of training against moving targets. Otherwise, with his unstable center of gravity, he would never have struck Harry. Struck by another spell, Harry now suffered the effects of 2 charms simultaneously. His lower body remained firmly stuck to the ceiling, immobile, while his upper body began to thrash uncontrollably. This predicament caused several spells he aimed at Draco to miss their mark. Snape, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk. The other young wizards burst into loud laughter. The duo's dance resembled a frantic attempt to catch invisible flies. Amidst his dance, Draco seized opportunities to fire several disarming charms at Harry, a spell he had learned from a spellbook Arthur had given him. However, his proficiency was low and his magical power weak, merely causing Harry to feel a pulling force on his wand. With Harry gripping it tightly, Draco's disarming charm failed. Soon after a few minutes, both their magical reserves began to run dry, and the spells affecting each other wore off. Draco ceased his fervent dance, drenched in sweat, kneeling on one hand and gasping for breath. Harry, meanwhile, fell from a height of several meters, crashing heavily onto the dueling platform, eliciting gasps from the young audience. Yet he was unharmed, for as he fell, Snape had cast a charm towards his landing spot. Consequently, Harry sustained no injuries. Instead, because his legs hadn't been dancing, he had conserved considerable stamina, though his arms were utterly spent. Harry recalled his previous battle with Quirrell. The key to a wizard's victory wasn't necessarily magic. The spirit of Gryffindor awakened within him once more. He only regretted having no weapon and lacking strength in his hands. So he dashed straight to Draco and delivered a kick, aiming to knock him off the platform. Though uncertain of the specific rules of wizard duels, he reasoned that if a wizard fell off the stage, it should count as a loss. As Draco was kicked down, he grabbed hold of Harry's robes, and both tumbled onto the platform, grappling each other in close-quarters combat. Witnessing this, Lockhart and Snape had to intervene and stop them. Ultimately, Draco was declared the victor, as Harry had crossed the center line first and kicked Draco. This was a wizard's duel intended to compare magical prowess, not combat skills. Bruised and battered, the two were quickly sent to the hospital wing, still hurling insults at each other. Though the duel had somewhat devolved into a childish brawl, it thrilled the other young wizards. It was a legitimate opportunity for a fight. Subsequently, Lockhart and Snape set up several smaller dueling platforms, allowing the young wizards to step up and participate in duels themselves. After the last dueling club, Lockhart's reputation had fully recovered, and after every class a swarm of young witches and wizards would gather around him. However, during his lessons, he still recounted stories from his books and had students perform role-playing. This approach once again led some young wizards to doubt him, suspecting that he had used some potion or alchemical device in his duel with Snape. Because of Arthur's status, Lockhart had never actively approached him since the first lesson. This allowed Arthur to focus on his own endeavors. By the 4th month of the term, he had finally achieved a breakthrough in his research on lightning magic. He modified the Patronus charm, merging his Patronus with his lightning magic, so that when he cast the charm to summon his Patronus, he could simultaneously summon an apparition infused with his lightning magic. Since his main soul shell was that of a young giant, the Patronus he summoned resembled a larger version of himself covered in lightning like a thunder god descending upon the world. Arthur tested this new ability in the Room of Requirement. A giant over 3 meters tall stood behind him as if he had summoned a deity. It could automatically cast the lightning spells he had already mastered at his will. For instance, when Arthur used the Palm Thunder himself, its power only covered a range of about 1 to 2 meters. But when channeled through the Patronus, the massive lightning ball was almost as large as Arthur himself. When it struck the floor of the Room of Requirement, the entire room shook several times. After the lightning dissipated, a circular crater about 5 meters in radius was left on the ground, a power that even startled Arthur. Correspondingly, this spell consumed a tremendous amount of magic, nearly depleting half of Arthur's own magical reserves. This spell was achieved using Yang Lightning. However, during this period, he had also spent considerable time on Yin Lightning. Previously, due to the curse of the unicorn, he dared not overuse Yin Lightning, for the unicorn still possessed a remnant soul. If something went wrong, it would have been disastrous. After the summer break of the previous term, the unicorn's remnant soul had separated from his body. Thus, Arthur began to study Yin Lightning. Unlike Yang Lightning, Yin Lightning had been influenced by the unicorn, and this influence persisted even after Charlotte was resurrected. Arthur asked Charlotte whether this had any adverse effects on him. However, Charlotte herself did not know the exact reason. According to the historical records of the Unicorn clan, while there were cases similar to Arthur's, where wizards were framed by others, there was no precedent of a unicorn curse altering a wizard's own abilities. Nevertheless, she could confirm that the power within Arthur's Yin Lightning was not under her control, it belonged entirely to Arthur himself. Arthur could only file this matter away in his mind, waiting to resolve it later. After studying his current Yin Lightning, he discovered that it had gained an additional function. Previously, Yin Lightning relied on its inherent nature and the paralyzing effect of electricity for control and defense. Following the unicorn incident, a red thread had appeared within his Yin Lightning. This thread enhanced the control effect of Yin Lightning. It seemed to possess conductive properties, allowing Arthur to better manipulate the Yin Lightning, which could then entangle enemies like silk threads. Based on this characteristic, Arthur developed a new ability. First, he would generate a large amount of Yin Lightning to create a trap like a quagmire to restrict the enemy's movement. This was an ability from his original template. Building on this, Arthur made the quagmire extend red threads carrying Yin Lightning like tentacles to ensnare enemies and limit their actions. He could also form a ring of Yin Lightning around himself as a defensive barrier to intercept incoming spells, much like Grindelwald's gas stove. Arthur named this new lightning spell Thunder Shield Bodyguard. However, in terms of blocking attacks, this defensive ring was not very effective. Since Arthur could not use legilimency, he could not accurately sense whether nearby enemies intended to strike. To address this drawback, Arthur planned to use alchemy to create items that would assist in attack recognition. His own soul could also achieve this, but in battle, unless it was absolutely necessary to use his soul, he tried to keep it within his body. After developing the new spells, their names appeared on his panel. Additionally, during this period, his other magical abilities had greatly improved due to his research on these spells. Lightning Mage, age 12, height 157, 5 centimeters, weight 43, 9 kilograms. Magic power 1647, skill 55, spells discharge 9 Palm Thunder, 6 Lightning Whip, 4 Soul Guard, 5 Patronus Charm modified, 3 Soul Projection, 6 Thunder Shield Bodyguard, 1 Finite Incantum, 6 Shield Charm 4. Alchemy Ancient Runes, 6 Wood Carving, 4 Dragonhide, Etching, 1 Wand Making, 5 Gem Carving 4. Transfiguration Shape Shifting 2, Special Occlumency 4. Due to his research on soul magic and lightning magic, his transfiguration had barely progressed. This was reflected in his panel as changes in the last few decimal places. Transfiguration had improved slightly due to classes, but occlumency had not progressed at all. Meanwhile, during this period, Arthur retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem from the Room of Requirement and successfully destroyed the Horcrux of Voldemort within it. Voldemort's life was reduced by 1 once more. Counting them, Arthur had now destroyed 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes: Slytherin's Locket, Tom Riddle's diary, and Ravenclaw's diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem provided ample materials for his future alchemy. So far, Arthur had only discovered that Voldemort's soul remnants could be used to create intelligent alchemical items. If he needed more in the future, he might have to seek out Voldemort's other Horcruxes, as he knew the locations of all of them. Except for the living Horcruxes, Harry Potter and Nagini, he could directly destroy the rest. After Arthur destroyed the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, he retrieved this alchemical artifact passed down from one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts intact. In his view, this artifact was on par with Godric Gryffinder's sword, both possessing unique special abilities. As for Helga Hufflepuff's cup, he had yet to obtain it, and remained uncertain whether it possessed any special powers. According to legend, Ravenclaw's diadem was a miraculous alchemical artifact that could enhance the wearer's wisdom. After all, Ravenclaw's most widely circulated maxim was "wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Upon personal use, Arthur proved this legend false. The notion of enhancing wisdom was too abstract for wizards, as this was not a game where they possessed an attribute like intelligence. It was Rowena Ravenclaw herself who possessed wisdom, not the diadem she wore. This diadem could not enhance the wearer's wisdom. It merely allowed them to construct a library based on their own memories stored within, facilitating faster and easier retrieval of needed knowledge from their mind. Much of Ravenclaw's knowledge was stored within, though nearly all of it was recorded in books within Hogwarts library. Although it did not directly enhance the wearer's wisdom, for a wizard like Arthur, who frequently studied magic, it undoubtedly saved considerable time by eliminating the need to search the library for books and preventing errors caused by misremembering certain details during research. Naturally, Arthur had no intention of surrendering such an alchemical artifact. Moreover, he planned to modify Ravenclaw's diadem by encasing it in a shell. The diadem crafted by Ravenclaw was designed in a feminine style and adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds, making it feel somewhat odd for Arthur to wear. However, it was best to inform Ravenclaw's descendant to avoid future disputes between his heirs and Hogwarts, much like Gryffinder's sword. Ravenclaw had no living descendants, but the resident ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, the Grey Lady, was Ravenclaw's daughter Helena Ravenclaw, a rebellious witch in life. She once yearned to surpass her mother Rowena Ravenclaw in wit and fame, so she stole Ravenclaw's diadem, symbolizing wisdom, and fled to Albania. Ravenclaw never revealed that her diadem had been stolen. Years later, a gravely ill Ravenclaw wished to see her one last time, and sent Barrow, who was infatuated with her, to find her. A quarrel ensued, and in a fit of rage, Barrow accidentally killed her. Overcome with grief upon regaining his senses, Barrow took his own life and became the resident ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron. At this, Arthur could only marvel at Ravenclaw's greatness as a mother. However, Helena was not inherently malicious. Her transformation into a ghost after death was due to this incident, and it was evident from the original story that she aided Harry and was deceived by Tom Riddle. Yet Ravenclaw's brilliance overshadowed her. As her daughter, Helena was desperate to prove herself, but after making a mistake lacked the courage to confess, being somewhat timid and prideful, which led to the eventual tragedy. On the weekend, Arthur went to Ravenclaw Tower and directly approached Helena. "Grey Lady, I found something that might concern you. Could we speak privately?" Helena floated inches above the ground, her long hair reaching her waist and her robes trailing to the floor. Her aloof demeanor made her appear arrogant and disdainful. Looking down at the handsome Arthur in his green robes, she was reminded of an old acquaintance, Tom Riddle, a silver-tongued young wizard who had coaxed her into revealing the hiding place of Ravenclaw's diadem. Tom had promised to return the diadem to her, but after he graduated, she never saw him again. Thus facing Arthur, Helena replied coldly with a hint of contempt, "I'm afraid not. Whatever it is, I can't help you. No, this matter is for you to decide. Ha, greedy Slytherin. You're not the first student to covet the diadem. For 1,000 years, students have pestered me every year." Noticing that more Ravenclaw students were gathering, Arthur interrupted her by lifting his robe slightly, revealing Ravenclaw's diadem beneath. At the sight of it, Helena froze. The familiar design, which she had seen daily for a millennium, was also featured in a statue of Ravenclaw in the common room. "You," she stammered. Arthur pulled his robe back up and continued, "Grey Lady, or rather Helena Ravenclaw, may we speak privately now?" "Of course," Helena said, eagerly descending from her floating position to the ground and reaching out to grab Arthur. "Good, let's find an empty classroom." Arthur led Helena to a disused classroom. After closing the windows, he brought out Ravenclaw's diadem once more under her expectant gaze. Staring at the familiar diadem, Helena was too overcome to speak. 1,000 years had passed since she last saw this object, which had caused her lifelong regret. She had already overlooked the fact that Arthur had directly addressed her by name. Her voice trembled. How did you find this?" Arthur answered truthfully, "It was hidden in a magical room on the 8th floor of the school. I never thought I'd see it again. I once told a Slytherin named Tom Riddle where it was hidden, but I never saw him again." Seizing the opportunity, Arthur directly stated his request to modify Ravenclaw's diadem, merely encasing it in a shell that could be removed at any time without damaging the original. Without Tom's earlier deception of Helena, Arthur doubted she would have agreed. But under the current circumstances, Helena would almost certainly consent. As Arthur had anticipated, Helena agreed without much deliberation. As a ghost, she could not touch physical objects, and guarding the diadem would serve no purpose, only increasing the risk of theft. She merely wished to see the diadem one last time. Her final request was simply to gaze upon the diadem once more. Arthur naturally agreed to such a request. He drew his wand, levitating the Ravenclaw diadem in midair so that Helena could reach out and touch it as if it were real. Watching the diadem suspended before her, Helena extended a trembling hand and slowly approached. Just as her fingers passed through the diadem, the gem at its center began to shimmer with a white light. In Arthur's perception, the weight of the diadem also started to increase rapidly. Unable to adjust the power of the levitation charm in time, the diadem crashed to the classroom floor. Then, as the light from the central gem grew blindingly bright, a spectral figure resembling Helena emerged from within the gem. Mother! Helena gazed at the figure with a complex expression, a mix of excitement, joy, and a hint of fear. Clearly that was Rowena Ravenclaw, perhaps a soul or a memory imprint akin to a portrait. Soon the gem ceased emitting smoke, and all the mist coalesced into the spectral form, making its appearance more solid. She was a beautiful woman with long hair like Helena's, draped in a blue robe. Yet her face bore a faint, almost teasing smile, making her appear lovely, but also somewhat intimidating. As the last wisp of white smoke entered her body, her eyes opened. Those eyes were like a clear spring, deep and pure, seemingly able to see through one's thoughts at a glance. She swept her gaze around, first looking at the diadem at her feet, then pausing on Arthur for less than a second before turning her attention to Helena. Mother! Helena whispered again, her voice trembling. My child, let me see you. Rowena Ravenclaw smiled, extending her arms to embrace Helena. Her hand gently touched Helena's chest, the wound where Barrow had killed her still visible even after she had become a ghost. I'm sorry, Mother. I shouldn't have stolen your diadem, and I shouldn't have never returned. Helena held Rowena Ravenclaw tightly, confessing her wrongdoings. Her mother's embrace instantly dispelled her fear, leaving only boundless remorse. Rowena Ravenclaw stroked Helena's head and said softly, No, it's all right. The diadem was always meant for you. The moment you took it, it was already yours. It's just that I underestimated my illness later on and didn't get to see you one last time. In the days after she sent Barrow to find Helena, her body could no longer hold on, so she never learned of Barrow's murder of Helena. Gazing at Helena, now a ghost, her eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Helena was now crying so hard she couldn't speak. So Rowena Ravenclaw, while gently caressing Helena, turned her gaze to Arthur, who had remained silent. She took the initiative to explain, Before my death, I temporarily stored a fragment of my soul in the Room of Heart's Desire, the control room of the chamber not far from the headmaster's office, hoping to see Helena one last time after her return. But I never expected that I would later encounter the defiled diadem. I could sense that it too was filled with a soul. Fortunately, you dealt with that soul, allowing me to cling to the diadem and leave the Room of Heart's Desire. Mother, have you now become a ghost too? Helena asked anxiously. If her mother had become a ghost doomed to wander this world forever, because of her she wished Barrow had killed her sooner. After all, becoming a ghost was irreversible. That Professor Binns could achieve a second death was only because he wasn't a true ghost. Rowena Ravenclaw shook her head and said, Don't worry, I'm not a ghost. I'm just a small fragment of a soul now. Later I will take you away from this world. On the other side, I will protect you. With that she looked at Arthur and continued, Young wizard of Slytherin, do me one more favor. Take me to the entrance of the Room of Heart's Desire. Arthur agreed, and brought the Ravenclaw diadem back to the Room of Requirement, which Rowena called the Room of Heart's Desire. If he had heard correctly, both Rowena Ravenclaw and Helena would leave this world. At that point the diadem would truly belong to him. At the entrance to the Room of Requirement, the Ravenclaw diadem glowed, and a door suddenly appeared on the wall. This door was unlike any Arthur had seen before. It was more exquisite, an iron door adorned with the emblem of Ravenclaw House, 2 soaring blue eagles. When the door opened, it revealed a 2-story villa. Outside the villa were lawns, a lake, and a forest in the distance resembling a miniature Hogwarts. Once inside, Rowena Ravenclaw emerged from the diadem again. Taking Helena's hand, she led her to the window and said, This is the chamber I built for us after you left. I knew you always wanted a Hogwarts that was entirely your own. Mother, I shouldn't have. Well, let the past be the past. The past can follow us like a shadow, but it must not become a burden on our backs. After comforting Helena, Rowena Ravenclaw led Arthur to a room on the 2nd floor where a transparent glass orb and a wand floated in midair. She said, This is the control room of the chamber. That glass orb connects to Hogwarts Castle, absorbing external magical energy to power the chamber. This control room and the villa outside can exist independently even if other wizards use the chamber. To enter here, silently repeat Helena Ravenclaw 3 times in your mind. From now on, this chamber and the diadem are yours. Whether you pass them on to your descendants or donate them to Hogwarts in the future is entirely your choice. Rowena Ravenclaw even signed a contract with Arthur to certify that these items belonged to him. After repaying Arthur, she prepared to leave this world with Helena. Through the glass orb in the control room, she channeled a massive amount of magical energy, causing a clearly perceptible vortex of magic to form above Hogwarts Castle. All the magical energy around Hogwarts surged into the castle. With the abundant magic, Rowena Ravenclaw raised her wand and gently tapped the air, conjuring a void-like door before them. She turned to the curious Arthur and said with a smile, You may watch and broaden your knowledge, but never step inside. Even in life, I only knew a little about this place, and even now, I don't fully understand this world. With that, Rowena Ravenclaw took Helena's hand and stepped into the door that seemed to tear through space. Helena waved goodbye to Arthur and tried to hug him before entering, but being a ghost, she passed right through him, ultimately settling for a bow. Arthur obediently refrained from following, merely observing from a distance. He even stepped back a few paces, clutching a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone at the control room door, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The interior of the door was filled with thick, gray mist. A few minutes later, the mist parted in a 3-meter-wide patch, revealing a path. From outside, Arthur could see a road over 50 meters long, but beyond that his vision failed. In the middle of the path lay a wooden bridge nearly 10 meters long, beneath which flowed a black river with indistinct objects floating in it. On either side of the road stood rows of bare black trees devoid of leaves. Soon another Rowena Ravenclaw emerged from the far end of the bridge. This was the Rowena who had died 1,000 years ago, appearing as solid as a living person without any translucency. With closed eyes, she reached out and touched the newly arrived Ravenclaw, and soon the two merged into one. When she opened her eyes again, she examined Arthur with some delight and said, "When you die, we might meet again. If you wish for a free afterlife, you can come find us." She broke a branch from a nearby tree, placed it horizontally on the wand Ravenclaw had brought, forming a simple pointer. Then she tossed it out of the door, adding, "Time is pressing, and I cannot say much. It would be of no use anyway. These are choices you will make only after death. I look forward to our next meeting." As Rowena Ravenclaw finished speaking, the door began to close. Through the narrowing gap, Arthur saw her pulling the bewildered Helena away swiftly. After they left, the mist gradually filled the space, obscuring his view. However, in the final seconds before the door shut, he glimpsed a figure in a cloak suddenly appear, gathering the surrounding mist into a spear and hurling it into the distance. Along its path, the spear absorbed the mist, growing larger. But Arthur did not see it strike the Ravenclaw mother and daughter. Instead, it pierced a large tree and dissolved back into mist. The cloaked figure turned its head at the last moment before the door closed, looking directly at Arthur outside. It was an ordinary face, like that of a 70 or 80-year-old man, even appearing somewhat kind. Yet it terrified Arthur into clutching the Philosopher's Stone fragment tightly. He had no doubt that the cloaked figure might be the legendary Death. But in the end, the figure merely glanced at him before the door shut completely. Arthur leaned against the control room door, gasping for breath. The revelation from Rowena Ravenclaw today was overwhelming. Dumbledore was right. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. After today, Arthur was certain that upon death, a wizard's soul could journey to a new world, one fraught with danger, or perhaps overseen by a guardian. After the Ravenclaw mother and daughter departed, Arthur secured the control room and began to observe the true room of requirement. As a secret chamber prepared by Ravenclaw for her daughter, this small villa was not only lavishly decorated, but even the lawns and lake outside were real. Fish could be seen swimming within the lake, while the lawn was adorned with various flowers and small insects like butterflies. Even the sunlight above was genuine, synchronized with the outside world, possibly reflected from somewhere beyond the castle walls. Confronted with such a realistic villa, Arthur moved all his belongings from his previous room into it, deciding to live there from then on. When tired, he could stroll out to the lawn or play by the lake. By the time Arthur emerged, it was already evening. After dinner, he visited the headmaster's office once more. The loss of Ravenclaw's resident ghost was something he needed to inform Dumbledore about. Many younger students relied on their house ghost for knowledge. Arriving outside the office, Arthur skillfully knocked on the statue beside the door. Soon the office door swung open. This time Dumbledore wasn't working, but was cheerfully eating cockroach clusters from a chair. Seeing Arthur, he smiled and said, "Arthur, you never come to me without a reason. What brings you here this time?" As he spoke, he suddenly recalled the massive magical vortex that had appeared over Hogwarts during the day, an immense surge of power. Though he was the headmaster, he only knew that this vast energy had flowed into the castle's interior, but not its exact destination. Arthur's unexpected visit after so long stirred a sense of unease in him. Such a colossal amount of magic was no trivial matter. Unaware of Dumbledore's thoughts, Arthur recounted the day's events, roughly omitting only the final scene he had witnessed. He also didn't hide the fact that he had destroyed the soul within Ravenclaw's diadem. At this time, Dumbledore was the only wizard who could surely defeat Voldemort. Based on his knowledge of the original story, Arthur had long suspected Voldemort of creating Horcruxes. However, he was uncertain about how many Horcruxes Voldemort had made or what objects he had used. The evidence that confirmed Voldemort's creation of multiple Horcruxes was Tom Riddle's diary, but that diary had already been destroyed by Arthur. Thus, Arthur intended to provide Dumbledore with some evidence to help him strategize more effectively. This world had far exceeded his understanding of Harry Potter, and he wanted Voldemort to remain within Dumbledore's schemes, just as in the original story. This way, Voldemort wouldn't cause other troubles. The world of death was entered through a wizard's soul, and Voldemort was currently the wizard with the deepest understanding of souls. Moreover, in the original tale, Voldemort never truly died. He hadn't even used a single Horcrux. If he were to resurrect using a Horcrux, the missing fragment of his soul might drive him even more insane, potentially making his dark magic more formidable and troublesome. When Arthur mentioned that the Grey Lady had departed from this world along with Ravenclaw, Dumbledore was deeply astonished. This was the only known instance in history where a ghost, having chosen to remain, continued on with the help of the departed. Thinking of Ravenclaw, he understood. She was the most brilliant witch in all of Britain and the entire magical world 1,000 years ago. What intrigued him more was Arthur's subsequent revelation there was a soul within Ravenclaw's diadem, and the previous handler of the diadem was Tom Riddle. This aligned with his earlier suspicions about Voldemort. Dumbledore asked excitedly, "Arthur, may I see Ravenclaw's diadem?" "Of course, Professor." Arthur drew the diadem from his robes and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's aged fingers gently traced over the gems on the diadem. His keen perception detected traces of a curse having been cast upon it. Dark magic, the mark of a Horcrux. Since becoming headmaster, he had removed many books on extreme dark magic from the school's restricted section, and Horcruxes were among them. After suspecting Voldemort of creating Horcruxes, he had studied them extensively. In fact, he might understand Horcruxes better than Voldemort himself. Thus, he immediately recognized the residual traces. Once he had confirmed the matter of the Horcrux, Dumbledore returned Ravenclaw's diadem to Arthur and said, "Arthur, you have done well. But if you encounter similar items in the future, it's best to inform me first. Since these objects have been handled by Voldemort, they may bear lingering curses." Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. After all, even the greatest wizard of the century, before him Dumbledore himself, had fallen victim. A tiny resurrection stone had drastically shortened Dumbledore's lifespan to just 1 year. Strangely enough, it was only the Horcrux that Dumbledore encountered alone that bore a lethal curse. Other Horcruxes might injure him, but not prove fatal. However, Arthur quickly added, "Professor, before encountering the diadem, I had already come across 2 similar objects." "What?" Dumbledore's mouth fell open. In his shock, his hand trembled, sending all the cockroaches from the plate on his desk scattering across the surface. The dense crawling sight made Arthur want to blast the desk with a palm thunder. Coming to his senses, Dumbledore waved his wand and gathered all the cockroaches back into the plate. However, Arthur noticed a conspicuously plump cockroach among them. Dumbledore reached out, grabbed the fat insect, and popped it into his mouth. With a crisp crunch, the cockroach burst inside Dumbledore's mouth. A foul odor reminiscent of rotten tree roots mixed with a faint stench of urine and cat feces emanated from his lips. Startled, Arthur scooted his chair back several steps. Dumbledore spat out the cockroach, rinsed his mouth, and then ate several cockroach clusters to recover. He looked at Arthur and said, "Well, since cockroach clusters look a lot like real cockroaches, occasionally eating a real one is quite normal." "I understand, Professor." "Good, then let's continue with what you were saying about the other 2 objects similar to Ravenclaw's." Arthur sat in the chair and recounted his encounters with Tom Riddle's diary and the Slytherin locket. "The first such item I came across was a diary. Its previous owner was Tom Riddle, the very Slytherin who deceived the Grey Lady, as she mentioned earlier. That diary possessed a consciousness of its own and even tried to lure me into feeding it small animals. So I judged it to be a dark magical object and destroyed it outright. The second similar item was the Slytherin locket, which I found in the Black family vault. Its condition was akin to that of Ravenclaw's diadem. Neither possessed a will of its own like the diary, but each contained a feeble soul within." As a shrewd Slytherin, Arthur did not disclose the origin of the Slytherin locket to Dumbledore. It was futile now, for the parties involved were already deceased. Even if this matter were brought to light by Dumbledore, the reputation of the Black family remained what it was. If Dumbledore were to claim that Lucius Malfoy was a steadfast wizard opposed to Voldemort, even McGonagall might call him senile. Severus Snape, too, was once saved solely by Dumbledore's efforts. Yet, even after teaching at Hogwarts for over a decade, his reputation had scarcely improved, though his temperament certainly played a part in that. Similarly, Dumbledore, whose prestige had already waned, could not fundamentally cleanse the infamy of Regulus Black, a core Death Eater, in the eyes of the previous generation of wizards. However, an opportunity would arise next year. Sirius Black was about to break out of Azkaban. Once the truth behind his alleged crimes was reversed, Regulus Black's situation would become easier to resolve. The 2 brothers, one a Slytherin, the other a Gryffindor, had respectively supported and opposed Voldemort. Yet in truth, both were heroes who resisted Voldemort, and both suffered wrongful persecution. Could anything be more poignant? Through the publicity of the enterprises under the Black family name, many wizards would change their views of the Black family. Who says one covered in mud cannot be a hero? Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? After Arthur spoke of the other Horcruxes he had encountered, Dumbledore sighed. "This truly astonishes me. I believe you've guessed it. Tom Riddle was once Lord Voldemort." He then tapped the air lightly with his wand, and the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, appeared in midair. Simply rearranging these letters transforms it into. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the letters in the air rearranged into, "I am Lord Voldemort." He employed an evil dark magic. By killing a person, he could split his soul and anchor a fragment to an object. Such an object is called a Horcrux. A Horcrux allows him to be resurrected after death. Or rather, as long as his Horcruxes remain intact, he never truly dies, only his physical form perishes. So the 3 items I destroyed were Horcruxes created by Voldemort. Arthur interjected at the opportune moment, as if he had been unaware all along. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. You never cease to amaze me, destroying 3 Horcruxes in less than a year. Yet it seems Voldemort may have created many more. The Slytherin locket and Ravenclaw's diadem are relics passed down from the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Hufflepuff's cup remains unaccounted for, possibly also turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort. With such targets in mind, wouldn't finding them be much easier? Indeed, you're right. At least we've made significant progress. After Arthur left, Dumbledore began writing in his notebook. 3 known Horcruxes. Tom's diary suggests he might use personal items to create Horcruxes. Ravenclaw's diadem and the Slytherin locket indicate he might use historically significant objects like the Founder's relics. After recording his thoughts, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and contentedly resumed eating his cockroach cluster. The cockroaches burst in his mouth, though this time it was the syrup within the clusters that popped. As he ate, he pondered Arthur. Arthur's growth seemed so rapid that Dumbledore could scarcely imagine how powerful he would be upon reaching adulthood, likely surpassing both himself and Grindelwald. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, the prophesied chosen one, had already been left far behind by Arthur. When Harry truly matured, could he defeat Voldemort? By then might Arthur already possess the strength to contend with the Dark Lord. Then Dumbledore recalled the prophecy of the chosen one, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Dumbledore began to recollect Arthur's details. Arthur, too, seemed to have been born at the end of July. Just as Harry bore the lightning-shaped scar from Voldemort, Arthur carried the curse of the unicorn inflicted by Voldemort, a mark that could also be considered from the Dark Lord. Harry possessed love, a power unknown to Voldemort, but Arthur also harbored a unique lightning energy, a form of magic that even Dumbledore himself did not understand. Only one condition remained unfulfilled for Arthur, born to those who have thrice defied him. If the chosen one from the prophecy were to defeat Voldemort himself, Arthur's destruction of 3 Horcruxes would satisfy part of it, but the requirement specified a family that had defied Voldemort 3 times. Had any member of the Black family defied him thrice? Dumbledore once again searched his memory of the Black family. It seemed that the entire previous generation of Blacks were Death Eaters, except for Sirius. He knew that the incident Sirius was accused of was not as the Ministry of Magic had reported. But since Sirius refused to reveal the truth and willingly went to Azkaban, there was little Dumbledore could do. Thus the chosen one must still be Harry Potter. Arthur Black and Neville Longbottom could not fulfill all the conditions of the prophecy. Arthur's family did not meet the requirement, and Neville had not been marked nor possessed any special power. After pondering for a while, Dumbledore decided to formulate some contingency plans. Arthur's potential was the most remarkable he had ever witnessed. Even if Arthur was not the prophesied chosen one, protecting his growth would be no bad thing. Without Tom Riddle's diary affecting Hogwarts, the second year swiftly passed its midpoint, arriving at the Christmas holiday. This time, unlike before, Arthur chose not to stay at the school, but to return home. As Arthur and the other young witches and wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express, Lockhart, who had been holding daily book signings at the school, surprisingly joined them on the train. It was well known that the young students had no choice but to take the train, as they couldn't use apparition and relied on this sole connection to the outside world. However, the professors could all apparate, and they rarely wasted time on such transportation. They used Hogsmeade Village just outside Hogwarts as their apparition hub. But then again, this was Lockhart, so it was hardly surprising. Arthur's impression of Lockhart had shifted somewhat over the past half semester, as the man behaved almost like a schizophrenic. At times he displayed the competence expected of a defense against the dark arts professor, but at other moments he seemed nothing more than a decorative figurehead. Meanwhile, Lockhart had grown increasingly gaunt, almost emaciated, as if drained of vitality. His entire demeanor screamed that something was amiss. Yet the young witches and wizards had grown accustomed to it over time. The wizarding world was full of oddities, and he was just one more. Still, he was far from the great figure depicted in his books. After entering the compartment and closing the door, Draco began to complain. Lockhart is not a qualified professor at all. I think his performance in class is even worse than Quirrell's. All he does is tell us stories every day, and even when he occasionally demonstrates a spell, he often messes it up. I really want to go back this time and ask my father to replace him. He hasn't made any fatal mistakes, so Dumbledore won't expel him. After all, it's not easy to find a defense against the dark arts professor, Arthur said slowly, pulling a palm-sized unicorn figurine from his pocket. This little figurine, which he had crafted not long ago, was made primarily from a milky white stone. It was exquisitely detailed, with specially made joints at the head and legs that could rotate. It was intended for Charlotte. Although Charlotte was willing to remain within the wand and follow Arthur, he did not treat her merely as a tool. To make her daily life more convenient, he had created this unicorn figurine to provide her with a mobile physical form. However, unlike Arthur, she had not mastered the magic of astral projection, so she could only stay within the figurine for a limited time each day. Yet this was enough to delight her, and she bounced around like an energetic puppy. What is this? Watching the tiny unicorn scurry across the table and interact with Arthur, Draco asked curiously. The magical world had no such toys, or else Little Dragon would have asked his father to buy one. I made it myself. It's not just a toy. A real unicorn is controlling it. I could make one for you if you like, but you'd need to provide a willing soul. Draco's jaw dropped. What? A soul? Is this dark magic? Always jumping to dark magic. Arthur retorted. This is alchemy. Think of it as a prosthetic limb for when someone is physically disabled. Oh, I see. But I couldn't find a soul like that, and neither could my father, Draco said, reaching out to touch Charlotte, only to be coldly rebuffed as she dodged his hand. Even though her physical body was gone, her proud spirit remained unchanged. This slick-haired little brat with his golden pomp, clearly not a good wizard and male to boot. She wouldn't let him touch her. Evading Draco's grasping hand, Charlotte darted behind Arthur's fingers, opening her mouth in a silent cry. Arthur soothed her with his other hand. This was a drawback of the current generation of figurines. They couldn't produce sound, not even a simple cry, because a magic had been cast within Hogwarts preventing the use of Muggle electrical devices and the like. Thus Arthur could only rely on alchemical methods, hoping that continuous improvements might eventually achieve that. These figurines represented a key direction for his future development in alchemy. Voldemort's soul fragments were remarkably useful, like programmable scripts. When crafting alchemical items infused with them, Arthur could pre-program specific instructions. The soul fragments would automatically activate the effects of the magical circuits etched onto the alchemical items composed of ancient runes. These circuits were essentially simple magical arrays formed by strings of ancient runes which absorbed external magical energy to manifest their effects. Of course, ancient runes could achieve self-activation on their own, but items made with soul fragments were more intelligent. Like training a dog, they could learn new trigger methods without needing to be rebuilt, allowing the alchemical items to upgrade autonomously. Arthur had previously crafted a magical defense necklace using a method from Nicholas Flamel's alchemy book. Through continuous refinement over this period, the necklace was now very close to a finished usable product. It was perfectly adequate for ordinary wizard duels, but it held little use against the likes of McGonagall or Snape. An excessively high attack frequency would confuse the defense necklace, causing it to dart about aimlessly like a headless fly, not only failing to protect the user, but also obstructing their vision. The necklace would require further improvements to its magical circuits and continuous upgrades in the future. Arthur placed great importance on such defensive alchemical artifacts. The great wizarding conflict was not far off, and out in the world a moment's carelessness while traveling could cost one their life. Defensive alchemical items could effectively prevent this, safeguarding a wizard's life before they were ready for battle. Soon, amid Arthur's playful interactions with Charlotte and the excited chatter of the other young witches and wizards, the train arrived at the station. Professor Lockhart was the first to step off, expecting a cheering crowd of witches and wizards. But alas, due to their longing for their children and his own gaunt appearance, not a single wizard recognized him. Embarrassed, he hurried away with his head down, heading for the side exit to catch a ride home. After disembarking, Arthur declined the Malfoys' invitation as usual. He planned to visit them the day after tomorrow for Christmas, which was akin to the spring festival. He intended to spend it at home. This also gave him time to deal with the Black family matters at home. After all, tomorrow was Christmas, and he was already on holiday. He still had time tonight to enjoy a lavish dinner prepared by Kreacher, his house elf, and then welcome Christmas Day properly. After bidding farewell to the Malfoys, Arthur made his way to the edge of the station where many wizards were waiting for their children. Amid the crowd, he spotted a diminutive figure, Kreacher. Having informed Kreacher earlier to meet him there, Arthur took the elf's hand and was swiftly apparat home. Returning to his home after months away, Arthur felt a sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He could finally rest for a few days. The relentless pace at school had turned him into a bookish Ravenclaw driven by the urgency of time. No sooner had he mastered one spell than he delved into alchemy, and after alchemy came another magical study. The intensity rivaled a grueling 9-96 schedule, but he pushed himself for the sake of his own survival. Yet there was an end in sight. Once he elevated his lightning and soul magic to Dumbledore's level, or in a few years when the noseless socket wizard Voldemort met his demise, he could finally breathe easy. The next day, Christmas. Lucy and Baru, the house elves managing the Black family's British estates and European smuggling operations, returned to the Black family mansion. Both elves had been purchased after Arthur became the de facto head of the family, their loyalty absolute. Young as they were, they could easily serve the next generation of Blacks. Raised under Arthur's influence, they acted more like stewards than cowering slaves, unlike Kreacher. As the oldest and unrivaled family in Britain, the Blacks held vast assets even after the pruning by Arthur and his predecessors. In herbology and real estate, they were far ahead of any competitor in Britain with stakes in numerous companies. Lucy and Baru had come personally to report the previous year's earnings to Arthur. In Britain, the Black family's net profit was 39407 galleons. In European markets, it was far larger at 75397 galleons. Combined, the family's total income last year reached 114804 galleons. And this was only monetary gain. The value of ancient magical artifacts and rare raw materials was immeasurable. As a reward, Arthur gave each elf 110 galleons and presented them with new robes only a tier below his own custom-tailored ones. He also prepared new clothes for Kreacher, but the elf still bore the servile remnants of old house elves. After thanking Arthur, Kreacher berated Lucy and Baru for betraying their ancestors by accepting the master's galleons. His curses soon turned on himself, yet he chuckled at the thought of the honor Arthur would bestow upon him after death. The next day, Christmas, Arthur received many gifts much like the previous year, mostly things he didn't lack. A notable exception was the pair of pure wool socks he sent to Dumbledore, made from the fleece of an X-class sheep. He also gifted sweets to various magical creatures, the Black family's 3 house eels, the Hogwarts kitchen elves, and even the vampire professor. Pleasant days passed swiftly. Arthur spent the Christmas holiday at home save for a single visit to the Malfoys. Yet time seemed to fly, and before he knew it, the school term had arrived. He boarded the Hogwarts Express again, suitcase in hand. This time he spotted Lockhart, who looked even more gaunt than before the break, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he had been drained, listless, and overextended. Not only Arthur, but Draco, who arrived later, stared at Lockhart in astonishment. As it was a school day, parents weren't in a rush, and they learned from their children that the paper-thin man was the legendary Gilderoy Lockhart. Some concerned mothers swarmed around him, forming 3 tight circles. Even Narcissa Malfoy was no exception, standing on tiptoe and craning her neck to see the commotion. She had always admired Lockhart both for his looks and his works. "It's all right, don't worry. I'm just a little injured. Please, let me go. I can barely breathe." A weak voice came intermittently from the crowd. Had it not been for a sharp-eared witch, Lockhart might have suffocated in the throng. The next day's headlines in the Daily Prophet and other papers would have screamed shock. Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts Professor, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark League, dies from suffocation due to an over-enthusiastic crowd of fans. Once on the train, young wizards began discussing Lockhart's condition. A pure-blood student remarked, "The defense against the Dark Arts post is cursed by the Dark Lord. No one has lasted beyond a year." "What? Is that true? Then we'll have a new professor next year. Fantastic. As long as the dueling club keeps running, even Quirrell would teach better than Lockhart." The pureblood puffed out his chest. "Of course. My father's cousin's great-grandson's cousin's uncle was the Dada professor 4 years ago. And he ended up like Lockhart." "Not at all. Lockhart's just a writer. His real skill is mediocre. My relative didn't suffer a scratch, just caught frequent colds during his tenure." In another compartment, Draco discussed Lockhart with Arthur. Lockhart's odd behavior put Arthur on high alert. Whatever the cause, he resolved to spend his time either in class or in the room of requirement. He would vary his routes randomly to avoid any trouble Lockhart might bring or any traps he might set. That first evening at school, Arthur skipped the Slytherin dormitory and went straight to the room of requirement. There he opened his suitcase and released the creatures trapped inside, 10 lethifolds. These magical beasts had nothing to do with Voldemort aside from a slight resemblance in flight. Classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic, lethifolds were known for killing wizards, though they were not untamable. Arthur had Baru bring 2 from abroad to train them as future guardians of the Black family. Whether 12, Grimmauld Place would be placed under the Fidelius charm remained uncertain, but as a manor it needed security. Moreover, Dementors would enter Hogwarts next year. Arthur planned to test his modified Patronus charm on the lethifolds to see if it worked as effectively as the original. Lethifolds, like Dementors, were vulnerable to the Patronus. They resembled a Dementor's cloak, but larger, highly elastic, and unblemished. Their attack method was to smother prey while it slept, causing death by suffocation. After feeding and digesting a victim, they grew thicker, like a satiated stomach. The 10 Dementors emerged momentarily disoriented, but upon spotting Arthur they immediately skimmed the ground and flew toward him. This was their mode of movement, faster when the wind blew. Several of the Dementors suddenly swelled their bodies, blocking the window tightly, preventing even a sliver of sunlight from entering. The villa seemed to transform instantly from day to night. As Arthur saw them approach, he concealed his right hand behind his back, readying a palm thunder as a precaution in case the modified Patronus charm failed. With his left hand, he drew his wand and began casting the altered Patronus charm. In a mere instant, a white light burst from the tip of his wand, casting a faint glow within the room. Then a massive unicorn emerged from within. Its translucent body radiated a pure white luminescence like the moon shining through the deep clouds of the night, exuding an aura of sanctity. Unlike ordinary unicorns, this one bore a pair of enormous wings on its back. Lightning coiled around its entire body like a dancing silver serpent, flickering in and out of visibility, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Facing the aggressive Dementors, its long, sharp horn gleamed like a sword piercing through the darkness they had brought. The moment the Dementors saw the unicorn, they began retreating, as if encountering their natural predator. Seeing that the Patronus charm still held its effect, Arthur directed the unicorn to circle the 10 Dementors. In the presence of the Patronus, the Dementors quickly collapsed, lying weakened on the ground. Compared to Dementors, these creatures feared a wizard's Patronus even more, as it could swiftly render them feeble, leaving them too weak to escape and at his mercy. However, Arthur could not fully destroy them. Inducing a state of weakness was the limit of the Patronus charm. Under his control, the unicorn repeatedly attacked one Dementor, only causing it to curl into a ball and lie on the ground in resignation. For the Patronus charm to inflict lethal harm, Arthur would need to master the Heavenly Thunder. But he was not limited to this single spell. Besides modifying the Patronus charm, he had also created a new spell based on it, and Soul Magic, the Soul Guardian. The Soul Guardian differed from the Patronus charm. This spell summoned not a mere projection, but Arthur's true soul shell. As he dismissed the Patronus and cast the new Soul Guardian, a unicorn nearly identical to the previous one reappeared before the Dementors, causing those that had tried to flee to curl up again. The Soul Guardian resembled the Patronus in appearance, but its body was less translucent, more like a living unicorn, and it emitted no light. Facing the resigned Dementors, Arthur began testing again, directing the unicorn Soul Guardian to attack the foremost Dementor. To the astonishment of Arthur and the Dementors, the attacked Dementor began to shrink with each strike from the unicorn. On the third attack, it dissipated, entirely vanishing, like the last puff of black smoke from a burned-out object fading into the air. Only the top 1 or 2 centimeters of the unicorn's long horn had turned slightly dim. Witnessing this, the remaining 9 Dementors knelt before Arthur, their black cloaks thudding against the floor. They had never encountered a wizard capable of destroying them, and panic seized their hearts. As magical creatures of unknown origin, they had roamed freely for millennia, virtually beyond the control of wizards. Only a wizard's Patronus charm could cause them pain, yet so few wizards could cast it that many Dementors never encountered one in their lifetime. Unless a wizard skilled in the Patronus charm actively hunted them, they were invincible, as no other magical creature possessed abilities that could harm them. At this moment, as beings of high intelligence, they were truly terrified, wishing they could speak the wizard's language to beg for mercy. Arthur had not anticipated this outcome. Although he had suspected the Soul Guardian could kill Dementors, he had not expected it to be so effortless. 3 strikes had easily dispatched one. Dementors reproduced with difficulty and were scarce. If he went out for a stroll, he could nearly drive the species to extinction. Thus, he was their natural predator, and the similar Dementors might also be slain by the Soul Guardian. This eased Arthur's mind regarding the Dementors that would arrive at Hogwarts the following school year. He then commanded the Dementors, "From now on you will guard my home. I will set aside a place for you to live and provide you with food." Hearing Arthur's words, the 9 Dementors nodded in unison. Strangely, aside from a few exceptional wizards, most could not understand the language of magical creatures, only sensing their emotions. However, most magical creatures could roughly comprehend wizard speech as long as it wasn't specialized academic jargon. Seeing their agreement, Arthur thought of Draco, and added, "I will give one of you an opportunity to serve as a sparring partner for a while, meaning you can only be struck without fighting back. Within 6 months at most, I will grant it freedom." Upon hearing it could regain freedom, one Dementor flew forward and nodded repeatedly before Arthur. "Good, you've agreed. Don't go back on your word later." Arthur even reached out and stroked its body. It felt exceptionally smooth, slightly damp, like a wet raincoat. The caressed Dementor obediently lay on the ground, allowing Arthur to touch it freely, even wagging its tail ingratiatingly. Seeing this dog-like creature, Arthur suddenly felt like keeping a dog, but most magical dogs were unsightly, some covered in spines. It was a pity that magical creatures like the white tiger were extinct, otherwise keeping one for petting would have been delightful. The other Dementors that had missed the chance for freedom resigned themselves to their fate. After all, this wizard who could kill them had promised lifelong shelter, food, permanent security, and the preservation of their lives. So simply giving up and taking it easy was not a bad option. The next day, Arthur summoned Draco. Draco was startled upon entering the new room of requirement. The previous room had even had a fake sun outside, let alone the fact that now there were grasslands and a lake beyond the room with a forest in the distance. It was hardly different from a miniature Hogwarts. Gazing at the fish swimming in the lake, Draco couldn't help but think that leveling Hogwarts and building a small villa as a residence wouldn't be a bad idea. With mountains and water, the scenery was exquisite. One could plant flowers, go fishing, or even venture into the forbidden forest to hunt or explore mysterious magical creatures. More importantly, one could freely ride a broomstick in the sky. After admiring the beauty, Draco didn't ask Arthur how he had managed this. Instead, he turned back and inquired, "Arthur, is there something you need?" It's now the crucial time for Quidditch training. The match is imminent. This time Slytherin must secure first place. The official Quidditch matches were all concentrated in the second half of the school year, typically starting from the second month after the term began and continuing until a month before the final exams. During this period, the Quidditch teams of each house would train on the pitch during their free weekends. Sometimes houses would even come to blows over training schedule disputes, with the most hostile rivalry being between Slytherin and Gryffindor. In last year's Quidditch season, Slytherin had lost to Gryffindor, allowing Gryffindor to claim the championship. Before that, the Quidditch title had always belonged to Slytherin, until Gryffindor gained a prodigious seeker, Harry Potter. This genius, who had broken the norm by joining the Quidditch team in his first year, caused Slytherin to fail in the match despite having equipment that completely outclassed Gryffindors. According to the original story, with Harry's dominance in Quidditch, no amount of training from Draco would make a difference. In this match, the free elf Dobby wouldn't be causing trouble. However, Arthur couldn't say that directly. It would be too hurtful. I discovered a marvelous spell. After learning it, I summoned a unicorn. Do you want to learn it? It won't take up your weekends, just 2 or 3 evenings a week will suffice, Arthur said, drawing his wand and summoning his unicorn Patronus. The unicorn, as tall as an adult wizard, had a pair of wings and bore lightning on its body, making Draco's eyes sparkle with excitement. Of course I must learn such a cool spell. Seeing the fiery look in Draco's eyes, Arthur smiled. He hadn't said that after learning it Draco would definitely summon a unicorn, he only said that he himself had summoned one. Draco, like most wizards, would probably get a common animal, like a snake, a peacock, or a ferret. Arthur wanted Draco to learn the Patronus charm to give him some self-defense ability in the coming school year and beyond. In the current wizarding world, it was widely believed that a Patronus was a sign of a wizard's extraordinary magical ability and represented a righteous heart. Thus, even if the Malfoy family faced trial in the future, as long as Draco produced a Patronus, it would allow the members of the Wizengamot, who judged subjectively, to let the Malfoys off easily. In reality, however, as long as a wizard had love in their heart and was full of confidence, they could summon a Patronus. Take Dolores Umbridge, that pink toad. Her Patronus was a cat because she loved cats, and almost all her belongings bore cat patterns. Snape had also directly summoned the same Patronus as Lily Potter, a doe, making Dumbledore almost instantly believe in his love for Lily. In the following days, Draco came to Arthur whenever he had free time to learn the Patronus charm, even though he still didn't know the spell's name. Expecto Patronum. After a loud shout, the tip of Draco's wand flickered like a faulty light bulb, emitting a few white flashes before going out completely. Looking at Arthur beside him, he smiled awkwardly. Arthur, it's been a month, and there's still no sign of progress. You need to think of happy things when you cast the spell. Draco sighed in frustration. I know. I've thought of everything, but it's useless. Arthur thought for a moment and retrieved the Mirror of Erased. He had borrowed it from Dumbledore last time and never returned it. Since Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it, the mirror was now his. He had learned the Patronus charm using this magical mirror, and now it could be used for Draco. After bringing out the Mirror of Erased, Arthur said, This mirror shows your heart's deepest desires. When you cast the spell, recall in your mind what you see in the mirror. That way you can learn the charm more easily. Really? There's such a magical mirror. Draco immediately approached the mirror, focusing all his attention on it. Soon within his view, the mirror no longer reflected his own image, but presented another scene. It made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. Arthur asked with interest, Draco, what do you see? You're smiling so happily. Draco beamed. I see that during the Quidditch match, Slytherin is trailing Gryffindor by 60 points. But I step on Potter's face, and amidst his envious, jealous gaze, I successfully catch the golden snitch and win. Well, that's also a fine thing. You can imagine that scene and try the spell again. Draco reluctantly tore his gaze away from the mirror. The scene it showed was perfectly aligned with his wishes. Arthur's method indeed worked. When Draco cast the spell again, a mist quickly formed at the tip of his wand. Although it was thin and small, it was a great improvement from before. Draco's eyes lit up and his lost confidence began to return. However, this was not enough. Draco was only at the first stage. To reach the second stage of the Patronus charm, summoning a corporeal Patronus, one needed to have love in their heart. This love could be for a person or for other things. Arthur had also reached the first stage using the Mirror of Erased. Afterwards, he had hesitated for a long time over the love required for the second stage. In the end, he chose magic. More precisely, it was the joy of an ordinary person who died and came to this magical world, being able to learn magic and the delight of succeeding in it. Draco was different. He had a family that loved him and doting parents. Whether that doting was good for him was another matter, but in learning the Patronus charm, it was certainly a great help. If his parents were by his side now, he might not have needed the Mirror of Erased at all. Time passed quickly, but before the Slytherin versus Gryffindor Quidditch match, Draco successfully summoned a Patronus. This relieved Arthur. He had feared that if Slytherin lost the Quidditch match, Draco's Dow heart would shatter. Draco's Patronus suited him perfectly, at least in Arthur's opinion. A peacock. Very proud, very showy. Also very curious, fond of stirring up trouble, and not very resilient in a fight. The more Arthur thought about it, the more he felt that the peacock Patronus was tailor-made for Draco. The moment he summoned his Patronus, Draco realized Arthur had deceived him. What he had conjured was not a unicorn at all, but a peacock. Yet gazing at the magnificent bird, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Like a peacock flaunting its plumage, he immediately paraded to the Slytherin common room to show off. But joyful days are always fleeting, some inevitable matters could not be avoided. A month before the final exams, the Quidditch final commenced, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin lost once again, defeated by Gryffindor. This left many little serpents too disheartened to eat. What pained them even more was that final exams were merely a month away. The Quidditch players who had spent most of their time training were nearly in tears. How could one possibly review all the coursework in just a month? The theoretical subjects were manageable as professors usually outlined the exam content, and those tests were relatively lenient. However, the practical exams posed a real challenge. Especially the charms and transfiguration exams, where young witches and wizards had to line up and cast spells individually before the professors to pass. Thus, the students of Hogwarts redoubled their efforts. They even stopped going out on weekends. Soon the end of the school year arrived. The final exam results were released. Among the second years, Arthur was indisputably first with a total score far surpassing every other wizard. Because Draco frequently practiced magic with Arthur, he also ranked in the top 10 of his year. Regrettably, being first in the year did not earn extra house points. At the last feast of the term, Gryffindor, bolstered by their Quidditch victory, claimed the House Cup for the year. As the greatest hero of the Quidditch triumph, Harry naturally received cheers from all of Gryffindor. Some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in the applause. The unscrupulous tactics Slytherin often employed for victory had already bred resentment among many students from other houses. After Gryffindor won the House Cup this year, Dumbledore waved his hands. The Great Hall, once adorned entirely in silver and green, transformed into a blaze of red decorations. The silver serpent banner behind the staff table shifted into the lion emblem of Gryffindor. McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, was beaming with joy. However, Snape, seated beside her, wore a grim expression. The interruption of Slytherin's winning streak naturally soured his mood as head. What irked Snape even more was that Harry's Quidditch victory had tipped the scales in Gryffindor's favor. Harry Potter's father, James Potter, had been a prodigy in Quidditch. This made Snape feel that aside from his eye color, Harry had inherited none of Lily's other talents. In the field of potions, he was utterly inept. But in Quidditch, a sport where James Potter excelled, Harry shone brilliantly. Displeased, Snape shot several venomous glares at Harry, dampening the boy's joyful spirits. It seemed Snape would deduct even more points from him in the future. Amidst the cheers of the other three houses, the silent Slytherin table stood out. Suddenly, a single clap rang out from the front row, followed by another. The clapping came from Arthur, and Draco, seeing Arthur applaud, joined in. Though Draco didn't understand why Arthur was clapping, perhaps it was a new way to taunt Gryffindor. He knew following Arthur was always the right choice. Arthur Black, the legendary Ghost King of Slytherin. After defeating all Slytherin students to become the King of Slytherin, he vanished from sight. He was only seen in classes and at events like tonight's year-end feast. Even meals were rarely shared. Not only students from other houses, but even his Slytherin classmates, save Draco, had no clue of his whereabouts. Thus Arthur earned this title. As the king, his applause in the silent Slytherin ranks was undeniably conspicuous, drawing the gaze of every serpent. Many Slytherins thought Arthur had lost his mind, applauding Gryffindor's victory. Wolfgang Roll, whom Arthur had once defeated, shoved aside the Slytherin student next to Arthur and barked angrily, "Black, what are you doing? Have you spent so little time in Slytherin that you've forgotten you're one of us?" Arthur stopped clapping, looking at Wolfgang Roll with disdain. "Gryffindor didn't win through trickery, so why shouldn't I applaud? Is this your measure of character? They're Gryffindor. They stole the House Cup that rightfully belongs to Slytherin." Arthur ignored Wolfgang Roll. He stood up, pulling Draco, who was seated beside him, to his feet, and turned to face all the Slytherins. "What do you mean by this? Do you not respect me?" Wolfgang Roll rose as well, staring directly at Arthur. He had completely forgotten the fear Arthur once instilled in him. Arthur reached out a hand, pressing down on the taller Wolfgang Roll, his eyes crackling with lightning. "What are you that you dare to look me in the eye? Such a foolish wizard. How do you have the audacity to remain in Slytherin, known for its cunning?" Wolfgang Roll, seeing the flickering lightning, was instantly transported back to the day Arthur defeated him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. With a slight push, Arthur sent him sprawling to the ground. Seeing Wolfgang Roll fallen, Arthur paid him no further mind. A brainless troll bred by a Death Eater. Other little serpents who had been bullied by Wolfgang Roll wore expressions of vindicated delight. But Arthur smiled gently at all the young serpents, speaking in a calm tone, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting Wolfgang Roll alone. I mean to say that every one of you here is a brainless troll unworthy of Slytherin. Slytherin pursues glory, it does not hoard it. If you truly resent Gryffindor, then strive to surpass them. Don't just sit here with gloomy faces thinking only of running to your fathers when you get home." Beside Arthur, Draco's cheeks flushed slightly. He had nearly been scolded too. Fortunately, his good relationship with Arthur kept him standing. Arthur has been in Slytherin for 2 years, yet he still harbors a strong disdain and a sense of superiority towards some of Slytherin's behaviors. Due to the Death Eaters, many of the current Slytherins bear little resemblance to the Slytherin of the past. The ambitious, shrewd, calm, and honor-respecting Slytherins of yore have nearly disappeared. The current Slytherins have become somewhat extreme, exhibiting more arrogance, baseness, a tendency to bully the weak, while fearing the strong, and a blind worship of power and bloodlines. It's no wonder that the other three houses dislike Slytherin, cheering instead for Gryffindor to win the House Cup. In the original text, the only one who almost wholly fits the Slytherin standard may be the old head of Slytherin, Horace Slughorn. Snape also embodies some of Slytherin's characteristics. As for the other Slytherins, to put it bluntly, they are mindless opportunists. In fact, Draco is also a somewhat extreme Slytherin, constantly seeking trouble, and after Hagrid's demonstration, he still dared to provoke the Hippogriff. His father Lucius is the same, only focused on immediate gains. He constantly plots against Dumbledore, appearing as an exceedingly loyal Death Eater before Voldemort regains his strength. After Voldemort's return, he finds himself in a precarious position due to his son's betrayal. Such behaviors completely contradict Slytherin's principle of self-preservation. However, the Malfoy family still possesses some moral ground, showing love for their family. In a twist of fate, they seem to embody self-preservation. After Arthur finished speaking, he sat down, not attempting to reason with the other Slytherins. He speaks this way because of his own selfishness regarding Slytherin. Slytherin should not be synonymous with evil as it is now. While Slytherin emphasizes being opportunistic, it also greatly stresses ambition and does not shy away from courage. During the climactic battle in the original text, not a single Slytherin remained. Arthur hopes that such a situation will not occur again. If there are Death Eater parents on Voldemort's side, then leaving would be no problem. However, there are quite a few half-bloods in Slytherin, and not a single one stayed behind. The commotion in Slytherin has not drawn much attention from younger wizards. The other three houses have already made a scene, and since Arthur has not said much, some who witnessed the scene assumed it was Arthur's dissatisfaction with Slytherin's failure to win the House Cup. After all, it was because of Arthur that Slytherin ultimately won the House Cup last school year. After the year-end feast, it was time for vacation. This time Arthur planned to rest at home for a few days, and then spend some time in France. However, on the morning of the first day of vacation, Gilderoy Lockhart went missing. A professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts had vanished. The first to discover this was a young witch. She had intended to confess her feelings to Lockhart during the previous night's feast, but he had drunk excessively and was inebriated. So she planned to go look for Lockhart early in the morning, thinking he might still be groggy from the alcohol, and agreed to her. To her surprise, when she arrived at Lockhart's office before breakfast, no matter how much she knocked, there was no response. Worried, she pushed open the door and found the room tidied up completely. Lockhart, whether as a person or in terms of his belongings, was nowhere to be seen. Frightened, the young witch immediately ran to the Great Hall to inform the professors and other wizards. This incident caused quite a stir during breakfast. Some young wizards said, "Look at Lockhart's frail appearance. Perhaps he couldn't bear the curse any longer and left immediately last night." Others speculated, could he have been taken by some monster? After all, Lockhart's previous state was not quite normal. The young wizards' discussions grew increasingly outrageous, even suggesting that Lockhart was not a wizard at all, but a monster. Eventually, Dumbledore intervened, and seeing the young wizard's strong desire to go home, they boarded the train. On the train, Draco curiously asked Arthur, "What do you think happened to Lockhart? Could it really be due to the curse? His health did seem quite off." Arthur reflected on Lockhart's behavior over the past 6 months. In class, Lockhart had essentially given up. He made all the young wizards do everything themselves. The once beloved role of playing the protagonist in his own stories was no longer something he did. On weekends, he didn't even attend the dueling club, delegating his responsibilities to the head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick. Even for the final exam, he only tested theory with no practical application involved. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. Initially, everyone thought he was slacking off due to poor health. However, his sudden disappearance today made his previous actions appear exceedingly strange. Yet Arthur had no idea what had truly happened to Lockhart. He could only say perhaps it really is due to Voldemort's curse. Let's see if he reappears later. It seems that the curse of you-know-who is indeed very potent. Draco nearly let slip Voldemort's name after spending so much time with Arthur. Arthur chuckled. Regardless of whether Voldemort's curse is strong or not, that's a matter for Dumbledore to worry about. Nevertheless, I believe he will eventually find a wizard to teach defense against the dark arts. Speaking of which, Voldemort's curse is indeed quite formidable. At least Arthur thinks this curse is far stronger than his killing curse. Since Harry's enrollment, no professor in the defense against the dark arts position has had a good ending. Yet despite the immense power of the curse, Voldemort hasn't utilized it since his resurrection. Regarding Arthur's continuous reference to Voldemort by name, Draco nervously inquired, "Arthur, why do you keep saying his name? Aren't you afraid?" "What should I be afraid of? Besides, he hasn't returned. Even if you say Voldemort's name, he won't know." Draco sighed. "Still, I am a bit scared. My father told me that you-know-who is not dead and will return sooner or later. If he finds out, that would be the end." After that, the two of them did not discuss the matter further. Arthur also knew that unless the Malfoys used the unbreakable vow to hide Lucius, given his identity would definitely be found by Voldemort. After getting off the train, he exchanged pleasantries with the Malfoys before returning home with Kreacher. However, on the second day of vacation, an unexpected visitor sought out Arthur. The vampire professor Walter Bainhard unexpectedly knocked on the door of the Black residence accompanied by the suddenly missing Lockhart. At dusk, the Black family mansion was gradually shrouded in a dim shadow. The sunlight faded beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint afterglow. Walter Bernhard, clad in formal attire, accompanied the vanished Lockhart and knocked on the door of the Black family estate. Compared to the opulent Bernhard, Lockhart appeared utterly disheveled. His body seemed drained, skin stretched taut over his bones with scarcely any flesh. Though Bernhard held no rope, Lockhart followed behind him like a loyal guard dog. Witnessing this scene from inside the house, Arthur was deeply shocked. Lockhart's disappearance was tied to Bernhard, and judging by Bernhard's demeanor, this visit boded ill. Arthur promptly retrieved the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone he always carried for emergencies, sensing it would soon prove useful. In terms of magical offensive power, he now stood at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. However, his magical reserves were insufficient for sustained high-frequency output. The fragment of the Philosopher's Stone could perfectly resolve this issue. Outside, Bernhard knocked several times. When no one answered, he lost patience and gestured to Lockhart, who lunged forward and struck the door with his fist. As befitted the Black family's entrance, the door was not only grand in appearance, but also possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even with the troll-like Lockhart pounding relentlessly, he only managed to dent the surface. This commotion attracted the attention of the Black family's guardians, the Lethifolds. 9 Lethifolds, drifting like silken scarves in the wind, gathered behind the door. Since entering the Black family, they had lived a carefree existence. House elves delivered food daily. To maintain their aggression, Arthur had Kreacher bring live magical creatures for them to hunt. Due to the competition for food, a few naturally talented Lethifolds grew thicker than the others. After feeding them for a while, Arthur understood why few people kept Lethifolds. Lethifolds consumed an immense amount of food. Were it not for the Black family's wealth and their own pasture, they could never afford to sustain such gluttons. Now all the Lethifolds gathered before the door, ready to repel the enemy's attack. Well-fed and content, they had acknowledged Arthur as their master. Lethifolds would never be slaves, unless they were fed and housed. After selecting a suitably sized fragment of the Philosopher's Stone, Arthur, accompanied by Kreacher, arrived outside the first-floor hall. Regarding Bernhard the vampire, Arthur believed his current strength posed no issue. Vampires could only wield blood magic, which was far inferior to wizards at the top of the magical food chain. Arthur wondered how Bernhard dared to approach him alone as a vampire. Did he truly mistake him for an ordinary young wizard? Even a house elf capable of casting spells without a wand would trouble a vampire. A year ago, he might have ordered Kreacher to flee, but now he possessed enough power to leave safely, even if Bernhard matched half of Dumbledore's strength. Thus, Arthur actively opened the door, allowing Bernhard and Lockhart inside. Aside from Draco, no one knew he kept Lethifolds, Bernhard included. He was eager to see a vampire battle Lethifolds. Regarding the duel between these two dark magical creatures, Arthur knew that vampires could never learn the Patronus charm. Thus, the Lethifolds were invincible from the start. Seeing the door open, Bernhard strode in, confident he could kill the young wizard. However, he froze momentarily upon seeing the Lethifolds, and then the door closed under Arthur's control. Professor Bernhard, what is the meaning of this? Arthur asked first. He didn't believe Bernhard had simply found Lockhart nearby and come seeking help. Such matters should be referred to Dumbledore, and the fist marks on the door were all too real. Bernhard glanced around, looking at Arthur from over 10 meters away, and said slowly, "Mr. Black, I came specifically for you." "Oh, is that so? But what's happened to Lockhart?" Bernhard first bit Lockhart's hand, and Lockhart's body visibly swelled, turning into a muscular brute within seconds. Then he said, "This is a blood thrall, an ability ancient vampires possessed. The method is similar to making bloodkin. You know bloodkin, don't you? A bunch of slaves giving themselves a fancy name doesn't change what they are. Ridiculous. When a vampire exchanges blood with an infected person, if less than a third of the victim's blood is replaced, they become bloodkin. Blood thralls are similar, but more troublesome. They need to be fed a bit of blood periodically to become addicted to mine, thus falling under my control. Now Lockhart is like that. I've activated all the blood I left in him, making him abnormally frenzied. Though the side effects are severe, it greatly enhances his strength." Arthur asked thoughtfully, "So when Lockhart founded the dueling club, his improved strength was because of you?" Bernhard didn't deny it. "Naturally. To trap him, I had to let him taste some sweetness first." "Then why him? A wizard who was already useless. Even after you enhanced his physique, he still can't use magic. Isn't that even more worthless?" Lockhart retained some consciousness, but couldn't control his body. Hearing Arthur's cruel yet truthful words, he grew furious, emitting animalistic roars. Bernhard slapped him to silence, and replied, "I recall mentioning that Dumbledore and I are friends. Actually, we have 2 mutual friends. One of them had his memory erased by Lockhart. When I sought him out last year, he had forgotten me. So I informed Dumbledore, who summoned Lockhart to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. The Dark Lord's curse is indeed powerful. Lockhart never experienced the stories he wrote. He's just a fraud. but he at least indirectly knew many things. Yet because of that curse, he let his guard down completely when facing me a vampire. Having satisfied his curiosity about Lockhart, Arthur stopped asking further. Then he asked directly, Bernhard, what do you want from me? What do I want? I've come to kill you. An uncontrollable murderous intent surfaced on Bernhard's face. Then at Bernhard's command, Lockhart began to fight against the Lethifolds. However, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. One difference between Lethifolds and Dementors was that Lethifolds possessed a physical form. When attacking, a Lethifold had to wrap its body around its opponent. This gave Lockhart, who could not cast the Patronus charm, a chance to struggle. With his immense strength, he could easily break free from the Lethifold's grip, but he could not harm it, and he could only hold off 2 or 3 at a time. Bernhard gazed at the Lethifolds and said with some admiration, as expected of you, you've even tamed Lethifolds. Before this, only Gellert had managed it, but he relied on a special kind of fiendfire. Gellert Grindelwald. Upon hearing that name, Arthur gripped the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and continued, is he the other mutual friend of yours and Dumbledore? Bernhard nodded. Yes, but Dumbledore doesn't know about this. I wasn't involved in Gellert's affairs back then. Then why have you come now? Is it Grindelwald's intention? Arthur's expression grew serious. If it were just Bernhard, a vampire, he wouldn't be concerned. But Grindelwald was a different matter. As one of the 3 most powerful wizards in the current magical world, Arthur saw no hope of victory. He had learned many spells, now even developing some new ones. Among the current generation of wizards, he considered himself the undisputed best. Yet even without having experienced combat with powerful wizards, he knew that he could not currently contend with the likes of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald had been easily killed by Voldemort in the original story, that was due to his physical frailty and perhaps some mental influences. But if Voldemort possessed the magic to restore his body, how could Grindelwald not? If he wished, he could regain his formidable power at any time. Arthur, however, was lacking in total magical power. The fragment of the Philosopher's Stone could only grant him a temporary boost. In the long run, he was destined to fail. This was only theoretically possible. In actual combat, merely controlling the vast magic within the Philosopher's Stone fragment would require all his concentration, let alone simultaneously dodging the opponent's curses and casting his own spells. In response to Arthur's question, Bernhard first nodded, then shook his head. He explained, my coming to Hogwarts was indeed Gellert's idea. I can tell you one thing, he thinks highly of you. He sent me to make initial contact, but I was unwilling to do so. Because he is after all a wizard, and I am a vampire. If he truly overthrew the current Ministry of Magic, the situation for vampires would become even more difficult. What I want is victory for vampires, which is quite similar to the recently emerged organization, the Eye of Truth. I met with him before coming to Hogwarts. From what he said, I understood that he had seen something in the future perhaps related to you, and intended to use you for his purposes. So not long ago I reported him, and planned to come here to kill you. Although Bernhard seemed to act for his own kind, Arthur did not fully trust him, especially since he had intended to kill him. He ordered the remaining Lethifolds to surround Bernhard, and said, so you think you can kill me? While I don't entirely agree with some of Grindelwald's principles, I believe there is no issue with wizarding supremacy. Only wizards have the power in the magical world. When one lacks strength, possessing an unsuitable position is not necessarily a good thing. Bernhard chuckled, Gellert is far more persuasive than you, but even he couldn't convince me. Then what about the matter of me buying an island from you? What I told you about that was true, but it wasn't for your island. It was just an excuse to get close to you given your high vigilance. But initially my identity as a vampire piqued your interest, didn't it? Now let me show you the true power of a vampire. With that, Bernhard clenched his fist towards the fighting Lockhart. Lockhart's body suddenly exploded, and the splattering blood under Bernhard's control began to swirl around him like a series of halos. Arthur was merely a little surprised to see Lockhart die. After all, Lockhart was the defense against the dark arts professor. Such a death was not unusual. What astonished him more was Bernhard's current state. He could sense the dense magical power within Bernhard. It seemed vampires were not so insignificant after all, at least against the average aura of this era. Bernhard could easily win. Arthur immediately ordered the Lethifolds to surround Bernhard. Wrapped by 9 Lethifolds, Bernhard was completely mummified. Arthur knew this wouldn't hold Bernhard for long. The Lethifolds lacked offensive power. If they were Dementors, Bernhard would surely not escape. So he began to cast his own spell. This was the first time he used his newly developed magic in actual combat, and he felt a slight thrill wondering about the power of his creation. He would find out after today. Holding his wand in his left hand, Arthur cast his modified Patronus charm, summoning his Patronus. In his right hand, he gripped a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone, which began to flash with white lightning as he used his self-created spell, Soul Guard, a fusion of lightning and soul magic. These 2 different spells were tailor-made by Arthur for his current situation. He now possessed 2 soul shells, the main soul shell where his soul resided, the giant, and his former soul shell, the unicorn. The main soul shell could not be harmed, so he had modified the Patronus charm to project the giant soul shell, ensuring his soul's safety. The unicorn soul shell, however, had no such concern. Even if damaged, it could slowly repair itself using the power of the main giant soul shell. Thus Arthur could directly summon the soul shell through Soul Guard. A Patronus charm. Mr. Black, I am not a Dementor nor a Lethifold. I was somewhat worried, but it seems you are just a child. Even a genius is useless. Bernhard's voice came from within the black mummy. Then the human-shaped black mummy began to slowly expand, first into a small sphere, then rapidly swelling, creating gaps between the Lethifold's bodies from which he immediately emerged. Arthur merely smiled faintly, not revealing the difference in his Patronus charm, for Bernhard would soon witness it himself. Then a winged unicorn appeared before him, and a giant over 3 meters tall materialized behind him. Both figures were wreathed in lightning, though the unicorn seemed more solid while the giant was somewhat translucent. Arthur spread his hands, controlling the Soul Guard in front and the Patronus behind him, while the unicorn horn wand floated by his side. The vast lightning-infused magic caused dark clouds to gather over Black Manor, gloomy and oppressive, as if about to crush the entire world. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the giant Patronus, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, like the roar of the thunder god. The giant Patronus body began to swell, expanding from over 3 meters to nearly 20 meters in height. With the first lightning strike, the lightning around Arthur intensified. Countless thin bolts of lightning fell from the sky, like raging dragons ravaging the earth. The precious plants nearby were struck by lightning and instantly turned to ash. Seeing this, the Lethifolds were so terrified that they hid. Amidst the scene of thunder and lightning, Arthur stood like the thunder god, incarnate, golden lines on the unicorn horn wand continuously emitting lightning like the scepter of a thunder god. White arcs of electricity flickered constantly in his eyes as he looked down from the steps at Bernhard, whose face showed fear for the first time. In Bernhard's eyes, Arthur was no longer a young wizard, but a demon. Since ancient times, where had there ever been a wizard who could master such immense power at such a young age? This vast magical energy and the lightning that covered the entire estate nearly rivaled Grindelwald's strength. He suddenly wanted to beg for mercy, but seeing Arthur's youthful appearance, he found it hard to speak. After all, he was a vampire who had lived for centuries. Just as Bernhard hesitated, Arthur made his move. Arthur himself was somewhat uncomfortable. It was the first time he had drawn upon such a massive amount of magical energy from the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, and it took a toll on him. To provide the Guardian with the vast lightning magic, the magical energy within the fragments had to pass through his body. As this powerful energy surged into Arthur, he felt a sensation akin to a sudden rush of blood, leaving his mind slightly dazed. Under these circumstances, regardless of whether Bernhard pleaded for mercy, Arthur would kill him without hesitation. Feeling the magic within him, Arthur slowly extended his right hand. The giant phantom behind him mirrored the gesture, but in the giant's right hand a massive orb of white lightning materialized. In the next moment, the giant swung its right hand forward, hurling the dazzling orb of lightning directly at Bernhard. The crackling arcs of electricity around the massive sphere made Bernhard's hair stand on end the moment it appeared. He hastily steadied his mind, commanding the blood halo that encircled his body to intercept the orb, which was larger than himself, while he fled in the opposite direction. The blood barrier proved effective, buying Bernhard a few precious seconds, enough for a vampire with his physical prowess to escape. The lightning orb struck the ground before the mansion like a meteor. A dull, thunderous roar echoed as a crater nearly 10 meters in diameter appeared on the spot, shattering the surrounding stone slabs and bricks into fragments that scattered in all directions. The ground around the crater was charred black, as if scorched by a raging fire. From outside Black Manor came the terrified screams of people. This ancestral home of the Blacks was situated in a bustling district surrounded entirely by Muggles. The immense power of the lightning orb shook the entire building, shattering many of the windows in the surrounding towers. The Muggles were thrown into panic by the sudden, deafening noise and tremors. Inside the manor, Bernhard, having evaded Arthur's first attack, immediately launched a counteroffensive. He taunted, "Mr. Black, it seems your combat instincts still leave something to be desired. A spell of such devastating power should be paired with a binding charm. You're still too young. You can't possibly cast such a powerful spell repeatedly in quick succession." Vampires inherently possessed far superior physical attributes compared to wizards. Ordinary wizards, in terms of strength and speed, were on par with Muggles who exercised regularly, though their magical energy made them more resilient. A powerful vampire like Bernhard, enhanced by blood magic, could cover 100 meters in just 4 or 5 seconds. If he managed to close the distance, he could punch straight through a wizard's abdomen with his bare hands. In a nighttime alley ambush, even seasoned aurors would struggle against elite vampires like him. However, Arthur was no ordinary auror. As Bernhard sprinted toward him, a short spear crackling with lightning shot forth from Arthur's side, meeting the vampire head. It was Arthur's unicorn horn wand, now under Charlotte's control, which pierced through Bernhard like a lance wielded by ancient cavalry. They say poor students have many tools, but Arthur, the top student at Hogwarts, had an abundance of such tools. Compared to the vampire, the lightning-charged unicorn horn was far swifter, pinning Bernhard to the courtyard wall. Then Arthur waved his right hand, and the giant guardian began to dissipate from below, transforming into a stream of white water-like magic that flowed through his right hand. As it passed through, the white stream turned black, laced with faint red threads, and grew thicker. Having transformed from yang lightning to yin lightning, the dark energy coiled around Bernhard's body. Like tendrils, it seeped into him through his mouth, ears, and other orifices. Bernhard let out a single scream, but his internal organs were already ravaged by the lightning. Only his vampire constitution kept him clinging to life. After the yin lightning had ensnared Bernhard, Arthur dismissed the unicorn's soul guardian. How disappointing. I wonder if I overestimated your strength or underestimated the power within the fragments and my own magic. A vampire who has lived for over a century, and yet you crumble so easily. I still have so many spells I haven't even used. Bernhard was utterly incapable of responding to Arthur's words. He was now little more than a vegetable. The unicorn horn wand flew back to Arthur's side, dancing around, as if celebrating its recent triumph. Kreacher, who had been following Arthur all along, gazed at him with fervent eyes. The lethifolds that had been lurking in the shadows emerged once the lightning dissipated, regarding Arthur with awe. Bernhard lay on the ground half dead. This problem was resolved. However, the black ancestral home was reduced to ruins. The back of the house and the rear garden might have fared slightly better, but it was no longer habitable. After 12 years in the magical world, Arthur had grown accustomed to luxury and decided to rebuild a new black manor elsewhere, much like Malfoy Manor. The Black family's ancestral home was somewhat cramped, and many areas were constructed within spaces created by the undetectable extension charm. When faced with powerful magic, this space proved unstable. So he planned to find a location brimming with natural scenery like Hogwarts to build a grand estate. Not only would it be comfortable to live in, but it would also allow him to use magic freely. As for convenience, with Kreacher handling daily life, he had no concerns. Once he learned apparition, it would be even less of an issue. Shortly after Arthur dealt with Bernhard, the surrounding area was cordoned off by aurors dispatched by the British Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, even arrived at the scene in person. Gazing at the shattered glass and cracked bricks, he furiously demanded of the auror office director, who had arrived earlier, what in Merlin's name happened here? Bloody hell. Do you have any idea how many muggles we'll have to deal with now? It seems a wizard was practicing a rather powerful spell, or perhaps a duel took place here. Cornelius Fudge tugged impatiently at his collar, spraying spittle as he addressed the auror office director. Then why aren't you out there catching them? This sort of thing warrants at least a few days in Azkaban. The auror office director didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled Fudge aside and lowered his voice. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Black family manor. Cornelius Fudge glanced around at the nearby aurors and whispered back, Black? You mean that Black? Exactly. The Black family that single-handedly funds at least a fifth of the ministry. Cornelius Fudge pulled out a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his plump face, all trace of his earlier anger gone. Well then, it seems this was all a misunderstanding. Mr. Black must have had his reasons. Come, let's go inside and see if Mr. Black requires any assistance. Cornelius Fudge dared not underestimate Arthur Black in the slightest. The sheer number of wizards employed under Black's purview alone was enough to give him pause. Moreover, the Black family was now virtually inseparable from the Malfoys. While an alliance between the two houses might not unseat him overnight, they could easily paralyze him for a month and then orchestrate his downfall. For Cornelius Fudge, who had only stumbled into the position of Minister for Magic by chance, young Arthur Black was a more terrifying figure than even Dumbledore. He was already drifting apart from Dumbledore. The last thing he needed was to provoke the Blacks and Malfoys. His days would become unbearable. Cornelius Fudge knocked on the door of Black Manor. Knowing it was the ministry, Arthur quickly opened it. As the ministry officials beheld the scene inside, cold sweat poured from every brow. The front yard and the main building were practically reduced to rubble. The destruction was even more appalling than the time Sirius Black blew up an entire street of 12 muggles. If this level of force had been used back, then hundreds of muggles on that street would have perished. Before the stunned officials could recover, they found themselves surrounded by a swarm of lethifolds which circled them, as if deciding how to kill them. Terrified, Cornelius Fudge cried out, Mr. Black, we're just here to inquire about what happened. The muggles nearby have already had their memories modified by ministry personnel. Arthur waved his hand, dismissing the lethifolds, and then addressed Cornelius Fudge apologetically. My apologies, Minister Fudge. I've only recently tamed these lethifolds. They still retain quite a bit of their wild nature. Oh, no trouble at all, no trouble at all, Cornelius Fudge said, wiping his face dry and stepping forward eagerly to shake hands. We've simply come to understand the situation. If it was a ministry error, we'll rectify it immediately upon our return. As he walked forward, he stepped on an eyeball, which burst with a sickening pop. Looking down, Cornelius Fudge felt his heart stop. With the lethifolds no longer blocking his view, he saw the ground around him was littered with bone fragments and shredded flesh. He glanced up at Arthur's placid expression and was seized by an overwhelming dread. It was the same feeling Head had the first time he met Dumbledore. Even as an adult wizard who had served as an Auror in his youth, he felt a violent urge to vomit at the sight. Yet Arthur Black, a young wizard who hadn't even entered his third year, remained unervingly calm. Sirius Black had also worn a placid expression after killing those 12 muggles. Were all wizards from the Black family simply mad? The more Cornelius Fudge pondered this, the more terrified he became. In reality, however, once the fight with Bernhard was over and his adrenaline faded, Arthur had seen Lockhart's exploded remains and immediately vomited. The half-dead Bernhard had also succumbed to his injuries while Arthur was rinsing his mouth. The scale of the gore was simply too much. The last time He'd seen anything like it was in a film from his past life, and even then it was only a fleeting image. Lockhart's corpse, however, was right there before his eyes. Before Cornelius Fudge and the other ministry officials could conjure up more terrifying theories, Arthur briefly explained the situation. He informed them that the eyeball Fudge had stepped on belonged to Lockhart, who had enchanted countless women, and that the slumped figure in the corner was Walter Bernhard, the vampire and history of magic professor from Hogwarts. As for the surrounding destruction, Arthur attributed it to a magical artifact left behind by the Black family. After hearing Arthur's account, Cornelius Fudge adopted a more serious tone. "Mr. Black, an attack on a student by a Hogwarts professor is a grave matter. I may need to take the vampire's corpse." Arthur countered, "He's a vampire, and he's dead. Can you even extract his memories?" This matter involved his lightning magic, and he had no desire to reveal it so soon. Ordinary lightning spells were one thing, but the thunder giant Patronus, which consumed fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, was entirely different. If that got out, dark wizards seeking wealth would likely camp outside his home. Moreover, there were inherent limitations in extracting memories from non-wizard magical beings like vampires, especially from a corpse that had been dead for a while with a brain that had been largely destroyed by Arthur's lightning. Cornelius Fudge was taken aback. His first thought was that Arthur had lied and was trying to destroy the evidence. He quickly dismissed the idea, however. It would serve Arthur no purpose, and the destruction wasn't something a single vampire could have caused. He was more inclined to believe it was a legacy magical artifact from the Black family. After a long pause, he finally said, "Perhaps we need to summon Professor Dumbledore. The implications of this are too severe. He might be the only one who can resolve this." When Dumbledore at Hogwarts learned of what had transpired with Arthur, he was thoroughly startled. This was the first time in Hogwarts history that a professor had openly gone to a student's home to kill them. He lacked the ability to extract memories from the deceased vampire, but Hogwarts possessed a magical artifact that could assist in this matter, the pensieve. Although the pensieve could not retrieve memories from the dead, it could extract Arthur's memories and display them to other wizards. Soon Dumbledore brought the pensieve to the Black family mansion. The pensieve was carved from stone, its surface etched with ancient runes and other mystical symbols. The basin was filled with a peculiar silvery substance resembling clouds, neither fully liquid nor gaseous, which was the key to the pensieve's function. Wizards could extract their own memories and place them in the basin for others to observe, or use it to organize the chaotic thoughts within their minds. After bringing the pensieve, Dumbledore instructed Arthur to deposit the memory of the earlier events into the basin. Arthur naturally omitted the spells he had used, storing only the memory of Bernhard and Lockhart's visit. Of course, he also concealed matters concerning Grindelwald. After viewing this incomplete memory, everyone believed Arthur's earlier account, that Professor Bernhard had indeed come to kill him. Generally, memories could not serve as evidence, as they could be influenced by a wizard's magic. The obliviation charm was the simplest method of alteration, though it left traces. However, powerful wizards could modify memories flawlessly, rendering them inadmissible as proof. Yet as a young wizard, Arthur was theoretically incapable of altering memories without leaving a trace. The prior Incantato charm also revealed no prior use of memory-modifying magic by Arthur, although the use of the Patronus charm against a vampire struck ministry officials as peculiar. Nevertheless, due to Arthur's status as the Black family heir, the matter was concluded simply. The verdict: former Hogwarts history of magic professor Walter Bernhard, after harming Gilderoy Lockhart, attempted to kill Arthur Black, but was killed in turn. After reaching this conclusion, Dumbledore rubbed his head in distress. The entire affair drove him to the brink of madness. A professor attempting to kill a student only to be killed by that student. He utterly disbelieved Arthur's claim of using a Black family magical artifact. Upon entering, he had sensed residual magical traces in the vicinity, identical to those he had perceived on the three-headed dog Arthur had slain. Lightning imbued with immense power. Given the extent of destruction here, Arthur now possessed the strength to contend with him. Even though Dumbledore suspected Arthur had used fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, those fragments only provided magical power, something Arthur would naturally possess upon reaching adulthood. Yet the more critical issue was that the history of magic professor had died once again. Dumbledore began to wonder if Arthur was a bane to Hogwarts faculty, as if cursed. In his first year, the ghost Professor Binns died. In his second year, Ravenclaw's resident ghost, the Grey Lady, departed for the other world, and now the new history of magic professor had perished. Though this was not Arthur's fault, but rather Dumbledore's poor choice of personnel. The thought of having to find both a new defense against the dark arts professor and a history of magic professor in the coming days gave him a splitting headache. With the history of magic professor changing for 2 consecutive years, and the same situation for defense against the dark arts, some potential candidates might refuse to come. The mortality rate for Hogwarts professors had surpassed that of Aurors on active duty. Furthermore, this incident would inevitably trigger countless complaints from parents. A troubled Dumbledore left after offering a few words of comfort to Arthur. His approach to nurturing Arthur was entirely different from his treatment of Harry. In his eyes, Arthur was too well-rounded, too brilliant. Almost perfect save for a touch of arrogance and inexperience. For instance, Arthur remained unaffected by this incident. That was why Dumbledore allowed him free rein and even entrusted him with the Philosopher's Stone fragments. Had it been Harry, Dumbledore would never have given him such artifacts. He would also have hesitated to let Harry access certain spells. Dumbledore's trust in Arthur stemmed from a difference in perspective. The Arthur others saw was entirely different from the Arthur he perceived in his own eyes. Even Dumbledore, who could see into people's hearts, could only grasp some of Arthur's character traits. It was similar to the Harry of the original story. How other wizards viewed the boy who lived Harry Potter at birth. He overthrew the invincible Voldemort. Before age 11 he vanished without a trace, evading all Death Eaters seeking revenge. At 11, he made a grand return to Hogwarts and defeated Voldemort a second time. At 12, he unraveled the 1,000-year-old Chamber of Secrets, killed the Basilisk with a single sword strike, and defeated Voldemort a third time. At 13, the notorious criminal Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. Yet Harry emerged unscathed and helped clear Sirius' name. At 14, Voldemort returned. The prodigy Cedric Diggory fell, but Harry faced Voldemort directly, dueling him for an extended period without injury. At 15, the entire magical world, swayed by the Ministry's propaganda, suppressed Harry. Yet the boy who lived withstood the pressure, confirmed Voldemort's return, and led his young team into a massive battle against Voldemort's Death Eaters at the Ministry of Magic. At 16, the Wizarding War erupted anew. The greatest wizard of the age, Dumbledore, fell, but Harry remained unscathed. At 17, the British magical world fell into darkness, yet in the direst of straits the undying boy returned once more. First, he willingly sacrificed a life to Voldemort, and upon resurrection, with a mere casual Expelliarmus, he utterly destroyed Voldemort. The same applied to Arthur. In the eyes of other wizards, Arthur, hailing from a lineage of dark wizards, had not learned a single dark spell. Moreover, Arthur, possessing the most ancient bloodline in all of Britain, though he did not actively engage with others, was neither arrogant nor prone to bullying other wizards. How could this be the heir of dark wizards? This was a noble young master, not only kind-hearted, but also imbued with a strong sense of justice. Dumbledore's fondness for Arthur also stemmed from his refusal to learn dark magic. In reality, however, Arthur did not disdain dark magic. He simply found other forms of magic more cost-effective. If his talent for dark magic were 100, he would have directly enrolled at Durmstrang Institute, studied under Grindelwald, and inherited Grindelwald's power. After everyone had left, Arthur instructed Kreacher to roughly tidy up the dilapidated Black family ancestral home. He then retrieved a map of Britain which marked the lands owned by the Black family, complete with dynamic photographs. Arthur examined each piece of land one by one, ultimately choosing a valley of exceptional scenic beauty. After selecting the land, Arthur summoned Kreacher, and they departed for the valley. This valley, located in northwestern Wales, was surrounded by mountains with towering peaks and deep valleys rich in waterways. The scenery within the valley was breathtaking, with mountains and water creating a paradise on earth. Some peaks soared into the clouds, others were capped with dense forests, and still others were rugged with rocks of various shapes. A waterfall cascaded between the mountains, and several small streams converged in the valley to form a modest river, which finally expanded into a lake hundreds of meters in diameter at the valley's entrance. Moreover, the nearest human town was several kilometers away, making this location ideal for a wizard's home. Fueled by the powerful driving force of galleons, countless wizards and squibs began constructing the new Black Manor in this valley. As for Arthur, with his home destroyed, he departed early for France. In Austria, at a manor not far from Nurmengard prison, Gellert Grindelwald stepped outside the confines of his long imprisonment for the first time in decades. The remnants of his former followers, the loyalists of the old cause, had gathered once more, though now only a handful remained. The once vibrant wizards had all grown venerable with age. Some had lost their allegiance to Grindelwald, while others had long since departed to another world. Among those who came was an elderly woman of remarkable poise, her silver hair neatly combed back. Time had etched its marks upon her face, yet one could still discern the beauty of her youth. She gazed at Grindelwald, equally silver-haired, a perpetual smile gracing her lips. Decades ago she had been Grindelwald's elegant, aloof, and graceful assistant, the Rose of France, Vinda Rosier. She looked at him and asked, "Master, should we not send someone to aid Arthur Black? Walter Bernhard is no ordinary vampire. A 12-year-old wizard is no match for him." Grindelwald chuckled. "Vinda, do not worry. Black is the wizard I have chosen. He will deal with Bernhard." That cunning vampire who feared the repercussions of our failure and never openly supported me was all too eager to gather my former followers after my defeat. Truly a short-sighted creature, having lived over a century in vain. Very well, master. Though Vinda Rosier refrained from further inquiry out of deference, her concern remained palpable. This was Grindelwald's first voluntary departure from Nurmengard since his defeat by Dumbledore in their legendary duel. She could not bear the thought of Grindelwald failing yet again. After all, Arthur was merely 12, still a minor, while Bernhard, over a century old, was a vampire renowned for his speed. For an inexperienced young wizard of limited power, a magical creature, like a vampire, was a formidable adversary. Sensing her anxiety, Grindelwald offered reassurance. Rest assured, Vinda. You know me well. I have seen him in the future. He will come to no harm. On the contrary, this ordeal with Bernhard will reveal Black's true capabilities and the heights he may one day attain. Before long, word arrived from their informant in Britain along with a parcel. The message read, Bernhard is dead. Arthur Black is unscathed. Black Manor suffered extensive damage which Arthur Black claims was caused by magical artifacts passed down through the Black family. Upon reading the news, Grindelwald and the others broke into smiles. The fact that Arthur emerged unscathed proved he now possessed the strength of an auror, perhaps even one from their own era. As for the claim about the Black family's heirlooms, Grindelwald dismissed it entirely. How could such artifacts still exist? Perhaps in ancient times, but even the late Nicholas Flamel could not craft them, let alone the Black family. Open the parcel, Grindelwald commanded. Vinda Rosier stepped forward and opened it, revealing the corpse of Bernhard. It had been obtained by their allies who had bribed officials within the British Ministry of Magic, all for the sake of Grindelwald's resurrection. As a wizard, Grindelwald had inevitably suffered a decline in power due to age. The past decades of confinement and psychological transformation had accelerated this decline. To achieve the greater good and pursue his future ambitions, he needed to reclaim the formidable strength of his prime. Thus he required a new body. Through a dark ritual, he would reshape his physical form, using three components: the bone of the father, the flesh of the servant, and the blood of the enemy. The first two were easily obtained, but the blood of an enemy posed a challenge. Most of his adversaries had either been slain by him decades ago, or had died of old age. Others, like Newt Scamander, were allies of Dumbledore, making it imprudent to kill them outright. Hence Grindelwald set his sights on Bernhard the vampire. A former subordinate who betrayed him would naturally qualify as an enemy. This way he could eliminate an internal threat while securing a crucial ingredient for his resurrection. As Grindelwald had anticipated, Bernhard, reluctant to see his master's return, betrayed him. Thus Grindelwald assembled all the materials needed for his bodily reconstruction. Gazing at Bernhard's corpse, he first sensed the residual magical traces upon it, curious about the spells Arthur had employed. As his perception deepened, he detected an aura steeped in darkness and curses. Could it be a form of dark magic beyond even my knowledge? Grindelwald's lips curled into a smile, his face alight with amusement. He turned to Vinda Rosier. Vinda, if my memory serves me, our intelligence indicates that Black has never practiced dark magic. That is correct, Master. No one at Hogwarts has ever witnessed Black using dark magic. Then it seems Mr. Black, the one I have chosen, harbors deeper secrets. I wonder if Albus is aware of this. After collecting fresh blood from Bernhard's corpse, Vinda Rosier produced the prepared bone of the father and placed it into a massive cauldron. Without flinching, she then cut a sizable piece of flesh from her own arm. With all ingredients ready, Grindelwald began chanting incantations as black smoke slowly rose from the cauldron. Minutes later, the aged Grindelwald collapsed, his soul entering the cauldron. Then a youthful body emerged from within. Beholding the robust form and short white hair, Vinda Rosier and the others knew that their familiar king had returned. Revived, Grindelwald familiarized himself with his new vessel before immediately mending the wound on Vinda Rosier's arm. After storing away his aged corpse, he smiled at the gathered loyalists. From this day forth, let us embark anew upon our great endeavor. Let us become the light of dawn for the wizarding world, fleeting perhaps, but brilliant enough. After completing the registration at the Ministry of Magic, Arthur arrived at the French ministry from its British counterpart. The French ministry resembled the British one, except with a more diverse populace. As he stepped into the ministry's hall, his uncle Antoine Francois was already waiting for him. Antoine Francois was a tall man in his 30s with slightly curly yellowish-brown hair. His square face and resolute jaw gave him an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Arthur, he laughed heartily and embraced him, then slung an arm around his shoulders, saying, "You've finally arrived. You didn't come last year, and in 2 years you've grown so tall." He gestured to compare their heights. Arthur now reached his chest. "It's been a long time, Antoine. In a few years I might surpass you." Indeed, children these days do grow quite tall. After leaving the ministry, the two went to Woodcroft, the French equivalent of Hogsmeade, and the only purely wizarding village in all of France. Compared to Hogsmeade, Woodcroft was significantly larger in area. Although the number of native wizards in France was nearly the same as in Britain, Britain was home mostly to British wizards, whereas France hosted wizards from continental Europe, Africa, and other regions. In terms of student population, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France was the largest magical school in Europe. Consequently, Woodcroft, situated adjacent to Beauxbatons, naturally had a larger area. The Francois family to which Antoine belonged lived near Woodcroft for the convenience of their business. After chatting for a while at the Francois residence, Antoine said seriously, "Arthur, don't wander too far these days, especially be careful in Paris." "What's wrong, Antoine? Is the situation in Eastern Europe escalating?" "Exactly, it's them. For some reason, many vampires have flooded into Paris these past few days. But they haven't violated the ministry's regulations, so the Aurors can only intensify their surveillance." Antoine, like Arthur, believed in wizarding supremacy. However, Antoine's belief stemmed from the notion that wizard blood was more precious than other magical beings, while Arthur felt other beings lacked the strength. Even if they were legally equal in practice, if wizards wanted to do something, other magical beings had no power to resist. Especially in large-scale battles, wizards could coordinate, even using specialized collective magic, achieving results where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. But other magical beings typically fought individually in group battles, often failing to achieve even 1 + 1 = 2. Antoine deeply resented those magical beings, especially werewolves and vampires. In his business dealings, these two factions were second only to wizards. Sometimes to acquire rare items, he would be extorted by these two factions. Arthur asked, "Only vampires? No action from their archrivals, the werewolves?" Typically, when one side deployed forces, the other would send a few to investigate, even without knowing the reason. Antoine thought for a moment and said with some surprise, "I haven't heard any news about werewolves lately. That's truly strange. Have their noses gone dull? It seems another force is involved. The various ministries of magic wouldn't do this, especially the French one. Then perhaps it's the Order of the True IA." Antoine guessed. "They've been causing quite a stir recently, affecting many wizards here in France." Arthur asked in surprise, "Hasn't the French ministry banned them?" Antoine shook his head helplessly. "There are too many of them to catch. Like Grindelwald's alliance before, many wizards joined voluntarily, not through coercion. You know, Muggles have grown increasingly powerful in recent years. World War II alone was enough to shock the wizarding world. A recent Muggle conflict called the Gulf War has made many wizards want to change the current state of the magical and Muggle worlds. Many have realized that if war broke out with Muggles, wizards' chances of victory are dwindling." "And you? What do you think?" Arthur asked. Antoine hesitated, but said, "Actually, I feel the same as many others. The current situation calls for striking first, controlling high-ranking Muggles, and letting wizards lead this world. I've just heard that some Muggle countries have developed technology to counter our magic. If that's true, given the vast Muggle population, wizards' position would indeed become precarious." Then he asked, "Arthur, what are your thoughts?" Arthur felt somewhat conflicted about this. Having been an ordinary person in his past life, and a wizard in this one, his emotions were complex. He had pondered many ideas, such as having the few wizards serve as a royalty or superhumans, since Muggles could produce wizards, and wizards could give birth to squibs. Squibs were essentially no different from Muggles, now, just with more knowledge of magic. If the barrier between the two worlds ever disappeared, squibs would become Muggles, except that their descendants might have a higher chance of being wizards. Before completely breaking the barrier, novels, films, and other works could gradually introduce the idea to Muggles, spreading it slowly to avoid panic. Some Muggles might even eagerly hope their descendants would be wizards. This was Arthur's current idea, but too many uncertainties remained. Some high-ranking Muggles would never accept this, and radicals might want to kill all wizards. Those people might be living in some underground base, always on guard against wizards. Additionally, other magical creatures posed a major problem. If Muggles learned about beings like vampires and werewolves that could infect them, would it lead to an explosion of these species? There were many such issues, and Arthur couldn't figure them all out. For now, the sky could fall with taller people to hold it up. As a young wizard, he had little say in the magical world. He sighed and said, "I'm not sure either, but no matter what, at least we probably won't die. The worst case is we retreat to some island and live in seclusion." Antoine raised his glass and took a big gulp. "Right, you're right. We can just hide, and the Muggles won't find us. Then we can deal with them country by country." In the following days, Arthur followed Antoine to explore the area. Indeed, compared to the somewhat isolated British magical world, the French magical world offered far more entertainment. The shops in the wizard village were filled with curious items he had never seen in Britain. After a few days of relaxation, Arthur decided to visit Paris, as Fleur Delacour's family resided there. French wizards, aside from those who lived in seclusion, were mostly gathered near Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in the Pyrenees or around the French Ministry of Magic in Paris. Fleur's father currently served in the ministry. Moreover, the Delacour family had been entrenched in the French Ministry of Magic for centuries, making them a prominent and influential family in France. As Arthur prepared for Paris, Antoine repeatedly cautioned him, "Be extremely careful. Paris is teeming with vampires now, and werewolves have arrived as well. Being bitten by them is no trivial matter. Don't worry, Antoine. Uru will be with me. If any danger arises, hell whisk me away immediately. Besides, I'm heading straight to Fleur's home. Nothing will happen." Leaving Woodcroft, Arthur boarded the magical train from Woodcroft to Paris. Much like the Hogwarts Express, the journey allowed Arthur to admire the beautiful scenery along the way. On the train, he overheard other French wizards discussing the vampires and werewolves. The recent vampire incidents had clearly caused a significant stir, much like how the British wizarding world had buzzed about Harry Potter starting school. In France, newspapers had been filled with reports about these uninvited guests. During Arthur's rest days, werewolves who had previously remained hidden also appeared in Paris. Some brawling werewolves and vampires had been detained by the ministry, and from them wizards learned the reason for their recent gathering in Paris. This information, for reasons unknown, was published in major French newspapers. There was a special muggle who possessed the blood of both werewolves and vampires, and they were searching for him. After this news spread, even some wizards grew interested in this muggle. If the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires could merge, could other magical creatures' bloodlines be combined as well? Could wizards' bloodlines be fused too? Consequently, Paris had become utterly chaotic in recent days. As night fell, vampires and werewolves roamed the city with horrors pursuing them. However, their numbers were overwhelming, prompting some wizards to propose expelling all werewolves and vampires from Paris temporarily. The city would remain sealed until the matter was resolved. After disembarking from the train, Arthur left the ministry, walked through winding streets for over 10 minutes, and arrived at the Delacour residence. There he met Fleur, whom he hadn't seen in 2 years. Like him, Fleur had changed significantly during those 2 years. Unlike Arthur, who had merely grown taller, Fleur, 3 years his senior, had matured, appearing almost like a university student, yet still retaining some youthful innocence. This gave Arthur a feeling of finally raising a virtual girlfriend, even though their relationship wasn't officially defined. With 1/4 Villa heritage, Fleur had skin as fair as snow, delicate features, and a curvaceous figure that exuded breathtaking beauty, making her stand out in any crowd. She had inherited her grandmother's Villa traits. Her waist-length hair shimmered with a silvery sheen, cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were also emerald green, sparkling like bright gems under the sunlight, radiating a captivating glow. Initially, there was some awkwardness between them, but thanks to Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle, who lightened the mood with her playful chatter, they soon reverted to their old rapport. Gabrielle, like Fleur, possessed 1/4 Villa blood. However, unlike Fleur's more mature and elegant demeanor, Gabrielle resembled a delicate little princess. Friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time had endless things to discuss, especially for Fleur, who was in her adolescence. If Arthur were older, they might have shared a bed that night. Chatting and playing games like wizarding chess time quickly slipped away until evening. Mr. and Mrs. Delacour, exhausted from a long day's work, returned home. Both worked for the French Ministry of Magic and had been so busy with the vampire situation that they hadn't even had time for lunch. Seeing Arthur at home brought smiles to their weary faces. In their eyes, Arthur was a prodigy, the ideal child. Moreover, he might one day become their son-in-law. In terms of status, talent, and character, Arthur was more than a match for their Fleur. There was no better choice in all of France. If Fleur ended up choosing a black man in Paris, even her Villa bloodline might not help. During dinner, Mr. Delacour suggested, Fleur take Arthur around Paris for the next few days. But make sure you're back by evening. It's not safe out there at night. Hearing about going out, Gabrielle exclaimed excitedly, I want to go too. Mr. Delacour shot her a glance. What do you mean, want to go? Is summer vacation just for fun? Look at your sister and Arthur. They were both top of their class at school. It's because of their good grades that they can go out. When you get first place, at least pass math, then you can go out and play. Gabrielle pouted. Well, it's not like I don't want to be first. I just can't learn no matter how hard I try. What can I do? Then study harder. If you don't understand something at home, ask Fleur. If you always have an argument ready. Gulping down her meal, Gabrielle jumped off the table and ran to her room. Seeing this, Fleur said, I'm done too. They'll go comfort her. After Fleur left, Arthur felt a bit awkward alone with Mr. and Mrs. Delacour, so he quickly finished his meal and excused himself. The next day, after the Delacours left for work, Gabrielle got her wish and went out with Arthur and Fleur. Mr. Delacour was usually quite strict with his education, and Gabrielle rarely had any pocket money for shopping. However, Arthur was never short of money, and whenever he visited, he would buy her a pile of things. That's why she was eager to go out. 80-year-old Gabrielle, dressed in a pretty skirt, held Arthur's hand with one hand, and her sister Fleur's with the other, skipping happily outside. As they walked, she suddenly said, Arthur, you should write to my sister more often. She's always so happy when she gets your letters. You used to write so little, but this past year you've written a lot more. No problem, I'll write regularly from now on, Arthur replied to Gabrielle, but his eyes were fixed on Fleur. The reason he had written less before was that his life had been rather mundane, mostly spent studying magic. He hadn't wanted to worry Fleur about things like Voldemort or Professor Bin's magical theories. The recent increase in correspondence was partly due to the influence of the Mirror of Ariste, and perhaps also because his body was now beginning to develop. As for the future, he certainly wouldn't write to Fleur more often just because of her fair exposed thighs or her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders. It was purely because of their childhood bond and the fate that brought them together. Paris is a city brimming with romance. However, Arthur was no stranger to it, so instead of visiting tourist attractions, they strolled along the streets outside the French Ministry of Magic. Just as London had Diagon Alley, Paris boasted a street called the Rue Perdu dedicated to wizards' shopping and needs. The name Rue Perdu hinted at a place where one could easily lose their way, much like the intricate maze of Diagon Alley. On this street, people might stumble upon countless unexpected shops and sights. Since wizards from all over the world set up shop, their frequent bankruptcies led to constant changes. How often the street's appearance from the previous month bore little resemblance to its current state. The entrance to Rue Perdu lay beneath a female statue, surrounded by Muggle shops requiring wizards to enter on their own. This meant wizards had to seize an opportunity to slip in unnoticed by the surrounding Muggles. However, even if discovered, it was usually not a problem, as Aurors were typically on duty near the statue to erase the Muggles' memories. Rue Perdu was filled with all sorts of peculiar shops. Apart from timeless establishments like bookstores and wand shops, the other stores had undergone a complete transformation since Arthur's last visit. After merely a cursory walk around, the time had already reached noon. The three of them found a place to eat. It had to be said, French cuisine was far more abundant and delicious than British fare. Afterwards, they shopped until dusk and returned home laden with bags and parcels. Gabrielle was overjoyed. Even after walking all day, she felt no fatigue. Even Arthur felt a soreness in his calves after the day's walk. That evening, Monsieur and Madame Delacour returned home looking exhausted. Clearly, they had had a tiring day. In recent days, as the number of vampires in Paris had skyrocketed, they had begun to grow increasingly brazen. The number of vampires captured in a single day today exceeded the total caught in the entire previous year. After listening to Monsieur Delacour recount recent events, Arthur grew somewhat concerned about the current state of Paris. Could it be that another major incident akin to Grindelwald's burning of Paris was about to unfold? Present-day human technology was highly advanced, far more so than decades ago. If such a large-scale event occurred, it would not be easy for wizards to conceal it from the Muggle world. Sure enough, at midnight, an Auror knocked on the Delacour's door, summoning Monsieur Delacour to work overtime. Director, those vampires and werewolves are causing trouble again. The higher-ups have just issued a new order: capture them all and expel them from Paris. We cannot allow them to continue exposing themselves to Muggles. The Delacours, now dressed, hurried out the door. Excellent, I've been wanting to drive them out for a long time. They've been tormenting me endlessly these past few days. As they spoke, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. They exchanged glances. Monsieur Delacour rushed inside to give Fleur a few instructions before disapparating. Arthur and Fleur had already awakened. Upon hearing the blast, they went upstairs to guard Gabrielle's room. Gabrielle was still fast asleep, undisturbed by the commotion. Watching her sleep, Fleur said, "Arthur, it looks like tonight might be dangerous. We're right near the Ministry of Magic. Those werewolves and vampires might put up a fight." Arthur took Fleur's hand willingly. "Don't worry, I've learned quite a few spells lately. Dealing with werewolves and vampires won't be a problem." Fleur's cheeks flushed slightly. "Is that so? Then you'll have to protect us." Afterwards, they found a reclining chair to lean on, gazing at the moonlight outside. For vampires and werewolves, the night was a time of frenzy. Arthur held Fleur's hand with one hand while gripping his wand with the other. As it happened, he was left-handed with his wand, allowing them to hold hands while each had a free hand for their wand. A few kilometers away, a middle-aged man was being pursued. His name was Michael, the very human who had merged the bloodlines of vampire and werewolf sought by both factions these past few days. Initially, due to his handsome appearance and kind nature, he was turned into a vampire by a female vampire. After being reluctantly forced to accept his vampire identity, he was bitten by a werewolf during a conflict between the two species. Typically, if a werewolf bites a vampire, the vampire would not be infected, as the virus within a vampire can counteract the werewolf virus. However, in Michael's case, a unique situation occurred. He simultaneously mastered the blood magic of vampires and the superhuman physique and regenerative abilities of werewolves. In this world, vampires and werewolves differed somewhat from the original lore. Vampires were divided into two categories: pureblood vampires, and those who were incompletely transformed, known as the Blood Clan. Vampires possessed their unique blood-controlling magic, but could not use wizarding magic. The Blood Clan merely had enhanced physical constitutions. Werewolves were also divided into two types, though their classification was simpler. Both were werewolves, the difference being whether they were wizards before the transformation. Unlike vampires, werewolves could use wizarding magic provided they were wizards before turning. Muggles who became werewolves could not use magic. At night, werewolves could transform at will, but during the full moon the transformation was forced. However, compared to ordinary werewolves, those transformed from wizards had greater difficulty controlling their rationality after transformation. Additionally, when transformed into a werewolf at night, they could not use magic. In terms of recovery, speed, agility, and defense, werewolves were superior to vampires, but their rationality generally decreased after transformation, significantly impairing their combat capabilities. Furthermore, some rumors about werewolves and vampires were false. For instance, silver items could not kill them. They were only highly effective in treating wounds inflicted by their bites. Vampires were not burned by sunlight, they merely felt weakened. However, the Blood clans suffered more severe harm from sunlight than vampires. The sun would scorch them, leaving permanent scars, and prolonged exposure could even incinerate them. Due to these traits, vampires and werewolves generally operated at night, and battles also erupted during this time, when both sides were at their peak strength. At that moment, both factions were pursuing a man named Michael. Had they not feared killing him, they would have caught up long ago. Nor would they have caused such a commotion, attracting the wizard's attention. But Michael was too crucial. He represented the potential to elevate the power ceiling of both vampires and werewolves. For this reason, even knowing they would offend the most powerful wizards in the magical world, they had to capture this man. As the werewolves and vampires grew increasingly tumultuous, the Muggles of Paris also began to fall under attack. Even a mere glimpse of their heads could provoke the half-crazed werewolves to launch an assault. The fortunate ones perished instantly. The unfortunate, however, often faced a lifetime of torment, maimed and crippled. Wounds inflicted by werewolves before one's transformation could never be healed, even after becoming a werewolf themselves. Moreover, even if they later encountered the werewolf who had slain their kin and infected them, their missing limbs would render them powerless for revenge. Such attacks shattered the fragile balance of Paris, prompting the wizards to intervene. They dispatched aurors to apprehend these werewolves. Michael, fleeing amidst a series of fortuitous accidents, managed to slip through the encirclement of vampires and werewolves. Yet he sensed something amiss. It seemed someone was aiding his escape, who otherwise he would never have succeeded so smoothly. His suspicion was correct. The one helping him was Lucian, the leader of the very werewolves hunting him. Werewolves were divided into two factions by birth: wizards and common werewolves. Lucian was the chieftain of the common werewolves. Standing atop a high-rise, he watched Michael flee into the distance. Beside him stood a wizard cloaked in black robes, wand in hand. Lucian shot the wizard a cold glance and said, "After this, the werewolves are done. Many of my kin will end up in prison or dead because of this operation. I hope your boss honors our pact." The wizard retorted with a hint of mockery, "This collaboration has brought you tangible benefits. Don't play the victim here." "I don't know your true motives, but you're no wizard who pities us werewolves," Lucian growled. With that, Lucian turned and leaped into the dark alley, vanishing without a sound. The wizard gazed at Michael retreating ahead, then glanced at the vampires pursuing him from afar. Raising his wand, he gave a flick. Michael's right leg suddenly exploded, halting his escape. He collapsed with a scream, then bit down so hard his lips nearly tore. Even as a hybrid of vampire and werewolf, such an injury would take nearly a month to heal, given his post-transformation regeneration. With countless vampire pursuers behind him, they wouldn't wait a month to capture him. He didn't even know who had attacked him. The sudden strike pointed to a wizard. Only they could shatter his thigh like that. Knowing he stood no chance against a wizard with a broken leg, Michael lay waiting to be captured. But after a while, no wizard or magical creature came for him. Puzzled, his keen nose caught the scent of approaching vampires. With no choice, he hastily tended to his severed leg, burying it in a hole covered with dirt. He wrapped the wound in his clothes and crawled into a nearby house. Unable to escape, he could only hope this ruse would evade the vampires and werewolves. The black-robed wizard chuckled, pulling out a mirror. Gazing at the young Grindelwald within, he said excitedly, "Sir, the mission is complete. Michael has entered the target house." He then flicked his wand again and vanished. Michael's ordeal was in truth a collaboration between the Wizards' Alliance and the werewolves. Half a month earlier, they had captured Michael. Curious about this vampire-werewolf hybrid, they studied him for days, but found little of value. The Wizards' Alliance had waned in power. Aside from Grindelwald, their pillar, the older members had lost their vigor, while the younger ones had yet to mature. Thus, upon learning Arthur had arrived in Paris, Grindelwald extracted some of Michael's flesh and bones, handed him over to the werewolves, and had them draw copious blood in exchange for their assistance in executing this plan. After half a month of continuous bloodletting, Michael would have died, if not for his robust constitution. Upon his release, the wizard also erased his memory, making him believe he had been fleeing all along. The unwitting pawn Michael fulfilled his task perfectly, hiding himself in the house where Arthur was staying. Meanwhile, having received the intelligence, Grindelwald checked into a nearby hotel, observing the unfolding events from a height. Arthur was someone Grindelwald favored, but he was still too young. Time waited for no one. Muggle technology evolved year by year, and the armies of nearly every major nation had already confirmed the existence of wizards tracking some of their movements. As technology advanced and became more accessible, ordinary Muggles would soon learn of wizards. To further his plans, Grindelwald needed Arthur to grow quickly, ideally to be thrust into the wizarding world's spotlight now. He knew that the young Delacour girl was Arthur's childhood sweetheart. To protect those dear to him, Arthur would have to use the same magic he had employed against Bernhard to deal with the vampires. Within a kilometer alone, there were 36 vampires, and their numbers would only swell as the battle raged. Then he would see how Dumbledore reacted when Arthur was forced to unleash the dark magic he had observed on Bernhard's corpse. According to the future he had glimpsed, Arthur would remain at Hogwarts and resist that noseless, hideous dark wizard. That meant Dumbledore wouldn't treat him as the next Voldemort, but would instead intensify his tutelage. This was precisely the outcome Grindelwald desired. With Voldemort still alive, Dumbledore would have no energy left to manage the turbulent European magical landscape. Under Grindelwald's watchful eye, the vampires gradually closed in on Arthur's house. Though Michael's blood had been hastily covered with dirt, the concealment was far from perfect. Vampires acutely sensitive to blood quickly pinpointed Michael's whereabouts. 35 vampires surrounded the house Michael had entered, summoning others from afar. To ensure Arthur would confront the vampires, Grindelwald had made additional arrangements. Earlier, Lucian had left to gather werewolves, instructing those transformed by wizards to wreak havoc elsewhere in Paris, diverting the Ministry of Magic's attention. Compared to vampires who required blood exchange to convert, wizards were more concerned with the werewolves' potent infectiousness. As for the house elf by Arthur's side, Grindelwald had sent agents to quietly eliminate it. He wanted Arthur's hidden dark magic to be exposed. These vampires combined couldn't match Bernhard. Having defeated Bernhard, Arthur would survive this incident. Instead, Arthur's talent and dark magic would be laid bare before all wizards. Whether they drove him into Grindelwald's camp, where he could plant Arthur as a spy at Dumbledore's side, or Dumbledore groomed Arthur as his successor, Grindelwald's future plans would be more attainable.